Chapter 1, The Descent of the Heavenly Path List. Human child, how dare you to trespass my stone devil mountain? Are you lost? The infamous stone demon's voice was like a bell that shook Liu to the point his eardrums hurt. He could not help but dig his ear with his fingers. The stone demon in front of him was more than 3 meters tall. Its skin was rock-like, seeming like it was wearing heavy iron armor. With the scarlet copper hammer in hand, the ground trembled as he moved. It was the demon that terrorized the Grand Xiao dynasty, Sherpadian. Rumor has it that it was once a huge divine stone that suppressed evil and baleful influences. However, as it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and the baleful miasma over the years, it cultivated into a spiritual being and transformed into a powerful monster. Its cultivation was rather advanced, incomparably powerful, while possessing an almost imperishable body. Even the most powerful sect in the Grand Xiao dynasty, the Jade Pure Dao sect, could not do anything to it. They had sent experts to subdue it multiple times, but they all returned in defeat. Ha ha ha. He he he. The lesser demons in the surroundings roared with laughter as well. As if they were looking at a fool, they looked at the elegant, handsome 16 or 17-year-old Liu. Not even the old Taoist priest of the Jade Pure Dao sect dared to come alone. A brat like him, who was still wet behind the ears, actually dared to come over and seek death. They could imagine the scene of Liu being smashed into minced meat by Sherpadian. Liu did not speak. He brushed off the dust on his robe and silently pulled out the sword behind him. The surrounding lesser demons laughed even louder, and they even cried out in excitement. You're courting death. Seeing Liu unsheath his sword, Sherpadian stomped his foot, causing the earth to tremble. The surrounding lesser demons nearly fell to the ground. However, Liu was as steady as an old dog. He did not say a word as he slashed out with his sword. There were no spectacular sword gleams or fancy special effects. It was an ordinary strike. Swoosh! The air seemed torn apart. The stone demon froze. Then, like a fragile clay sculpture, it shattered into pieces with a bang. Silence. The laughter of the lesser demons stopped abruptly. They witnessed everything in shock. It was as if they had seen a ghost. The terrifying Sherpadian with extraordinary strength was actually insta-killed by this young Taoist's sword in one strike. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. This young Taoist was too terrifying. Run! All the lesser demons were terrified to the point their souls left their bodies, and they immediately fled in all directions like frightened birds, causing blades, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks to fall to the ground. Liu could not be bothered with those monsters and silently walked forward. He bent down and picked up the stone demon's scarlet copper hammer. This hammer was the real purpose of his trip. Ding! Successful collection of the scarlet copper hammer. The system's voice sounded. Liu was calm. He casually kept the hammer in the storage space of the system. This system had accompanied him through his transmigration. He could not really put a finger on what this system was. It was a little difficult to explain. Simply put, it could allow him to fight monsters and level up like a game character. However, a mission panel suddenly appeared a few days ago. It began to release system missions to obtain experience points after completing them. If he failed, he would lose 10 times the experience points. His main task was to develop his sect into the #1 sect in the Great Xiao dynasty. Of course, in order to achieve this purpose, many small missions were required. For example, he could take in various geniuses, collect various divine weapons, cultivation techniques, natural oddities, and so on, all to strengthen his sect. Strange, why haven't my experience points increased at all after killing this stone demon? Liu was puzzled as he looked at the experience bar in front of him that looked like a progress bar. The data displayed was, you are still 13141596, away from becoming invincible. Logically speaking, there should be changes after he killed this powerful stone demon. Right at this moment, the stone devil mountain beneath Liu's feet suddenly trembled violently, and it was as if the mountain was collapsing. A roar that seemed to come from 9 nether resounded. So this stone mountain is its true form. Liu murmured in his heart, but he remained expressionless. The next second, the stone mountain beneath his feet rose and transformed into a huge stone monster. Terrifying demonic power began to spread, making the world seem discolored. Liu frowned slightly. He stomped his feet and leaped into the air before he slashed down with his sword. Boom! It was as if this sword was about to split heaven and earth apart. Space became twisted to the extreme, emitting thunderous booms. The terrifying might of the sword poured down as the stone demon's roars stopped. Its red eyes widened in horror. Bang, 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 bang. The stone demon that had just transformed collapsed again. The ground beneath it collapsed as well. All in a single strike. Shirpadian, the great demon that struck fear into countless sects and made commoners of Qing Prefecture tremble. It got utterly obliterated. A bottomless rift that was a few kilometers long and more than 10 meters wide appeared on the ground like a natural chasm. Countless lesser demons got pulverized by the strike. I used too much strength. Liu scratched his head. At this moment the experience bar in front of him finally moved. However, it was still only an increase in value after the decimal point. At least there was an improvement. Moreover, it was a small step towards completing the system mission. After killing this stone demon, Liu did not stay longer and flew out of the mountain. After some time, a group of cultivators in the Jade Pure Dao sect's Taoist robes flew over. Today they gathered the top experts of their sects to eradicate the demon Shirpadian who was wreaking havoc in Qing Prefecture. However, when they arrived at Stone Devil Mountain, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The Stone Devil Mountain had disappeared and a huge chasm appeared on the ground. The impact of what they had witnessed was too shocking, and it caused the elders of the Jade Pure Dao sect to be stunned for a long time. Shirpadian has been eliminated? Who can actually have such a divine power? Everyone was shocked. An elder surnamed who flashed across and grabbed a lesser demon from the mountain below to question it. The lesser demon was so frightened that it trembled and spoke incoherently. However, Elder, who more or less understood what was going on, indeed an expert, had helped them eliminate Shirpadian. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, he was truly shocked. Let's hurry back and report to the sect master. Elder who said as everyone left. However, not long after everyone from the Jade Pure Dao sect left, red light seemed to flicker in the gigantic crack. Following the torrential demonic chi suffused the air, it surged like a black fog in the crack, blotting out the sun. It was as if the mountain forest had turned into the 9 nether demon domain. Demonic roars and howling ghosts echoed through the mountains, causing one to shudder uncontrollably. Luo Watertown, which was about 500 kilometers away from Stone Devil Mountain, was a small town under the jurisdiction of the Great Xia dynasty in Qing Prefecture. Liu's sect was located west of Luo Watertown on the Nine-Tailed Mountain, around 5 kilometers away. A slightly dilapidated Taoist temple with dark green tiles and red walls sat quietly on the mountaintop. The Taoist temple's wall was slightly mottled as if it had been neglected for years. Boston ivy was crawling all over the walls. There were a few words inscribed in a lively style on the signboard at the door that was almost indiscernible. That's quite a large sect. Each time he saw those words, Liu suspected that his father's surname was Shun. That's right, it was the sect founded by Liu's cheap father. A sect that was renowned throughout the area. Under his relentless efforts, the sect successfully developed from the initial 10-odd people to the current 3. Liu felt immense pressure to turn such a sect into the #1 sect in the Great Xia dynasty. Gulp. As soon as he entered the Taoist temple, Liu's stomach suddenly growled. I forgot to hunt on the way back. Liu thought. Just as Liu was thinking about what to eat for dinner, something peculiar occurred in the sky above Nan'an City, over 5,000 kilometers away. All of a sudden, rays of golden light shone down and 7-colored auspicious clouds surfaced in the sky. Amidst the heavens and the earth, deep voices sounded out. They resembled the whispers of the gods or the echo of nature. What was going on? Everyone in Nan'an City looked at the wonder in the sky, shocked. They had never seen such a miraculous scene in their lives. Some people thought that auspiciousness had descended from the heavens, and they knelt to pray for blessings. Then a golden scroll that seemed to fall from the 9 heavens rolled out. An awe-inspiring voice of the great Tao reverberated through the sky. On the Heaven Tao and Earth roll, there are endless opportunities for anyone who enters the list. With the sound of the great Tao, a ranking appeared on the golden scroll in the sky, the Hidden Dragon List. Chapter 2, A Rebirth Speculation. After the Hidden Dragon rankings appeared, a few rows of clear shiny golden characters appeared below. This ranking is the Great Xia Dynasty's Hidden Dragon rankings. Young elites below the age of 30 can enter the ranking. A total of 100 people will be ranked in ascending order and they can obtain the Heavenly Dao's reward. The rankings will be refreshed in real time and a reward will be given every month. The entire Nanan city and the cities and towns within a few thousand kilometers could see it clearly, and everyone was extremely shocked. Such a miraculous sight was a once-in-a-lifetime event even for an old fellow who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Not only that, but the Heavenly Dao rankings of the various countries' capitals, cities and sects also appeared in the sky. The world was stunned. However, besides being shocked, everyone was discussing and anticipating just who would be able to ascend the Heavenly Dao rankings and who would occupy the dazzling top spot. Hidden Dragon rankings number 100, Zhu Hong. Origin, Zhu family of Liang Prefecture. Age, 23 years old. Reward, Xian Yuan pill. Once the first name appeared, a golden light flew out of the ranking list and headed southwest. The direction was the Liang Prefecture. It seemed like the golden light was the reward of the Heavenly Dao. The 100th place actually rewarded the Xian Yuan pill. Many seemed surprised and full of envy. Although this Xian Yuan pill was not exactly a rare treasure, it was still a valuable pill. This pill could supplement cultivation and improve one's physique. It was highly beneficial. More importantly, as long as he stayed up on the rankings, he would be rewarded with this pill every month. It was simply awesome. If only I could get on the Heavenly Dao rankings too. Let's not dream as ordinary folks. Whoever is up there on the rankings are definitely members of large family clans and large sects. Yeah, if the 100th place is from the Zhu family, ordinary disciples can forget about it. Sigh, if such an expert becomes stronger, then the weak will be even weaker. Everyone talked animatedly. Hidden Dragon rankings number 99, Zheng Dainiu. Origin, Heavenly Water Pavilion. Reward, Xian Yuan pill. Number 98 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, Wu Yuan. Origin, Million Sins Clan. Reward, Xian Yuan pill. As the rankings began to get announced, strands of golden light flew out from the ranking list and into various directions. The Grand Xia Dynasty, Liang Prefecture, Zhu Manor. As a former lord and the family behind the current prime minister, the Zhu family was powerful. They had many descendants and mercenaries, and their overall strength was not inferior to some large sects. The Heavenly Dao rankings has finally appeared. A man in luxurious clothes stood on the pavilion with his assistant standing beside him as he looked up at the golden rankings in the sky. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, giving off an imposing aura. On his dashing face there was a pair of deep eyes that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. It remained sharp and deep even though it had just witnessed something extraordinary. His eyes were still calm as water in an ancient well as only a smile surfaced on his lips. He was the top prodigy of the Zhu family's current generation. His talent and strength were unmatched in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Even the top elites of the Jade Pure Dao sect could not compare to him. Not only that, he was a reborn person. Of course, no one else but him knew about this. In his previous life, he had been the number one existence on the Heavenly Dao rankings, Hidden Dragon rankings. He knew the Heavenly Dao rankings better than anyone else. The Hidden Dragon rankings was only the beginning. 3 months later, the Heaven Dao Earth rankings would also announce the Great Xia Dynasty's Divine Weapon rankings. It was a much more important ranking with more generous rewards. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dao Earth rankings was only ranked according to country. It meant that only the young elites of the Great Xia Dynasty were on the list. The Heaven rankings would appear in the future. That was the actual valuable ranking list. By then it would encompass a wider area that would include the various humans, monsters and demon races. The rewards would be even more extraordinary. In his previous life, countless people had relied on the opportunities from the Heaven rankings to become peerless experts. Those who could reach the top 10 of the Heaven rankings have a chance to enter the Immortal rankings in the future and enter the Immortal class. In this life, Zhu Shaotian will surely ascend into the Immortal rankings. Zhu Shaotian thought to himself. After rebirth, he knew everything about the future and was confident that he could devise a strategy to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. He planned to utilize the Heavenly Dao rankings to advance rapidly and ascend into the Immortal realm. Below the pavilions, everyone from the Zhu family was excitedly discussing this matter in their hearts. Zhu Xiaotian must be the only candidate at the top of the hidden dragon rankings. Brother Xiaotian, so you're here. A beautiful girl with snow-white skin and charming eyes ran over. Her name was Yi Kai-dai, the beloved daughter of the Pingnan king of the great Xiao dynasty. Brother Xiaotian, the first place on this hidden dragon rankings surely belongs to you. The girl walked to Zhu Xiaotian's side and looked at the ranking. She was not flattering him, as Zhu Xiaotian was the publicly acknowledged #1 prodigy of the great Xiao dynasty. His natural talent was unmatched. Zhu Xiaotian smiled slightly and did not speak, but his face was filled with determination. In his previous life he was the first on the list. Now that he was reborn, his cultivation was higher and better than in his previous life. Therefore no one could compete with the first on the hidden dragon rankings in this life. With Sister Kai Dai's abilities, you'll surely have a place in the top 10. Zhu Xiaotian said. According to his previous life's memories, his childhood friend Kai Dai ranked 10th. I hope so. Brother Xiaotian, look at how many Fiend Sect disciples are on this ranking. Yi Kai Dai said with a grave expression. Half of the rankings had been announced and there were more than 20 Fiend Sect disciples among the 50 people. The righteous path is declining while the demonic path is rampant. Chaos is inevitable. Zhu Xiaotian said solemnly. He knew clearly that the great Xiao dynasty was not alone. The entire Huaxia continent was the same. In the next few hundred years it was highly likely that the era would be filled with demons. The appearance of the Heavenly Dao rankings intensified this situation. As the saying went, nature was heartless and treated everything as straw dogs. The Heavenly Dao rankings were not just limited to a particular race species. In the struggle for the Grand Dao, a myriad of races competed for the chance to become immortals and seek the Dao. Still, heroes emerged from chaos. Zhu Xiaotian wanted to capitalize on the winds of change to transform into a true dragon and ascend to the 9 heavens. The Grand Xiao Dynasty's Zhu Prefecture Jade Pure Dao Sect. The sect master of the Jade Pure Dao Sect, perfected Yu Hua, stood at the entrance of the Jade Pure Palace Hall. He looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings in the sky with a heavy expression. Indeed, the appearance of the Heavenly Dao rankings filled him with pleasant surprise and anticipation. Many disciples of their sect had also entered the hidden dragon rankings and received the rewards of the Heavenly Dao. However, looking at the full rankings was like looking at the world's future. He could not help but worry. The demon sects occupied half of the 80 announced places. This was especially true for the Netherworld Demon Sect, as the number of disciples ranked had surpassed their Daoist sect. Demons were rampant in the current Great Xiao dynasty, and the greater demons from all over were wreaking havoc. There were countless deaths and injuries among those in the righteous path, and it was difficult to eradicate them. Everyone was afraid. The decline of the righteous path and the expansion of the demonic path were undeniable. In recent years, the strength of the Netherworld Demon Sect had surpassed them. Now their younger generation was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and the mere thought of such potential was terrifying enough. What was even more troubling was that the Heavenly Dao rankings would reveal this cruel fact to the public. It was truly a public execution, leaving the righteous sects ashamed. At this rate, it would inevitably cause panic in the world. It could even threaten the righteous sect's status in the people's hearts. At the thought of this, perfected Yu Hua truly felt depressed. Right at this moment, a group of figures flew over from afar. Perfected Yu Hua focused his gaze. It was the returning Elder Hu and others. They had set out to eliminate Sherpatian, even if it meant losing their lives. So soon? Perfected Yu Hua was slightly surprised. However, when they saw that everyone had returned without any injuries, they could not help but be shocked. Elder Hu, why are you back so soon? Reporting to Sect Master, when we arrived, the Stone Devil Mountain had disappeared. Sherpatian was killed by someone else. From the traces of the battle, it was likely done by a certain expert, said Elder Hu as he cupped his hands. Really? Perfected Yu Hua revealed a look of joy. This huge boulder that was weighing on his heart had finally disappeared. If they still could not get rid of Sherpatian, their Jade Pure Dao sect would probably be too ashamed to face the commoners. They were going to be mocked and ridiculed by the Fiend sects again. Chapter 3, Who is Li Yu? Hidden Dragon ranking number 11, Yi Kai Dai. Origin, daughter of the Pingnan king. Age, 16. Reward, Foundation Building Pill. 11th? Zhu Xiaotian frowned in surprise. How could it be 11? He clearly remembered that Yi Kai Dai was 10th in his previous life. And her reward should be the Spirit Ascension Pill, a precious pill that could improve the quality of one's spirit root. What a pity that I'm out of the top 10. Yi Kai Dai stuck out her tongue, but she didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, this was not too far off from her expectations. At this moment, a golden light flew over from the sky and turned into a jade bottle that flew towards Yi Kai Dai. She grabbed it through the air and kept it in her storage magic treasure. Hidden Dragon Rankings Number 10, Lingyu. Origin, Netherworld Demon Sect. Age, 19. Reward, Spirit Ascension Pill. As he looked at the new name on the list, Zhu Xiaotian's expression became more solemn. He felt that the overall placing of this ranking seemed to have moved backward by one spot. What was going on? The top 10 on the Hidden Dragon rankings was the most striking existence. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixated on the names that kept appearing on the rankings. Everyone wanted to see which young elites could reach the top 10. A group of people gathered at the entrance of Qingyuan restaurant in Nan'an City. As they looked at the names that were getting announced one after another, their expressions slowly turned grim. Why are the 10th, 9th and 8th place all members of the Netherworld Demon Sect? They said that it's the rise of the fiend sects and they have surpassed the orthodox sects. Seems like it's true. 3 people in a row are from the Demon Sect. This isn't good news so far. No one from the Jade Pure Dao Sect has entered the top 10. I heard that Lin Chen of the Jade Pure Dao Sect is a prodigy of the current era who is extremely strong. Yes, I've heard of it too. This kid should have the chance for the top spot. No, the top spot should be Zhu Xiaotian from the Zhu family. This child is the number 1 prodigy of our great Xia dynasty and he's definitely going to be the number 1. That's right, I heard that he entered the Foundation Establishment realm before he was 12. He's at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm and is about to enter the Golden Core realm. Such talent and cultivation are probably unmatched in the world. This child is actually at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm? Then he must be number 1. This first place must not be occupied by someone from the demonic sect anymore. That would be too embarrassing. Everyone discussed animatedly and they looked at the newly announced names with nervous and expectant gazes. Number 7, Morong Xingqiao. Origin, the royal family of the great Xia dynasty. Age, 17. Reward, Spirit Ascension Pill. Congratulations, Your Highness. In the Eastern Palace, an old man cupped his hands with all smiles. This person was called Xin Xiuming, the current royal tutor and the prince's teacher. In front of him was the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty, Morong Xingqiao. He had a handsome face and limpid eyes. He was excessively dashing to the point that even women would become jealous of him. I'm only in 7th place. What's there to be happy about? Sai, I'm still too weak. In the future I will use all my time to cultivate. The next time the rankings refresh, Morong Xingqiao will be in the top 5. Morong Xingqiao had an unsatisfied expression. Your Highness is only 17 years old to have such a cultivation level as 1 in a million. Xin Xiuming said amiably. Old Xin, don't make fun of me. Morong Xingqiao supported his chin with his right hand and looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings in the sky with a bitter expression. I wouldn't dare. Grand Tutor Xin Xiuming bowed. Old Xin, you said that the first place should be the Prime Minister's son, right? Yes, if I'm not wrong, it ought to be him. This kid is a peerless genius that possesses great talent. He's indeed the best in the younger generation of the empire. Morong Xingqiao nodded, but his brows furrowed even more tightly. He was well aware that the Zhu family's power had surpassed the Morong family. Prime Minister Zhu Hongyuan was ambitious. Despite the Zhu family being on his side, he was well aware that the Zhu family was definitely not his friend. The Hidden Dragon rankings continued to announce the rankings. The 6th place was again a member of the Netherworld Demon Sect. Number 5, Lin Chen. Origin, Jade Pure Dao Sect. Age, 23. Reward, Golden Body Spiritual Liquid. Number 4, Yi Qiu. Origin, Nan'an City's Yi family. Age, 18. Reward, Golden Body Spiritual Liquid. Number 3, Gu Tsangming. Origin, Netherworld Demon Sect. Age, 23. Reward, Divine Flame Pill. Number 2, Zhu Xiaotian. Origin, Zhu family of Liang Prefecture. Age, 23. Reward, Divine Flame Pill. Second place? Impossible. Zhu Xiaotian's eyes widened as he looked at every word on the ranking list in disbelief. Impossible, what's going on? How did I become second? I should be number 1. Although he had an ominous feeling when the top 10 was announced, he was unwilling to believe that his ranking would fall by 1 position as well. He could not understand how this could have happened. After his rebirth, everything that he had experienced was no different from the trajectory of his previous life. But why was there such a significant change in the Heavenly Dao rankings? It suddenly frightened him. It was as if everything he knew got overturned suddenly and everything he saw had suddenly become bubbles. He thought he would control everything in his new life and predict the future. However, he never expected that something beyond his control would suddenly appear here at this point. Who is it? Who stole my first place? Zhu Xiaotian's pupils trembled as he stared at the rankings in the air. Yi Kaidai was also shocked and her eyes were filled with surprise. The Zhu family people below were in an uproar. Zhu Xiaotian was not at the top. Then who would be the number 1? Everyone outside the Qingyuan restaurant was in an uproar as well. What's going on? Even Zhu Xiaotian from the Zhu family isn't the first? No way. If he's not even at the top, then who could be at the top? The epitome of the Xia dynasty's younger generation are all on the list. Who else can it be? Perhaps there's a hidden genius? To be able to surpass the Zhu family's Zhu Xiaotian, just how monstrous is this child's talent? It can't be someone from the fiend sects again, right? That will be bad. Half of the top 10 have been occupied by fiend sects. If the first place is also obtained by the fiend sects, then those people were not the only ones shocked and worried. Even Murong Xingqiao, Yiqiu Linchen and perfected Yu Hua had the same doubts and worries in their hearts. Please don't be a member of the Netherworld Demon Sect. Perfected Yu Hua muttered in his heart. If the top spot was seized by someone from the demonic path, it would be a huge blow to the entire orthodox sects of the great Xia dynasty. Where would their reputation go? In the sky, the golden light on the golden scroll suddenly flourished as light patterns flowed. A few golden words surfaced slowly. Those words were twice the size of the rest. Everyone held their breaths and focused their attention on the golden words. Hidden Dragon rankings number 1, Liu. Origin, that's quite a large sect. Age, 17. Reward, Heavenly Spirit Pill. Additional reward, Chongming, Bird 1, Fledgling. Who is Liu? At the same time, this question arose in the hearts of everyone that were paying attention to the Heavenly Dao rankings, and they were even more puzzled by Liu's origins. That's quite a large sect? Which sect is that? Chapter 4, I will find you no matter where you are. Liu, who is this person? Why have I never heard of him in my previous life? Zhu Xiaotian frowned as killing intent flashed through his eyes. Yi Kaidai was also slightly surprised, and she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zhu Xiaotian's rather sullen expression. He even got an additional reward. Zhu Xiaotian was even more shocked. Not to mention that number 1 had been seized by a fellow called Liu. He was also the first in his previous life, but he had only obtained the Heavenly Spirit Pill. There was no additional reward. What ability did this person have to obtain the favor of the Heavenly Dao and even obtain additional rewards? Moreover, the additional reward was too great. Chongming Bird was a divine bird. It was said that this bird was shaped like a chicken and sang like a phoenix. It had 2 eyes and was born with the ability to dispel evil. It was the natural enemy of demons and ghosts. It could reach adulthood in 60 years. Once it did, it would possess the strength of the profound void martial stage at the very least. Obtaining this divine bird was equivalent to acquiring a powerful aid in combat strength with limitless potential. Such a reward was a desirable and crazy opportunity for the entire Huaxia continent. If his family obtained this divine bird, they could possess an expert at the profound void martial stage in the future. The Shu family would dominate over the entire Huaxia continent. The Heavenly Spirit Pill was another incomparable treasure. A single Heavenly Spirit Pill could shape a heavenly spiritual root. In the past, he had relied on this pill to cleanse his marrow, reconstruct his foundation, and establish an even more monstrous cultivation talent. However, in this life not only did he lose the top spot, he did not even obtain this heavenly spirit pill. Zhu Xiaotian felt as if he had suffered double the damage. At this moment he only had a single thought in his mind: he must eliminate Li Yu. This guy was an uncertain factor for him, a hidden threat to his future plans. He had to get rid of him, he had to make everything return to the path he was familiar with. In the Eastern Palace, Morong Xingqiu and Xin Xiuming looked at the name of the rankings with faces filled with bewilderment. Who is Li Yu? And that large sect? Why have I never heard of it before? Morong Xingqiu had a puzzled expression. From the name you can tell that it's very likely a small sect that's not up to standard. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, Your Highness. Xin Xiuming said. Elder Shen, quickly send someone to find this person. I want to take this person under my wing and ensure his safety, said Morong Xingqiu. He was very clearly aware that such a hidden genius was like an unpolished jade that had not been developed. Many factions would likely scramble to recruit such talent. After all, obtaining this person would not only give them a young elite with limitless potential, they could even improve their own reputation with him. After all, being the first on the Heavenly Dao ranking was simply too dazzling. Likely after today there would be no one in the world who did not know Li Yu. The next time the rankings refreshed, the information about Li Yu's background was the key to the rise of the reputation of countless factions. Not only that, if they accepted this child they could even obtain more rewards from the Heavenly Dao through him. In the future they would have endless opportunities to grow. Of course there would definitely be many jealous people who might even have ill intentions. After all, if he was eliminated, the ranking of others would increase, especially for the second place. Moreover, the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the Chongming Bird were peerless treasures that were enough to drive everyone in the world crazy. A man's wealth is his ruin by itself. If such a reward went to the Imperial family or large factions like the Jade Pure Dao sect and the Zhu family, no one would dare to think of obtaining it. However, it had fallen into the hands of such a small and unknown sect, it would likely invite a fatal disaster. Perhaps the first to take action would be the demonic sects. So Morong Xingqiu had to protect that person and take him under his wing as his retainer. Perfected Yu Hua had the same idea as Morong Xingqiu. Once he saw the rewards of the Heavenly Dao transform into two golden lights and flew towards the northwest, Perfected Yu Hua hurriedly turned to Elder Hu. Elder Hu, quickly send someone to find Li Yu. We must recruit him into our Jade Pure Dao sect. Also, this child will certainly be in danger. The Fiend sects will take action too. We must find him before they do. Perfected Yu Hua also knew that the Heavenly Dao rewards were too tempting and plenty of people must have ill intentions. That was a Chongming Bird, and even he, Perfected Yu Hua, was tempted greatly. If possible, he was even willing to use his intrinsic magic treasure to trade with Li Yu and obtain the baby bird. At this moment the various powers were definitely searching for Li Yu. It was a race against time. Whoever could find this child first would be able to seize the initiative. Almost at the same time, the various powers of the Grand Xiao dynasty started to make a move. Everyone was looking for that's quite a large sect in Li Yu for different reasons. Nan'an City's Yi family, the general's estate. The Yi family was a family of generals in the Great Xiao dynasty. Their family had been generals for generations and they had produced countless heroes. The Yi family was loyal to the country. The disciples of the Yi family guarded the borders and fought bravely to protect the country. Therefore, whenever the citizens of Nan'an City passed by the Yi residence, they would look at them with respect and admiration. That's quite a large sect. How come I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before? Yi Chou frowned and rubbed his chin deep in thought. He was the youngest son of the general of the Great Xiao dynasty, Yi Guxiong. He was also the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the Yi family. The members of the Yi family cultivated martial arts body tempering techniques. The difference from the Qi refinement cultivation system was that martial practitioners focused on cultivating the physical body using strength to break through spells and attain immortality. The cultivation realms were divided into Qi refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, profound void, tribulation, Mahayana. On the other hand, the martial body refinement realm was divided into the meridian, opening, body tempering, aureate, body transcendence, soul conduit, rebirth, life and death, deity. Also, every cultivation realm was divided into the early, middle and late stages. Yi Chou was now at the late stage of the body tempering realm and he cultivated the Yi family's profound yang tyrant body art. His physical body was powerful and he had limitless strength. He could fight even peak foundation establishment cultivators. He was born gallant and fond of fighting. Other than those from the demonic sects, he had challenged almost every top talent of the great Xia dynasty's younger generation. Therefore, when he saw that the first on the ranking was a fellow he had never heard of before, his first thought was to spar with this fellow to see how powerful he was. He had experienced Zhu Xiaotian's abilities firsthand before. He was indeed powerful but not invincible. That sparring session with Zhu Xiaotian had allowed him to improve greatly. If Zhu Xiaotian had not declined to fight him after that encounter, he would have definitely sparred with him a few more times until he defeated him. The Heavenly Dao rankings had allowed him to see a new goal. He would surely find out more about the person ranked first on the Hidden Dragon rankings, as it could bring him new inspiration and growth. I remember now, I think it's near Luoha town. Yi Qiu clapped his hands excitedly. He recalled carefully just now and remembered that he had heard of such a strange sect name when he went out to travel last year. Uncle Fu, bring my mount over. Yi Qiu grabbed his azure dragon spear, his face filled with battle intent. While countless people were searching for Li Yu, the man himself was in the Taoist temple. He was completely unaware that his identity had been exposed by the Heavenly Dao rankings. Moreover, at the remote area of the Nine-Tailed Mountain, he could not have seen the Heaven Dao rankings. Just as Li Yu entered the kitchen, two golden lights flew over from the sky, coincidentally blocked by the door he casually closed moments ago. Bang! The door was smashed open, giving Li Yu a fright. When he focused his gaze, he saw a big feathery pheasant that was getting up from the ground in a daze. Hey, my goodness, this is really a chicken flying into a wok. Li Yu was pleasantly surprised. He was only just worried about not having anything to eat at night when this pheasant came knocking on his door. Li Yu would never have thought that the big chicken-like bird in front of him was the baby bird of the Chongming bird. Also, he did not notice the small porcelain bottle that flew in with it. At the moment, he only had eyes for the big fat chicken. Looking at it was like looking at a pot of fragrant chicken mushroom stew. I remember there are plenty of delicious mushrooms in the kitchen. Deiscover. Chapter 5, Reverse Robbery. After the sunset, a pot of fragrant chicken mushroom stew was ready. Li Yu could not wait and took a bite of the chicken. He instantly felt his soul sublimate. Awesome. Awesome. This chicken was not ordinary. The texture of the meat was unmatched and its taste was heavenly. It was a pity that his cheap father and junior brother did not have the good fortune to enjoy it. His junior brother Tang Chi had left the mountain a few days ago to visit his family. Li Yu felt that this fellow was probably thinking of escaping. Meanwhile, his father went out to earn money. According to his plan, he would complete the repair and expansion of the Taoist temple this year while recruiting 100 disciples. They needed money and, more importantly, disciples. However, his father planned but would never see it through year after year. Li Yu was used to it. If not for the fact that the system had suddenly issued a mission a few days ago, he could not be bothered to expand his sect and recruit any new disciples. He would rather stay away from prying eyes and unnecessary troubles. The peace the three of them had is enough. A large pot of fragrant chicken mushroom stew was quickly finished by Li Yu. If there was anything special about this body, it was that he could really eat, the type who could not live without meat. Of course, food was the source of his strength. Li Yu, who had relied on the system to kill monsters and level up, was not part of the Qi refinement system, nor was he part of the body refinement system. Anyway, it was a particularly unique existence. He did not have any magic power or internal energy in his body, but he had a strange energy. He could not unleash the spells and divine arts of various cultivators, but the power of a single sword could destroy the world. Therefore, he could not be bothered with what system he belonged to. All that mattered was that he was powerful. Li Yu was satisfied as he sat under the scholar tree in the courtyard. He picked his teeth while opening the system interface. The first thing that appeared was his personal information interface. Name, Li Yu, automatically generated. Age, 17 years old, automatically generated. Gender, male, automatically generated. Owner's sect, that's quite a large sect, automatically generated. Constitution, human body, filled in manually. Bloodline, type A, filled in manually. Weapon, an ordinary-looking sword, filled in manually. Magical power, basic attack sword art, filled in manually. Special skill, serious slash, filled in manually. Mount, bus 11, filled in manually. There was a lot of information on the mission interface. Essentially, it was a minor mission to develop a sect into the #1 sect in the Great Xia dynasty. For example, to recruit 1,000 disciples in a year, at least 10 of them must have excellent talent. There was a disciple management module in the system that could administer disciples that had comprehensive functions. The system would also automatically evaluate the talent of the disciples, which was somewhat user-friendly. In addition to that, there are other requirements to meet: collecting cultivation techniques and building a skill pavilion, collecting divine weapons and building the divine weapon pavilion, collecting medicinal pills, pill formulas, pill furnaces and building the alchemy pavilion, collecting refining techniques, refining furnaces and others, and create an artifact refining pavilion, collecting spirit herbs and building a spirit herb garden. There were also a series of missions to improve the sect's prestige. After all, to establish a truly major sect, one needed to have all kinds of ultimate techniques and cornerstones. Although the sect was small, those were everything it needed to support its development. Then he would subdue demons, restore justice, improve the sect's social status and influence, etc. In addition, the mission interface had strategies and guidelines for completing the mission. For example, when he did not know where to find divine weapons, the system notified him that he could obtain the Scarlet Copper Hammer by killing Shirpatian. That was how he followed the directions and found Shirpotion's location with ease and obtained the supreme grade numinous treasure. It also increased the sect's prestige points. Currently, the mission progress of collecting divine weapons has become 1/20. Prestige became 3/100. Hold up. 1/50 completed for pills? What was going on? Li Yu was a little surprised as he clicked on the details. Obtained Heavenly Spirit Pill. Li Yu followed the system's directions and found the small porcelain bottle lying by the stove. Heavenly Spirit Pill? Where did this come from? Li Yu was puzzled, but he did not think much about it. He simply deduced that he had picked up a treasure. At this moment, the system asked, "Will you analyze the formula for the Heavenly Spirit Pill?" There is even such a function. Li Yu was pleasantly surprised. As long as he could collect the pills, he could then analyze and derive the pill formulas. That would be a pretty powerful ability. Collecting pill formulas would become simple. Li Yu did not hesitate to click to confirm. The system quickly analyzed the pill formula. The progress of collecting the pill formulas also indicated 1/50. Not bad, not bad. Li Yu was overjoyed. Once Dad returns, I'll change the name of the sect too. Li Yu thought. If he wanted to develop his sect, he would first have to give a proper name. Otherwise, this name was filled with shins, humor one, did not suit the mainstream aesthetics of this world. Who would be willing to join a sect with an unreliable name? Deep into the night within Black Bear Mountain, 25 kilometers away from Nine-Tailed Mountain. This was the lair of the infamous bandits in Qing Prefecture, the Juyi Hall. These mountain bandits branded themselves as heroes of the Greenwood, but they were just outlaws who assaulted and pillaged. Luo Watertown and the nearby townspeople were gnashing their teeth in hatred. However, it was useless as these bandits remained powerful. The Qing Prefecture had attempted to eradicate them for many years, but they had never been able to eliminate them. Of course, the incompetence of the local authorities played a big part. Today, the second in command of the Juyi Hall, Zhou Erlang, was headed to the Liang Prefecture to handle some matters. He happened to witness the Heavenly Dao rankings. Although not many people knew about that's quite a large sect as a faction around Luo Watertown, Juyi Hall was naturally aware of it. Therefore, Zhou Erlang immediately rushed back to the base through the night at the fastest speed to report the good news to his eldest brother Zhou Dalong. After hearing the news, Zhou Dalong pushed the girl he had kidnapped away and jumped out of bed excitedly. This sort of precious treasure had actually fallen into the hands of that small sect on the Nine-Tailed Mountain. It was simply like a lump of fat meat delivered to their doorstep, which they were about to strike the jackpot this time. Not mentioning the value of the Chongming bird, just the priceless Heavenly Spirit Pill would make anyone tempted. Loot it. You must get it back for me. It's better if you could kidnap that Li Yu too. This kid is a money tree. Zhou Dalong's eyes sparkled. A Heaven Spirit Pill rewarded once a month was simply too fantastic. Big brother, leave it to me. I heard that the sect only has 3 or 4 disciples. It'll be enough if I bring 10 brothers. Zhou Erlang patted his chest and said, "Don't underestimate the enemy. Although this sect is small, to nurture the #1 elite on the Hidden Dragon rankings means they probably have some ability. It's best to bring more people." Alright, then I'll bring 30 brothers, that should be enough. Okay. Then I'll wait for your good news here. Zhou Dalong laughed. Zhou Erlang quickly gathered the 30 strongest bandits in the base and rushed to the Nine-Tailed Mountain with the cover of the night. When they arrived at the Nine-Tailed Mountain, it was the latter half of the night. Liu was sleeping in his room when a loud bang sounded. It was as if the door of the temple had been forced open. Following that, a series of noises sounded as the flickering flames illuminated the outside. Liu was startled as he put on his robe and rushed out. Dozens of burly men had rushed into the temple with torches in their hands. "Who are you all?" Liu shouted and blocked the crowd. "Hey kid! Where is Liu?" Zhou Erlang walked out of the crowd and asked coldly. "That's me." Liu frowned. He looked at the group of people in front of him who seemed like a group of bandits. He could not help but sigh at the degeneration of the world. Were the mountain bandits so impoverished to rob a small and poor sect? Haha, good. Hand over the heavenly spirit pill and the Chongming bird obediently so that you won't suffer any physical pain, Zhou Erlang ordered. The surrounding bandits grinned maliciously, staring at Liu like hungry wolves. They kept swinging the weapons in their hands as if they were going to pounce at any moment. Liu was puzzled. How did these mountain bandits know that I had a heaven spirit pill? Where did it come from? And what was with that so-called Chongming bird? Could the chicken I cooked at night be? Liu was filled with questions and he sensed that something was off. It was clear this group of people in front of him should know something that he did not. And they were clearly here to rob him. Chapter 6, Changes in Rankings. The destruction of the Heavenly Water Pavilion. At this moment the system interface popped up. A new system mission appeared. Exterminate the bandits of the Juyi Hall of Black Bear Mountain to obtain 1 prestige point. Memo reward: not bad. A point is a point. Liu was not picky. Moreover, even without the system mission reward, he had intended to deal with the mountain bandits. If it were in the past, he would not have bothered about these pests. But now that they had come knocking on his door, he did not mind robbing them. It just so happened that his sect liked people and was short of money. Kid, hand it over quickly. Don't refuse a toast only to be puny. Before Zhou Erlang could finish his sentence, his face was twisted by a strong force as he flew into the air. Bang! 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 Gotcha! In the blink of an eye, more than 30 robbers were either embedded in the wall, hanging from trees, sinking into the ground, or smashing through the wall into the house. It worsened the dilapidated Taoist temple's situation. It was filled with desolation and wailing. You can't even take a single blow. Boring. Liu clapped his hands, walked up to Zhou Erlang and squatted down. At this moment Erlang Zhou was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Please spare my life, please spare my life. He had never imagined that Liu's strength was so terrifying. He originally thought that even if Liu was ranked at the first position on the Hidden Dragon rankings, he was only a 17-year-old brat. How strong could he be? In addition, the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the Chongming Bird were too tempting, so he did not think much about it. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the body-tempering realm. After all, coupled with his brothers, they should at least not be instantly killed if they were to fight a Golden Core Realm Cultivator. The boy's strength was too terrifying. Cut the crap. Tell me, how did you know that I have a Heaven Spirit Pill? And what did you say about the Chongming Bird? Liu asked in a stern voice. Zhou Erlang did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly told him in detail about the Heavenly Dao ranking. After hearing Zhou Erlang's words, the corners of Liu's mouth twitched. That chicken was a divine bird? And I ate the divine bird rewarded from the Heavenly Dao. Wow, if this were to spread, I wonder how people would react. Well, it's a divine bird after all. Its meat was really delicious. Liu couldn't help but reminisce and his mouth was filled with delight. If only he could get another divine bird as a reward the next time. Looks like I can't lay low anymore. Liu felt rather helpless. He had been living a quiet life and he did not expect to be exposed like this. Now everyone in the world knew that he was gifted and had even obtained the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the Chongming Bird. There were probably plenty of people who wanted to kill him for his treasures. Liu began to consider whether he should flee. However, it did not seem like he needed to escape with his current abilities on second thought. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dao rankings might be a chance for him to strengthen his sect and complete his mission sooner. In that case, it did not seem that bad. There will probably be many guests paying a visit to our temple in the next few days. Liu rubbed his chin in thought. Liu looked at the devastated temple. He raised Zhou Erlang and said unhappily, Look at what you have done, see what you did to my Taoist temple? The walls have collapsed and the house looks nothing like before in this ground. Look at this fine ground. And you guys filled it with a bunch of holes. Let me tell you that you have to compensate me and repair my Taoist temple. Besides, you have disturbed me in the middle of the night. You have to pay for this psychological damage. Zhou Erlang wailed in his heart. F***CK. That was clearly your own doing. We're victims too. As for the mental damage compensation, we probably suffered more than you mentally. You're right, sir, I'll compensate you. Let me go back and I'll get someone to send the money to you tomorrow. Zhou Erlang said. Dream on. You can forget about going back. Liu threw Erlang Zhou to the ground. He then picked up a bandit beside him. Your leg isn't broken, right? No, I only broke a few ribs. It's fine as long as your leg isn't broken. Go back and inform your boss to bring silver over to redeem him. As for each person, each will be 100 taels in addition to the losses here in my mental damage compensation. I'll give you a discount, so pay me 5,000 taels. Deliver it by tomorrow, otherwise I will send these guys to the authorities to collect your bounty. Liu said in all seriousness. Okay, the bandit replied excitedly. Then he rushed down the mountain faster than a rabbit. Zhou Erlang did not say a word, although he knew that their village could not take out so much silver. However, his eldest brother was a middle-stage Oriate body realm expert, so he should have the chance to save them. As for you fellows, you can stay behind and repair the Taoist temple for me. But in order to prevent you from escaping, I think it's necessary to break your legs. Liu rubbed his fist as he spoke. No, we definitely won't escape if our legs break. How can we fix your house? Zhou Erlang shouted in a panic. You can crawl, I'll leave my hand for you guys. It's team cooperation, understand? Aren't you mountain bandits the most particular about team cooperation? Use your imagination. You guys can do it. As Liu spoke, he stepped on Zhou Erlang's calf. No. Crack. The sounds of bones breaking and miserable cries reverberated through the entire nine-tailed mountain, adding some noise to the quiet night. At the same time, there was a sudden movement on the hidden dragon rankings in the sky above Nanan City and the Jade Pure Dao sect. The Heavenly Water Pavilion disciples on the rankings began to disappear one by one, replaced by the names of the people behind them. At the same time, new names appeared on the rankings. In the end, there was no longer a single Heavenly Water Pavilion disciple on the rankings. This anomaly attracted the attention and surprise of many people. Especially Perfected Yu Hua, who had always been concerned about the safety of everyone in the world. He felt that something huge might have happened to that sect, so he quickly called for the elders and disciples to follow him to the Heavenly Water Pavilion. However, when Perfected Yu Hua and the others arrived at the Heavenly Water Pavilion, it had turned into a living hell. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. The strongest sect in the Qing Prefecture, the Heavenly Water Pavilion, was destroyed. How could this be? Perfected Yu Hua was shocked, and a bone-chilling cold arose from the bottom of his feet. This Heavenly Water Pavilion could be considered one of the top sects in the Grand Xia dynasty. Although they were not as strong as the Jade Pure Dao sect, they were not too far off. Still, such a powerful sect was destroyed by someone overnight. The shock was even more intense and impactful than when he saw the appearance of the Heavenly Dao rankings. The shocking scene made it impossible to calm himself down for a long time. Who did it? Could it be the Netherworld Demon Sect? Perhaps only the Netherworld Demon Sect had the possibility of destroying the Heavenly Water Pavilion in a single night. But why would the Netherworld Demon Sect do so? The righteous and the demonic path were like fire and water that could not coexist, and they often clashed due to differing interests and ideals. Still, it was not to the extent of destroying an entire sect. Looking at the miserable state of the Heavenly Water Pavilion, it could only be described as insane and tragic. Unless it was a blood feud, no one would do such a thing. Sect Master, there are survivors. A disciple below shouted. Everyone quickly flew over. In the sea of corpses below, they discovered a few Heavenly Water Pavilion disciples who were still alive. After Perfected Yu Hua asked, he heard a terrifying name from the surviving disciple. Demon Child. Chapter 7, Simply Devilish. It was said that in ancient times a barbarian tribe used a forbidden method in a bid to summon a god to descend into the world, only to summon out a terrifying demon baby. After the demon baby was born, a disaster befell this world. The demonic baby was extremely terrifying, it was bloodthirsty, and it enjoyed destruction and slaughter. After he was born, he slaughtered barbarian tribes one after another, feeding on their flesh and blood to grow into a stronger demon child. Then the calamity swept through the entire world. For a time life was in misery and countless sects were destroyed. Later on it was said that over 100 mighty cultivators had burnt their essence souls as the price in order to seal it. No one had expected that this terrifying demonic child would reappear in the world again. Now that demons were rife in the world, the reappearance of the demon child was adding fuel to the fire. The world was probably going to experience another destructive calamity. Looking at the fate of the Heavenly Water Pavilion, Perfected Yu Hua seemed to see the fate of his sect, and chills went down his spine. Based on the words of the surviving disciple, Perfected Yu Hua understood that the sect master of the Heavenly Water Pavilion, Shan Ruoshui, had actually stimulated the tremendous power of the Skywater Sword with her blood essence and essence soul as a sacrifice. However, she still could not kill the demon child. Even the Skywater Sword was devoured by the demon child. Upon hearing this, Perfected Yu Hua sighed endlessly in his heart. Once Shan Ruoshui did that, it was practically equivalent to her soul dissipating. Not even some men could be as bold as her. He thought about how this person was only 30 years old back then and was the sect master of the Heavenly Water Pavilion. Not only was she extraordinarily talented, but she was also unmatched in terms of looks. Perfected Yu Hua could not help but feel a sense of pity that she had died just like that, and her soul had even dissipated. The heavens were really jealous of heroic geniuses. The next day, the news of two consecutive events shook the entire Grand Xia dynasty. The first was that the greater demon that wreaked havoc in the Qing prefecture, Shurpadian, had been eliminated by a mysterious expert. When this news spread, it was truly satisfying. The entire country was excited as countless citizens rushed to spread the word and kowtow to thank the mysterious expert who had done a big favor. However, soon the news of the Heavenly Water Pavilion in the Qing prefecture being destroyed by the demon child was like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing everyone's joy. For a time the world was shaken and everyone was panicking. It was as if a new wave rose before the first wave subsided. Many male cultivators felt sorrow and pity for Shan Ruoshui's death. They even felt that their youth was over. Shan Ruoshui was definitely the #1 beauty in the cultivation world of the Great Xia dynasty. Over the years, countless people from the various large sects had a crush on her and pursued her madly. However, this frost beauty was dedicated to cultivation. Especially since she became the sect master, she strived to strengthen the sect. In 10 years she had developed the Heavenly Water Pavilion into a first-tier sect in the Great Xia dynasty. However, who would have thought that such a heavenly peerless beauty would die just like that? This made many people who had a crush on her feel extremely sad. Of course, apart from sorrow, everyone in the various large sects of the Great Xia dynasty began to fear for their lives. They had heard of the infamous demon child. They were afraid that their sect would be next after the Heavenly Water Pavilion was destroyed. Of course, the person panicking the most was Zhu Xiaotian from the Zhu family. Discover, because these two things had once again broken the development trajectory of his memories from his previous life. Everything was developing in an unpredictable direction. He clearly remembered from his previous life that Shurpadian only appeared after the divine weapon rankings were revealed, and obtaining the Scarlet Copper Hammer helped him ascend to the 9th position, attracting the attention of various powers. Then he was surrounded and beaten up by the various large factions. In the end, he was killed by the Jade Pure Dao sect, while the Scarlet Copper Hammer fell in the hands of the Jade Pure Dao sect. At that time, the Heavenly Water Pavilion was not destroyed, nor was there any demon child appearing. The Skywater Sword of Shan Ruoshui, the sect master of the Heavenly Water Pavilion, was ranked 5th. She also obtained rich rewards from the rankings, allowing her strength to improve significantly. However, from yesterday onwards, the development of the situation became incomprehensible to him. What is going on? Who had killed Shurpadian? Where did this demonic child come from? Could this be a chain reaction? Is it because I didn't become the first on the Hidden Dragon rankings that everything went wrong? Or is there something wrong with my memory? Zhu Xiaotian began to doubt himself. No, it must be because of that damned Liu. His appearance broke the balance. Zhu Xiaotian did not think that those two events had anything to do with Li Yu. However, he felt that it all began when Li Yu had snatched his top spot. If Li Yu was eliminated, perhaps everything would return to the path he was familiar with. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Zhu Xiaotian. However, his figure seemed to fuse with Zhu Xiaotian's shadow, preventing others from seeing his figure and appearance. This person was one of the top assassins of the Zhu family 7 steps. Within 7 steps his kill will be guaranteed. If this Heavenly Dao rankings had a killer ranking, 7 steps could absolutely rank in the top 3. 7 steps, did you find that, brat? Zhu Xiaotian's eyes brightened. Their Zhu family controlled the largest intelligence network and killer organization in the Great Xia dynasty. It was not a problem to find and eliminate Li Yu. Young master, I found him. He's in a Taoist temple in the Nine-Tailed Mountain. Viper is waiting for young master's orders and is prepared to attack at any time. 7 steps said in a low voice. The Viper he talked about was another top killer, a terrifying presence. The peak Oriate body realm expert was even stronger than 7 steps. His physical body was comparable to a spirit artifact, and his strength and speed were far beyond peak Golden Core cultivators. With his extremely fast sword drawing technique, even a nascent soul stage cultivator might not survive an attack from Viper. Countless nascent soul cultivators had died in his hands. Okay, let him do it, don't forget to bring it back, said Zhu Xiaotian. He was still confident with Viper's help. Yes. As 7 steps spoke, his figure disappeared again. Nine-Tailed Mountain within the Taoist temple of that's quite a large sect. A group of bandits dragged their 2 broken legs. They were disabled but determined, and they supported each other while leaning on each other. They fully utilized their team's cooperative spirit and worked hard to repair the damaged buildings of the Taoist temple. The scene was actually a little touching. Li Yu sat at the side drinking tea and supervising the work, seeming carefree. He naturally would not pity this group of mountain bandits who committed mass murders and all sorts of crime. Li Yu had heard of their infamy countless times. These guys had hands stained with blood. There were at least 800 innocent people and families harmed by them. Breaking their legs was considered light punishment. Even if Li Yu had broken all their bones, it probably could not offset the sins they had committed. Hurry up! After the repairs, we'll be building 2 new houses in the south. These chores are all yours. When you are done, that's when you can rest, Li Yu said as he drank his tea. Zhou Erlang really wanted to cry. F***ck, now he wants to build a house? He really did not treat them as humans. Zhou Erlang was filled with regret now. How could he have been so rash as to rob this kid? Not only did he not manage to snatch the item, he even threw himself into this mess. Moreover, Li Yu was simply a devil. Not only did he get them to repair their houses and work as laborers, he even broke their legs and meridians. Now they have become crippled. Despite the hatred in his heart, he was powerless to resist. He could only listen to Li Yu and obediently serve as labor. Big brother, why aren't you here yet? I can't hold on much longer. Zhou Erlang looked into the distance with tears in his eyes. At this moment, a huge flying spirit beast flew over from the sky and soon arrived above the Taoist temple. Chapter 8: Yiqiu's Visit, a Fated Encounter. A person was standing on the back of the flying spirit beast. He was tall and straight, and he held a silver spear in his hand. He was assertive and handsome. His face seemed carved by a knife, and there was a hint of domineering aura between his brows. This person was none other than Yiqiu. Yiqiu's appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the Taoist temple. Li Yu remained calm as he looked at Yiqiu. Is Li Yu here? Yiqiu looked down with a powerful voice. They are quick to find me, Li Yu sighed, then he stood up. What do you need? I'm a clan of Nanan City. Yiqiu, I'm ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon rankings. I'm here to have a taste of your skill today. Yiqiu's gaze was like lightning. His entire aura was like an unsheathed blade that was sharp and overflowing with battle intent. Li Yu had long guessed that there would be challengers unconvinced of his ranking, and he was not surprised in the slightest. It was easy to deal with such a person. He only needed to teach him a lesson. However, right at that moment, an interface popped up in front of Li Yu. It was a detailed introduction of Yiqiu. His gender, height, weight, hobbies in cultivation realm were shown. His weapon was the Azure Dragon Spear. His body tempering cultivation technique, profound young tyrant body art cultivated to the 6th tier. His martial technique was the wandering dragon tyrant art at the 4th tier. What shocked Li Yu more was that there was a row of large red words at the bottom of Yi Qiu's information panel. This person can activate the Qingtsang Ancient Emperor's hidden treasure mission. Damn, there's even such a function. This is getting ridiculous. Li Yu increasingly felt that his system was not as simple as it seemed. Since the system told him that he could use this person to open some Qingtsang Ancient Emperor's treasure mission. This meant that this person was valuable to him and he was fated to meet him. In that case, he would be merciful later on and ensure he did not beat him to death. Li Yu looked at Yi Qiu and was about to use the Curtain Lotus Sect's ultimate technique on him. Come at me. Suddenly a commotion sounded from the foot of the mountain. It was Zhou Daolong charging over with a group of bandits. They came in a menacing fashion as if they wanted to flatten the Taoist temple. Wait a moment, I have a small problem that I need to resolve first. Li Yu said to Yi Qiu. Do you need my help? Yi Qiu could also tell that the people rushing over from below were probably a group of vicious bandits. A sense of righteousness could not help but rise in his heart. It's fine, I can handle it by myself. Li Yu took another sip of tea and leisurely walked to the Taoist temple's door. At that moment the shouts of Zhou Daolong and the bandits could be heard from outside the door. Li Yu, you better get out here now. Zhou Erlang knew that his older brother had brought help here and was immediately overjoyed. He thought that he was saved. Seeing that Li Yu had walked out of the Taoist temple, he looked at everyone and secretly put down his work before crawling towards the door. When Li Yu walked out the door, the mountain bandits had surrounded the Taoist temple so tightly that not a drop of water could trickle through. The leader Zhou Daolong had confirmed from the subordinate who had returned that the person in front of him was Li Yu. He shouted sternly, "Punk, where is my brother? Hurry up and let them go and I can spare your life." Did you bring the silver? Li Yu folded his arms and asked instead of answering. It has always been me who asks others for money. No one has ever dared to ask me for silver. Zhou Daolong roared. When he heard his subordinate return this morning to say that Li Yu wanted 5,000 taels, he was furious. If you opened your mouth to ask for 5,000 taels, why don't you just rob for it? Furthermore, in his opinion, even if this boy's strength was extraordinary, he was at most at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Zhou Daolong had the strength of a middle-stage Oriate body realm martial artist. It must be more than enough to deal with that brat. Therefore he brought more than 100 people here to take revenge today and kidnap this money tree back at the same time. So you didn't bring it? In that case you can die. Li Yu clenched his fist, stomped his feet and instantly sped off. He was so quick that no one could catch a glimpse of his figure. When Zhou Daolong snapped out of his daze, he felt as if a meteor had struck his chest. The powerful blow made him feel as if his soul had been punched out. He even saw his corpse fly into the air. Then nothing. At the same time, Zhou Erlang, who had just crawled to the door and was about to call out to his older brother, suddenly stopped. He happened to witness his older brother being punched to the sky by Li Yu. He immediately turned around and silently crawled back while his entire body was drenched in a cold sweat. Li Yu did not choose to use his sword to deal with these bandits. Firstly, these minions were not worthy of him drawing his sword. Secondly, he did not want their blood and corpses to dirty the ground in front of his Taoist temple. So using his fist to shatter their organs was simple and environmentally friendly. He could also directly send their corpses out of the nine-tailed mountain while he was at it, simply killing two birds with one stone. Bang! 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 One bandit after another was blasted into the sky by Li Yu like cannonballs. In the end, they turned into black dots that disappeared into the horizon. Li Yu controlled his strength very precisely. He ensured that while he killed those bandits, he could also allow their trajectories, a flight path, to form a perfect parabola. They happened to fly out of the range of Nine-Tailed Mountain and accurately landed at the mouth of Shishui village located a few kilometers away. At that moment the villagers were busy in the fields. They saw figures falling from the sky and falling by the side of the village. The villagers rushed to the village entrance in shock. When they took a closer look at the corpses' clothes, they were overjoyed. It's those bandits from Black Bear Mountain. Those mountain bandits have finally been killed. Thank you, God, for eliminating the bandits for us. My son's spirit in heaven can now rest in peace. The villagers knelt on the ground excitedly and kowtowed to the air. They had all been persecuted by the Juyi Hall. Other than robbery, some had family members who died in the hands of these mountain bandits, some had daughters abducted by the bandits, and there was no news of them at all. Today they witnessed that the mountain bandits were beaten to death mercilessly. They could finally vent the hatred in their hearts. On the nine-tailed mountain, Yichou watched as those bandits were sent to the west by a single punch from Liu. The corners of his eyes seemed to be twitching nonstop as a chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, he did not fight him just now, otherwise he would probably be the one sent to heaven right now. Yichou felt some lingering fear. He had never known what fear was. In the past, when he fought in martial arts, even if he encountered someone stronger than him, he had never been afraid. However, at this moment, when facing Liu, who possessed unfathomable strength, he became a little cowardly. To be able to punch someone until they disappeared without a trace, what sort of horrifying power was that? It was probably the same for his father in the Transcendence realm. Could it be that this guy had reached the nascent soul realm or the body-tempering transcendent realm? How could he compete with that? He was on a completely different level from that freak. It was like a baby challenging a grown man who could make you cry just by flicking your head. Chapter 9, The New Junior Brother is the Demon Child? The Last One. Bang! After sending the last bandit on his way up, Liu slapped his hands. His expression was typical, his breathing was calm, and there was no sweat on his forehead. It was as if those bandits had flown up by themselves earlier on. However, right when he was about to count his prize, a bright light suddenly flashed in his eyes and his figure vanished on the spot again. When he reappeared, he was on the dark side of the forest to the side. There's actually someone who slipped through the net," Liu said as he looked at the person who had completely fused with the tree's shadow. Liu did not know if this guy was in cahoots with Zhou Dalong, but judging from his wretched appearance, he knew that he was not a good person. The fellow seemed to be wearing an invisibility cloak that blended in with the ground and a mask. He was the killer sent by Zhu Xiaotian, with a name that struck terror into countless hearts, Viper. Viper had just received the order and was planning to attack at night. However, as he saw the large group of mountain bandits heading up the mountain aggressively, he came along to check on the situation. After all, he had to ensure Liu's death, and the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the Chongming bird had to be present. Hence he had been hiding in the dark to observe the situation. As a top killer, hiding his aura and figure was fundamental. And he was the best in this aspect. The various concealment techniques he cultivated could even turn him into a stone without breathing, heartbeat, or temperature. He could hide on the spot without moving for several days, that even a nascent soul realm expert passing by nearby would never discover him. However, he never imagined that the concealment technique he took pride in would be easily seen through by Liu. Viper's hair stood up as a bone-chilling cold arose. Instinctively he attacked without hesitation. He specialized in drawing his sword. When he drew his sword, he could instantly take someone's life. He was as quick as lightning and could kill with a single strike. However, this time his sword was snatched away by Liu before it could be drawn. At the same time, he received a solid punch to the chest. He was a martial arts body cultivator, and the strength of his physical body was comparable to a spirit artifact. Still, despite that, his breastbone was shattered by the power of Liu's punch and his organs were reduced to slime. The top killer of the Great Xia Dynasty, Viper, is dead. This sword looks pretty good. Liu looked at the sword in his hand, which was as thin as a cicada's wing and was about 2 feet long. The sword emitted a faint halo while the sword chi seemed to be breathing. It felt extraordinary. Ding! Successful collection of the cicada sword. The system's voice sounded. At the same time, the mission progress of the divine weapon collection became 2/20. Aha! Liu was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect how easy it was to collect another divine weapon. As for the group of bandits earlier, they did not have any decent treasures on them. However, he did manage to obtain a lot of silver. Furthermore, Liu planned to bring Zhou Erlang to Black Bear Mountain to plunder after he was done with the renovation of the Taoist temple. Liu put away the treasures he had looted from the bandits. When he returned to the Taoist temple again, they saw Zhou Erlang and the group of bandits working as if they were on steroids. Their movements were clean and efficient, and their speed was more than 2 times faster than before. Everyone work harder even if you don't eat, drink or sleep today. You must build the house properly. You can't let the Taoist priest down. Zhou Erlang shouted. Li Yu nodded in satisfaction. This child was worth teaching. You're Yi Qiu, right? You want to spar with me? Li Yu looked at the stunned Yi Qiu. About that, Yi Qiu panicked, not knowing what to do. If he sparred, he would not even have a chance to counter a single hit from Li Yu. He might even become crippled for life. If he backed out, it was too embarrassing to admit defeat. However, right at this moment a yell sounded from outside. Senior brother, I'm back. Li Yu turned to look at the door of the Taoist temple and saw Tang Qi rush in excitedly. Tang Qi was actually 6 years older than Li Yu, but he was the last to enter the sect in terms of seniority. Li Yu was definitely his senior brother. Senior brother, when I was climbing up the mountain just now I saw many people flying overhead. I wonder what happened in the west that so many cultivators flew there. Tang Qi said in surprise. Then his gaze was attracted by the group of hard-working mountain bandits. Master is really... He actually hired a group of disabled people to work, all to save money. Sigh, he's the only one I know who could think of that. Tang Qi shook his head inside. Oh yes, senior brother, I recruited a new junior brother for our sect on the way back. Tang Qi pointed at the child who walked in behind him with a smug expression. This child looked 7 or 8 years old, but there was a hint of evilness from his countenance. His eyes were not as innocent as a child's, instead they were filled with coldness and cruelty. Li Yu frowned. There is something wrong with this kid. He was definitely not an ordinary kid. To be precise, he was not a child at all. Kid, is this the big sect you're talking about? The child looked at the Taoist temple with 2 buildings and could not help but reveal a disappointed expression as he said with an old tone. Tang Qi did not mind hearing the child call him a kid. He had called him that along the way despite Tang Qi's attempts to teach him how to address an older person. However, this child clearly did not have much upbringing and refused to change. He could not be bothered to care anymore. After all, it was a blessing to have someone willing to enter their sect. Why would Tang Qi care about all the red tape? That's right, our Taoist temple might not be big, but it's filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If you cultivate here, you are guaranteed a limitless future. Tang Qi said shamelessly. Li Yu wanted to praise his junior brother for his thick skin. His ability to lie through his teeth was so superb that even Li Yu felt inferior in this aspect. However, it was clear that his junior brother had duped a fella that he shouldn't have provoked today. Li Yu did not speak. He pulled Tang Qi behind him and stared at the child. Indeed, before Tang Qi could finish his sentence, an extremely terrifying smile surfaced on the child's lips as his eyes suddenly turned bloodthirsty red. Well, let me see what kind of expert you're hiding here. Haha, the Heavenly Water Pavilion is so boring. 1,000 people can't even fight me. It's no fun. The child suddenly let out a creepy laugh and jumped into the air. Demonic chi surged out and enveloped the entire Taoist temple as if the sky was falling down on it. The terrifying pressure caused the bandits in the Taoist temple to collapse on the ground, unable to move. Tang Qi also knelt on the ground with a plop, his face filled with fear and cold sweat. He would never have thought that the little junior brother he duped along the way was actually a great demon. Chapter 10, Is He Even a Human? Thud. The spirit beast beside Yi Qiu was also like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. It fell from the sky and lay on the ground unable to move. As for Yi Qiu, even though he could barely support himself to stand, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest and he was unable to breathe. He could not even muster up any strength. At the moment he was absolutely shocked. He never imagined encountering the demon child who destroyed the Heavenly Water Pavilion here. On the way here, while he was resting and drinking tea in Xingyang City, he heard the surrounding people talking about the destruction of the Heavenly Water Pavilion by the demon child. At that time he was shocked, but he also doubted the authenticity of the news. Now, however, he could feel the pressure and aura emitted by the demonic child. Yi Qiu now believed that the demon child was the only one who could have destroyed Heavenly Water Pavilion. He was too terrifying. Although he looked like a child, he was like an insurmountable mountain that was impossible to defy. He was also like a demon god that had descended into the world, causing one's heart to tremble and one's body to go cold. Yi Qiu was like an ant in front of him, a lone boat in the middle of a raging storm. His heart was filled with despair and fear. He knew that he was probably going to die today. Although he knew that Liu was powerful, this demon child was a monster who had just destroyed the entire Heavenly Water Pavilion alone. Probably no one in the entire Great Xia dynasty was his match, let alone the 17-year-old Liu. Surely all of them would die today. At this moment Liu also had a trace of surprise on his face. However, he was not surprised by how terrifying and powerful this demonic child was. The system interface popped up in front of him again. There was information regarding the demon child on it. At the bottom were the bold red words: you can obtain 15 prestige points by killing the demon child. He had killed Sherpatian for only 3 points and 1 point for killing those bandits from the Juyi Hall. And this demonic child was worth 15 prestige points. Holy shit, so this is a big boss. Liu instantly became serious. Thud. Under this torrential demonic pressure, Yichio finally could not withstand it anymore and knelt on the ground. He felt as if his body was about to collapse. It was as if the pressure was sufficient to crush him to death. Meanwhile, Tang Chi and the bandits could not withstand the pressure anymore and faint. In an instant only Liu remained standing on the spot without moving. The demon child looked at Liu in surprise, his eyes revealing a trace of excitement. He could actually stand firm under my presence. This brat got some strength. I never expected that there would be a surprise in this inconspicuous Taoist temple kid. You are outstanding, I'm going to kill you. The demon child's smile became even more ferocious and terrifying. He liked to kill, but he preferred to kill experts. Stepping on ants was definitely different from the pleasure of killing a dragon. Therefore, seeing that Liu seemed powerful, the demon child was truly incomparably excited. He felt that he could finally have some fun and slowly torture this kid to death. Eat his meat, drink his blood, and devour his soul. The more the demonic child thought about it, the more excited he became. His laughter became increasingly sharp and sinister, like a demon from the Netherworld that gave one the creeps. Liu didn't say a word as he withdrew the sword behind him, and his figure instantly vanished on the spot. As the air exploded, Liu seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth as he pressed down on the demon child. The demon child's laughter stopped abruptly as his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated as a sense of death that he had never felt before arose. Although Liu did not release any magic power or aura, it still gave him a palpitating pressure. Fear. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Ever since he was born, he had never experienced what fear was. He had always been the one who brought fear, death, and destruction to others. However, the moment Liu rushed over, he sensed it. It was an instinctive fear. This person was superior and more terrifying than him. Bang! Liu swung his sword. It was an ordinary strike, but it shook heaven and earth. A black rift was torn open in the space, and it was like a black bolt of lightning that instantly swept towards the demonic child. The demon child's blood eyes widened as all the hair on his body stood up. A bone-chilling cold swept through his body. The shadow of death pressed down like a giant hand from the heavens. He suddenly experienced the feelings of those he had killed. No, don't! He cried out in terror, wanting to escape, but he was instantly enveloped by the sword's blast. The terrifying destructive power immediately tore apart the domain around him, tearing apart his body and the entire sky. Boom! The void was like a shattered mirror as it collapsed. Countless cracks spread as the surrounding space began to collapse. The terrifying devouring power sucked the demon child, torn apart by the sword's blast, into it. The demon child's broken body transformed into countless ferocious ghosts. He screamed miserably and struggled to escape. However, a black pearl and a small translucent sword surfaced from the demon child's dispersed body. Liu's eyes flashed as he sped over and grabbed the two items. Ding, successful collection of natural oddities, demon spirit pearl. Ding, successful collection of divine weapon, sky water sword. The system's voice sounded. At the same time, the collection of natural oddities increased to 1/10. The mission progress of the divine weapon collection became 3/20. Delight surfaced in Liu's eyes. He did not expect this boss to drop such good items, helping him obtain two treasures at once. In the sky, the terrifying space-devouring power sucked the demon child's body and demonic chi into the collapsed space and disappeared. Soon the collapsed space rapidly recovered. When the sky returned to normal, everything calmed down. With the demon child dead, the demonic aura dissipated, the suppression disappeared. Yichio, who had a mountain of pressure on him, felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He was like a drowning person who had climbed onto the shore and finally caught his breath. His face was still filled with shock and fear. Cover, however, it was no longer because of the demon child, it was because of Li Yu. Li Yu's sword had actually shattered the sky. The demon child who had annihilated the entire heavenly water pavilion had actually been insta-killed by him. Is he even human? The shock in Yi Qiu's heart could no longer be described with words. When he looked at Li Yu again, he was left with reverence and admiration for him. Yi Qiu had always been a proud person born with extraordinary talent. He felt that he was the chosen one. He had never submitted to anyone, nor did he admire anyone before. In his opinion, as long as he worked hard, he could surpass and defeat anyone. At the moment though, after facing Li Yu, his pride collapsed and his confidence had dispersed. This person's powers seemed to be something he could never surpass no matter how hard he tried. He finally understood why the Heavenly Dao rankings would bestow an additional reward to Li Yu. After all, Li Yu was not on the same level as ordinary people like him. Li Yu was on the Hidden Dragon rankings only because he was in the same age group. If there was a power ranking, he would probably rank top 2. In the entire Xia dynasty or even in this world, there was probably no one who could compete with him. Chapter 11, I Want to Be Your Student. Sai, I thought that you were something. In the end you still couldn't withstand my strike. That's just boring. Li Yu put away his sword and spoke with slight disappointment. When he looked at that demonic child just now, he felt that he was simply a powerful demon that was unmatched in the world. In the end he was the same as Shirpati and unable to withstand a single blow. At least it was a pleasant surprise to find 2 treasures. Hey junior brother, wake up. Li Yu patted Tang Qi. Tang Qi sat up in a daze, his eyes glazed. He then grabbed Li Yu's hand and said, "Senior brother, I just had a terrifying nightmare. I dreamed that I brought back a demon from outside who wanted to kill us. It was scary." Okay, you're confused. The floor is cold. Get back in and sleep. Li Yu patted Tang Qi's shoulder. It was obvious that Tang Qi had been too shaken up. He probably needed to rest and recover. Oh right. Tang Qi nodded blankly and walked towards his residence. At this moment Yi Qiu suddenly walked over and knelt on the ground, giving Li Yu a huge fright. Just as he was wondering, Yi Qiu cupped his hands and spoke with a serious expression, "Please accept me as your disciple, Master Li." Yi Qiu wanted to take Li Yu as his master from the bottom of his heart. Although Li Yu was a year younger than him, the strong reigned supreme. With Li Yu's abilities just now, it was more than enough to become his father's master. Moreover, judging from the battle just now, Li Yu was clearly not a cultivator but more like a martial practitioner, and he was at the pinnacle of it. If he could obtain Li Yu's guidance, perhaps he could become an expert like him in the future. Ha! Li Yu was slightly bewildered, even though he did intend to trick Yi Qiu into joining his sect earlier. After all, he was an elite, ranked 4th on the Heavenly Dao rankings, so his talent should be considered outstanding. The system required the recruitment of 1,000 disciples, of which 10 must be exceptional. Yi Qiu should be able to meet the system's requirements. However, Li Yu did not expect that while he wanted him to be his junior brother, he wanted him to be his master. Ha, we're similar in age. It's not right to take me as your master, right? Li Yu laughed. Although he wanted Yi Qiu to join their sect, it was better to forget about making himself a master. In martial arts, strength has always reigned supreme. Age has nothing to do with this. Yi Qiu's words were sonorous and his gaze was firm. Well, I can understand how you feel, but I don't have anything to teach you. If you want to find a master, you can become my father's disciple. He taught me everything I knew. Li Yu said in a serious tone. He wasn't lying about the first half of his sentence. He really did not have anything to teach Yi Qiu. Though his father did have something up his sleeves. His father had not taught a decent disciple for the past 10 years. However, according to him, it was due to the fact that this group of disciples had low talent and were unable to comprehend or cultivate the cultivation technique he taught them. Yi Qiu thought for a moment and felt that it was reasonable. If this Li Yu was so strong, his father must be something else as well. Becoming his disciple and Li Yu's senior brother was not a bad alternative. Alright then, may I ask where my master is? I'll pay my respects to him right now. Yi Qiu directly changed his words. He really did not treat himself as an outsider. My father went out for a vacation and will probably be back soon. However, junior brother, I have to tell you in advance that our sect has a rule: you have to pay the sect fee to become my disciple. Li Yu said. Seeing that Yi Qiu was taking the initiative, how could he not kill him? Furthermore, judging from his attire and the flying spiritual beast mount, he seemed to be from a wealthy family. I understand. How much is the fee? Yi Cho asked. That'll depend on how sincere you are. Anyway, the junior brother Tang handed over 100 taels when he first joined, and his cultivation level is at the late stage of the Qi refinement realm now, Liu said with a sly smile. I understand. Don't worry, senior brother, I promise to make my master satisfied. Yi Cho was smart and naturally knew what Liu meant. Oh, and if your relatives and friends also want to enter our sect, you can introduce them to us. If you bring one along, the two of you can enjoy a 10% discount on your sect fees. If you bring two, each person could enjoy a 20% discount on their sect fees. If you bring three, you can all enjoy a 30% discount. If you bring four, 40% discount, and so on. You can enjoy a maximum of 70% discount. Liu said. As the saying went, everything could be bought by splitting the bill, and recruiting disciples was no exception. The corners of Yi Cho's mouth twitched. If he had not just witnessed Liu's terrifying strength, he would have thought that this was a sect that scammed money. Cough cough. Junior brother will do his best to publicize it for our sect. Yi Cho cupped his hands and said. Liu nodded. Right, our sect has changed its name. In the future it'll be called. Liu pondered for a moment. He couldn't wait for his father to come back. He had to settle this himself. His father's name was Li Qingyun, so he might as well be called Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect. Liu said word by word. Rise up beyond the clear sky. Qingyun Sect. Okay, this is a good name. Yi Cho nodded. Compared to the previous unusual name, Qingyun Sect sounded much more imposing. At night in the Zhu family mansion, the Inquiry Pavilion. Zhu Xiaotian stood at the top of the observatory gazing at the countless stars. As a star fell from the sky, the corners of his mouth curled up. Judging from the time Viper should have taken action, the threat was finally going to be eliminated. He turned to the east and looked at the even more dazzling Heavenly Dao rankings. In the night he waited for Liu's name to vanish from the first position. Before long a figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was 7 steps. Young master. Zhu Xiaotian turned around with an expectant look. He was about to ask about the results when he heard 7 steps say, Young master. Viper has failed. What? Fail? How is that possible? The smile that had just appeared on Zhu Xiaotian's lips turned into shock and disbelief. When Viper's corpse was discovered, it was with the corpses of a group of bandits. It is said that those corpses flew from afar to the entrance of Shishua village. Viper was the same as those bandits, as he was forced to death by an extremely terrifying force. His breastbone organs and meridians were all shattered, killed by a single strike. 7 steps' deep voice was like a death knell. Every word ruthlessly struck Zhu Xiaotian's mind, causing a buzzing sound to echo. A single strike. Zhu Xiaotian was shocked. Viper was a top martial arts expert, and his body was comparable to a spirit artifact with the ability to shatter all his meridians and bones with a single strike. How terrifying would the power of the person who killed him be? Moreover, Viper had never failed, so how could his whereabouts be exposed this time? And he even became thrown together with the corpses of a group of bandits. Strange, it's too bizarre. Perhaps a peerless expert was hidden in that measly small sect? The thought that Viper was killed by Liu never came across Zhu Xiaotian. Chapter 12: The Arrival of 2 Major Sects. Is Viper's sword still with him? Zhu Xiaotian asked. That cicada sword was a high-grade spirit sword, the divine weapon, ranked 13th on the Great Xia Dynasty's divine weapon rankings in his previous life. Viper's sword was gone when we found his corpse. Zhu Xiaotian's face was grim. He had suffered heavy losses this time. Viper was dead and his spirit sword had been robbed. Young master, do you need me to do it personally? 7 steps asked in a low voice. Zhu Xiaotian was silent for a moment before he shook his head. Hold on, I have another plan. Zhu Xiaotian was well aware that the various factions were close to finding Liu. They would probably come knocking on his door tomorrow and send people to secretly monitor him. He had missed the best opportunity, and Viper's death had alerted him, so it was probably more difficult to kill Liu. It might even expose him. He did not want to get himself into trouble. As a reborn person, he should be the big shot behind the scenes, and he had to be more patient. He had been too rash previously. He was not the only person in the world who wanted Liu to die. Why don't I wait for good news? Furthermore, it was safer to get someone else to do it than him. Upon hearing Zhu Xiaotian's words, 7 steps secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was ready to sacrifice for his mission as an assassin, but no one was willing to die out of instinct. Even Viper had failed, and he would probably not be able to return had Zhu Xiaotian sent him. Nan'an City Eastern Palace. So it's in Qing Prefecture's Luo Water Town. Morong Xingqiu was overjoyed when he got the news from his subordinate. Immediately he called for Imperial Tutor Wu Chang. Immediately send someone to the Grand Tutor's mansion and tell them that they've found him. Accompany me tomorrow at 6 in the morning, Morong Xingqiu said. Yes, Your Highness. Wu Chang cupped his hands. At the same time, the third prince of the Great Xia dynasty Morong Taisheng and the fifth prince Morong Zhengnan, as well as the various marquee factions such as the Pingnan Kingzi family, the North Garrison King's Luo family and others, they all received news of Li Yu's whereabouts. However, at the moment Li Yu was in the Juyi Hall of Black Bear Mountain. He dealt with the remaining bandits in the village alone and obtained a lot of gold, silver and treasures. He also rescued the women and laborers who had been abducted by the bandits. As for Zhou Erlang and the others, they were sent off to reunite with Zhou Dalong. After all, Tang Qi had returned. Leaving those bandits and the Taoist temple would inevitably lead to trouble. It might even threaten Tang Qi's safety. Now that he had the money he had plundered from the bandits, he could hire actual craftsmen to expand the Taoist temple. After all, there were specializations in every profession. The work of these mountain bandits was too low in standard. The night passed uneventfully. The first ray of sunlight in the morning sprinkled over the land on the official road to Luo Watertown. More than 10 disciples of the Jade Pure Dao sect were splitting up to inquire about the news of that's quite a big sect. Hello uncle, I have something to ask you. A handsome frosty-looking man stopped an uncle carrying 2 baskets of vegetables. This man was the 5th place on the Hidden Dragon rankings, the number 1 genius of the Jade Pure Dao sect, Lin Chen. After some investigation yesterday, Elder Hu and the others had narrowed the area where Li Yu was located to the vicinity of Luo Watertown. Therefore, early in the morning, Elder Hu led everyone to split up in the village near Luo Watertown to continue inquiring about Li Yu's whereabouts. Lin Chen had just come over to meet up with Elder Hu and the rest this morning. He wanted to see what sort of person this Li Yu was. As the current number 1 prodigy of the Jade Pure Dao sect, he was also the most valued disciple. Lin Chen did not have a good impression of Li Yu in his heart. To be precise, he was jealous. This was especially true when the sect master had the intention to take Li Yu under his wing. He was extremely displeased. If this fellow was recruited into their Jade Pure Dao sect, his own status would definitely plummet. The future number 1 genius of the sect would be Li Yu. He was afraid that most of the cultivation resources and attention would be focused on him. By that time he would only be a green leaf. So he wished for nothing more than to never find Li Yu. Please speak, sir, the old man said amiably. Have you heard of that's quite a large sect? Lin Chen asked. Which sect? The old man looked at Lin Chen in surprise. That's quite a large sect. Lin Chen said. Yes, I know. Which sect is it? The old man asked again. That's quite a large sect. That sect's name is That's Quite a Large Sect. The old man looked at Lin Chen as if he were a fool, then shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. Lin Chen cursed, That's quite a large sect, in his heart. However, right at this moment a senior brother flew over from a distance and he shouted excitedly, Elder Hu, I heard that it's on Nine-Tailed Mountain, that's 10+ kilometers to the west of Luo Watertown. That's great. Elder Hu was overjoyed and immediately led everyone to fly towards the Nine-Tailed Mountain. However, they did not fly far before Elder Hu saw a group of people flying over from another direction. It was the members from the Great Sky Dao sect. The person in the lead was the person he least wanted to see, Jia Qinglin. Damn it, this old fellow is here as well. Elder Hu frowned immediately. He did not have to think to know that the Great Sky Dao sect had surely arrived to look for Li Yu. Moreover, based on the direction they were flying in, it was obviously Nine-Tailed Mountain. Jia Qinglin noticed the members of the Jade Pure Dao sect as well. Jia Qinglin did not say anything and started speeding up. His figure transformed into a ray of light speeding towards the direction of the Nine-Tailed Mountain with the fastest speed, leaving the group of disciples behind. Humph, you want to compete in speed with me? Elder Hu snorted thunder dash art. Elder Hu was not to be outdone. He too transformed into a bolt of lightning that pursued closely. Only the disciples of the two sects looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Actually, they were used to it. Although Elder Hu and Elder Jia were both sect elders, it was as if they were facing off against each other every time they met. The two did not have any deep hatred, while some say they were from the same hometown. Still, the two of them had liked to compete since they were young, comparing height and strength. Despite their age, it was still the same. Every time they bumped into each other, arguments were unavoidable, and there were even times when they fought. Jia, you old prick, I will definitely get there before you. I won't say that if I were you. Elder Hu and Elder Jia could be said to have brought out their best as they madly rushed towards the nine-tailed mountain as if their lives depended on it. Before long, the two of them flew to the top of the nine-tailed mountain and rushed into the Taoist temple. Li Yu was sleeping in his room while Tang Qi was practicing alone in the yard. Tang Qi was definitely much more hardworking than Li Yu in cultivation. Where is Li Yu? Elder Hu shouted as soon as they entered the temple. Elder Jia echoed as well. The two of them had a race and their faces were turning red from exhaustion. Coupled with the fact that they were competing with each other, they gnashed their teeth with a scary look on their faces. They did not seem to be here to recruit talent but to seek revenge. Tang Qi almost pissed his pants. He had just experienced the incident with the demon child yesterday and had not recovered from that yet. Chapter 13, Li Yu's Choice. May I know why you two seniors are looking for my senior brother? Tang Qi asked nervously. Meanwhile, Li Yu was awoken by the shouts of the two elders and he walked out of his room while rubbing his drowsy eyes. Who's looking for me? Li Yu asked while yawning. You are Li Yu? Greetings, I am Hu Dongshan, an elder of the Jade Pure Dao sect. I have come especially today. Hey, first come first serve. I arrived first, so I should be the one introducing myself. Elder Jia grabbed Elder Hu and exclaimed indignantly. What do you mean you came first? I clearly arrived first. Elder Hu said indignantly. Are you kidding me? I'm a little bit faster than you, okay? You're still so unreasonable, old man. Who's being unreasonable? It was obviously our great Sky Dao sect that found Li Yu first. You shamelessly followed me here. Elder Jia roared. Haha, you sure know how to joke. Everyone from my Jade Pure Dao sect arrived in Lua Watertown yesterday. You guys were clearly the ones who followed us here. Elder Hu was not unconvinced as he raised his voice. Alright, since you're so unreasonable, let's do it as usual. We'll compete in martial arts and whoever wins will count as the first to arrive. So be it. You thought I'll be afraid? Li Yu was dumbfounded as he looked at the two old men arguing. What are they fighting about? I don't know. I don't understand either. Tang Qi was also dumbfounded. The two white-haired elders, probably have a combined age of several hundred years, were about to fight it out. Li Yu hurriedly rushed forward and shouted, Hey uncles, await seniors, would you just calm down? If you really want to fight, can you please go elsewhere? I just repaired my temple yesterday. It was obvious that these two people's cultivation levels were not low. They could flatten the entire temple with one move if they really fought here. Alright, let's go out and compete. Let's not injure these two kids here. I think you're afraid of embarrassing yourself in front of him. Cut the crap, we'll see who's going to lose face later. Elder Hu and Elder Jia were about to fly out of the Taoist temple and find a deserted place. However, right at this moment, the disciples of the Jade Pure Dao sect and the Great Sky Dao sect flew over. There were more than 30 disciples from the two sects. They were dashing young people as they stood on flying swords and flying magic treasures. Their clean Taoist robes fluttered in the wind, giving them the aura of an immortal sect. Elder! Elder! The disciples of the two sects hurriedly stepped forward and pulled their elders back. A sensible female disciple stepped forward and advised, Elder, since both our sects are here, we should let Li Yu decide for himself. After all, our Jade Pure Dao sect is no doubt the #1 sect in the Grand Xia dynasty. Why would we be afraid of losing to the Great Sky Dao sect? That's right, Elder, don't stoop to their level. Another older disciple persuaded him. Hu Dongshan grunted. However, he calmed down as he understood that his disciples had a point. On the other hand, Elder Jia calmed down after his disciple consoled him. After all, the matter at hand was more important. There was plenty of time in the future for him to teach Hu Dongshan a lesson. Senior brother, are they here because of that demon child? Tang Chi could only think of that demon child when he saw the people from the two sects coming here together. Are they here to capture that demon child? No, stay at the side and keep quiet. Liu walked forward as the two elders brought the disciples back to the temple. He knew that these people were probably here because of the hidden dragon rankings. Everyone landed in the courtyard and the gazes of the disciples of the two sects converged on Liu. They were also very curious about what sort of person ranked first on the hidden dragon rankings. Liu was standing tall. Although he had just woken up and his hair was slightly messy, it was still unable to conceal his handsome and distinguished appearance. Coupled with the fact that he was only 17 years old now, even though he seemed slightly immature, Liu gave others the feeling that he was full of vigor. Dressed in a simple Taoist robe, he gave off an extraordinary aura from his looks and temperament. He was indeed a dragon among men. Some female disciples looked at Liu with shining eyes. Although there was no lack of handsome men in their sect, people would get tired of looking at them every day. Getting tired of the old and fascinated by a new person was part of human nature. Otherwise, how could one wish for time to stop at the first meeting? Seeing that the two elders had stopped fighting, Liu flew back calmly. Liu cupped his hands. Whoever came were guests and he had to treat them respectfully. Liu, your potential isn't bad. Are you willing to join my Jade Pure Dao sect? Elder, who was the first to speak. My Great Sky Dao sect's master wishes to take you in as a personal disciple. Elder Jia immediately said. Our sect master wishes to do the same. Elder Hu glared at Elder Jia and hurriedly said. I knew it. Liu guessed their objective was probably to rope him in. At this moment Lin Chen's face was grim as he stared coldly at Liu. Although he secretly hoped that Liu would not join the Jade Pure Dao sect and chose to join the Great Sky Dao sect, he knew very well that Liu must be ecstatic. The two sects were here to snatch him and the two sect masters wanted to take him in as their personal disciple. What kind of honor was that? It was a dream come true for many. He would probably wake up from his dreams laughing about this. Moreover, the overall strength and resources of the Jade Pure Dao sect were slightly superior to the Great Sky Dao sect. Therefore, there was a high chance that he would choose the Jade Pure Dao sect. He was not the only one feeling that way, as the disciples from both sects were also envious of Liu. They hoped they could replace Liu starting out as the sect master's personal disciple at the very least. His starting point was the destination they could never reach. Comparisons are indeed odious. As everyone thought that Liu would be overjoyed, he looked as calm as usual. Without any hint of surprise, he cupped his hands to the two elders and said calmly, Thank you, seniors, for your appreciation and your sect master's great kindness. Still, I will not leave my sect. Liu's words stunned everyone. Elder Hu and Elder Jia exchanged a rare look and confirmed that they did not mishear it. The surrounding disciples widened their eyes in shock. Did I hear that correctly? Did he reject the offer? He really refused. Is there something wrong with his head? After a brief moment of shocked joy surfaced in Lin Chen's eyes. This is madness, he actually rejected it. My friend Liu, you are a rare genius. It's a pity for you to stay in this small sect. If you join our Jade Pure Dao sect, you can obtain more cultivation resources and have a broader future. Furthermore, you are at the top of the rankings and obtain the best rewards of the Heavenly Dao rankings, so you are in a precarious situation. The fiend sects and people with ulterior motives might threaten your safety. If you enter my Jade Pure Dao sect, we can protect you before you fully develop yourself. Elder Hu said earnestly. What he said was true and came from the bottom of his heart. However, he did not know that Liu did not need anyone to protect him. That's right, the fiend sects have been very restless recently. Incidents of killings and kidnappings of our disciples have been recurring. Moreover, the world is now filled with demons and devils. With the birth of the demon child, the world will probably be in chaos again. Everyone will be plunged into misery and suffering. Why don't you join our Great Sky Dao sect before the calamity descends? It'll at least provide you with more assurance of survival. Elder Jia also tried his best to persuade Liu. Chapter 14, Another Fated Person. Thank you for your concern, seniors. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Although our sect is a little small, it was founded by my father single-handedly. I'm also determined to bring our sect to greater heights. This is also my ambition and I won't waver. Liu said with a firm attitude. Elder Hu and Elder Jia seemed helpless as they sighed and shook their heads. The disciples of the two sects discussed animatedly. They did not expect this either. How could Li Yu reject the warm invitation of the two major sects in such a firm manner? It was a chance that many people could only dream of. If he were to become the personal disciple of the master right now, he would definitely soar into the clouds in the future. His path as an immortal would definitely be broad. Yet he refused to them. That was simply a foolish decision. Even if he was indeed talented, resources were always the most important in martial arts and cultivation. No matter how talented he was, without the support of powerful resources, it was likely that he would not fulfill his potential in the future. Still, Li Yu's words made some people admire him a little more. He wanted to develop his sect. This boy was indeed ambitious. However, he was too young and naive and had not experienced the vicious beatings of society. He did not understand that his dream might only remain as a dream. He would definitely regret giving up such a good opportunity in the future. Moreover, it was hard to say whether he would even have the chance to regret it in the future. The tallest tree in the forest was bound to be destroyed by the wind, not to mention that he was carrying a priceless treasure right now. As the two elders had said, the world was not peaceful now. It would become difficult for him to survive without the protection of a large sect. When they thought of that demon child, they could not help but fear. After this demon destroyed the Heavenly Water Pavilion, he disappeared without a trace. They wondered if he would attack their sect. If the Heavenly Water Pavilion was instantly destroyed, their sect probably would not be able to hold on for much longer. They were even afraid now that when they returned to the sect, would that place be destroyed by the demon child? Although they had requested help from the clear void Holy Land of the Huaxia state, distant water could not quench one's immediate thirst. Moreover, the demonic child's strength was unpredictable. Who knew if the people from the clear void Holy Land could deal with him? Young friend, don't be in a hurry to decline. Think about it carefully. My Jade Pure Dao sect welcomes you at any time. It's the same for my Great Sky Dao sect. As long as you're willing to come, we'll surely provide you with the best cultivation environment. The two elders hadn't given up after all. The benefits of accepting Li Yu were truly too great. Li Yu did not say anything else and cupped his hands. The meaning was clear. At this moment, a large group of people arrived majestically as if dark clouds loomed above. There were carriages pulled by flying spirit beasts and boats that flew in the sky. The lineup was massive. Everyone looked over curiously only to see the carriage and the flag flapping on the flying boat. They recognized that it was none other than the Great Xia Dynasty's imperial family, the Morong family, the Pingnan King's Yi family, the North Garrison King's Luo family, the Qi King's Wei family, and various other lords. They had encountered Li Yu on the way before they arrived in Luo Water Town. This was expected. After all, everyone had been looking for Li Yu for the past 2 days, so the speed of obtaining information was not too different. With the arrival of the various large family clans, the temple instantly became crowded. Tang Qi was downright shocked. What is going on? What happened in the past few days when I went home to visit my parents? First, the two major sects want to recruit my senior brother. Now even the royals are here. Did my senior brother save the world? Meanwhile, Li Yu had a calm expression. Still, as he looked at this group of nobles and aristocrats, he began to think of a plan. It's pretty lively today. After arriving in the temple, Morong Xingxiao's curious gaze immediately locked onto Li Yu. However, his eyes brightened up at the sight of his looks and aura. This hidden genius, who was ranked first on the Hidden Dragon rankings, did not disappoint him. After all, he had an extraordinary bearing. At the same time, the young disciples of the various large family clans felt the same. The Luo clan's Luo Yi ranked 16th on the Hidden Dragon rankings, the Wei clan's Wei He ranked 13th on the Hidden Dragon rankings, and the Yi clan's Yi Kai Dai and other young disciples were present. Everyone examined Li Yu curiously. As part of the younger generation, they were naturally curious about the first place on the Hidden Dragon rankings, Li Yu. They wanted to see who had overcome the Zhu family's Zhu Shaotian and topped the Hidden Dragon rankings. The first to step forward was naturally the Crown Prince Morong Xingxiao. The third Prince Morong Taisheng and the fifth Prince Morong Zhangnan were clear about their intention to vie for the throne, and it was common knowledge that they competed openly and secretly. However, Grand Tutor Shen Xiuming was right behind Morong Xingxiao. The elders and young masters of the various vassal families were also present. Naturally, the two would not be rude on such an occasion. You should be Li Yu, right? Morong Xingxiao smiled and cupped his hands, showing courtesy to talent. That's me. Li Yu cupped his hands as well. At this moment, the system interface suddenly popped up in front of Li Yu. Similar to Yiqiu, detailed information regarding Morong Xingqiao appeared on it. Gender, height, weight, hobbies, cultivation, realm, etc. Hold up? Gender, female? Li Yu was surprised. The crown prince in front of him was actually a woman. However, one could not tell from appearance alone. Although he was extremely handsome, his physiological features were indeed that of a young man. She must have used a form of magic treasure to change her appearance, even her voice, therefore no one could tell that she was a girl. At the bottom of the introduction there was a row of large red words: "This person can activate the Mystic Bird Palace mission." It looks like another person I'm fated to meet. Although he was filled with thoughts, Li Yu's expression remained natural. Morong Xingqiao sincerely invited Li Yu to become his retainer and promised him very generous treatment. Li Yu only politely thanked Morong Xingqiao for his kindness, but he did not give him a direct answer. At this time the other two princes stepped forward one after another and offered more generous benefits in their attempts to snatch Li Yu. The various vassal families did not give up either, and they similarly promised money and status that exceeded their original plans for Li Yu. They wanted to contest recruiting Li Yu to join their family or become their retainer. Upon hearing the benefits and conditions offered by the various powers of the great Xia dynasty, Lin Chen and the disciples of the other two sects could only envy Li Yu. This was especially so for Lin Chen, who was on the verge of losing his cool. He was an absolute star in the Jade Pure Dao sect, the most dazzling existence, developing a sense of superiority in him. However, comparison breeds discontent. He seemed to be only fit to be a green leaf compared to Li Yu. How great would it be if he could be fought over by so many nobles? Third uncle, you can't beat the crown prince and the two princes with this offer. Kaidai said with a smile. She saw that her third uncle was like everyone else, promising the standard treatment to recruit Li Yu as a guest of the Pingnan estate. There's no other way, we'll do our best and leave it up to fate. Kaidai's third uncle Wanxiong said in a low voice. Seeing that the crown prince and the others were here, Wanxiong felt hopeless. Hearing Wanxiong's words, Kaidai's eyes sparkled. Her thoughts were unknown. After the various factions named their conditions and offered their sincerity, Li Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "I'm indebted to everyone for your kindness, however I only want to lead a carefree life, so I might disappoint everyone." Li Yu knew that becoming a retainer was different from becoming a sect disciple. Becoming someone's retainer was equivalent to working for someone in his previous life. He would be given salary and benefits while generating value for the employer. It's more like an employment relationship. However, Li Yu would never work for someone else again. Therefore, he promptly rejected everyone's invitation. Chapter 15. Is there any reason not to harvest them? Everyone was filled with surprise when they heard Li Yu. They never imagined that Li Yu would refuse everyone in the end. But, Your Highness, if I have the chance in the future, I can come to your place as a guest. I wonder if you'll welcome me? Li Yu said with a smile. Since she was a fated person, he could not treat her like the others. Although he would not work under her, he could still consider becoming her boyfriend, a male friend. Not to mention, with her special status, he might be able to wander around the royal library with her help. He heard that there were many good things in the royal library. He might be able to collect some precious cultivation technique manuals. In any case, Morong Xingqiao can be helpful to me. Of course, you're welcome. My eastern palace gate is open for you at any time. Morong Xingqiao revealed a hint of surprise. Li Yu's words meant that there was hope. It seemed that he did not want to offend anyone else in public, so he chose to stall for time. This Li Yu is rather clever. However, a cold glint flashed through Morong Taixing and Morong Jingnan's eyes. Since the child had switched sides to stand on the crown prince's side, they could not stay any longer. In a few days, when I'm done with the matters at hand, I'll pay a visit to your highness. Li Yu said with a smile. Young friend Li Yu, this old man has a request. I wonder if you can let us admire the elegant bearing of the Chongming bird. Elder Hu suddenly said. It was a pity that he could not recruit Li Yu, however, if he was lucky enough to see that divine bird, the trip would not be in vain. That's right, we've never seen this divine bird before. I wonder if we can have the fortune of witnessing it today. That's right, please let us take a look at the legendary divine bird. Everyone echoed in agreement, their enthusiasm soaring. Obviously, everyone was curious about the legendary divine bird, the Chongming bird. Even the noble crown prince Morong Xingqiao and the two princes had faces filled with anticipation. After all, they had never seen a divine bird before and only knew about such a powerful bird in some ancient books and legends. Ah. Haha, to be honest, I ate that bird. Liu scratched his head and said awkwardly. What? Everyone's eyes widened in utter shock and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. He ate the divine bird. At the time I didn't know that it was a divine bird rewarded by the Heaven Dao rankings. I thought it was a wild chicken, so I stewed it. Liu told everyone the truth as he hoped to break some people's thoughts. After all, compared to the heavenly spirit pill, that divine bird was much more enticing. Therefore he needed them to know that the divine bird had been eaten to dispel the thoughts of snatching the treasure in many people. It would also save him from being disturbed by those guys who were blinded by gains. Cough cough, well, you must be joking, my young friend? I can understand. You can rest assured that no one could have the opportunity to snatch it from you. As long as I'm here, I will not tolerate anyone who dares to cause trouble. So little friend, you shouldn't hide it. We only want to admire the elegant demeanor of the divine bird. Elder Hu patted his chest and said. He could not believe that Liu had really eaten the divine bird. Yes, there are so many people here, no one dares to mess around, everyone only wants to take a look, someone echoed. I really don't need to lie to all of you, I've unfortunately done it alright since you guys insist on seeing it. Wait here. Liu walked into the kitchen and soon walked out with a basket of feathers. There's only this basket of feathers left now, take a look if you want. Liu originally planned to keep these feathers to make a feather duster, so he did not discard them. Of course, if everyone knew what Liu was thinking, their jaws would probably drop again. Gasp. Everyone gasped as they looked at the feathers in the box in shock. Although there were only feathers left, they could tell that these were not the feathers of an ordinary pheasant. Those feathers were still emitting spirit energy. Furthermore, the quality and color of the feathers seemed extraordinary. It seemed that the divine bird had really been eaten by Liu. What the? Everyone gasped. What a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure. That's a divine bird. A divine bird. How could you eat it? Elder Hu and Elder Jia really felt as if it was their divine bird that had been eaten. Their feelings were understandable. The Chongming bird was powerful enough to suppress demons. Even if this divine bird did not land in their sect's hands, it was not a big deal. As long as they were alive, they could help Liu raise the divine bird and become a powerful force in the future, helping the righteous path fight the demons. This divine bird was simply the hope of the righteous path. Yet it was stewed and eaten by Liu. It was a huge blow to them. I have to say that the divine bird's meat is absolutely delicious. Liu thought nothing of it. In any case, it was his freedom to eat or not to eat the rewards given to him by the Heavenly Dao rankings, and so he believed that there was no need for them to grieve over it. Furthermore, keeping the divine bird might bring more trouble to himself. Elder Hu felt his head buzz. His heart was about to break from such a blow. What a pity. Oh yes, are any of you interested in the heavenly spirit pill? Liu looked at everyone and asked suddenly. Are you planning to sell this pill? Someone was interested. The heavenly spirit pill was another absolute treasure. It was a heaven-defying pill that could cleanse one's marrow, remodel his foundation, and condense a heavenly spiritual root. Who wouldn't want it? Obtaining it was equivalent to possessing the opportunity to transform from a cocoon to a butterfly and turn something rotten into a masterpiece. A single pill could allow an ordinary person to become a paragon existence. The temptation was not small. That's right. Li Yang nodded. A commotion broke out among the crowd. I want it. Our Luo clan is willing to buy it. I wonder what's the price? The disciples of the two sects and the group of nobles asked. This heavenly spirit pill was extremely useful to them. This trip would not have been in vain if they could purchase it. Okay, you can have it, but I'm not selling it, Liu said with a smile. Everyone was startled by his words. Some looked at Liu unhappily. Are you messing with us? Liu continued, however, you can make a bet with me. Each side can send someone to compete with me as long as you can take out something of the same value to bet. If I lose, you can take the heavenly spirit pill and I won't take a single cent. If I win, your bet will be mine. When these people first arrived, Liu had made up his mind. He could not let them come here for nothing. With so many leaks coming to his door, how could he not ruthlessly harvest them? He lacked everything now: pills, spirit stones, cultivation techniques, and weapons. Chapter 16. This Liu is a little arrogant. Everyone gasped again when they heard Liu's words. A bet? Is this kid serious? Although he was ranked first on the Hidden Dragon rankings, that could only mean that his strength was ranked first amongst the young people below the age of 30. In everyone's opinion, no matter how freakishly used talent was, he was at most at the golden core or early stage of the Aureate body realm at his age. However, many people present had cultivation levels that far surpassed his. Wouldn't his gamble with the various forces be equivalent to giving away the Heaven Spirit Pill for free? Are you serious, young friend? Elder Hu asked in surprise. In fact, he was also interested in the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Of course, everyone can give it a try. The Heavenly Spirit Pill is here and it belongs to whoever can take it from me. Liu withdrew the Heavenly Spirit Pill and held it in his hand. He looked at the Heavenly Spirit Pill. It was crystalline and as warm as jade, as it emitted a rich medicinal aroma and spiritual power. Everyone's eyes brightened up instantly. They were truly fascinated. Is there a cultivation realm limit? Are you saying that everyone here can try? Luo family's young master Luo Guxuan asked. Liu pondered for a moment. Although he could crush everyone present by himself, he still decided to keep a low profile and avoid too much hate. Therefore, after some thought, he said anything below the nascent soul realm or transcendence realm is fine. However, his low-key words caused a stir in the crowd. He had asked for anyone below the nascent soul realm or below the transcendence realm. This kid was too arrogant. If you really are from a small sect, you're a frog in a well who doesn't know anything. You think that you're invincible just because you placed first on the Hidden Dragon rankings. A wisp of disdain surfaced on Lin Chen's face. He admitted that Liu's talent was definitely not bad and probably everyone present was inferior to him in that aspect. Even so, this should not give him the right to be arrogant. The competition was not just about talent or cultivation level. Even if he were to fight someone of the same cultivation level, he might not have 100% chance of winning. There were many determining factors in a martial arts competition besides the cultivation realm. Factors include the grades of the divine arts and martial arts techniques that one cultivated, as well as the degree of one's comprehension and mastery of the divine arts and martial arts techniques, combat awareness, combat experience, even the weapons and magic treasures used, etc. Many factors would determine a person's strength and the outcome of a fight. Even if Liu's cultivation realm had reached the peak of the Aureate body realm, that did not mean that he was invincible below the nascent soul realm. There were plenty of people present who were older and more experienced in combat than him. What right did he have to say that anyone below the nascent soul realm could challenge him? Furthermore, whether he could reach such a high cultivation realm was a different affair. Thus he felt that Liu was being too arrogant, otherwise there was something wrong with his head. That's right, I understand that he's young and reckless, but it's wrong of him to be arrogant and conceited. Looks like we have to educate him properly, lest he thinks so highly of himself when he steps into the pugilistic world in the future. He might lose his life, an older Jade Pure Dao Sect cultivator said. Indeed, even with my peak golden core cultivation, I wouldn't dare say I could take on anyone below the nascent soul realm. This boy is too full of himself. He's going to hand over this Heavenly Spirit Pill to someone for his foolishness. I just don't get what he's doing. He can earn favor by giving it to others straight away. Why start a bet like this? He might even lose his Heaven Spirit Pill and reputation in the end. Everyone was abuzz with Liu's bet. They rubbed their fists and were burning with eagerness. In their opinion, Liu was only 17 years old. No matter how monstrous his talent was, it was impossible for him to reach the nascent soul or the transcendent realm at that age. Hence his decision to challenge everyone below the nascent soul realm was simply arrogant and conceited. Third uncle, can you tell what realm this Liu is in? Kaidai stared at Liu with her eyes filled with surprise. I can't tell. He doesn't have any spiritual power fluctuations and should be a martial arts body cultivator. However, even if he has monstrous talent, he's at most in the Aureate body realm. Wanxiang said. Then if he dares to do this, wouldn't he be handing over the Heavenly Spirit Pill to someone else for nothing? Katie's brows furrowed in confusion. Who cares? It would be a waste not to take this Heavenly Spirit Pill. Gingfan, go and meet him. The family can offer 2,000 spirit stones plus the purple phoenix grass, 2-pill blood flower and a bottle of azure essence pills, said Wanxiang. Yes, my lord. A man with a resolute expression cupped his hands. He was at the late-stage Oriate body realm and had plenty of combat experience. He was not too old either, thus sending him in could not be considered bullying Li Yu. At the same time, the Luo clan, Wei clan and the other clans arranged suitable candidates to prepare to spar with Li Yu. Essentially, they were in the Golden Core realm or Oriate body realm, and they were either in the intermediate stage or advanced stage. They also felt that Li Yu was indeed a little too arrogant, setting up this wager and challenging everyone below the transcendent realm was simply asking for trouble. However, they would not be merciful. The Heavenly Spirit Pill was a priceless treasure, it would be a waste to not take it. I Luo Guxuan will offer a 500-year-old spirit ginseng plus 2,000 spirit stones and a foundation establishment pill. Luo family's young master Luo Guxuan was the first to speak. He immediately stepped forward and unleashed his aura, deciding to fight personally. Although he was the young master of the Luo family, he was 48 years old this year with a mid-stage Golden Core realm cultivation. 48 years old was a middle-aged man to ordinary people. However, this age could be said to be extremely young among cultivators. Typically, Golden Core realm cultivators could easily live a few hundred years. Thus, this Luo family's young master only looked to be in his 20s. The Wei family offers a marrow cleansing pill, an essence surge pill, 2,000 spirit stones and a flying boat. The Wei family named their bet as well. Our family offers 2,000 spirit stones plus the purple phoenix grass and the pill bloodflower. Yi Wanxiong shouted as well. Upon hearing the items promised by the various large families, Li Yu was so happy that his mouth could not close. These large families are truly wealthy and generous. I am going to make a killing today. Subsequently, the third Prince Morong Taisheng and the fifth Prince Morong Zhengnan took out their spirit stones, spirit herbs, medicinal pills, magic treasures and various other items before sending their representatives to battle. However, Morong Xingqiao did not participate. Firstly, she did not need a heavenly spirit pill. Secondly, she felt that Li Yu had hinted that he was on her side. However, Morong Xingqiao could not understand Li Yu's actions. My Jade Pure Dao sect is willing to take out 2,000 spirit stones, 5 thunder spirit pills and a supreme grade defense artifact, said Elder Hu. Immediately they looked at the disciples behind them. Many of their gazes were burning with eagerness. Yu Hong, Elder Hu said. The man called Yu Hong immediately had an excited look and said to the fellow disciples beside him, I'll help everyone educate this brat properly. Beat him in one move, senior brother Zhang. That's right, let him experience the power of a late-stage Golden Core realm cultivator. Lin Chen replied. The Grand Sky Dao sect will bring out 1,000 spirit stones, 10 Tai Chi pills and this low-grade spirit sword of mine. Elder Jia followed up and immediately dispatched a man named Zhu Feng. When Elder Hu saw the disciple Elder Jia sent out, he was immediately displeased. Elder Jia, isn't your Grand Sky Dao sect's table manners a little too ugly? Everyone has sent out late-stage Golden Core realm representatives. And you sent a disciple half a step into the nascent soul realm? He should be more than 100 years old. Aren't you bullying him? Chapter 17, I'll kindly accept these. Since our young friendly you called for anything below the nascent soul realm, I didn't violate the rules. Elder Jia said indignantly. I think you might as well do it yourself. Elder Hu continued to criticize. However, no one from the surrounding clans cared. After all, after each family took out their stakes and sent out their representatives, Li Yu still had to choose who to bet with. According to their speculations, if Li Yu wanted to use the Heaven Spirit pills to obtain more items, he would definitely choose to spar with the person with the lowest cultivation level first. If he sent out someone with especially high cultivation, it might not be his turn to compete with Li Yu when someone else would have defeated Li Yu. Of course, besides the cultivation factor, whether the stakes every family pledged could move Li Yu was the key. Humph, why should you care? Our little friend Li Yu didn't say anything. Elder Jia said with a cold face. It's fine. Li Yu said nonchalantly. His calm expression managed to puzzle everyone. Is this kid really capable? Or is he bluffing? It's these people, right? Li Yu looked at the 11 people in front of him, and they could indeed be considered the elites of the various powers. At that moment, the people from the various powers were the most nervous. They all hoped that Li Yu could choose the representatives from their side to spar with. Li Yu only had one heavenly spirit pill. The first to go would have the highest chance of obtaining one. After all, in their opinion, they had absolute confidence that the person they sent out would win. Your Highness, please be the witness. Li Yu looked at Morong Xingqiao. Oh, all right. Morong Xingqiao was a bit surprised to be suddenly named, but she still nodded in agreement. She was frankly nervous for Li Yu now. If he really did not have the ability and he did that for attention, it would disappoint her greatly. When they saw Li Yu look over the eyes of Zhu Feng Jingfan, Luo Guxuan Zheng Yuhang and the others were fired up and provocative, and they hoped that Li Yu would choose them. However, Li Yu believed that only children make choices. For the sake of fairness, all of you can attack together. The heavenly spirit pill belongs to whoever defeats me first. Li Yu said with a big smile. Ha! Everyone blew up again. You call this fair? 1v11. Madness, this kid is way too arrogant. He was simply looking down on this group of challengers. Morong Xingqiao tightly furrowed her brows, but there was a trace of anticipation in her heart. Perhaps this guy does have the capability? Otherwise, where did his confidence come from? You must be out of your mind. Lin Chen scoffed. Katie's eyes brightened as she stared at Li Yu. For some reason, she was actually looking forward to seeing Li Yu turn out victorious. When they heard Li Yu's words, Zhu Feng Jingfan, Luo Guxuan Zheng Yuhang and the others were even more furious and bloodthirsty. Kid, aren't you being too condescending? Li Yu, you've done a good job. You've successfully infuriated me. I was thinking about pulling my punches. Since you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I'll educate you properly on behalf of your father. How egoistic. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Everyone vented their dissatisfaction, but their bodies rushed towards Li Yu. In their opinion, Li Yu stood no chance against them, and the first to defeat him would be the victor. Swish, swish, swish. 11 figures charged towards Li Yu together at the same time, while a powerful pressure condensed from their tremendous auras. Even early-stage nascent soul realm experts would feel fear and apprehension in such a situation. Nonetheless, Li Yu's expression remained calm from the beginning to the end. Take this. Zheng Yuhang was the fastest to arrive in front of Li Yu. The sword slashed down with the power of lightning. Sword chi rampaged as if it could shred everything. However, when his sword slashed past Li Yu's body faded into an illusory shadow that disappeared. At the same time, Zheng Yuhang felt an extremely terrifying aura assault his face, causing his hair to stand on end. Before he could react, an impactful blow landed on his chest. Thud. Zheng Yuhang was sent flying like a cannonball. He was so quick that the person who followed closely behind could not dodge in time. The two of them flew off stacked together. Lin Chen and the others did not slow down at all. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly. Lin Chen and the others had yet to react. When they saw that they were about to be hit, their expressions changed drastically from the fright. It was not until Elder who acted just in time and blocked the two human-shaped missiles. At the same time. Thud. Bang. Boom. Slap. Gotcha. Li Yu's figure seemed to only flicker on the spot, while the challengers who rushed up flew in all directions. In the end, some were embedded in the walls, some were hanging from trees, some were stuck underground, and some crashed through the walls and into the house. The temple that Zhou Erlang and the others had painstakingly repaired was once again demolished. In an instant, only Li Yu remained on the spot. His aura was calm while his expression remained the same. Then he cupped his hands at the few people in the surroundings who were in a sorry state and couldn't get up. Thank you for letting me win. Silence. The entire scene was deathly silent, and everyone looked at Li Yu as if they were looking at a monster. Some even forgot to breathe. There were 11 Golden Core middle and late-stage Golden Core experts and even a peak Golden Core expert. And they could not even combine to compare with Li Yu. They did not even touch Li Yu's hair before they were sent flying off to the ground and could not get up. What sort of terrifying power was this? What sort of freakish strength was this? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. The 17-year-old Li Yu possessed such monstrous capability. It was simply too terrifying. Is this kid even human? Did he eat the meat of the divine bird and obtain its power? But no matter what, he's ridiculously strong. He has at least stepped into the martial Dao Transcendence realm. A 17-year-old in the Transcendence realm? Heavens, that's too sick. No wonder he was so arrogant just now. He said that he could fight anyone under the nascent soul realm and transcendent realm. It turns out that he's in the transcendent realm himself. Everyone was tricked by him. It's a good thing that Elder did not let me go just now. That punch hurt just looking at it. I wonder how many of senior apprentice brother Zhang's ribs are broken. The disciples from the two sects looked at Li Yu with apprehension. They knew very well that if Li Yu could defeat all 11 of them effortlessly, he should at least be at the early stage of the transcendent realm. At the same time, he cultivated a body-tempering cultivation technique so terrifying that it gave him an extremely monstrous strength and speed. The combat strength of such a person was probably invincible among the same cultivation realm. Only old fellows like Elder Hu and Elder Jia could probably compare with Li Yu among everyone present. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Dao rankings would bestow him an additional reward. He could crush everyone on the rankings with his ability. Lin Shan's lips twitched and the shock in his heart was indescribable. He had seen monsters but never a freak like Li Yu. He had just been calling Li Yu a frog in the well. In the end, the clown was actually himself. Lin Shan could not even bring himself to be jealous anymore. Who could compare with a 17-year-old transcendent? At the moment, Elder Hu, Elder Jia, Shinxiu Ming Yi, Wanxiang, Morong Taisheng and Morong Zhangnan were also dumbfounded. However, when they returned to their senses, they suddenly felt that they seemed to have been tricked by the kid Li Yu. Haha, I won. I'll kindly accept your bets. Li Yu was absolutely thrilled. He did not even leave his place to profit greatly. He had earned himself a fortune. Chapter 18, Getting Rich Overnight. This brat. Elder Hu felt his heart aching. It was not only because of the spirit stones, pills and magic treasures that he had been tricked into losing. The main reason was that how could such a monstrous genius be unwilling to join their sect? Elder Hu even had the urge to kidnap him. He's so remarkable. He's much more powerful than Brother Xiaotian. Katie's eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Yu with admiration. When Li Yu had fought 11 people alone earlier, she had been looking forward to seeing Li Yu win and create a miracle. She did not expect a miracle to really happen, which surprised and delighted her. The invincible aura and tyrannical strength that Li Yu displayed caused Katie's heart to race to her fair cheeks flushed red. She had always thought that the most powerful and extraordinary person in the world was Zhu Xiaotian. Yet today she had witnessed a true peerless genius, a truly extraordinary existence. Third uncle, he's so powerful he should have reached the transcendence realm. Kai Dai said excitedly. Yes, this kid tricked us all. While Li Wanxiong was shocked, he also gnashed his teeth in disgust. He had thought they could obtain a heavenly spirit pill for free, but in the end he had lost so many treasures in one go. Kai-Dai covered her mouth and chuckled. She looked at Li Yu again and her eyes sparkled as she murmured softly, "This person is so interesting." On the side, Morong Xingxiao recovered from her shock. She had a similar glint in her eyes as joy surfaced on the corners of his mouth. This Li Yu is really something special. Morong Xingxiao's heart was also thumping, and she had yet to recover from the shock and surprise from before. She was genuinely worried for Li Yu earlier. Previously she thought that Li Yu was a little too arrogant and conceited. However, from the looks of it, everyone had underestimated him. It was their knowledge that limited their imagination. That was why they felt that Li Yu's words were arrogant and conceited. However, when he thought back to Li Yu's arrogant words, it seemed like he was being modest and low-key. From the strength he had just displayed, this Li Yu was at least at the body refinement transcendence realm. In the Great Xia dynasty they would be a top-tier powerhouse. A 17-year-old in the transcendent was a freak. Even in the entire world it was probably unmatched. It is a blessing to have such a talent in our Great Xia dynasty. Morong Xingxiao felt enthusiastic, especially when she thought of how Li Yu had chosen her side. Although he only said he could be a guest at her place, they might become allies. It was truly fortunate to find an ally with limitless potential and monstrous talent. Although they knew that they had been tricked by Li Yu, all of them could only accept their loss and hand over the stakes they promised to Li Yu. In an instant the system's voice rang continuously. He had obtained the Azure Essence Pill, Foundation Establishment Pill, Marrow Cleansing Pill, Essence Surge Pill, Thunder Spirit Pill, Tai Chi Pill and 5 other pills. Spirit Ginseng, Purple Phoenix Grass Pill, Blood Flower, Jade Calm Fruit and 4 other spirit herbs. There were also 2 spirit swords, a few magic artifacts and more than 16,000 spirit stones. It was like becoming rich overnight. His harvest today was no less than hitting 100 million in the lottery, achieving financial freedom in an instant. Currently his collection of medicinal pills and pill formulas was at 12/50. Divine weapons collection progress was at 5/20. Magic artifacts were not included in the category of divine weapons. Liu also roughly understood that anyone who could be evaluated by the system as a divine weapon was at least at the spirit artifact level. As for the spirit herb collection, progress 8/50. What surprised Liu was that the spirit herbs collected by the system could actually produce a spirit plant seed. The function gave Liu a new understanding of the system. As for the 16,000 plus spirit stones, those were enough for him to develop his sect and purchase various pills, cultivation techniques, magic treasures and other items. Elder Jia, you've lost your spirit sword, how are you going to compete with me in the future? Ha ha. Elder, who did not forget to rub salt on Elder Jia's wound. Elder Jia snorted coldly. He looked stubborn, but his heart was bleeding. He deeply regretted his impulsiveness since he threw his spirit sword into the bet. He did not speak and left with his disciples first. The others from the various large family clans did not gain anything while losing lots of money. They left successively as well. My name is Ikaidai. Greetings, Cultivator Li. Ikaidai took the initiative to walk in front of Liu and bowed slightly. Her radiant eyes swirled with a sweet smile that was beautiful and enchanting. She wore a red dress, had a curvy figure, bright and lively eyes and a cheerful face. She was like the rosy glow of the sun that reflected the snow, gorgeous and moving. Deiscover, even Liu's face brightened when he saw her. Nice to meet you. Liu cupped his hands in return. Cultivator Li's abilities are truly breathtaking. You do live up to your reputation and I'm filled with admiration for you. If you have the chance in the future, I would like to welcome you to Pingnan Estate as a guest. Tai Prefecture City is the famous gourmet city of the Great Xia Dynasty. There are many specialties that I can bring you to taste them when the time comes. Ikaidai said with a sweet smile. She was meticulous and observant. She could clearly tell that Liu liked to eat, so she threw out what he was most interested in. Indeed, as soon as he heard about the delicacies, Liu's nature was exposed and his eyes sparkled. Compared to beauty's food piqued his interest more. Alright, thank you, Missy. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely taste the delicacies of Tai Prefecture City myself. Liu said with a smile. Here, this waste token is for you. Bring it with you and you can come to Pingnan Estate as you please in the future. Ikaidai took out a waste token and handed it to Liu. Her actions made Morong Xingxiao frown slightly. She had heard in the past that although this younger daughter of the Pingnan king seemed innocent, she was actually quick-witted and intelligent. Indeed, she lived up to her reputation. This girl was too scheming. Wasn't this pulling Liu into their Pingnan Estate? I appreciate Miss Katie's goodwill, but I can't accept such a precious object, and don't worry, I'll surely be a guest at the Pingnan Estate in the future. Liu refused. Although the waste token seemed rather tempting, Liu knew very well that he would become indebted to them and feel obliged to help them. Not to mention that she offered a waste token of great significance like this. Is this girl trying to trick me? Morong Xingxiao could not help but sigh in relief when he heard Liu's response. Her admiration for Liu increased significantly. It seemed that he was not a person who only cared about benefits. He still had his own principles and pride. Only such a person is worthy of befriending me. Morong Xingxiao. Chapter 19, Zhu Xiaotian's Meltdown. Alright then, you must remember to come and find me in Tai Prefecture City. Ikaidai chuckled as she kept the waste token. She was clever and naturally knew that she could not force Liu, therefore she left with Yi Wanxiong. Cultivator Li, then I shall await your arrival in Nan'an City. Morong Xingxiao also walked up and bid farewell to Liu. Okay, Your Highness, have a safe journey. Liu cupped his hands and respectfully sent Morong Xingxiao off. After everyone left, only Liu and Tangqi were left in the temple. And the various holes and dents that Liu had just caused. However, these were not important. He had decided to expand the temple and invite craftsmen to renovate the sect tomorrow. Senior brother, you're too awesome. You were so handsome just now that if I were a girl I would definitely fall in love with you. Tangqi rushed over excitedly and reached out to hug Liu. However, he was kicked away by Liu, and this guy would lie down wherever he fell. Senior brother, what is your cultivation level? I really can't understand you anymore. Tang Qi said as he lay on the ground with his hands under his neck. He knew that Li Yu was strong, though he did not have a clear idea of how strong Li Yu was. Previously he had heard that Li Yu had killed that demonic child. He did not know what concept that was. Therefore he was still shocked when he witnessed Li Yu's solo win against 11 Golden Core Realm experts in the middle and late stages. Li Yu did not speak and checked the system's mission interface. The names of the people linked to side missions appeared in the mission list. As long as he clicked on the details, he could see the information about this person and the related missions. 3 names had appeared on the list: Yi Qiu Morong Xingqiu and Yi Kai Dai. There was also a sign quest not active beside the 3 names. Li Yu guessed that the system would probably notify him when the related missions began. The Qingtsang Ancient Emperor's hidden treasure, the Mystic Bird Palace, and the Linglong Treasury. It seemed like they were people with great luck and Li Yu should obtain a lot of treasures through them. But senior brother, what is going on these days? Why are those people here to rope you in? Tang Qi sat upon the ground and asked Li Yu. This was the biggest question in his mind. Because of the Heavenly Dao rankings. Li Yu simply informed Tang Qi about the Heavenly Dao rankings. So that's how it is. Tang Qi jumped up excitedly. There's actually such a miracle. But why can't we see it here? Sigh seriously. Tang Qi looked east with his toes up. He could not see anything except the blazing sunlight. Alright, shut up, come over and help me count my winnings today. Li Yu took out all the Spirit Stone's magic treasures and pills he'd won from the bet earlier. More than 16,000 Spirit Stones were piled into a small mountain emitting refreshing spirit energy. With a casual inhale, it seemed to fill one's body with power and vitality. Tang Qi felt that if he stood by the side, the spirit energy in his body would increase rapidly without any cultivation. Tang Qi's eyes could shoot out lasers as he looked at the large pile of Spirit Stones in front of him. He had never seen so many Spirit Stones before. He had broadened his horizons today. In addition, there were many precious spiritual plants, pills, and magic treasures. Here, have this marrow cleansing pill. It can cleanse your marrow and improve your physique. Also, this Azure Essence pill and Tai Chi pill can assist your cultivation and improve your cultivation speed. With the help of these pills, you should be able to advance to the peak of the Qi refinement realm quickly. At that time, you can directly take this Foundation Establishment pill and try to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm in one go. Li Yu handed bottle after bottle of pills to Tang Qi. Tang Qi was stunned for a moment as he looked at the bottles in his hand. In surprise, he looked at Li Yu in disbelief and asked, "Senior brother, are these pills for me? What else can I do? You're my only junior brother for now, plus I can't use these pills." Li Yu said casually. "Thank you, senior brother, thank you, senior brother, this is great. I finally see the hope of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm." Tang Qi hugged Li Yu and was moved to the point of tears. "Don't worry, if you follow your senior brother, even if you're a pig, I can still make you soar into the sky," Li Yu said with a smile. Yes, thank you. Why do I feel insulted? Oh, and take these magic artifacts as well as this spirit sword." Li Yu gave Elder Jia's spirit sword to Tang Qi. Tang Qi had become Li Qingyun's disciple when he was 10 years old. He and Li Yu grew up together. Although they were not blood related, they were very close. Over the years, Tang Qi never abandoned the sect. Even if everyone else left the sect, he had never thought of it. Besides, he did most of the dirty and tiring work in the temple and did not complain. Hence, apart from Li Qingshan, Tang Qi was closest to him. Li Yu would not be stingy to help him. Perhaps Tang Qi's talent was indeed very ordinary or even somewhat poor. However, in Li Yu's opinion, talent was only the starting point. As the saying went, strength could make a brick fly. As long as he had enough resources, his limit could be limitless. Furthermore, he had the system. Why would he be worried about not being able to bring his junior brother along? In the Zhu family residence, when Zhu Xiaotian heard what went down when the crown prince, the princes, and the various family clans had gone to recruit Li Yu, he was also shocked. He originally thought that Li Yu's abilities might only slightly surpass his own. Even if he did not get rid of him, he only needed to speed up his cultivation and improve himself. Then he could overtake Li Yu directly when the rankings refreshed the next time to become the true number one. Therefore, over the past few days, Zhu Xiaotian had relied on various pills, spirit herbs, and spirit stones to assist him in his cultivation in a bid to surpass Li Yu. However, after hearing the news, his heart turned cold. The Transcendent Realm. A 17-year-old in the transcendent realm? How is that possible? Zhu Xiaotian could not believe this fact. Even in his previous life he had never heard of anyone reaching the transcendence realm at the age of 17. In the entire history of the continent only the martial emperor Qingtsung had such talent. This Li Yu is too freakish, how can I surpass him? Zhu Xiaotian was about to explode. He now firmly believed Li Yu could not be kept alive. However, while he was shocked, he had lived 2 lifetimes after all, he could still rationalize his thinking. Therefore, after his shock, he began to analyze the current situation. Since Li Yu is clearly inclined to choose the crown prince, the 3rd Prince Morong Taisheng and the 5th Prince Morong Zhengnan probably would not let him stay around, especially after he revealed such a terrifying talent. He must have become the thorn in their hearts, the type that had to be eliminated, so even if I don't do anything next, Li Yu would probably not survive by the next time the leaderboard is refreshed. Chapter 20: Zhu Xiaotian's plans, divine weapon rankings and future trend. Zhu Xiaotian organized his thoughts. He did not have the time to care about Li Yu. The Hidden Dragon rankings was only one of the rankings. What was more important was how he could obtain more rewards from the Heavenly Dao through the divine weapon rankings and how to control the overall situation of the world to pave the way for himself. Before the divine weapon rankings get announced, I must plan carefully, Zhu Xiaotian pondered. He had just received a piece of news today. The Netherworld Demon Sect colluded with the Northern Desert Wolf King clan and occupied vast territories in the Mo prefecture. The Yi family guarding the Mo prefecture, Yi Gusheng, had died in battle. According to his previous life's memories, many earth-shattering events were about to occur. As for the Great Xia dynasty, it gradually progressed towards a century-long civil war. However, with such information in his new life, Zhu Xiaotian naturally had to change a few things for everything to develop in his favor. At the same time, he could obtain more opportunities and lay the foundation for his rise. He still remembered most of the divine weapons on the divine weapon rankings then. Especially the top 10 divine weapons. In first place was the Netherworld Demon Sect's master Mo Lin's demonic carnage sword. In second place was the 3 Purities sword that originally belonged to Perfected Yu Hua. However, when the rankings were announced, it belonged to Mo Lin. This was the first major event that was about to occur. Perfected Yu Hua had fallen and the demonic carnage sword had appeared. Judging from the timings, Zhu Xiaotian believed that now was probably the crucial moment for Mo Lin to secretly forge the demonic carnage sword. He only found out about all of this 100 years later in his previous life. It was said that this demonic carnage sword was a peerless demonic sword forged by Mo Lin according to the sword casting method on an ancient mural. It could manifest a powerful demon god power that was extremely terrifying. However, to forge this demon sword, he would still need to use the blood essence of people with 5 elements spirit physiques as sacrifices. The 5 elements spiritual physiques were 5 people that possessed the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth spiritual physiques separately. At the moment, Mo Lin should have found 4 of them, and he was only missing the final metal spirit body. That last person was Perfected Yu Hua of the Jade Pure Dao sect. In Zhu Xiaotian's previous life, Perfected Yu Hua went to the Mo prefecture to negotiate with Mo Lin in order to save his sect's elders and disciples. However, he did not know that this so-called negotiation was part of Mo Lin's scheme. Perfected Yu Hua eventually died in battle. His 3 Purities sword fell into Mo Lin's hand and his blood essence became the material Mo Lin used to forge the demonic carnage sword. The demonic carnage sword was born. The Netherworld Demon Sect would dominate over the Great Xia dynasty. As a result, the Jade Pure Dao sect suffered an unprecedented blow and everyone in the orthodox sects felt threatened. One thing leads to the other. With the death of Perfected Yu Hua, the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, Morong Sun lost his backing and good friend. His illness aggravated because of it, and he died not long after. Therefore, not long after the divine weapon rankings was announced, the 3rd Prince Morong Taisheng, who had always been secretly in cahoots with the members of the Netherworld Demon Sect and covered for the Demon Sect, began to act with the help of the Netherworld Demon Sect. He combined forces with the family behind his mother, the Luo family, and the current Grand Commandant to rebel and usurp the throne. After that, the various lords eventually declared independence and the Great Xia dynasty began a civil war that lasted for 100 years. Consequently, the chaos in the world forced the Zhu family to spend a lot of resources on the power struggle between the lords. This greatly hindered his growth. Even taking his father's life in battle, his access to many opportunities was cut off as a result. Hence he wanted to change everything in this life. As long as I stop Perfected Yu Hua from meeting Mo Lin for negotiation talks and tell him about the demonic carnage sword, I can prevent the tragedy and change the trajectory of history. Xu Xiaotian thought. As long as Perfected Yu Hua did not die, the Jade Pure Dao sect could prevent the demonic carnage sword from becoming a reality. The strings of events afterward would not have happened. Furthermore, without the demonic carnage sword, the frozen water sword that was ranked 7th in the past could move up by 1 rank. At the same time, weakening the Netherworld Demon Sect was equivalent to undermining the enemy of the Zhu family, the Luo family. This way the Zhu family could smoothly support Morong Xingqiao to the throne after Morong Tsang's passing. It would allow the Zhu family to expand their influence further and control the imperial court and the Great Xiao dynasty, obtaining more wealth and resources. Not only that, he could also use this opportunity to find an appropriate time to expose the truth about Morong Xingqiao's gender, and he would find a way to make her marry him. Xu Xiaotian knew that Morong Xingqiao was the daughter of the heavens, the reincarnation of the mystic bird and the person blessed by providence. In his previous life in that chaotic world, everyone thought that Morong Xingqiao had been killed. However, she would skyrocket into a peerless expert later on. She would restore the Great Xiao dynasty and unify the nation. So in this life he must ride Morong Xingqiao's coattails. Of course, there was also Yi Kaidai. She was the descendant of the first Linglong Holy Lord and possessed the qualifications to open the Linglong treasury. These two women are hugely valuable to me, so I must make good use of them. I must use them to rise up in this life. It's a pity that Sherpadian has been eliminated, and I don't know where the Scarlet Copper Hammer ended up, otherwise it should have been mine. Xu Xiaotian thought. But it doesn't matter if there's one less Scarlet Copper Hammer. What's important right now is to obtain the top weapon on the Xiliang dynasty's divine weapon rankings, the reverse scale sword. Xu Xiaotian remembered that the reverse scale sword was the sword of Ji Qinglan, the 13th prince of the Xiliang dynasty. Ji Qinglan was also the top-ranked genius of the Xiliang dynasty's hidden dragon rankings. This fellow was similarly a person with great karmic luck. That reverse scale sword was obtained in the ruins of an immortal abode, and it was said to be an immortal artifact. Such an immortal artifact-level divine weapon could definitely be ranked ahead of the Three Purities sword in the Great Xiao dynasty. Therefore, as long as he obtained the reverse scale sword, he could stop Mo Lin from casting the demonic carnage sword at the same time. In that case, he would have the chance to become the first on the divine weapon rankings. I remember that after a while, Ji Qinglan and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Xiliang dynasty's hidden dragon ranking will come to Nan'an City during the Lantern Festival and challenge the top 10 of the Great Xiao dynasty's hidden dragon rankings. Although I lost to Ji Qinglan back then, my cultivation and strength are far beyond my previous self. I can definitely beat him at that time. I'll take a page from that Liyu's book and bet with Ji Qinglan to win that reverse scale sword of his. If there's really no other way, I'll think of a way to kill and snatch the sword. A cold glint flashed in Xu Xiaotian's eyes while he slowly clenched his right hand. He had to obtain the reverse scale sword no matter what. There's also Morong Tsang's Tianwen sword, the Blood Spirit Monarch's Blood Spirit sword, and the Black Flood Dragon War Halberd of the Black Sea Mystic Flood Dragon. I must obtain them too. He remembered that the Tianwen sword, the Blood Spirit sword, and the Black Flood Dragon War Halberd were respectively the 3rd, 4th, and 6th ranked divine weapons. Until here, Xu Xiaotian had the big picture in his mind. He was filled with confidence and high spirits. Uncle Zhong, accompany me to the Jade Pure Dao sect. Xu Xiaotian walked out of his room and called for his guardian. He was about to head to the Jade Pure Dao sect to meet Perfected Yu Hua. Yes, young master. An old man with shriveled skin but eyes as sharp as an eagle bowed and replied. He then took out the flying boat and summoned 20 Zhu family secret guards to escort Xu Xiaotian to the southeast. Chapter 21, Perfected Yu Hua's Choice. In the Jade Pure Dao sect's clear jade hall, Perfected Yu Hua's face was filled with shock after hearing what Elder Hu and the rest had reported. This kid is the real deal. What a pity, if only he could become a disciple of my sect for us to fully nurture him. Although he cultivates a martial arts body refinement technique, he'll probably be able to inherit my sect's orthodoxy in less than 100 years and surpass us to become the hope of my sect's rise. Perfected Yu Hua sighed repeatedly. Yes, indeed, it's a pity that this child is a stubborn one. Sect master, do you want me to kidnap him here? Elder Hu said. That was what he wanted to do the most now. No, we stand for what's right. How can we do such despicable acts like those demon sects? Perfected Yu Hua said seriously. Elder Hu sighed indignantly. Elder Hu, although this child did not join our sect, he is still part of our orthodox path. We must protect and help him. We can't let this child be harmed by the demon sects and die young. If this child can one day fulfill his potential in the future, he would become the hope of our great Xia dynasty's orthodox sects. Perfected Yu Hua said earnestly. Understood. Elder Hu cupped his hands. He knew that the sect master was concerned about the world's welfare and everything was in the interest of the bigger picture. Sect master, it's bad news. At this moment an elder ran inside in panic with a wooden box in his hand. What happened to Elder Ma? Perfected Yu Hua's heart palpitated as his expression tensed. He had received too much bad news over the past few days. First, the Heavenly Water Pavilion was destroyed by the demonic child. Then he heard that a demon mystic flood dragon had appeared in the Black Sea of the Yun Prefecture, flooding 3 cities and causing misery and suffering to all life. Not long ago he heard that the Netherworld Demon Sect colluded with the Northern Desert Wolf King clan to invade the Grand Xia dynasty's Mo Prefecture. The last thing he wanted to hear was the word bad. Of course, the thing that worried him the most was the devil child that had disappeared after destroying the Heavenly Water Pavilion. He could vaguely guess that the demonic child's strength had been greatly reduced after being sealed for countless years. Although he had destroyed the Heavenly Water Pavilion, it was likely that he would be heavily injured by the sword might after Shan Ruoxue used her essence soul's blood essence as a sacrifice. Therefore he might have temporarily hidden somewhere to recuperate, or he might have left the Great Xia dynasty. However, as long as the devil child was not eliminated, he would feel as if there was a thorn in his back. Therefore every time he heard Elder Ma shout bad news, his first reaction was that the demon child had arrived. Sect Master Elder Su, Elder Chu and Elder Lu have been captured by the Netherworld Demon Sect. Just now the Netherworld Demon Sect had sent over Elder Lu's head. Elder Ma said with a grim expression. Then he handed over the wooden box in his hand which contained a head. What? Perfected Yu Hua only felt a bolt of lightning strike his mind. Looking at Elder Lu's head, he was overwhelmed with grief. Bastard! Mo Lin, that bastard! Perfected Yu Hua could not restrain his anger as he clenched his fists tightly. Rich spiritual power exploded from his body, his Taoist robe flapped and his eyes surged with anger. Elder Su, Chu and Lu were originally leading a group of disciples. They had gone to the Yun Prefecture to subdue the demon mystic flood dragon and save the commoners from evil. Little did they expect the Netherworld Demon Sect to launch an attack. At this moment they even killed Elder Lu. How could Perfected Yu Hua not be angry? Mo Lin, are you declaring war on Jade Pure Dao Sect? Perfected Yu Hua's gaze seemed capable of killing. Although he did not want to start a war with the Netherworld Demon Sect, he did not want people to die in misery and increase bloodshed. In addition, the world was not peaceful. Great demons were rampant and there was the threat of the birth of the demon child. Obviously the Netherworld Demon Sect could not restrain themselves anymore. War was inevitable. Curse that Mo Lin. Sect leader, I'm willing to bring people to save them. Elder Hu's eyes were red and he was fuming mad. Sect master. Mo Lin also said that you should go to the northern boreal city of the Mo Prefecture to negotiate with him. If you don't go, he'll send you ahead every day. Elder Ma's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. However, he hurriedly shouted, Sect master, this is definitely part of a scheme. You must not fall for Mo Lin's trap. That's right, Sect master, there's probably a trap here. Let's not be anxious. First let's take our time and think about it. Another elder by the side Chen hurriedly advised. He knew that Perfected Yu Hua was very protective of his sect. When he saw Elder Lu being killed and his sect's disciple captured, he would not suppress his anger. If I don't go, Elder Su and the rest will all die. Even if that Mo Lin sets up an ambush, I have to go too, otherwise how can I face the entire sect's disciples in the future? Perfected Yu Hua was enraged. He could not bear to see his sect's elders and disciples being killed one by one. Sect master, you can't go. Allow me to do it. I'll bring disciples to meet that Mo Lin. If there's really a trap, I'll accept my death. Elder Hu said. Elder Hu, don't add to the chaos at this time. We must calm down. We must not fall for Mo Lin's trap. Elder Chen shouted. Elder Hu harumphed and fell silent. The hall fell into a long silence. Perfected Yu Hua was struggling internally. If he went, he might jump into a trap. If he did not go, he would not be able to get over his conscience. He would probably have problems with his Dao heart in the future if he did nothing and watched his own sect members being killed. He would no longer bring himself to face all of his disciples. He did not want to be seen as a coward, nor did he want to be despised. Right at this moment, another disciple reported that Zhu Xiaotian from the Liang Prefecture's Zhu family was here to seek an audience. He had something to tell Perfected Yu Hua. Bring him over at once. Perfected Yu Hua ordered. Not long after Zhu Xiaotian was brought into the hall, after exchanging greetings, Zhu Xiaotian went straight to the point. Sect Master Yu Hua, you should have heard about the Netherworld Demon Sect colluding with the Northern Desert Wolf King clan to attack the Mo Prefecture, right? Indeed. Perfected Yu Hua nodded with a serious expression. Zhu family's intelligence network has also inquired about a shocking piece of news. It's regarding the Netherworld Demon Sect, so I've come to inform the Sect Master. Zhu Xiaotian continued. Please speak, young Master Zhu. It's said that Mo Lin is casting an unrivaled demonic sword. Zhu Xiaotian told Perfected Yu Hua in detail about Mo Lin casting the demonic carnage sword. And he's currently short of one person with a metal spirit body. Upon hearing this, Perfected Yu Hua, Elder Chen, Elder Hu and the rest looked at each other in shock. Sect Master, I knew that there was definitely a conspiracy in this negotiation. He kidnapped Elder Su and the others to lure you over. Sect Master, you can't go no matter what. Elder Chen advised again. Everyone knew that Perfected Yu Hua had a metal spirit body. Mo Lin's motive was clear. Perfected Yu Hua fell silent. He was also weighing the pros and cons. If he really fell into a trap and allowed Mo Lin to complete the demonic carnage sword, then the world would really suffer. That's right, Sect Master Yu Hua, you must calm down at this moment. A small sacrifice is better than slaughtering all the living beings in the world. Now that the Netherworld Demon Sect and the Wolf King clan occupied the Mo Prefecture, it would surely incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of everyone. All the heroes of the world would swarm over to attack them. Why don't Sect Master Yu Hua take this opportunity to ally with all the orthodox sects of our great Xia dynasty to suppress the Netherworld Demon Sect? Moreover, according to my knowledge, His Majesty is preparing to send an elite army to the Mo Prefecture. At that time, the Xia dynasty's cavalry will restrain the Wolf King's clan's army, and Perfected Yu Hua could take the opportunity to lead the orthodox sects to attack the Netherworld Demon Sect. Even if we can't destroy them in one go, we can at least inflict severe damage to the Netherworld Demon Sect and even prevent the demonic carnage sword from completion. Chapter 22, You Know Nothing. The news that the Netherworld Demon Sect conquered most of the Mo Prefecture with the help of the Northern Desert Wolf King clan spread like wildfire in the Great Xia dynasty. The world was shaken as panic spread. Since the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Sect had practically occupied half of the Hidden Dragon rankings, it was a constant reminder to everyone how terrifying and powerful the Netherworld Demon Sect was. The Heavenly Dao rankings seemed shrouded in terrifying dark clouds that enveloped the entire dynasty and the commoners, making them feel uneasy. In addition, the news of the demonic child destroying the Heavenly Water Pavilion had cast a shadow over the hearts of the people of the Great Xia dynasty. Now the Netherworld Demon Sect had encroached on the territory of the Great Xia dynasty, with the Northern Desert Wolf King clan killing the famous general of the Great Xia dynasty Yi Gusheng and his army. To the commoners, this was simply the sign of the collapse of their world. Moreover, the Wolf King clan had always been a thorn stuck in the hearts of the citizens of the Great Xia dynasty. Their presence was like a sword that was hanging above their heads. Therefore, it was easy to imagine their panic when they heard that the Wolf King's clan had invaded Mo Prefecture. Thus insecurity and fear swept the nation. In the imperial palace of the Grand Xia dynasty, in the emperor's chambers. Cough, cough, cough. Is Yi Guxiang's injury serious? On the bed, the sickly and weak Morong Tsang asked feebly. He had almost died on the spot from anger when he heard about Mo Prefecture's situation. Yi Gusheng had died in the battle, and Yi Guxiang was also severely injured. It meant that the Great Xia dynasty had lost two of its prominent generals at once. The loss of most of the Mo Prefecture's territory was a heavy blow. Currently, we have sent him back to the Yi residence. His life is no longer in danger, but it will probably be difficult for him to enter the battlefield soon, the Grand Commandant Zhao Qiu said. The only person who can lead the army to war now is Yi Gusheng of the Yi family, but he is currently guarding the borders of Qing Prefecture. Then send Yi Gusheng, Morong Tsang said. Your Majesty, then the Xiliang dynasty might take the opportunity to attack. Prime Minister Zhu Hongyuan said. Qingzhou's Jade Peak Pass is easy to hold and difficult to invade. Even if the Xiliang dynasty wants to attack, they won't be able to breach the border in a short while. The war in the north is more urgent now. We must stop the Wolf King clan from advancing south no matter what. Morong Tsang said weakly, then coughed violently. In the recent 100 years, the Xiliang dynasty's military power had become far superior to the Great Xia dynasty. More than a decade ago, the Xiliang dynasty invaded the Great Xia dynasty and annexed large areas of territory. In the end, the Great Xia dynasty had no choice but to cede the entire Wen prefecture to the Xiliang dynasty and compensate them with a large amount of gold, silver, and treasures. He even sent away many princesses through political marriages in exchange for more than 10 years of peace. However, in recent years, the Xiliang dynasty seemed restless and eager to make trouble. The current Great Xia dynasty was facing both internal and external threats. However, Morong Tsang knew he did not have much time left. He could not do much. Zhu Hongyuan fell silent. He had no say concerning the war, and he had no better idea at the moment. The north was more urgent than the west. They could cede more land in the west in exchange for temporary peace. On the other hand, invaders in the north wanted to eat meat and drink blood. They killed, robbed, and committed all kinds of notorious crimes. They were savages impossible to reason with. The Grand Xia dynasty's Mo prefecture, Netherworld Demon Sect. The sect master of the Netherworld Demon Sect, Mo Lin, took off his mask and walked towards a middle-aged man restrained by a piece of magic equipment. He said with a cold smile, "Qingyun Zi, it's probably been a long time since someone addressed you like this." The man turned his head at the sound, and a tinge of surprise surfaced on his handsome face. "It's you." This man was none other than Li Yu's father, Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun was in Qinghang town, located around 30 kilometers from Luo Watertown, tricking a large family into investing in his Taoist temple. In the end, he had only just swindled a large sum of money when he was kidnapped by the Netherworld Demon Sect. At first he was slightly surprised. Had the Netherworld Demon Sect taken the wrong medicine? What was the point of kidnapping a nobody like him who had nothing but a handsome face? However, when he saw the true face of Netherworld Demon Sect Master Mo Lin, he came to a sudden realization. Enemies were indeed bound to meet on a narrow road. What's wrong? You couldn't stay in the Netherworld cult anymore and came to the Great Xia dynasty to form your own faction? Li Qingyun asked with a grin. Mo Lin coldly snorted as he looked at Li Qingyun with a mocking expression and said, "What right do you have to speak ill of me here? As the mighty and illustrious Holy Son of the Divine Firmament Holy Land, you actually slaughtered your way into the clear void Holy Land and killed many Orthodox experts for a demonic girl. No matter how I think of it, such a deed of yours sounds like it's something only we are capable of doing. Li Qingyun, I think that you should have really joined our Netherworld cult back then." Mo Lin looked at Li Qingyun teasingly. After the Heavenly Dao rankings had exposed the top genius of the Grand Xia dynasty was Li Yu, he coincidentally heard Li Qingyun's name during his investigation of, "That's quite a large sect." He did not expect that Li Qingyun, who was as dazzling as the stars, as powerful as a god, and who shook the world and led an era, would turn out like this. Appearing in a small place like this in the Grand Xia dynasty. Back in his glory days, Li Qingyun had fought against the world by himself for the sake of the woman he loved. Although it had caused a stir, it was limited to the cultivation world circles, and few people in the secular world knew about it. There were probably some people in the Great Xia dynasty who had heard of this event, still not many knew of Li Qingyun. Mo Lin was from the Netherworld cult in the Great Zenith domain and was a core member, therefore he had met and fought Li Qingyun many times. They knew each other too. As the Divine Firmament Holy Land's Holy Son, Li Qingyun had led the charge in the past and killed countless disciples of the Netherworld cult. His beloved junior sister had died under Li Qingyun's sword that year. Therefore he and Li Qingyun could be considered irreconcilable. However, Li Qingyun was too powerful back then. Even 10 of himself was not his match. He had even once lived in fear of being under this guy's mercy. Who would have thought that the world was fickle and that this blessed Son of Heaven would fall from grace overnight? Li Qingyun became a scum despised by the people of the orthodox path, and his reputation was ruined as he was driven out of the Great Zenith domain. From then on he disappeared and gradually faded from everyone's memories. Mo Lin did not expect to meet him here in the Great Xia dynasty. "Tui, don't flatter yourselves, you guys aren't worthy," Li Qingyun snapped. Mo Lin grabbed Li Qingyun's collar and yelled angrily, "Li Qingyun, stop F***ing around with that arrogance here. Do you think you're still that Qingyun Z from back then? Your cultivation level has been crippled by the divine firmament Holy Lord, and your meridians have been snapped by members of your orthodox sects. What's the difference between you and trash now? Any one of my disciples can easily crush you to death. If you want to kill me, then kill me, cut the nonsense. Li Qingyun looked impatient. Having experienced the ups and downs of life, he had long been indifferent to life and death. Now that he was in the hands of Mo Lin, he never thought of leaving alive. Humph, then you might have to wait when you and your son reunite. I will personally send you both on your way with your son Liu by your side. You won't be lonely anymore traveling to the underworld. Mo Lin said with a cold smile, his gaze icy. You want to use me to lure Liu over here? Li Qingyun's expression changed as he revealed a shocked expression. Haha, so what about it? Are you afraid? Mo Lin laughed. He was immensely pleased with Li Qingyun's reaction. He wanted Li Qingyun to feel what it felt like to be overwhelmed by fear. Know just that your Netherworld Demon Sect is finished. Li Qingyun's reply startled Mo Lin. What? Do you mean by some chance you can annihilate my Netherworld Demon Sect? Ha ha ha. Li Qingyun, are you trying to intimidate me? You should come up with a decent reason first. You really thought that a mere brat like Liu could overturn the heavens? Even if he was the first on the hidden dragon rankings, that was only the ranking among a group of kids. Did you think he's really invincible? And don't you think it's shameful to use your son to scare others? Li Qingyun, you're really becoming more and more delusional the longer you live. I really look down on you. Humph, there are plenty of people who look down on me. Who do you think you are? You'd better think hard about your last words. Li Qingyun could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Mo Lin. He had thought that Mo Lin had kidnapped him to take revenge for what happened back then. He did not expect that this fellow would want to involve Liu. Foolish people of the demonic path, you know nothing of my son's power. Chapter 23, I'm going to the front line. Nan'an City's Yi family, the general's estate. Mother, let me out, let me out. The imperial decree has been issued. If you continue to lock me up, that would be disobeying the imperial decree. Yi Chou kept shouting inside his locked room. I'm doing this for your own good. No matter what, I won't let you enter the front line. In a while I'll go and beg His Majesty. If it's not possible, I will go there to fight in your place. Yi Chou's mother Yang Shangnan said firmly. After Yi Chou returned from Luo Watertown 2 days ago, he kept clamoring about entering some Qingyun sect. He claimed that the sect was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and the sect's eldest senior brother was the first on the hidden dragon rankings, Liu. And Liu had also killed the demon child who had destroyed the heavenly water pavilion. Logically speaking, she should be aware of the person ranked first on the hidden dragon rankings. However, no one had heard of Liu and that unknown sect before. How did her son find Liu? Moreover, the first thing Liu demanded was 1,000 silver taels as Yi Chou's fees. Yi Chou could enter any sect in the Great Xiao dynasty without spending any money with his talent, and 1,000 silver taels all at once was simply a daylight robbery. It was more ridiculous that Yi Chou claimed that Liu had killed the demon child with a single strike. If the entire Heaven Water Pavilion was no match for the demonic child, how could a child like Liu kill the demon child casually? It certainly seemed like a scam. Thus she felt that something was wrong. All kinds of signs pointed to the possibility that Yi Chou had encountered swindlers. She believed that the so-called killing of the demon child was either a lie they fabricated or an illusion created by their tricks. In short, there was something fishy about the matter, so Yang Shangnan locked Yi Chou up to prevent him from going astray. However, tragedy struck in the north. Her younger brother-in-law Yi Gusheng had died in battle, while her husband Yi Guxiong was severely injured. The Yi family was immediately shrouded in sorrow and gloom. Yang Shangnan let Yi Chou off to visit his father, and he stopped mentioning joining the Qingyun sect. Little did she expect that her kid would actually say that he wanted to go to the front line to fight the Wolf King clan to avenge his third uncle and father. Yang Shangnan did not want her son to die like that, so she locked him up again. To her disbelief, Emperor Morong Song had issued a decree ordering Yi Chou to follow Yi Gusheng to suppress the Wolf King clan. In Yang Xingnan's opinion, this was simply sending Yi Chou to his death. Although Yi Chou was not young, he had no experience on the battlefield. Sending him to deal with such a dangerous enemy was simply sending him to his death. Moreover, the Grand Commandant must be behind this, using this opportunity to continue undermining the Yi family. After all, the Yi family's experts were not the only generals in the Great Xiao dynasty. The Yi family disciples loyal to the emperor were basically sent to the most dangerous place up north where they had a slim chance of survival. As for those who clung to Grand Commandant Zhao Qiu, they were all carefree. Yang Shengnan felt that it was unfair. Even if she had to take the risk of infuriating the emperor, she had to protect her son. Mother, don't go. Military orders cannot be disobeyed. You can't change anything. Even if you do that, you'll only enrage His Majesty. Yi Qiu shouted. Yang Shengnan did not reply. Instead, she left the estate resolutely and headed for the palace. She would protect Yi Qiu no matter what. However, Yang Shengnan was chased back without even seeing the emperor. She was unwilling to accept this fate, and she repeatedly asked for help through connections. She even begged the prime minister and the crown prince. However, other than Morong Xingqiu, no one else agreed to help. In the end, although Morong Xingqiu went to see the emperor and pleaded on behalf of Yi Qiu, it did not change anything. After all, there was too much interest involved in this. It was difficult for Morong Xingqiu to affect anything by himself. Yi Qiu's life and death seemed too insignificant in this power struggle. In her despair, Yang Shengnan thought of Liu, the likely swindler Yi Qiu had mentioned. A drowning person was willing to struggle even if he only caught a straw. Sure, since the Liu you mentioned is so powerful, why don't you find him and ask him for help? Since he can kill the demon child with a single strike, he can also easily repel the Wolf King clan. Yang Shengnan said. She had the mindset of making a Hail Mary effort. Trying anything was better than sitting around and watching Yi Qiu die for nothing, and something told her that Liu might help her son to stay safe. Mother, how am I supposed to ask for help regarding this matter? He doesn't have the obligation or responsibility to repel the Wolf King clan. Ultimately, I'm not a member of the Qingyun sect yet, so what qualifications do I have to ask for his help? Yi Qiu said. If he's really as strong as you say, then let him prove it. If he can defeat the Wolf King's clan, Mom will allow you to enter the Qingyun sect. You can spend as much money as you want, even if it means going broke. Yang Shengnan said impatiently. She seemed haggard at the moment. Yi Qiu did not reply. He felt that Liu definitely could defeat the Wolf King clan. However, this was not his duty. He had no obligation to help the great Xia dynasty clean up their mess, nor did he need to prove anything to the Yi family. Yi Qiu knew that his mother was too worried and had lost her mind, and he could understand why she said such things. He had planned to bid farewell to Liu and explain the situation before leaving for the front line. A man had to honor his promise, and he could not just leave without a word like this. Now that his mother would finally let him out to find Liu, he could not tell her his thoughts. All right, Mom, I'll give it a try. After a moment of silence, Yi Qiu nodded and said. The next day before the sun rose, Yi Qiu rode his flying spirit beast and flew in the direction of Qing Prefecture. When he arrived at the nine-tailed mountain of Luo Water Town, it was afternoon. At this moment, a group of craftsmen was expanding the Daoist temple. Apart from the original main hall, almost all the walls and buildings of the Daoist temple were rebuilt. After all, Liu wanted to construct a sect that could accommodate 1,000 people at the same time. He also had to consider further expansion after the sect became stronger. Therefore, he revised the overall layout of the sect's buildings. Of course, the plan was designed by professional craftsmen. It could satisfy the current functional needs as well as facilitate expansion in the future. According to the current plan, the sect's facilities would be essentially complete. The Hall of Mount Gate, the square, the bell tower, the front hall, the main hall, the east and west deputy hall, the sect leaders' court, the elders' court, the Dao comprehension room, the martial arts arena, the alchemy pavilion, the refining pavilion, the technique pavilion, and so on were all part of the plans. Even the mountain gate at the foot of the mountain was in renovation. Liu took the initiative to change the sect's name to Qingyun sect. The entire sect would also expand to more than 10 times its original size, not inferior to the standard of a middle-tier sect in the Grand Xia dynasty. Of course, this was costly. It was not a big deal since Liu looted the Juyi Hall, along with the 16,000 spirit stones that he had won from the bet. It was enough to support him in building a proper sect. At the moment, Liu was idling under a large tree. He thought about the future of the sect and plans for dinner. Senior brother. Yi Qiu rode his spirit beast and flew over. Then he jumped down from the air and landed steadily in front of Liu. Liu was delighted to see Yi Qiu return. He almost shouted, "Did you bring the money?" Chapter 24, Yi Qiu's Crisis. After Yi Qiu greeted Liu could tell that he was troubled. What's wrong? Did something happen at home? If you don't have enough money for your school fees, you can owe me first. You only need to write an IOU. Li Yu said with a smile. Senior brother, no, Master Li, I'm sorry, I might not be able to enter Qingyun's sect for the time being. Yi Qiu said with a guilty look. What's the matter? Li Yu's heart tightened and he thought to himself that he could not let this big fish slip. I'm going to the north to join the army. Yi Qiu said after a moment of silence before he told Li Yu the truth about the Northern War. However, he still could not bring himself to open his mouth and request Li Yu's help. After all, Li Yu did not have such an obligation. Li Yu felt helpless after hearing Yi Qiu's explanation. Yi Qiu had no choice as he was born into a family of generals. It only took one decree from the emperor and Yi Qiu had to serve in the army in his father's place. It was a pity that he had finally managed to get a talented junior brother who was about to become cannon fodder on the battlefield. However, everyone had their own fate. He could not force Yi Qiu, so he could only respect his choice. Since you called me senior brother, then I'm your senior brother. I'll wait for you to return triumphantly from the sect. If you still want to become our disciple, then my Qingyun sect will welcome you anytime. Li Yu patted Yi Qiu's shoulder. Right, if I can come back alive this time, I will definitely return to join the sect. Yi Qiu cupped his hands. Senior brother, it's getting late. I shall take my leave. I'm leaving early tomorrow morning to rush to the front line of the Mo prefecture. Alright, then I'll congratulate junior brother on your victory and triumphant return in advance. Li Yu cupped his hands. Yi Qiu cupped his hands and did not say anything else. He jumped back onto the back of the flying spirit beast, waved goodbye to Li Yu and flew in the direction he had come from. Li Yu looked at Yi Qiu's back view and could not help but shake his head regretfully. Side changes run faster than plans. I thought Yi Qiu was bringing the hefty sum of payment over. This way I can save up more spirit stones. At night, a figure in a black robe with strange patterns embroidered flew over from afar in silence. However, just as he reached the temple, which was only left with a hall, Li Yu's figure appeared out of thin air as he stood in front of him. Who are you? Li Yu asked coldly. From the way this person was dressed, he did not seem to be a good person. Ghost walked Netherworld Demon Sect. The man introduced himself. After all, he was not here to assassinate, so there was no need to hide his identity. The Netherworld Demon Sect. Li Yu's brows suddenly knit together because the fiend sects had finally made a move. Are you here to kill me? Li Yu asked calmly. No, your father is currently a guest in our Netherworld Demon Sect. Our sect master is a hospitable person and he would like to invite you over. Oh yes, before you go you must bring the baby divine bird and the heavenly spirit pill with you. Ghostwalk said eccentrically. Bang! A terrifying killing aura instantly erupted from Li Yu's body, scaring Ghostwalk to the point his expression changed. However, before he could react, he realized that a hand seemed to have reached out from the void and grabbed his neck. At the same time, Li Yu's murderous face appeared in his field of vision. Netherworld Demon Sect must be tired of existing, and you dare capture my father. Killing intent and rage rarely seen surfaced in Li Yu's eyes. If the Netherworld Demon Sect came for him, he would not be angry at all. He would treat it as killing monsters to level up and farm for equipment. However, using his father as a hostage and threatening his family's safety had touched his bottom line. Having his throat locked by Li Yu, Ghostwalk was scared out of his wits as cold sweat broke out on his back. He never imagined such terrifying strength from Li Yu. He did not even manage to see how Li Yu had arrived in front of him earlier. Especially when he sensed the terrifying aura that he emitted, he felt that Li Yu was even more terrifying than their sect master. Now that his life was in the other party's hands, Ghostwalk could only blabber, That's right, why your father is in our hands. Don't you dare do anything rash, otherwise you... Crack! Before Gue Xing could finish his sentence, his neck was broken by Li Yu. Netherworld Demon Sect playing dirty, huh? Then don't blame me for being merciless. Li Yu said coldly. Since the Netherworld Demon Sect had threatened his father's safety, that sect could not be spared anymore. It was also a chance to relieve the pressure on the orthodox sects of the Great Xia dynasty. At this moment, the system mission interface suddenly popped up. Kill Mo Lin and eliminate the Netherworld Demon Sect. You can obtain 20 prestige points. Good timing. A wisp of a smile curved up the corners of Li Yu's mouth. He had just intended to eliminate the Netherworld Demon Sect for good, and the system issued the mission. Since he could earn some money from it, he had no reason to let the Netherworld Demon Sect off. However, just as Li Yu was about to put away the mission panel, his gaze could not help but be attracted by Yi Qiu's name. At this moment his name had turned red with the word danger at the side. Yi Qiu's trip to the Mo prefecture to fight the war is indeed dangerous. Judging from this notification, this kid is probably becoming cannon fodder. Li Yu recalled that Yi Qiu had said that the Mo prefecture had fallen because the Netherworld Demon Sect had joined forces with the Wolf King clan. The Wolf King clan slaughtered, robbed and committed all kinds of crimes. Currently the people there were in misery and suffering. If the Wolf King's clan continued south and the Mo prefecture fell completely, the Great Xia dynasty would be completely exposed to the Wolf cavalry army of the Wolf King clan. It could directly cause the fall of the Great Xia dynasty. Initially Li Yu did not plan to interfere in this matter. After all, it was handled by the officials. He was not a saint, nor did he want to be a hero. There was no need for him to be a busybody. However, now that the Netherworld Demon Sect had implicated him, he decided to head to the Mo prefecture to eliminate the Netherworld Demon Sect. While he was at it, he would also eradicate the Wolf King clan, who was in cahoots with the Netherworld Demon Sect. Anyway, he could settle it with one sword. In the end, Li Yu still could not bear to part with a possible cash cow like Yi Qiu. After Yi Qiu left today, he regretted not taking action earlier. If this guy really died, he would not only lose a genius junior brother, he would also lose a large sum of sect fees. There was also the tempting ancient Emperor Qingzong's hidden treasure mission. If the war in the north was over, peace would return to the Great Xia dynasty, while Yi Qiu would probably not need to fight in the war and he could enter their Qingyun sect again. After some thoughts and considerations, Li Yu called Tang Qi over and handed over the supervision of their sect's construction project to him. Nanan City's Yi residence. It was just past 3 in the morning and Yi Qiu was prepared to set off. After Yi Guxing received the decree, he had headed straight for the Mo prefecture from the Qing prefecture border. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu would bring a group of light cavalrymen that escorted his father back and set out from Nanan City. They head north to the Mo prefecture to meet up with Yi Guxing. In order to ease his mother's fear, Yi Qiu lied and said that Li Yu agreed to help him fight the enemy and that they would surely emerge victorious this time and expel the Wolf King clan from the country. Perhaps the sign of a man's maturity was when he learns to tell white lies. Besides their own countries, there were some things that they had to protect and defend with their lives. After all, they have to protect the hearts of their parents, wife and children too. Although Yi Qiu's flawless lie made young Shangnan skeptical, and she even thought that the Li Yu that Yi Qiu spoke of was a cheat, she had no other choice. If she did not comply, her entire family would be executed. Therefore Yang Shangnan could only send Yi Qiu off with tears streaming down her face. She held on to the slim hope that Li Yu is truly as capable as Yi Qiu had described him to be. Chapter 25, That Relieving Backview. In a villa outside Nanan City, in a pavilion in the middle of a lake, the third Prince Morong Taishang played go with a woman. "Your Highness, is it really worth it?" the woman asked as she put down a white stone. She was the daughter of Grand Commandant Zhao Qiu, Zhao Shui. Back then His Majesty ceded land to the Westliang dynasty in exchange for a short period of peace. Do you think it was worth it? Morong Taishang said as he placed a black stone down. "I'm only sacrificing a portion of the Mo prefecture's territory so I can use the Wolf King clan to eliminate the Yi family completely. At the same time, it will relieve the pressure on the Luo family due to the Wolf King clan. Don't you think it's worth it?" "I'm just worried that the Wolf King's family is not that compliant. If the Mo prefecture really falls, I'm afraid that Jing prefecture will be in danger too." Zhao Shui smiled and said. She understood the strength of the Yi family's generals and their prestige among the army and the citizens. The issue was that the Yi family was only loyal to the current emperor and had a good relationship with the crown prince. That was why Morong Taishang needed to get rid of the Yi family at all costs. As long as the Yi family was around, it was almost impossible for him to usurp the throne. "Don't worry, between the Grand Xia dynasty and the Wolf King's clan, the Netherworld Demon Sect will surely choose the Grand Xia dynasty that can bring more benefits to their sect. The Netherworld Demon Sect will not allow the Wolf King's clan to invade the Grand Xia dynasty," Morong Taishang said. At this moment a man rushed over and bowed. He looked at Zhao Shui and hesitated to speak. "It's all right, Shui is not an outsider," Morong Taishang said. "That person," continued, "Your Highness, the Netherworld Demon Sect has replied to you. They will help us get rid of Li Yu. In addition, Yi Qiu has left the Jing prefecture and is about to enter the Mo prefecture. The Netherworld Demon Sect has rushed over to intercept him." Very good, Li Yu, Yi Qiu, you two geniuses shall rest in peace." Morong Taishang placed his black stone down and could not help but laugh proudly. "Shui, you've lost." At the border of Jing Prefecture and Mo Prefecture, Yi Qiu led a group of light cavalry as they rapidly advanced through the mountain path. He had to reach Tiger Forest Pass before night fell and meet up with his second uncle. However, right at this moment a silver stream of light suddenly flew out of the forest. With a crackle, the front legs of Yi Qiu's horse were chopped off. The horse lost its footing and flipped forward, but Yi Qiu reacted instantly. His movements were quick as he jumped up immediately. Then he did a somersault and landed steadily on the ground. At this moment the silver light spun around and slashed toward Yi Qiu again. It was a magic artifact in the shape of a crescent moon spinning at high speed. Yi Qiu held the azure dragon spear and swept it out with a clang. He blocked the incoming magic artifact. As a result, it landed in the hands of a black-robed person who had appeared out of nowhere. This person's long hair scattered down, covering the left half of his face. His right cheek was pale as a zombie. There were 4 other people following him, 3 men and 1 woman. All of them were wearing black robes with strange patterns embroidered on them. Yi Qiu recognized this pattern. Netherworld Demon Sect. Yi Qiu's brows furrowed tightly and he was shocked in his heart. They were afraid of being ambushed on the way, so they specially chose an extremely well-hidden path that few people knew. The light cavalry unit managed to send Yi Guxiong safely back to Nan'an City using this secret path. Other than the soldiers present, no one else knew that they would be taking this path. It seems like there's an enemy spy among us. Wait, he should be an enemy from within the Grand Xia dynasty. Yi Qiu was well aware that he was only a minor character compared to this war. Although his surname was Yi, he was still a greenhorn. He had never even been on the battlefield. As for his combat power level, it seemed to be of little use in changing the outcome of the war. It was reasonable if these people wanted to kill his second uncle. The emperor ordered him to the front line only to groom him through learning from Yi Guxiong. In the future he could succeed his father and become another famous general of the Great Xia dynasty. Therefore the only possibility was that someone wanted him to die. To be precise, that person desired for anyone from the Yi family dead. Yi Qiu knew that these people from the Netherworld Demon Sect appearing here was definitely a prearranged ambush. It is impossible that I'm only unlucky and just so happened to encounter these killers. It looks like someone was behind the Netherworld Demon Sects, colluding with the Wolf King clan as well. This is a planned massacre and the target is the Yi family. Yi Qiu instantly understood everything. He could even roughly guess who was behind this. Even so, what could he do? He did not know whether he could escape today. Young master, we are not far from the Tiger Forest Pass. We will cover your escape. Yi Guxiong's deputy general Zhang Zhizhong got Yi Qiu behind him and said softly, "Okay." Yi Qiu nodded. He did not want to die here. It was not that he was afraid of death, he was only unwilling to die in this manner and allow evil to prevail. Therefore, even if there was a glimmer of hope, he had to fight for it. Fellow masters and experts, wait a moment, I'm one of the third prince's men, I'm one of his men. A soldier suddenly rushed out and exposed his own identity. He was afraid that the assassins would kill him along with Yi Qiu's company. Kong Jia. Why? Why did you do this? General Yi has treated you well, how could you turn into a traitor? Zhang Zhizhong's eyes widened in anger. He had guessed that there might be a mole among his group of men. When it was confirmed, he still became furious. However, Zhang Zhizhong believed that Kong Jia was probably instigated to turn against him and the Yi family after arriving in Nan'an City. Otherwise, General Yi might not have returned to Nan'an City safely. I don't want to either, but... Slit. Before Kong Jia could finish, his head had been sliced off by the crescent-shaped magic artifact. Attack! The man with the loose hair ordered as the 5 of them rushed over. Protect our young master. Zhang Zhizhong shouted. The soldiers were not afraid of death as they quickly responded to the attack. They surrounded Yi Qiu and attempted to delay those 5 to buy time for Yi Qiu to escape. However, the difference in their abilities was too great. Practically in a single exchange, half of Yi Qiu's men were killed. Other than Zhang Zhizhong, who could barely hold on, the other soldiers were not their match at all. At the sight of this, Yi Qiu's heart turned cold. Those 5 from the Netherworld Demon Sect were no lower than the nascent soul realm. Morong Taishang had invested a lot in order to get rid of him. These few could be considered top-notch experts in the Netherworld Demon Sect. Young master, run! Zhang Zhizhong shouted. Yi Qiu also wanted to leave but was stopped by the woman. Her expression was cold and her gaze was filled with cruelty. The sword in her hand was like a venomous snake as it mercilessly slashed at Yi Qiu. The sword was too quick. Yi Qiu had no time to dodge it and could only use his spear to block. Still, their difference was too big. The power of that sword blew away the azure dragon spear in Yi Qiu's hand. Yi Qiu's body also flew out uncontrollably. At the same time, that woman approached again and aimed her sword at Yi Qiu's head. "Young master!" Zhang Zhizhong cried out. He used all his strength to break free from his opponent and rushed towards Yi Qiu. However, he was too far away to save Yi Qiu. Seeing that Yi Qiu was about to die under that woman's sword, Zhang Zhizhong's eyes turned red. If Yi Qiu died, even if he did not survive here, he would not have the face to see the ancestors of the Yi family. As he looked at the sword that sliced through the air and headed for him, despair overwhelmed Yi Qiu. He could not dodge or block it, and it would end with his head separated from his body. However, just as the long sword was almost touching his throat, it instantly stopped. At the same time, a muffled sound was heard and the woman disappeared on the spot. Replacing her was an upright figure in elegant green robes. He held the woman's long sword and stood with his back facing Yi Qiu. There was also a sword on his back. Seeing the person's back, Yi Qiu was surprised while a smile surfaced on his lips. A sense of security and relief seemed to envelop him like the warm and comfortable sunlight during springtime. Chapter 26: The Wolf King's Head as a Gift. Li Yu's punch had blown up the woman's chest. She fell deep into the hillside and could not be more dead. Then Li Yu's figure flashed a few times. 3 experts of the Netherworld Demon Sect, who the soldiers saw as powerful as gods and devils, had instantly died. The last remaining expert, with untidy hair and a zombie-like face, watched in horror. Knowing that Li Yu was someone he could not mess with, he immediately attempted to escape. Run! Li Yu was so quick that no one could see him coming. After that, a shrill cry resounded as the fleeing expert of the Netherworld Demon Sect perished on the spot. "This kid is a freak." Zhang Zhizhong looked in shock as Li Yu trotted back to Yi Qiu. For a moment, everyone forgot that they were half a step into the gates of hell not long ago. The remaining soldiers looked at Li Yu and could not recover from their shock for a moment. "Senior brother, why are you here?" Yi Qiu was surprised, but he was more grateful. "Just here to settle something. Look at you, how are you supposed to enter the battlefield like this? With such meager ability, you're going to die." Li Yu pretended to be angry as he scolded Yi Qiu. "Haha, I've embarrassed myself in front of my senior brother." Yi Qiu was not angry. He knew that although Li Yu said that, he must have secretly followed him because he was worried about him. Moreover, his objective for this trip was probably to eradicate the Wolf King clan. "I knew it. My senior brother is a great hero who cares deeply about the world. That day I told him about the war in the north and the people suffering. Although he did not say anything then, he still traveled here secretly. He must be planning to attack in secret. If I hadn't encountered an ambush and almost lost my life, he wouldn't have made his appearance easily. He wanted to get rid of evil for the people, yet he did not want anyone to know about it. He's truly a hero, a true hero worthy of our admiration. Alright, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Li Yu waved his sleeves and prepared to leave. "Senior brother, aren't you coming with us?" Yi Qiu hurriedly asked. "What? Do you want me to be your bodyguard?" "I told you I'm here to settle some matters, not to save you," Li Yu said in annoyance. "Ha, senior brother is right then. Your junior brother bids you farewell." Yi Qiu did not say anything else and cupped his hands. Li Yu waved his hand with a tap of his foot. His figure disappeared on the spot again. "Young master, are you all right?" Zhang Zhizhong rushed forward and asked in concern. "I'm fine. We are fortunate that my senior brother stepped in to save us just in time, otherwise we would have really died here." Yi Qiu replied with lingering fear. "Young master, who is this senior brother of yours? To have such power at such a young age is absolutely remarkable." Zhang Zhizhong was also filled with curiosity. "Well, he's a hermit expert. Once I return home after this war, I'll be preparing to go under their tutelage," Yi Qiu said with a proud expression, though he didn't plan on saying much about Li Yu. He felt that Li Yu must be someone who liked to keep a low profile, otherwise it would be impossible that not many have heard of him until now with his monstrous capability. If not for the appearance of the Heavenly Dao rankings, he probably would not have known about Li Yu, much less witnessed how he had killed the demon child with a single strike. It was the same this time. Liu had clearly decided to come to the Mo prefecture to deal with the Wolf King clan, but he pretended to be indifferent. Since his senior brother liked to keep a low profile, Yi Qiu could not do anything that displeased him. Therefore he did not tell Zhang Zhizhong too much about Liu. Zhang Zhizhong was a clever person. Seeing that Yi Qiu did not elaborate, he did not ask further. He only replied with an "oh" and continued, "Young master, let's continue on our way. Let's hurry to Tiger Forest Pass and meet up with General Yu. Will be safer over there." Okay. Yi Qiu and the others set off again. There were originally 30 people in the escort party, now only 6 were left. When they arrived at Tiger Forest Pass, it was evening. It was not a big deal, as they finally successfully met up with the army that Yi Guxing brought from the Qing prefecture and set out for the Jade Peak Pass. Meanwhile, Yi Guxing had rushed to the front line at Elite Peak Pass on his flying spirit beast. At present, the Wolf King's clan army had amassed outside Elite Peak Pass, ready to attack at any moment. There was an urgent need for a general to oversee the battle, so Yi Guxing rushed over first. To the north of Elite Peak Pass, the once prosperous cities had turned into a living hell. In the human world, it was filled with desolation. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. The fire burnt the buildings in the city and thick smoke filled the sky. A portion of the men from the Wolf King's clan had stayed in the city. They were still plundering the remaining wealth and women. They cruelly killed the commoners who survived, not even letting children off. The main army of the Wolf King clan had headed south to Elite Peak Pass and was stationed there temporarily. They were prepared to break through the newly established defense line of the Great Xia dynasty at any moment. At the entrance of the army camp, a group of tall and ferocious Wolf King clan soldiers escorted dozens of teenage girls and more than 100 captured soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty into the army camp. The few in the lead were riding steelback wolves with a body as robust as a cow. "You guys send these girls to the Wolf King's tent first," the leader of the group ordered. These were the women newly captured from the nearby cities, and they were preparing to offer them to their Wolf King and the various commanders for their enjoyment. "Yes, sir." Those few soldiers received the order and quickly escorted the frightened girls to the Wolf King's tent. "The rest of you will send these captives to feed the wolves," the leader said. The soldiers received the order and quickly escorted the captured Great Xia dynasty soldiers towards the area where the wolves were kept. In the wolf area, steelback wolves as strong as cows growled in excitement when they saw the Great Xia dynasty soldiers being pushed in. Immediately they opened their bloody mouths and pounced at those soldiers. The miserable human cries and the howls of the steelback wolves echoed through the entire camp, but it did not cause any discomfort to the members of the Wolf King clan. The group of teenage girls turned pale and shivered. "The girl I slept with today is so fair and tender, and she has big breasts." "That's right, the women of this Great Xia dynasty are so tender and lively. Their cries are pleasant too." "Haha, I heard that the ladies in the south are more beautiful. Once we conquer the imperial capital of the Great Xia dynasty, we'll grab a few imperial concubines and princesses to play with. It'll definitely be awesome." The few Wolf King soldiers escorting the girls discussed loudly with lecherous smiles. However, just as they brought these women to the Wolf King's tent entrance, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. A short sword as thin as a cicada's wing sliced through their throats in an instant, and they dropped dead in synchrony. The teenage girls were also shocked to see how those Wolf King soldiers escorting them had died. However, none of them screamed or made any noise, as they only looked around in fear and confusion. Apart from the dead Wolf King clan soldiers and tent guards on the ground, there was no one else. Meanwhile, at this time, singing and dancing were going on in the Wolf King's tent, and everyone was toasting each other. A group of captured dancers was dancing elegantly in the middle of the main tent. As for Wolf King Tharman and the other commanders, they were sitting around in a circle hugging young girls with tear-stained faces and fear written all over them. They indulged in the wine and meat in celebration, while no one noticed that Liu's figure was swaggering in from the tent's entrance. As soon as Liu entered the Wolf King clan's camp, the system mission panel popped up again. A new mission surfaced: kill the Wolf King Tharman and defeat the Wolf King clan's army. You can obtain 10 prestige points. The Wolf King Tharman was in cahoots with the Netherworld Demon Sect. Hence he planned to bring the head of the Wolf King Tharman as a greeting gift to the Netherworld Demon Sect master. Chapter 27: The Grand Xia Dynasty is Too Scary. "Who's there?" A commander sitting closest to the door was the first to notice Liu. He immediately grabbed the saber beside him, pushed the woman in his arms away, and stood up. His shout alerted everyone in the tent. All the commanders drew their sabers and jumped up looking at Liu on high alert. The group of dancers quickly retreated to the side. Those women who were not fully clothed also hid in the corner of the tent in a panic. They sized up Liu carefully, their eyes seemingly suffused with a trace of anticipation. They could all tell that Liu was from the Grand Xia dynasty and his presence was like a ray of light in the endless darkness. It reignited a glimmer of hope in this group of desperate and terrified women. Liu played with the cicada sword in his hand as he walked to the center of the tent with a faint smile. A group of commanders swiftly stood in front of the Wolf King Tharman and surrounded Liu. "Don't move! If you do, we won't hesitate to kill you," a commander yelled. Actually, they were slightly afraid. For this boy to enter their tent silently, his ability must be extraordinary. Therefore, no one dared to act rashly. Liu did not look anywhere else as he stared at Wolf King Tharman, who sat in the main seat. He treated the surrounding commanders as nobodies. "You're Tharman?" Liu asked coldly. "You're right, kid, you have the guts to barge into my tent alone, but since you're here, don't." Tharman wanted to unleash another wave of verbal attacks. However, Liu's figure vanished on the spot. At the same time, the two tall and burly commanders who were blocking Tharman's path were blasted away by a powerful force. Wolf King Tharman's expression switched drastically. Although he could not see Liu's figure at all, he still kicked up the table in front of him in an attempt to stop Liu while he rolled to the side. He moved as fast as lightning. In the eyes of others, his actions were unbelievably quick. However, he was facing Liu. Just as he drew his saber and stood up, he was pressed down by a hand. A terrifying aura pressed down on him like a mountain, causing his hair to stand on end. He tried to struggle, but he realized that his body could not move at all under the terrifying power. "My king!" All the commanders looked in shock. Everything had happened too quickly. By the time anyone could react, the two commanders had only just flown out of the tent. Their Wolf King Tharman had actually been captured by that young brat. It was simply unbelievable. "Brat, you're formidable. I accept my defeat in your hands. I just want to know what kind of benefits the Grand Xia Emperor gave you that made you slit." With a flash from the cicada sword, Tharman's head left his neck. He was completely overpowered. The Wolf King planned to use the great talking technique to give himself a chance. Little did he expect Liu to not give him any chances. Young people are too impulsive after all. Sprouting too much nonsense, Liu thought to himself. He had not come here to chat with the Wolf King. He was in a hurry because he had to rush to the Netherworld Demon Sect and save his father. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Tiger Soul Saber obtained successfully. At the same time, the mission progress of the Divine Weapon Collection became 6/20. Liu did not expect to find that the Wolf King's saber was actually a spirit artifact. Not bad, I actually got an unexpected gain. The commanders shivered in fear when they saw the Wolf King killed, and they instinctively took a step back. Their rough faces were filled with terror, like the women they had humiliated earlier. After all, their Wolf King was a late-stage transcendent realm expert. He could thrash every commander present alone. However, the strongest person in their clan, the almighty Wolf King, he was killed by this brat without any chance to fight back at all. He was too terrifying. At the same time, the girls who were squatting together in the corner seemed to have vented their hatred. Their gazes upon Liu were filled with worship and admiration. They now believed in miracles again. At this moment, the brief shouting and fighting in the main tent attracted the attention of the surrounding Wolf King clansmen. However, they only saw that the guards around the tent were all killed and the two commanders who were punched out stopped breathing on the spot. Everyone knew that something big had happened as they hurriedly gathered people and surrounded the tent. However, not knowing the situation in the tent, they did not dare to rush in at the moment. Meanwhile, in the tent, the 10-odd commanders stepped back slowly. They knew that they were no match for Liu, so they only had one thought in their minds: run. Sensing that their men had surrounded the tent, they planned to escape among the chaos. Unfortunately, Liu did not intend to show mercy. He put away the cicada sword, pulled out the sword on his back, and swung it horizontally without hesitation. The terrifying sword might was like a giant and invisible blade that instantly cleaved the dozen or so Wolf King clan commanders into two from their waists. The sword might did not stop after killing these commanders. It continued to cut through the surrounding cloth of the tent and swept towards the soldiers outside the tent. Swoosh! A huge hole was cut into the dense human wall. Countless Wolf King clan soldiers were sliced in half. Their corpses were even blown backward by the shockwave generated by the sword might. The rest of the surrounding soldiers were instantly horrified at the sight of this. What kind of terrifying divine power is this? At the same time, Liu's figure walked out of the tent with the head of Wolf King Tharman in his hand. Wolf King! He killed the Wolf King! Our Wolf King is dead! Everyone from the Wolf King clan was shocked and their gazes at Liu were filled with horror. Although they had a few thousand men surrounding the tent, Liu's oppressive aura made them terrified to the point of ceaselessly retreating. Currently Liu is not a young man in their eyes but a terrifying god of death. Kill him and avenge the Wolf King, someone shouted. Some men who were not afraid of death were daring enough to charge toward Liu. Liu remained calm as he tapped his feet and jumped up into the air. Then he slashed down from the sky. The might of the sword was vast and earth-shattering that could sweep through thousands of armies. The strike seemed to have brought the sky down along with its immense pressure. The tens of thousands of Wolf King clansmen below were pressed to the ground by the terrifying sword might. Their bodies turned cold and their hearts trembled. As for the ones in the middle of the sword might, they could not withstand it at all. Their bodies exploded with a bang, transforming into bits of flesh and blood. The ground beneath their feet cracked under the terrifying sword might. Thick widening cracks spread in all directions. The earth shook as if the sky was about to collapse. A huge ravine appeared in the middle of the sword might, extending for hundreds of meters. This strike from Liu petrified all the members of the Wolf King clan in the camp. They looked at the airborne Liu in horror, as well as the Wolf King's head in his hand. No one thought of putting up resistance anymore. That single sword strike earlier was like the divine might of the Heavenly Dao. It was too horrifying. This person's powers had gone beyond their level of understanding. He could only be described as a god. And how could a mortal resist a god? They did not have the slightest doubt that as long as this man had the intent, he could kill these hundreds of thousands of people with a single move. Run away! The Wolf King's army was utterly scared out of their wits by this strike. They immediately scattered and fled as if they were escaping from a disaster. No one dared to look back and kept sprinting north. They only had one thought in their minds now: go home. The Grand Xia dynasty is too scary. Chapter 28. Do you guys really think you're here as guests? Jade Peak Pass in the city tower. Yi Gushing looked at the sand table in front of him with a frown. The other generals beside him were also silent with grave expressions. The enemy had a 500,000 strong army and was brave and ferocious. The Wolf King had the capability of a late-stage transcendence realm coupled with his inborn divine strength. Even Yi Gushing was not his match. There were no more than 50,000 guards in Jade Peak Pass now. Even if they had the geographical advantage, it was still a mammoth task to stop the Wolf King's 500,000 men army. As for the troops he had brought along and the reinforcements he had ordered to transfer over from other places, it would take at least 2 days for everyone to rush over. If the Wolf King's army launched an all-out siege, then Jade Peak Pass might not be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. Therefore he had to think of a way to delay the Wolf King's army here. Otherwise, if Jade Peak Pass fell, who knew how many commoners would be implicated? General! Our scouts have reported that an unknown expert has infiltrated the enemy's camp and killed the Wolf King Tharman, scaring off the Wolf King's army into retreat. Right now the hundreds of thousands of Wolf King's men have begun fleeing to the north in a panic. A soldier ran in and reported. Really? That's great news. Yi Gushing was overjoyed and the few generals were also surprised with joy. However, after the surprise, Yi Gushing was also slightly shocked. An unknown expert? What kind of expert could scare off the Wolf King's army of 500,000 by himself? The Wolf King's clan's army is battle-hardened, ferocious and fearless. To be able to scare these guys into fleeing for their lives, just how terrifying is that mysterious expert? I never knew our great Xia dynasty had such a powerhouse. It was true that he was stunned, but Yi Gushing was more elated. The huge rock that was weighing on his heart disappeared instantly. He was incessantly worried about how to stop the Wolf King's army's advance, as the entire great Xia dynasty was at risk. He had not expected such a shocking turn of events. He truly needed to thank that mysterious expert who had helped him. With the Wolf King killed, the clan's army was without a leader and was routed. It presented them with the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Du Chao, listen up. I'm here. Lead 20,000 cavalry and follow me out of the city to pursue the Wolf King clan. We must drive these guys out of the Mo prefecture and reclaim the lost land. Yi Guxing ordered. Yes, sir. Liu happily received the 10 prestige points from the system as he watched the Wolf King's army flee. His prestige had reached 29/100. As long as he eliminates the Netherworld Demon Sect, his progress would be half complete. Liu did not loiter around after putting the Wolf King Tharman's head into the system's storage space. He tapped his foot onto the air and flew off. The Netherworld Demon Sect was located in the northwest area of the Missouri Prefecture close to Mingchang Mountain. It was unexplored and filled with demonic beasts. As he had triggered the system mission this time, Liu found that place with ease with the system's guidance. As soon as he entered the Netherworld Demon Sect's territory, a few disciples obstructed Liu's path. Who are you? How dare you trespass into our Netherworld Demon Sect? Those people looked at Liu with vigilance. The fact that this man could arrive here by himself was very telling of his abilities. Go report to your sect master that I, Liu, have come to give him a gift. Liu said. He did not intend to force his way in. After all, his father was in their hands. It was not too late to attack after saving his father. Those Netherworld Demon Sect disciples were shocked. They had naturally heard of Liu's name. After all, everyone knew who topped the hidden dragon rankings. The few of them did not speak. One disciple quickly went to report while the others kept on guard. After a while, that person flew back again and said, "Come with me." Liu followed that disciple directly to the main hall of the Netherworld Demon Sect, the Nether Hall. There were quite a few people in the hall at the moment. Besides the sect master Mo Lin, there were a few elders and more than 10 core disciples. Li Qingyun was also among them, but his body was sealed by a piece of magic equipment that immobilized him. However, his expression was relaxed and content as he looked at the hall entrance with anticipation. When he saw Liu arrive, he immediately said with a grin, "I heard that you're the first on the hidden dragon rankings. You really make me proud." That day he found out about the hidden dragon rankings from Mo Lin, and he also found out that Mo Lin's true intention was to get rid of Liu and obtain the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the Chongming Bird. Hearing his father speaking, Liu could finally confirm that his father was safe and sound. He could not help but feel relieved. Then he smiled and said, "It's only the ranking within the Great Xia dynasty. There's nothing to be proud of here. As for you, have you gotten any money after leaving the mountain for so long? Let me tell you, I've taken the liberty of changing our sect's name. The original name was too awful. Now that our sect is pretty famous, we should give it a better name, so I used your name to change it to Qingyun Sect. This name sounds much better, isn't it? Oh, by the way, the bandits from the Juyi Hall came to rob us and I got rid of them. I got a lot of money and treasures from their village. Also, a few days ago I won a lot of spirit stones from gambling with various family clans and nobles. Right now we have sufficient funds for the expansion of the sect, and construction works have started these few days too. I believe that when we return, the Hall of Mountgate should be almost completed." Haha, my son is amazing. I didn't expect that you would actually do so much when I'm not around. Li Qingyun laughed heartily. Liu and Li Qingyun began chatting. Mo Lin, who was sitting in the front seat, grimaced. Is there something wrong with this father and son's heads? They are about to die and they don't even know it? They even chat here as if they haven't met in a long time. Do you two think you're here as my guests? The elders of the Netherworld Demon Sect and the dozen core disciples at the side looked at Liu and Li Qingyun as if they were looking at fools. Liu, have you brought them? Mo Lin asked. He tried to interrupt Liu and Li Qingyun's conversation. However, Liu completely ignored him and continued to speak to Li Qingyun. Right, Dad, I did something pretty cool on the way here. What is it? Li Qingyun was curious. Bang! Mo Lin was so angry that he crushed the chair's armrest and stood up. A terrifying aura spread out and his gaze seemed like it could kill. However, Liu only took a casual glance at him and continued, I killed the Wolf King Tharman, who invaded the Mo prefecture and scared away the Wolf King's army while I was at it. That's my good son, you look more and more like me back in the day. Li Qingyun laughed again. You killed Tharman? Mo Lin, who was about to flare up, looked at Li Yu in surprise. The others in the hall were also startled before they scoffed. Although Farman's ability was not considered the best, he was still a late-stage transcendent expert. Furthermore, he had the protection of those hundreds of thousands of soldiers. How could it be that easy to kill him and even intimidate the Wolf King's army to retreat at the same time? It was rare to see someone brag to this extent. The father and son were really ridiculous. The surrounding disciples of the Netherworld Demon Sect looked at Li Yu with disdain. If there was a ranking for bragging on the Heavenly Dao rankings, they believed that Li Yu would probably top that too. Oh yes, speaking of which, I remember now, Sect Master Mo Lin, I've brought you a greeting gift. Li Yu finally brought his attention to Mo Lin. Immediately he took out the head of Wolf King Tharman from the system storage and threw it to Mo Lin. Seeing the Wolf King Tharman's head, Mo Lin's eyes widened. He looked at Li Yu in utter disbelief. He was also skeptical when he heard Li Yu's words earlier, and no words could describe how shocked he was at that moment. This brat really killed the Wolf King Tharman. How is this possible? Chapter 29, True Explosion on the Spot. He killed the Wolf King Tharman? The elders of the Netherworld Demon Sect could not believe it and quickly arrived beside Mo Lin. Upon closer inspection, they were shocked. It was really Tharman. On the other hand, the expressions of the 10+ core disciples changed drastically. The disdain from before instantly transformed into shock. When they looked at Li Yu again, their gaze was filled with fear and shock. At this moment, someone appeared by Li Yu's side, Li Qingyun. Li Yu had just taken the opportunity while Mo Lin and the others were distracted by the Wolf King's head to feel shocked. He sped to Li Qingyun's side, crushed the magic treasure that bound him, and pulled him to retreat far away. The entire process happened in a flash. Before Mo Lin and the others could react, Li Yu and Li Qingyun had retreated dozens of meters away. Upon seeing this, Mo Lin's expression darkened and he was even more stunned. Li Yu really had some ability to have such a wicked movement technique and shocking speed that he could take Li Qingyun away from under his nose in a flash. It seems that the only reason he could kill Tharman was because of his strange movement technique and speed. Mo Lin naturally did not know it was all routine for Li Yu. After all, he felt that Li Yu was a brat who was still wet behind the ears. No matter how monstrous his talent was, how strong could Li Yu be? Mo Lin was at the soul formation intermediate stage and his physical body had reached the soul conduit realm. He was not afraid of even late stage or peak stage soul formation experts. With such power, he could even kill 10 Tharman in one slap. Therefore, when he saw Li Yu save Li Qingyun, Mo Lin did not panic. This was their territory. Even if he managed to break Li Qingyun free, it was utterly impossible to leave here alive. Not mentioning whether Li Yu could get through him. Even if he was lucky to escape, he could forget about breaking out of their sect's protective mountain array. Dad, when did you find out about my true strength? Li Yu asked curiously. From his father's attitude just now, he could tell that his father must have known his true strength. It was no wonder that no matter where he went in the past, his father never said a thing. He even suspected that his father did not care about him at all. Only now it was just that his father was never worried about his safety. I'm your father and I watched you grow up. I'll know what kind of shit you had when you stick your butt out. Li Qingyun laughed. Dad, we're cultured people, can't you use some elegant adjectives? Li Yu was speechless. I'm just afraid that you don't understand. Now I really want to send him back into Mo Lin's loving arms and leave. However, Li Yu was used to it. Such was the daily mode of communication between him and his father. This was how his father was. He was usually rude. They were just short of calling each other brothers. Yep, that's my father. Li Yu did not doubt the authenticity of his father at all. Dad, Netherworld Demon Sect cannot be left alone. Li Yu changed the topic. Yeah, so are you confident in destroying them? And more or less, as long as Dad doesn't hold me back. Li Qingyun. I'll go first then. Where can you go without me? You mean jog on the spot? Li Qingyun. That's definitely my son. When he starts speaking like this, he's not inferior to me back in my time in the slightest. You'd better stay here and watch my performance. Li Yu stepped forward and loosened up his wrist and neck. Mo Lin was so angry that his eyes were about to explode. What are the two of you doing here, doing crosstalk? Do you think we don't exist? Not only did you not flee, you even said in front of us that you would destroy our sect who gave you all the courage. Do you really think that you're invincible just because you killed one Farman? I'm in the soul formation stage. One single slap from me is enough to turn Farman into dregs, and a sneeze is enough to scare the Wolf King's army away. You're in my territory and you're still so arrogant? Don't you know what the word death means? Li Qingyun, I really don't know where you and your son got the courage from. You must be making the most of your final chit-chat before you die. Alright, are you two done talking? It's time to die. Mo Lin shouted angrily. A powerful aura instantly spread out and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire hall. The core disciples at the side could not help revealing their fearful faces, and their entire bodies seemed to become dispirited. The pressure unleashed by a soul formation stage cultivator was simply too terrifying. However, Li Yu's expression did not change, nor did his heart skip a beat. He used his fingers to pick his nose and flick the booger onto Mo Lin's clothes. He mocked, "This little pressure of yours is not even a tenth of the demon child. Stop embarrassing yourself and keep that aura." Li Yu's words were simply like a sharp blade that stabbed into Mo Lin's heart, angering him to the verge of simply exploding on the spot. And what made him even angrier was that the bragging was practically endless. Demon child? No way you've fought the demon child before. Mo Lin could no longer hold back. He released his aura and instantly rushed towards Li Yu, slapping out with his palm. Demonic energy gathered in his palm, condensing into a giant palm print that seemed to carry the power of heaven and earth as it smashed toward Li Yu. He could have used his magic power to slap Li Yu to death through the air, but he did not do that. He wanted to use his palm to experience the feeling of his palm slapping Li Yu into meat paste. This was the only way to quash the anger in his heart. As Mo Lin rushed toward him, Li Yu's expression instantly turned serious. He blocked Li Qingyun behind him and didn't dodge while drawing his sword. Boom! The moment the long sword was swung, the world seemed to tremble. Space twisted as a terrifying sword might poured out. Sensing the power of Li Yu's sword, the expression of the charging Mo Lin changed. A chill instantly rushed up to his head. The anger on his face was replaced by terror. This strike instantly reminded him of the terror he felt when he was dominated by Li Qingyun. That trauma made him sense the danger of death. Having lived to his age, he had seen many experts and experienced countless life and death battles. He was all too aware of how terrifying this strike of Li Yu's was. He did not have the time to think about how Li Yu could have such terrifying strength at such a young age, or if Li Yu had really fought the demonic child. He only knew that this strike was enough to take his life. Therefore, he immediately struck out with his palm, using the palm mark condensed by magic power to withstand the attack. At the same time, he retreated rapidly and released all his magic power to protect his body. He also summoned various life-saving magic treasures to form defensive barriers in front of him. There were gigantic shield-shaped magic treasures, energy screens, and magic barriers formed by talismans. There was also a magic treasure looking like a turtle shell that covered his chest. Including the magic scale armor, he wore a black-scaled defense layer formed on the surface of his body. He was armed to the teeth. However, all these defensive magic treasures were as fragile as clay sculptures before the might of Li Yu's sword. Bang 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 bang. As the sword might advanced, all the protective magic treasures that Mo Lin brought out collapsed. Yet the sword might didn't slow down as it instantly penetrated Mo Lin's body. Mo Lin felt as if countless sharp blades were stabbing into his body, all at the same time turning into boundless energy that exploded. No! He screamed as his body exploded, sending blood and flesh flying. Silence rang out. The elders of the Netherworld Demon Sect and the dozen core disciples at the side seemed as if they had seen a ghost, and they were dumbstruck while their entire bodies went cold. Their sect master, the great soul formation stage old monster with a powerful soul conduit realm body, was actually insta-killed by a single strike. They were utterly petrified. Chapter 30, Provoked the Wrong Person. Nether Hall. A strange black symbol suddenly appeared from the pool of flesh and blood of Mo Lin's remains. It seemed branded on the ground. Li Yu looked over in surprise, but he heard Li Qingyun say from behind him, Mo Lin isn't dead yet. Ha! Li Yu was astounded, and he was just about to execute another strike when he was stopped by Li Qingyun. This body is dead, however this fellow cultivates the blood-soul reincarnation art. Every time he's killed he will be resurrected in another body that has a demonic seed planted in it. That time he used this method to escape from my sword twice, however every time he resurrects his strength will be greatly reduced. He might even directly drop by a major realm. Li Qingyun said. Then how can we annihilate him for good? Li Yu was slightly surprised. He did not expect Mo Lin to have such a strange ability. Find the reincarnated Mo Lin and kill him. The blood soul reincarnation art can't be used twice in a row, plus the demonic seed he reincarnated with wouldn't be too far from him, therefore it is definitely in the body of one of the disciples here in this sect. For this spell to be successful, the person who got implanted with the demonic seed had to have high compatibility with his soul. It must be nurtured inside the body for at least 50 years and it had to fuse with the body at a high level. After reincarnation it will take at least an hour to completely fuse and control a new body, said Li Qingyun. But we still can't tell who the reincarnated Mo Lin is. Li Yu frowned. After Mo Lin reincarnates, his appearance will not change. Also there will be a mark on his forehead resembling the black symbol on the ground, plus the mark will not disappear for a short period of time. Li Qingyun said. In the past he had carefully studied this technique in order to deal with those people from the demonic path who cultivated the blood soul reincarnation art. This art could not be interrupted with a physical attack. If one wanted to stop someone's reincarnation, he would have to first use a sealing type spell or a magic treasure to seal him inside before killing him. Otherwise it would be impossible to stop the reincarnation process. However, this reincarnation technique could not be used freely. Every reincarnation would burn the user's lifespan while reducing his cultivation level considerably. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation realm, the greater the burning of lifespan. For someone like Mo Lin who had a soul formation stage cultivation, his lifespan would probably be reduced by 400 to 500 years after this reincarnation. As Li Yu and Li Qingyun spoke, the elders of the Netherworld Demon Sect and the dozen disciples recovered from their shock. Without a word he turned around and wanted to run. If they could not even beat their sect master, rushing over was equivalent to seeking death. However, a cold glint flashed through Li Yu's eyes. Another sword strike. Rumble. The enormous sound alarmed the entire Netherworld Demon Sect. The once majestic Nether Hall collapsed with a bang under the shocked gazes of all the disciples. Thick smoke sprang up as airwaves surged. Two figures flew out from within. They were Li Yu and Li Qingyun. At the same time, the other elders and disciples of the Netherworld Demon Sect rushed over from the surroundings and surrounded the two of them. They did not know what had just happened in the Nether Hall. However, when they saw the two strangers fly out of the ruins, everyone immediately drew their swords and looked at them with killing intent. An underground chamber under the Nether Hall. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged on a circular platform, strange black runes surfacing on his glabella. At the same time, black patterns spread throughout his body from the symbol on his glabella. A strange light lingered over his body as his skin and muscles squirmed. It was as if countless small snakes were swimming around under his skin, a sight not for the faint-hearted. After around 10 minutes, the middle-aged man's appearance changed to Mo Lin's and his body stopped twisting and squirming. He opened his eyes. Although his face was expressionless, there was lingering fear in his heart. The fear of death could not dissipate for a moment. That sword strike from Li Yu was simply too terrifying. He even felt that the demon child had been killed by Li Yu. Just who in the world is this kid? How could he possess such horrifying strength? Mo Lin could not understand. With the ability to kill him with a single strike, Li Yu's cultivation should at least be at the rebirth realm. A 17-year-old rebirth realm expert. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would never believe that such a monstrous person exists in the world. Of course, it was not the time to think about these questions. Boom! The earth shook as if there was an earthquake. The entire chamber trembled. He knew very well that Li Yu was probably unleashing a massacre on the surface. With his terrifying strength, his sect was probably doomed. Mo Lin suddenly recalled his conversation with Li Qingyun that day. You want to use me to lure Li Yu over here? Your Netherworld Demon Sect is finished. It turned out that Li Qingyun was not bluffing. Li Yu did have the strength to destroy their Netherworld Demon Sect. He was really regretting it now. His sect was probably really going to be destroyed by this boy. He didn't even know if he could escape from the Netherworld Demon Sect alive after his reincarnation. Although he had successfully reincarnated, his soul and body still needed some time to fuse before he could control this body. Moreover, even after complete fusion, his cultivation would directly drop to the nascent soul realm. In front of Liu, he was as weak as an ant. Right at that moment, the secret room's door was suddenly pushed open and two figures walked in. The one in front was a ghost-like figure. His feet could not be seen under the black robe, and under the hood 2 balls of ghostly lights gleamed. Behind him was a young man with masculine facial features. He was Gu Sangming, who was ranked 3rd on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Sect Master Mo Lin, you are indeed here. It seems like that brat has killed you. A hollow voice sounded from the black-robed figure. Mr. Wu Chang, how's the situation outside? Mo Lin asked worriedly. No one could stand in his way. More than 100 disciples have died as we speak. A group of elders is leading all the disciples to protect the formation, temporarily trapping him within. However, we think he is at least at the rebirth realm, and the protective mountain array will not likely trap him. Our only hope lies in the demonic carnage sword's completion. Perhaps we can rely on the strength of the demonic carnage sword to stop that kid. Let's fuse together and control the power of the demonic carnage sword. Even if we can't kill him, we should at least force him back, said Mr. Wu Chang. Master, I'm willing to sacrifice my blood essence to the sword. Gu Sangming stepped forward with a determined look. He knew that he would definitely die today during the sect's calamity, so he might as well die with purpose. As long as the demon carnage sword is complete, it might help grasp a chance of survival for the sect. Hearing Gu Sangming's proposal, Mo Lin went silent for a moment. In fact, the demonic carnage sword had long been forged. All there was left was for him to use the 5 elements blood spirit array to refine the demonic carnage sword, so he would be able to condense the power of demon gods in it. It would become a true unrivaled demonic sword. As for the 5 element spirit physiques needed for the 5 elements blood spirit array, he had gathered them. It was just that the metal spirit body was his most valued disciple, Gu Sangming. Therefore, Mo Lin did not have the heart to sacrifice his blood essence to the sword, so he thought of perfected Yu Hua. Therefore, he secretly schemed with the Black Sea's greater demon, the mystic flood dragon, and set up a trap to capture the elders and disciples of the Jade Pure Dao sect. He hoped to use this to draw perfected Yu Hua over, who also had the metal spirit body, and use his blood essence to sacrifice for the sword. Initially, he had everything under control. He only regretted making a wrong move and provoked someone he shouldn't have. It resulted in the catastrophe today. Looking at Gu Sangming, Mo Lin hesitated again and again. Although he could not bear to part with this disciple, he didn't want to die just like this, nor did he want the Netherworld Demon Sect to be doomed in this manner. Therefore, he made up his mind and nodded. Gu Sangming cupped his hands with a firm look. He did not say anything else and followed Mr. Wu Chang out of the secret chamber. Chapter 31, Annihilation. The captured members of the Jade Pure Dao sect were imprisoned in the Netherworld Demon Sect's underground dungeon. The dungeon was filled with restrictions. Any attempts to break it with magic power were practically impossible. Not to mention, everyone was severely injured and suppressed by the restriction, making it difficult for them to breathe. They had messy hair and dirty faces, their bodies lacked vitality, and their eyes were filled with despair and emptiness. This was especially apparent for Elder Su and Elder Chu, who lay paralyzed on the ground like mud. There was no luster in their eyes. The two of them had their cultivation crippled and all of their meridians shattered by Mo Lin, and they were now powerless. Although they were still alive, they were dead inside. Pain and despair overwhelmed them. Rumble. A loud noise shook the earth and mountains. The dungeon trembled too. A few young disciples looked up slightly with surprise in their eyes. Then there was another rumble as the ground shook again. All the disciples seemed to have thought of something as they looked at each other with glee. Could it be, our Grandmaster has come to save us? A disciple remarked. They were still young and filled with a strong desire to live. Even if it was just a tiny sliver of hope, it was enough to let them regain their zest. It should be, judging from the commotion. This is great. The sect master hasn't abandoned us after all. Elder Chu, Elder Su, the sect master is here to save us. We can get out of here, the group of disciples shouted excitedly. 1. However, Elder Chu's eyes were still lifeless and he did not say a word. He felt as if his heart had died. So what if he made it out alive? He was a crippled man. Kill them, kill all these bastards. Elder Su shouted through gritted teeth. His eyes were red and filled with hatred. His cultivation that he had cultivated for hundreds of years was destroyed, just like that. This was more painful than death. Hence he simply hated those from the Netherworld Demon Sect to the bone. He could only be happy after killing them. Above the Netherworld Demon Sect, a spherical purple light screen was constantly shrinking. A bolt of violet lightning condensed and slashed down at Liu, but it was dispersed by his sword with ease. Outside the light screen, all the elders and hundreds of disciples of the Netherworld Demon Sect were arranged in a strange formation while they formed hand seals in unison. Strange runes surfaced in front of them, connecting with each other. Purple light gathered around them and slowly fused with the light screen of the Grand Array formation. According to Li Qingyun, they were executing a human formation to support the protective mountain array formation, allowing them to become one with the array. It was similar to becoming one with the sword. This was entirely different from relying on magic power to augment the array. One needed to fuse their vital energies into the formation to become a part of it. Furthermore, everyone was connected through a unique array formation, allowing everyone to become one. It allowed everyone's power to be focused and unleash its greatest power. It was like 10 people pushing a heavy box. Each person taking turns could push the box forward, but if their strength could be fully focused and synchronized, they could move it faster and further. If wheels were added to the bottom of the box and leverage was applied, everyone's strength could be amplified, thus the 10 people could push 10 boxes or more with ease. Such was the effect of becoming one with the array formation. Everyone's will was synchronized through it and their strength was united. Then through the profoundness of the array formation, everyone's power would be amplified. It would generate power far greater than the sum of its parts. Of course, there was one flaw as a part of the Grand Array. Once it got attacked, those disciples would suffer a certain degree of damage. If the Grand Array was destroyed, they would also suffer a backlash from that power and might be seriously injured or even killed. Hence, when he heard about this from Li Qingyun, Liu thought of a method that he could execute to annihilate the Netherworld Demon Sect with a single sword strike. Therefore he hid his abilities and controlled his strength while only applying pressure on the array. He switched from attack to defense and withstood the array's attack but did not destroy it. This brat can't hold on much longer. Let's gather the strength of everyone and kill him with the array formation. An elder of the Netherworld Demon Sect shouted loudly. Yes, elder. The hundreds of disciples answered in unison. At the same time, more Netherworld Demon Sect disciples flew over. They too formed hand seals and fused into the formation. The purple glow of the array formation became more and more dazzling while the energy became increasingly powerful. Rumble. The giant array formation was like a glorious heaven's might with thunder rumbling. Purple energy gathered in one spot and a lightning bolt that looked like a flood dragon manifested. Then it slashed down at Liu. Liu frowned and used his sword to block. Bang! Amidst the loud explosion, Liu and Li Qingyun's figures hurriedly retreated. Their expressions were grim. Everyone from the Netherworld Demon Sect was ecstatic when they saw it. It seemed like there was a chance of killing him after they fused with the Grand Array to maximize its power. All disciples, listen up quickly, come and support the Grand Array formation to kill the enemy together. No delay shall be tolerated. The Netherworld Demon Sect's Grand Elder used his magic power to amplify his voice, and it was like a thunderclap that resounded in the sky of the entire sect. After a moment, more figures flew over from all directions. Before the order, some of them were patrolling the periphery while others were in seclusion in various cave abodes. Although the commotion earlier had caught their attention, they didn't know what was going on, so no one dared leave their posts without orders. Some were merely observing. After all, they were simply unable to imagine how powerful the enemy they were facing was and believed the elders could handle it themselves. However, upon hearing the great elder's orders, they naturally did not dare to delay and flew over one after another. In an instant there were another 200 to 300 people outside the light barrier, and there were 1,000 people. Everyone listen up, merge all your essence, energy and spirit into the formation, inject all your magic power into the formation, and we will kill these two in one hit. The Grand Elder continued to shout. He noticed that Liu could barely withstand that attack just now. With more disciples joining in, they could definitely kill him with their best shot. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could still deal a heavy blow. Everyone should be here by now, Liu thought. Indeed, life was like a show where everything depended on the acting. He had successfully lured everyone from the Netherworld Demon Sect to integrate into the Grand Array. At the moment, the light screen of the grand formation had become more corporeal and glaring. A powerful pressure weighed down on his head like a mountain. In fact, some of the buildings began cracking under immense pressure. It was as if they were on the verge of collapse. The heavens and the earth quaked as a bedazzling purple light gathered in the sky, reminiscent of the blinding sun. The terrifying energy slowly condensed into a bolt of a purple lightning dragon that roared as it charged toward Liu. Liu stood in front of Li Qingyun, neither dodging nor evading. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword as he frowned ever slightly. Crack! The sword slashed out, tearing through the void. The bolt of purple lightning dragon instantly exploded, turning into a dazzling glow that spread in all directions. Space trembled as energy ripples spread out. Everyone from the Netherworld Demon Sect looked at the center of the explosion with anticipation. This was the strongest strike that had gathered all of their strength and used up all of their powers. It should be enough to kill Liu, right? Even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would definitely be severely injured and vomit blood, leaving him in a sorry state. However, when the light dissipated, Liu remained on the spot with a calm expression. Their best attack that had gathered the power of more than 1,000 people in their sect and the protective mountain array. A strike more than enough to level a mountain or kill an elite cultivator at the profound void martial stage. It did nothing. How is this possible? How is he still unharmed? Is he a monster? Everyone was utterly shocked. Right then, Liu looked at the people above him. The corners of his mouth suddenly curved up in a thought-provoking smile. Then he slashed out. This strike seemed to sever time. All was quiet, and it was as if space had stopped for a moment. In the next second, bang! The light screen of the array formation exploded. Chapter 32, Another Change in the Hidden Dragon Rankings. Outside Jade Peak Pass in the Wolf King's camp, a group of soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty searched for the weapons, treasures and other items left behind by the Wolf King's army. They also rescued the captured prisoners of war and women. Yi Qiu was here as well. Last night he had learned that the Wolf King had been killed by a mysterious expert and that the Wolf King's army had fled. He rushed here before the army did with Zhang Zhizhong and the others. What a terrifying divine power it is to actually tear open such a huge hole in this land. No wonder it could scare off the Wolf King's 500,000 men army. This is simply the descent of a god into the mortal world. Everyone looked at the cracked ground at the campsite in shock. Especially when they arrived near the enormous ravine that was almost 7 to 8 meters wide and stretched for several hundreds of meters. The visual impact simply made them feel so tiny and weak. They could finally understand how traumatized the men from the Wolf King clan were back then. Anyone else would be terrified to the point their souls left their bodies and they would flee for their lives. Yi Qiu didn't say anything, but he was extremely excited and proud inside. He was now even more sure that this was done by Liu. In the entire Xia dynasty, only he could have such terrifying strength. Looking at the ravine in front of him, he imagined the scene at that time. Liu entered the enemy camp alone and killed the Wolf King. Afterward, the might of the next sword strike collapsed the earth, scaring away the Wolf King's army of 500,000 men. In the end, he left without revealing his identity, as fame was irrelevant to him. Thinking to this point, Yi Qiu couldn't help but want to clap for Liu and cheer for him. This is what a true expert, a true hero is all about. Such a magnificent achievement is unprecedented. Such a heroic feat should be respected by all. Any good man should be like my senior brother. When can I become a powerhouse like senior brother? The admiration Yi Qiu had for Liu flowed like an endless river. Right then, a sudden commotion broke out among the soldiers nearby, and everyone looked over curiously. Those soldiers were looking at the Heavenly Dao rankings in the southeast with surprised faces. At the moment, the names of everyone from the Netherworld Demon Sect on the glittering hidden dragon rankings had begun to vanish one at a time. The name of the members from the Netherworld Demon Sect has disappeared. What happened? Perhaps someone got rid of the Netherworld Demon Sect? The soldiers were abuzz and couldn't contain their excited faces. The main culprit of the Wolf King's clan's invasion was the Netherworld Demon Sect, so the soldiers hated the Netherworld Demon Sect to the bone. It was especially so since many of these soldiers were from the Mo prefecture to begin with. In the past few decades, they'd frequently endured being pushed around by the Netherworld Demon Sect disciples. Of course, they were also afraid. As long as the Netherworld Demon Sect was not eliminated, the Grand Xia dynasty would never have peace. Did Senior Brother eliminate the Netherworld Demon Sect as well? Yi Qiu was also shocked. If the Wolf King clan was like a thorn in the back to the Great Xia dynasty, then the Netherworld Demon Sect was the sword that hung above their heads. Although the Netherworld Demon Sect did not want the Grand Xia dynasty to collapse completely, they would become a shitstirrer for their own benefits. They instigated wars and caused trouble everywhere, while the commoners were the ones who were suffering. Of course, commoners might be worthless in their eyes. However, they were all living people who had parents and families, just like his third uncle who had died in battle. Hence, if the Netherworld Demon Sect was eliminated for good, it would simply be too satisfying for everyone. My third uncle can now rest in peace. I told Senior Brother the other day that the Netherworld Demon Sect worked with the Wolf King clan to invade Mo Prefecture. Senior Brother must have eradicated the Netherworld Demon Sect altogether to eliminate all future troubles. Oh my Senior Brother, oh you're too awesome. Yi Qiu really didn't know what to say to express his current feelings and admiration for Li Yu. The main hall of the Jade Pure Dao Sect. Perfected Yu Hua had invited the elders of the Great Sky Dao Sect, the Five Elements Sect, the Star Dao Sect, and other orthodox sects of the Great Xia dynasty for a meeting. They had gathered to discuss dealing with the Netherworld Demon Sect together. After they heard that the Netherworld Demon Sect was refining the peerless sword, the demonic carnage sword, everyone was shocked as they denounced and cursed. However, when Perfected Yu Hua proposed to gather the strength of various sects to attack the Netherworld Demon Sect and destroy the forging of the demonic carnage sword, everyone went silent. They looked at each other with hesitation. They knew that the Netherworld Demon Sect was becoming more and more prosperous. If they were allowed to grow further, there would come a day when the righteous path would be completely suppressed by the Netherworld Demon Sect. They would be trampled under their feet and be at their mercy by that time. However, a sect war was not a fight between two children where they fought as and when they liked. Furthermore, the world was on the verge of total chaos with the appearance of the demon child and greater demons that were wreaking havoc within their areas. No one hoped for another war, especially one facing against the Netherworld Demon Sect that was in full swing. At that time, the other fiend sects would definitely take the opportunity to launch an attack. In the end, it would evolve into a bloody war between the righteous and fiend sects. Not to mention the final outcome, such a war would definitely deal heavy losses to both sides, and it could even plunge the world into an abyss of misery. The various greater demons would take the opportunity to cause more trouble and bring chaos. At that time, their world would probably experience an unprecedented calamity. Therefore, they felt that this matter was debatable. Some even suggested seeking help from the Clear Void Holy Land and the Limitless Dao Sect, the top Holy Land sects in the Huaxia continent. Only after all, the Netherworld Demon Sect and the Netherworld Cult came from the same source, and the Clear Void Holy Land and the Limitless Dao Sect would likely not allow a peerless demon sword like the demonic carnage sword to appear. Yet Perfected Yu Hua was well aware that the entire world was facing troubling times. The Clear Void Holy Land and the Limitless Dao Sect were too busy handling their own matters, so how could they have the time to care about the business of the Great Xia dynasty? It was not as though all of the orthodox sects of the Great Xia dynasty were destroyed or that an apocalypse had really befallen the world. This sort of thing was supposed to be handled by the sects of the Great Xia dynasty. Furthermore, Perfected Yu Hua was feeling anxious. His elders and disciples were in the hands of the Netherworld Demon Sect, and he couldn't afford to wait any longer. At the end of the meeting, the hall fell into silence. The atmosphere was heavy to the extreme. However, at this moment, an inner sect disciple of the Jade Pure Dao Sect suddenly ran in. Sect Master, there are major changes in the Heavenly Dao rankings. The names of those from the Netherworld Demon Sect are disappearing. What? The crowd immediately had astonished expressions. They rushed out of the hall and looked at the golden scroll in the sky. Indeed, the names of all the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Sect on the Hidden Dragon rankings had vanished. Even Gu Sangming, who was ranked third, had disappeared. There was no longer a single disciple of the Netherworld Demon Sect on the entire rankings. What's going on? Did someone annihilate the Netherworld Demon Sect? The last time this had occurred was when the Heavenly Water Pavilion was destroyed by the Demon Child. Hence, when they saw the vanishing names, everyone thought of the same thing. But who could have the ability to annihilate the Netherworld Demon Sect? It's also possible that the Mo Prefecture fell into the territory of the Wolf King clan, so the Hidden Dragon rankings automatically removed the disciples of the Netherworld Demon Sect from the rankings of the Grand Xia dynasty. Chapter 33, Who drove off the Wolf King's army? Do you think it's that demon child? Maybe only he has such capabilities. Yeah, that's possible. I don't think so. Demon child has been sealed away for countless years and his powers have reduced significantly. He wouldn't make enemies everywhere when he has just returned to the world. Although he's called demon child, his intelligence isn't like any ordinary child. It wasn't easy for him to regain his freedom, so he wouldn't dig his own grave like this. So if that's the case, what could have happened to the Netherworld Demon Sect? Had Mo Lin been crazy enough to use his disciples as sacrifices to his sword? Everyone's imagination ran wild as they came up with all kinds of conjectures. After all, they didn't dare believe that the Netherworld Demon Sect at its peak had really been eradicated. Even though this was what all of them had hoped for. Why don't we go take a look together? Perhaps the Netherworld Demon Sect has really been destroyed by the demon child or some unknown expert. We might be able to finish off any remnants still alive if we lead the way, said the sovereign of the Sky Dao sect. What he said might not seem like much on the surface, but it contained a lot of information. Even though he said it was to finish off the survivors, everyone knew that the meaning behind it was to divide the wealth of the Netherworld Demon Sect. Although the other party was a fiend sect, there was no absolute distinction between orthodox and demonic, such as spirit stones, spirit herbs, medicinal pills, magic treasures, or even some cultivation techniques. Everyone knew how massive the wealth of such a powerful sect possessed. After the Heavenly Water Pavilion was destroyed, those from the Jade Pure Dao sect had obtained the most benefits since they arrived first. Humans die for wealth while birds die for food. Although nothing was confirmed yet, everyone was instantly energized and agreed to the proposal. They returned to gather their disciples and prepared to head to the Mo prefecture together. In the eastern palace of the Great Xia dynasty, Morong Xingxiao also saw the changes in the hidden dragon rankings and was rather shocked. Those from the Netherworld Demon Sect have disappeared. Morong Xingxiao's heart suddenly began to race. Thinking of the incident at the Heavenly Water Pavilion, a bold idea surfaced in her mind. The Netherworld Demon Sect must have been annihilated. If the Netherworld Demon Sect was really destroyed, it would surely be a joyous occasion for the Great Xia dynasty. The fiend sects had been rampant for years, wreaking havoc in their areas. The commoners had suffered terribly, but the imperial government could do nothing to deal with the problems. Now the Netherworld Demon Sect had even colluded with the Wolf King clan to invade the territory of the Grand Xia dynasty and murder its citizens. It threatened the peace of the Great Xia dynasty and drilled fear into everyone in the world. Of course, personally speaking, the Netherworld Demon Sect was a primary threat to her. Morong Xingxiao also knew that the Netherworld Demon Sect was in cahoots with her third brother Morong Taisheng and the Luo family. It was precisely her third brother and the Luo clan who helped the Netherworld Demon Sect grow more prosperous over the years by providing cover for benefits. Nowadays the sect has become more and more daring. The Wolf King's clan's invasion of Mo Prefecture should also be linked to her third brother. He probably wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate the Yi family's influence. The Netherworld Demon Sect would have become a trump card for her third brother in the future. Hence, if the Netherworld Demon Sect was really eliminated, then it would remove a huge concern in her heart. However, when she thought of the power of Mo Lin and the Netherworld Demon Sect, Morong Xingxiao felt that it seemed unlikely. In the entire Grand Xia dynasty, no one could possess such strength. Perfected Yu Hua could only at most tie with Mo Lin. If anyone wanted to destroy the Netherworld Demon Sect, there was no telling whether they could win even with the combined strength of the Great Xia dynasty's orthodox sects. Although she knew that it was unlikely, she still anticipated good news. After all, something must have happened behind the sudden changes on the hidden dragon rankings. At this moment, Imperial Tutor Wu Chang suddenly ran over and said, "After a bow, Your Highness. I just received news that there was good news from the Mo Prefecture. Wolf King Tharman was killed by a mysterious expert and the Wolf King clan's army was scared off by that expert." What? Really? Morong Xingxiao's eyes widened in excitement. She was euphoric. It's absolutely true. General Yi has led the army to hunt down the Wolf King's remnant troops and recover the lost grounds. This is great. This is great. God bless my Great Xia dynasty. Morong Xingxiao was thoroughly thrilled. This piece of news made her even more excited because the unexpected change in the hidden dragon rankings might really be as she had expected. Maybe this mysterious expert attacked the Netherworld Demon Sect as well? If that was the case, this expert's strength was too terrifying. It was a feat to destroy the Netherworld Demon Sect. Even every known top-notch expert of the Great Xia dynasty could not do it even if they joined forces. I didn't expect that there was actually such a peerless expert hidden in our Great Xia dynasty. I wonder who this person is. Morong Xingqiao's heart was filled with curiosity. In the Prosperity Palace, the third Prince Morong Taishang had an ugly expression on his face as he watched the changes in the Hidden Dragon rankings. It was at this time that a figure suddenly appeared behind him. He bowed with cupped hands and said, "Your Highness, I have bad news. We just received news that Wolf King Tharman was killed by a mysterious expert. The Wolf King's army fled in panic and was routed." What? How could this be? Morong Taishang's expression drastically changed as he felt his mind buzz. Not long ago he had found out that the Netherworld Demon Sect had failed to kill Yi Qiu and was instead killed by a mysterious person. He was left shocked and frustrated. When he saw the unexpected change in the Heavenly Dao rankings moments ago, everyone from the Netherworld Demon Sect had suddenly disappeared and he had just begun to worry. Right now he heard the news that the Wolf King's army had been driven off by a mysterious expert. It was as if he was struck by lightning and he felt panicky inside. He did not want to link all these things together. But wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Of course, his worst fear was the possibility that the Netherworld Demon Sect had been eradicated by the same mysterious expert. If that was the case, everything he had painstakingly built over the years would be for naught. For the sake of borrowing the strength of the Netherworld Demon Sect, he hadn't hesitated to send wealth to the Netherworld Demon Sect for all these years and provided cover for them. With the Wolf King's clan gone, his chance to eradicate the Yi family's power was gone. Instead, it gave the Yi family a chance to gain military exploits and prestige. If his backing the Netherworld Demon Sect was destroyed too, then his grand plan would be ruined. Damn! Why did this guy suddenly pop up? He ruined my plan. MOing, do you have any clues about this unknown expert? Not at the moment, Your Highness, but based on my investigation, it shouldn't have been done by the top experts of the Great Xia dynasty. For some reason, they have all gone to the Jade Pure Dao sect. Immediately send someone to the Netherworld Demon Sect to investigate the reason for the changes in the rankings. Morong Taishang ordered as he still held on to the last trace of hope. Chapter 34: Emergence of the Demonic Carnage Sword. In the Yi residence, Yang Shangnan almost cried with joy when she heard the good news from the Mo prefecture. Yi Guxiong and Yi Qiu's grandfather Yi Tianming were also overjoyed. Wonderful, the heavens have blessed me. Gu Xing has averted the danger this time. Yi Tianming was naturally worried about Yi Guxing after all. The situation in the Mo prefecture was critical. Not to mention the severe lack of troops. The Wolf King clan had the Netherworld Demon Sect's support, and it was even possible that some people in the Imperial Court were colluding with them. He feared that Yi Guxing would die in the Mo prefecture. Yes, the heavens are blessing our Great Xia dynasty. To think that there would be a powerful person helping us at this time. Second brother and Xiao are safe now. Yi Guxiong breathed a sigh of relief. He was all too aware of how deep and muddy the water was in the Mo prefecture. He had also escaped death this time, though with the country in trouble they could not defy the Emperor's order. The men of the Yi family could only rush to the front and take the lead. I'm afraid Grand Commandant Zhao will be disappointed this time, Yi Tianming said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with coldness. It turns out Xiao isn't lying to me. That Li Yu he mentioned must be the real deal with extraordinary power. This is unbelievable, Yang Shangnan said from the side, her face full of joy. Out of desperation on that day, she hoped that the Li Yu her son had mentioned would help. She hadn't thought that Li Yu would really agree to help Yi Qiu. Moreover, she hadn't expected that Li Yu would actually defeat the Wolf King's army. This was enough to prove that Yi Qiu was right about him. Li Yu was an extremely extraordinary person with unfathomable strength. Li Yu? What does this have to do with him? Yi Guxiong and Yi Tianming looked at Yang Shangnan in surprise. They knew Li Yu's name, but they didn't understand how this matter had anything to do with Li Yu. I think the Wolf King's army was likely driven off by Li Yu, Yang Shangnan said. Ha? Yi Guxiong and Yi Tianming widened their eyes. After Li Yu destroyed the Grand Array formation with a single strike, it killed almost everyone from the Netherworld Demon Sect. No one could understand how Li Yu could be so strong. After eradicating the Netherworld Demon Sect, Li Yu did not leave. He had to find the reincarnated Mo Lin. After all, if he did not eliminate the roots, there would be no end of trouble. He was not afraid that Mo Lin would threaten his safety, but that was not the case for his father. Furthermore, the system mission required him to kill Mo Lin. All of a sudden, dark clouds loomed above. Dark purple clouds swirled around a central point, forming a vortex. Thick bolts of lightning flashed within as thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens and the earth. Waves of powerful pressure spread down from the sky as if the gods were about to descend. Li Qingyun was shocked as he looked at the phenomenon in the sky. This is a tribulation cloud. Lightning tribulation has descended. Is someone going to transcend the tribulation, or? At the same time, in the depths of the Netherworld Demon Sect, a black sword covered with red veins floated above the altar. The 5 dried corpses were arranged in all directions according to the 5 elements. A strange blood-colored totem floated from the altar and slowly shrank. In the end, it turned into a ray of light that assimilated into the sword. Buzz. The sword shook violently as if a demon had awakened. Demonic chi filled the air. The surrounding space shook. A strange red light illuminated the entire secret chamber. Waves of sword hums were like the roars of demons, causing one's heart to tremble. It's a success. The demonic carnage sword has finally emerged. Mr. Wu Chang exclaimed excitedly. The 2 lurid lights under the black robe flickered intensely. At this moment, the demonic carnage sword suddenly rushed into the sky and shattered the dome with a bang. It was like a dragon that had escaped its restraints and roared through the 9 heavens. At the same time, a thick bolt of lightning hacked down from the vortex like tribulation cloud. Bang! The world shook as lightning struck the demonic carnage sword. The lightning blast created circles of ripples. It's a magic treasure undergoing tribulation. To think the Netherworld Demon Sect has an immortal artifact-level magic weapon coming into being. Li Qingyun looked in surprise at the demonic carnage sword that was baptized by the lightning tribulation in mid-air. Magic treasures were divided into magic artifacts, spirit artifacts, and immortal artifacts from low to high. Every grade was divided into 4 levels: low, middle, high, and supreme. In the Great Xia Dynasty, spirit artifacts were considered absolute treasures. Immortal artifacts were even rarer. He did not expect that the Netherworld Demon Sect could actually produce a demon sword of the immortal artifact level. Bang bang bang. Lightning tribulations bombarded the demonic carnage sword one after another, producing a total of 4 lightning tribulations. 4 bolts of lightning? This is actually a supreme grade immortal artifact. Li Qingyun was even more surprised. A supreme grade immortal artifact was absolutely a rare treasure that barely existed in the entire world. A supreme grade immortal artifact was enough to allow someone to match against one major cultivation realm above him. For example, Mo Lin was at the soul formation stage previously. If he used this supreme grade immortal artifact to fight, it would give him the combat strength of the profound void martial stage. Of course, in Li Qingyun's opinion, there was no magic weapon or sword in this world that could compare to Li Yu's ordinary-looking sword. Furthermore, Li Qingyun, who had seen top-tier magic treasures, was not surprised to see a supreme-grade immortal artifact. He was only shocked that a supreme-grade immortal artifact had suddenly emerged in the Netherworld Demon Sect at this moment. This surprised him. It's an unexpected gain. As the lightning tribulation baptized the demonic carnage sword, Mo Lin, who was in the secret chamber, finally fused into his body. However, he did not know that his sect had been wiped out. He looked at Mr. Wu Chang expectantly as he walked in. Sect Master, the demonic carnage sword has been completed. If you fuse with me now, you should be able to recover your previous strength. With the power of the demonic carnage sword and the power of the sect's protective mountain array, you should be able to defeat Li Yu, Mr. Wu Chang said. He had been refining the sword the entire time and was unaware of what was happening outside. He thought that the sect had used the Grand Array formation to hold Li Yu back. This is great. Mo Lin beamed. The demonic carnage sword had finally emerged. However, when he thought of Li Yu, he was still quite afraid. He had not walked out of the shadows from not long ago. The might of Li Yu's sword was absolutely terrifying. However, he thought of his own sect and the foundation he had built up over hundreds of years. He thought of Gu Xingming, who was willing to sacrifice himself for the sect. He could not back down. If he did not give it his all, his sect might really be destroyed. Furthermore, he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 200 years before stepping into the soul formation stage, yet Liu had beaten him back to his original state in an instant. He had even lost 500 years of lifespan after reincarnation and lost his soul conduit realm body as well. Therefore he must make Liu and Li Qingyun pay the price today. Otherwise this matter would thoroughly shake his Dao heart and he would probably never return to his cultivation peak ever again. Mr. Wu Chang, let's begin. Mo Lin formed hand seals as a demonic aura surged around him. At the same time a lurid glow flew out from Mr. Wu Chang's black robe and instantly fused into Mo Lin's body. The black robe was scattered on the ground. Bang! A powerful aura burst forth from Mo Lin's body. Light blue flames instantly ignited on his body as his eyes turned black without a trace of white. Coupled with the strange symbol on his glabella, he looked somewhat sinister and terrifying. Li Qingyun, you too will die. After fusing with Mr. Wu Chang, Mo Lin's aura changed. He roared as his body soared into the sky. He pierced through the roof of the secret chamber through the floors above before breaking out of the ground. In the end he grabbed the demonic carnage sword that had just been baptized by the lightning tribulation. Chapter 35, Dad's Persuasion. Hum. The demonic carnage sword let out a sword hum that resounded through the world. Even the void could tremble. A demon god phantom appeared behind Mo Lin, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to gather around his body, forming a ferocious and overbearing pressure that spread out. No need to look anymore, he came out himself. Seeing Mo Lin rush out, Li Qingyun said, "Well, that saves me the trouble." A wisp of a smile suffused the corners of Liu's mouth while his gaze was indifferent. He did not care about the changes in Mo Lin at all, even though the current Mo Lin looked completely different from before and even seemed creepy. Mo Lin does have some trump cards, he actually has such a natural oddity. Li Qingyun said with a smile as he looked at the flames on Mo Lin's body. Natural oddity? What kind? Liu was immediately interested. He needed to collect natural oddities too. When he heard the keywords his eyes sparkled. If I'm not wrong, it should be the turtle spiritual earth core flame, plus it has been cultivated into a demon. Li Qingyun explained. The turtle spiritual earth core flame was a profound fire born from heaven and earth, and it was an extremely precious natural oddity. Even to the various holy lands this was definitely a priceless treasure. When it was first born it generally did not have much intelligence. This type of profound fire could be refined and fused by cultivators into their own great divine art to improve their magic power. At the same time it was also one of the best flames for pill refinement and weapon refinement. After seeing this turtle spiritual earth core flame, Li Qingyun understood why the demon sword could reach the level of a supreme grade immortal artifact. As expected of the divine firmament holy lands, Holy Sun, you sure are knowledgeable, said Mo Lin. However, his voice sounded as if two people were talking in synchrony. One was deep while the other was soft, making the sound even more sinister and eerie. The supreme grade immortal artifact demonic carnage sword, the natural oddity is the turtle spiritual earth core flame. Wow, I can't believe I'm getting two unexpected rewards today. The corners of Liu's mouth curled into a wisp of a greedy smile. This was really a surprise. Turtle spiritual earth core flame, why don't you follow my son Liu? You'll have a brighter future rather than following Mo Lin. Li Qingyun remarked. Li Qingyun, stop daydreaming, today will be your. Ha! Where are my disciples? As Mo Lin took back control of his body, he suddenly noticed that the surroundings were abnormally quiet. He looked down carefully and his expression immediately changed. All of them were dead. Mo Lin's pupils trembled and the pale blue flames around him shook violently. Initially he believed that the demonic carnage sword would turn the tide by joining forces with his disciples and the array formation. However, he did not expect that Liu had destroyed his entire sect. Looking at the state of everyone's death, Mo Lin instantly knew the reason. Liu destroyed the protective mountain array and the backlash caused everyone to die from internal injuries. He destroyed the grand array. Mo Lin was shocked again. The fear of being dominated by the sword overwhelmed him again. He knew how terrifying the lethality could be if they used the entire sect's power to support the grand array formation. Even if he held the demonic carnage sword now, he might not be able to withstand it unscathed. Yet this did not harm Liu at all. He had even destroyed the grand array formation. Just how strong is this guy? Mo Lin felt that Li Yu's strength seemed to have exceeded the scope of his understanding. This guy was not human at all. He might even be the reincarnation of a certain demon, the Arch-Immortal Emperor or Martial Emperor. Up to this point, Mo Lin's aura immediately weakened and he even thought of backing out. He felt that even if he had the demonic carnage sword he might not match Li Yu. If it wasn't for the fact that he could no longer retreat, he would absolutely choose to avoid that terrifying sword strike from Li Yu. However, as matters stood, he had no way out. He could either kill Li Yu or be killed by Li Yu. Turtle Spiritual Earth Core Flame, see this? The Netherworld Demon Sect has been destroyed. Mo Lin is only an arrow at the end of its flight, plus he's terrified. He has no chance of winning. You should know this better than I do. If you don't abandon the dark and seek the light, you will only die with him. You have probably cultivated for at least 1,000 years. Sacrificing yourself for a dead person is really not worth it. If you follow my son, he can help you obtain the extreme earth true fire in the primordial abyss or the golden sun true fire of the golden feather race in the future. You should know what this means. And you must have seen my son's capabilities. It's enough to sweep through the world. Although I, Li Qingyun, am no longer the divine firmament's holy son, my knowledge is definitely not something an ordinary person can compare to. Therefore, do you choose to perish with Mo Lin, or do you want to pursue the great Tao of immortal ascension with us? You decide for yourself. Li Qingyun's persuasion was powerful and resonating. It made the flames around Mo Lin seem to become illusory. In fact, Li Qingyun could tell from Mo Lin's expression that he was afraid. Even the phantom behind him became dim and shrunk, showing that he had lost mentally. As for the turtle spiritual earth core flame, it was fused with Mo Lin. Since their minds were linked, he could definitely sense this change in emotion. Hence Li Qingyun took the opportunity to convince the natural oddity to flip, and he might be able to subdue the enemy without a fight. Otherwise, with a single sword strike from Li Yu, he would probably really beat the turtle spirit ground flame back to its original form, or even directly destroy it. Sensing the slight hesitation in the profound flame, Mo Lin knew that the situation was dire and yelled, "Shut up, Li Qingyun, today I will take revenge for all the disciples of the sect." He immediately wanted to wave his sword and attack. However, right at this moment he suddenly stopped. The flames around him instantly disappeared. An illusory flame figure grabbed the demonic carnage sword from Mo Lin's hand and flew to the side. "Mr. Wu Changyu." Mo Lin's expression changed drastically and his aura instantly weakened. "I'm sorry, Sect Master Mo Lin, you've lost mentally. Even if I help you, you're bound to die. You should know this better than me," the turtle spiritual earth core flame said. He and Mo Lin did not have a deep bond, they only needed each other for mutual benefits. Moreover, as Li Qingyun said, he could sense Mo Lin's thoughts. He knew that Mo Lin was afraid and that they had no chance of winning. So there was no need for him to be buried with the Netherworld Demon Sect and Mo Lin. After weighing the pros and cons, he made a wise choice. Hearing the profound flames' remarks, Mo Lin bitterly smiled, his eyes filled with despair. He knew that he had been utterly defeated today. He didn't say anything else and charged right at Li Yu. The desire for death was clear to see. Li Yu made no mistake and casually waved his sword, sending Mo Lin to reunite with the Netherworld Demon Sect's disciples. After eliminating Mo Lin, Li Yu's mission was finally completed. Prestige became 49/100. Other than his prestige points, his experience points increase as well. At this stage he had obtained a lot of experience points killing the demon child Wolf King Tharman and Mo Lin. The experience bar had changed to, "You are still 10011, away from becoming invincible." Looking at this data, he felt more reassured. "Dad, your mouth, your persuasion is amazing," Li Yu said with a smile as he looked at the turtle spiritual earth core flame that had surrendered voluntarily. Li Qingyun gave a smile, then looked at the profound flame and commented, "You've made a wise choice. Here is the demonic carnage sword, it's my gift to show my loyalty." The profound flame handed over the sword with both hands. Li Yu smiled and received the demonic carnage sword. The system's voice sounded. "Ding, successful collection of the demonic carnage sword." At the same time, the mission progress of the divine weapon collection became 7/20. "You're called Wu Chang, right?" Li Qingyun asked. "Yes," the turtle spiritual earth core flame said respectfully. "I still can't confirm if you sincerely submit to my son, so I have to plant a contract seal in your sea of consciousness," Li Qingyun announced. "Ha? You didn't say that just now. A look of shock appeared on Wu Chang's illusory face. He felt like he had been tricked. The so-called contract seal was a special restriction. As long as it was planted, Wu Chang would essentially become Li Qingyun's puppet servant with his life and death in his hands. As long as Li Qingyun was willing, he could even control him directly. This was definitely a form of humiliation. Li Qingyun revealed a pleasant smile and added, "Don't worry, this is only a test for you. If you don't even dare to accept this, then it means that you really have ulterior motives. Why don't we let my son beat you back to your original form now and then refine and absorb you? Wouldn't that be better?" Wu Chang fell silent. Damn, this Li Qingyun is a demon. However, he had no other choice now. His strength was similar to Mo Lin's in the past, both at the soul formation stage. Not even Mo Lin was a match for Li Yu, so struggling was equivalent to seeking death. "Don't worry, if you prove your loyalty in the future, I'll surely remove the contract seal for you," Li Qingyun promised. Wu Chang went silent for a moment before he said helplessly, "All right, to show my loyalty, I'm willing to accept the contract seal." Chapter 36, Panic Among Fiend Sects. Li Yu did not speak. Although this was the first time he had heard of the contract seal, he could roughly guess what it was. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His father was indeed an experienced man. In this way he wouldn't have to worry about this turtle spiritual earth core flame with an ulterior motive. Otherwise this guy would be a time bomb. Once his father planted a contract seal on Wu Chang, he would obediently submit to them. This way Wu Chang could stay with his father in the future and protect his father's safety. With a soul formation stage bodyguard, he wouldn't have to worry about his father getting kidnapped again. Li Qingyun formed hand seals before a strange golden totem surfaced on his fingertip. "Wu Chang!" He looked at Wu Chang, indicating for him to accept this contract. Wu Chang closed his eyes and opened his sea of consciousness, allowing Li Qingyun to send the contract seal into it. As the golden totem fused into the sea of consciousness of the turtle spirit, the contract seal was successfully planted. "Alright, Wu Chang, you are now a member of the Qingyun sect. In the future I will be your master and Li Yu will be your young master. You must be loyal to us. Of course we will not mistreat you and we will honor our promise," Li Qingyun said solemnly. Although his cultivation was crippled and his meridians had not fully recovered, his actual cultivation was only at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. However, he still sounded like a revered expert. "Wu Chang will definitely follow master and young master's lead," Wu Chang cupped his hands and announced. After they subdued the turtle spiritual earth core flame, Li Yu and Li Qingyun started to seize the assets of the Netherworld Demon Sect. It had to be said that as the most powerful sect in the Great Xia dynasty, the wealth of the Netherworld Demon Sect was indeed shocking. Spirit stones, spirit crystals, rare treasures, various cultivation techniques, pills and weapons. Furthermore, with Wu Chang as their guide, the father and son practically left nothing valuable behind. They looted the entire Netherworld Demon Sect empty and filled up over 50 storage magic treasures. Right now the Netherworld Demon Sect was cleaner than how bandits would have left it. Meanwhile, Li Yu's collection task was more than half completed. Divine Weapons Collection, 12/20. Refining Techniques Collection, 15/20. Pills and Pill Formulas Collection, 39/50. Cultivation Techniques Collection, 35/50. Spirit Herbs Collection, 42/50. Natural Oddities, 2/10. Li Yu couldn't help but sigh that he had destroyed the rich to become wealthy himself. Looting was indeed the fastest way to get rich. 4 hours after Li Yu and Li Qingyun left the Netherworld Demon Sect, the Jade Pure Dao Sect, the Great Sky Dao Sect, the Five Elements Sect, the Stardo Sect and other orthodox sects arrived at the Netherworld Demon Sect. Shock emerged on the faces of everyone when they saw the state of the Netherworld Demon Sect. The Netherworld Demon Sect has really been annihilated. They'd guessed it when they entered the Netherworld Demon Sect's territory earlier, since there was no array formation or patrolling disciples there to stop them. It was apparent that something really happened to the Netherworld Demon Sect. However, they could not help but feel shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Of course, there was also a sense of relief and joy. The Netherworld Demon Sect that was at its peak and terrorized the orthodox sects had actually been destroyed. If they were not at the scene right now and saw it with their own eyes, they would probably not believe this happened. "Look at the huge sword marks on the ground. It must be that unknown expert who killed the Wolf King," commented Perfected Yu Hua in a low voice. Based on the situation at the scene, the person who annihilated the Netherworld Demon Sect was clearly not the demon child. Moreover, the gigantic ravine-like sword mark on the ground was identical to the Wolf King's camp. Therefore, perfected Yu Hua could determine that the same person likely did it. On the way here, they had also heard about the mysterious expert driving off the Wolf King army, so they especially went to the Wolf King's clan camp to see for themselves. At that time, Elder Hu had recognized that the mysterious expert was probably the person who had killed Sherpadian. I wonder who this expert is. Perfected Yu Hua was filled with curiosity to be able to destroy the Netherworld Demon Sect. This person's strength far surpassed his own. He was probably at least at the profound void martial stage. It was truly astonishing that the great Xia dynasty had a hidden profound void martial stage expert. Now I suspect that the demon child might also be killed by this mysterious expert. Elder Hu remarked. That's possible. Everyone nodded. I wonder if Elder Su, Elder Chu and the rest are still alive. Elder Hu lead everyone to split up and search immediately. Perfected Yu Hua hurriedly ordered after recovering from his shock. Yes. Elder Hu quickly led the disciples to find Elder Su, Elder Chu and the others. As for the people from the large sects, they could not wait to begin searching for the treasures of the Netherworld Demon Sect. However, the Netherworld Demon Sect was simply cleaner than being robbed by bandits, much to everyone's surprise. Could it be that someone beat us to it? It can't be right? It will take some time to empty the Netherworld Demon Sect. Perhaps that mysterious expert took all of it away. This expert is really... Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that this expert was greedy. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment. However, when they thought of the fact that the Netherworld Demon Sect had been eliminated, they were still satisfied. At the same time, Elder Hu found Elder Chu, Elder Su and the others in the dungeon. The captured disciples of the Jade Pure Dao sect wept with joy after they were freed. In next to no time, the members of the various factions of the Grand Xia dynasty arrived at the Netherworld Demon Sect. In fact, Million Sins Sect, the Free Spirit Sect, the Inu Sect, these fiend sects had also gathered here. Mo Lin probably did not expect that the destruction of his sect would actually lead to the extremely rare gathering of the various powerhouses of the Great Xia dynasty. When they saw the destroyed Netherworld Demon Sect, Million Sins Sect, the Free Spirit Sect and the Inu Sect were filled with panic. Even when faced with the verbal provocation from the orthodox sects, none of them dared to utter a word as they fled in a hurry. How could they know if the mysterious expert that annihilated the Netherworld Demon Sect was amongst these people? They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the Netherworld Demon Sect. This is too awesome. After all these years where the fiend sects have been rampant, this time their domineering influence is finally damaged. Looking at them flee with their tails between their legs really makes me feel good. Elder Hu laughed happily. These fiend sects should start restraining themselves. An elder from the Five Elements sect said. It was as everyone had expected. After the Million Sin Sect, the Free Spirit Sect and the Inu Sect leaders returned to their respective sects, they immediately ordered all the disciples to restrain their behavior and not do anything immoral. They ordered the various elders and hall masters to strictly control their disciples. Everyone was barred from stirring up trouble, especially not people from the orthodox path. Peace was most important. Some fiend sects even went as far as introducing new sect rules that were stricter than an orthodox sect. They were only short of sending disciples to accumulate merit and do good, upholding justice. This caused the fiend sect disciples to doubt their lives. Especially for some disciples who had just entered the sect, they felt that they had joined a fake fiend sect. Chapter 37, Shi Liang Dynasty's Hidden Dragon Rankings Number 1. Prosperity Palace. After Murong Taisheng received the news, he collapsed in his chair with an ugly expression. The thing he was most worried about had really happened. The Netherworld Demon Sect had really been eradicated. This was the same as breaking his arm, and it was his most muscular arm. His grand scheme would probably fail. He could not understand where this terrifying fellow had come from and that he could actually destroy the entire Netherworld Demon Sect by himself. Naturally, Zhu Shaotian was also baffled. Upon learning that the Netherworld Demon Sect had been destroyed, Zhu Shaotian panicked again. Although this was what he ultimately hoped for, this was not the result under his control. He had been busy earlier and now his efforts have gone to waste. The Jade Pure Dao sect hadn't done anything yet, and the Netherworld Demon Sect was annihilated by the mysterious person. And where did that mysterious expert come from? There was no such person in his previous life. Xu Xiaotian increasingly believed that somehow there seemed to be a mysterious power competing with him. It had continuously deviated events from the timeline he was familiar with. Since that's the case, I'll proceed with this situation. I'll first take Moron Xingqiao down, then think of a way to get my hands on the reverse scale immortal sword. In next to no time, the news of the Wolf King dying under a mysterious expert's hands, the army's retreat, and the doom of the Netherworld Demon Sect spread like wildfire in the Grand Xia dynasty. It instantly caused a huge stir as the commoners spread the news and the entire country celebrated in jubilation. The good news made the citizens of the Great Xia dynasty rejoice in the sweet rain after a long drought. Coincidentally, the grand annual Lantern Festival in Nan'an City was around the corner. It gave the people double the joy. The event was also integrated into stories filled with legends told by the storytellers. The mysterious expert was described as a god descended from the 9 heavens and possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. He was a god that moved mountains and filled the seas. He became the hero and idol of many youths. However, the great hero, whose heroics spread by word of mouth, was roasting a whole lamb in the Taoist temple at the moment. Wu Chang, the fire is too big. I didn't ask for the lamb to be cremated. Can't you control fire at this level as someone who plays with fire? Li Yu's complaint echoed through the temple. Wu Chang was crumbling inside. I am the profound fireborn from heaven and earth, turtle spiritual earth core flame I had cultivated for 1,000 years to reach the soul formation realm. My flames could incinerate spirit artifacts, causing cultivators below the soul formation realm to instantly disappear from the world. My fire can refine the best divine weapon and pill in the world, and you only used my flames to roast lamb. This brat, when I become an immortal, I'll roast you too. Hey, what are you thinking about? It's going to start burning. Ah. And nothing, young master. I am going to reduce my fire. Wu Chang yielded immediately. At the moment, hundreds of craftsmen were busy with construction work while Tang Qi was in charge of the supervision of the project. Senior brother, this is the procurement list. Come take a look. Tang Qi walked over and handed the list to Li Yu. Li Yu only skimmed through it. They needed to purchase materials in large quantities like wood and stone for the temple's construction. Okay, it's fine as long as you're sure. Li Yu trusted Tang Qi's character. Nice, then I'll go to Qingyang City to purchase them in the afternoon. Tang Qi replied. He was just about to leave when Li Yu suddenly stopped him. Hold on, junior brother, take this heavenly spirit pill too. For new OVL, Li Yu took out the heavenly spirit pill and handed it to Tang Qi. He originally planned to leave the heavenly spirit pill to his father, but his father said it was useless for his injuries. It just so happened that he obtained an extremely precious profound life fruit from the Netherworld Demon Sect this time, and it possessed a superb healing effect on his father's injuries. At the moment, Li Qingyun had consumed the profound life fruit and was recovering in seclusion. This is for me? Tang Qi was stunned again. A heavenly spirit pill was a top-class pill that would make any sect jealous. And his senior brother had actually given it to him. Yep, junior brother, see the top 10 on the Hidden Dragon rankings? You better get up there. Li Yu smiled. Since the system required the sect to have at least 10 talented disciples, he might as well nurture his junior brother into a prodigy. Furthermore, he wanted Qingyun sect to occupy the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rankings in the future. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Tang Qi was so excited that he almost cried. He stretched to embrace Li Yu. Get lost. Li Yu pushed Tang Qi away. He could not stand this guy who liked to hug him whenever he was worked up. Okay. Tang Qi replied. He was overjoyed as he hugged the heavenly spirit pill. With this heavenly spirit pill, he could cleanse his marrow and remodel his foundation to become a prodigy. Just the thought of it was thrilling. Coupled with the various pills his senior brother had given him, the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rankings were not far away. At the border of Qing Prefecture, an endless stream of merchants came and went between the Great Xia dynasty and the Xiliang dynasty. Furthermore, as the Lantern Festival of the Great Xia dynasty drew closer, there were clearly more people from the Xiliang dynasty entering the Great Xia dynasty in recent days. Suddenly, a giant flying boat flew over, attracting the pedestrians' attention on the main road. The flag of the Xiliang dynasty's royal family was seen on the flying boat, flapping in the wind. A young man in luxurious clothing with a golden belt at his waist and a jade hairpin on his head stood at the boat's bow with his hands behind his back. He was carrying a long sword on his back as he looked at the city in the distance with a sharp gaze. "We're finally here," the man said softly. He was ranked number 1 on the Shi Liang dynasty's hidden dragon ranking Ji Qinglan. He was also the 13th prince of the Shi Liang dynasty. He was born with the Khanate sword body and his cultivation was extremely fast. In addition to the light from Providence shining on him and the many opportunities he had obtained, he had the remnant soul of a sword immortal who had taught him top cultivation techniques and sword path divine powers. Therefore, at the age of 18 he was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. His sword techniques were outstanding and had reached the acme of perfection. Coupled with the reverse scale immortal sword, he was confident that no one below the nascent soul realm was his match. Even in the entire Huaxia continent younger generation he was definitely considered outstanding. Ever since the appearance of the Heavenly Dao rankings he had successively challenged the number 1 genius of the Hidden Dragon rankings from other countries in the Huaxia continent, and he defeated all of them. However, those so-called geniuses were unable to withstand 3 moves from him. In his opinion, they were undeserving of their reputation. His only challenge left now was the frail and unstable Great Xia dynasty. In truth, he hadn't thought highly of the Grand Xia dynasty's number 1 on the Hidden Dragon rankings, Liu. After all, the Great Xia dynasty had been dry in talent for nearly 100 years. Extraordinary young elites were rarely born. This was a known fact among the various large countries. Therefore, in his opinion, the Great Xia dynasty's Hidden Dragon rankings did not have any value to speak of. It was not until he heard that the number 1 person in the Great Xia dynasty, Liu, actually had additional rewards. This displeased him. The first place on the Hidden Dragon rankings of each country would similarly obtain the Heavenly Spirit Pill as a reward. He could not understand why Liu of the Great Xia dynasty could obtain the additional reward. What ability did he have to deserve it? Could it be that the Heavenly Dao rankings were helping the poor? Moreover, he heard that Liu was a nobody. It showed how exaggerated the rankings of the Grand Xia dynasty were. Hence, using the Lantern Festival occasion, Ji Qinglan brought along the top 10 geniuses of the various families and factions of the Xiliang dynasty. They traveled to the Great Xia dynasty together and were prepared to let everyone witness what it meant to be the real number 1 on the Hidden Dragon rankings. People would witness how extraordinary the geniuses of a powerful country were. And they would understand how lousy their country's rankings were. Chapter 38, Changes in the Hidden Dragon rankings. Inside the Qingyun sect, Liu had just distributed the roasted lamb to the craftsmen. 2 enormous flying spirit beasts flew over from the sky. Liu looked over curiously to see Yiqiu and 2 other people. As the spirit beasts landed in the courtyard, 3 figures jumped down from them. There was an old man, a young man, and a middle-aged man. "Senior brother, I trust you've been well since we last met." Yiqiu rushed over excitedly. After that, he introduced his grandfather Yi Tianming and his father Yi Guxiong. "Master Li is truly remarkable. Nice to meet you." You young man is indeed a dragon among men." Yi Guxiong and Yi Tianming immediately sang praises, and Liu was dumbfounded. "Master Li, I would like to represent the millions of citizens of the Great Xia dynasty to thank you. Since ancient times, heroes have always come from the young. It is the fortune of our Great Xia dynasty to have a young and promising hero like you." Liu finally understood the issue. It seemed like Yiqiu had told Liu's story to his family. "It's not a big deal. Everyone is responsible for the country's prosperity and decline. It's not a big deal to me," Liu said humbly. Yi Tianming and Yi Guxiong looked at Liu with admiration. This awareness was highly commendable. "Oh yes, is the sect master here?" Yi Guxiong asked. "He's in seclusion," replied Liu. "Grandfather, father, since I've reached here safely, you two should hurry back," Yiqiu hurriedly said. "All right, young man, we shall meet again in the future." "Farewell, sir." Liu cupped his hands and sent Yi Tianming and Yi Guxiong off. After his grandfather and father left, Yiqiu hurriedly explained, "Senior brother, don't worry. I know that you like to keep a low profile. You don't want anyone to know that you killed the Wolf King and eliminated the Netherworld Demon Sect, so I've instructed my grandfather and my parents not to tell anyone of your identity. They'll surely keep this a secret." "Eh?" Liu's lips twitched. "How could you tell that I like to keep a low profile?" However, Liu didn't mind. He didn't have any feelings for fame. Furthermore, he didn't want to be a hero and become the center of attention either. That would be too tiring. His father had led a difficult life while carrying the name of the divine firmament Holy Land's Holy Son. He could not even choose who to marry. Liu did not want to live such a tiring life. Moreover, because of the hidden dragon rankings, trouble arrived endlessly. Therefore, wretched development was still important. When will our master come out of seclusion? Yi Chou asked. Tonight. Oh yes, senior brother, I'll give you the sect fee first. Yi Chou brought 1,000 taels of silver and 200 spirit stones. Even though Liu possessed the enormous wealth left behind by the Netherworld Demon Sect, the payment was still a token of appreciation from his junior brother, so he accepted it graciously. At night, Li Qingyun came out of seclusion. The profound life fruit restored most of his meridians. Meanwhile, Yi Chou had also completed the apprenticeship ceremony and officially became the third disciple of the Qingyun sect. That night, on the hidden dragon rankings of the Great Xiao dynasty, Yi Chou had taken over third place on the hidden dragon rankings from Gu Sangming, and his background information had changed. Hidden dragon rankings number 3, Yi Chou. Origin, that's quite a large sect. This amendment attracted attention and alarmed many instantly. Yi Chou was a somewhat famous young genius in the Great Xiao dynasty. Coupled with the hidden dragon rankings, he was practically known by everyone. In a restaurant in Shilan City, a group of martial artists looked at the rankings in the night sky outside the window in surprise and disgust animatedly. The Yi family's Yi Chou entered. That's quite a large sect. My word, back then perfected Taiwu of the Jade Pure Dao sect wanted to make an exception and accept him as a personal disciple, but he didn't join. Why did he suddenly enter that small sect? Yeah, this choice of his is really hard to understand. Perhaps that's quite a large sect is pretty strong. After all, Liu is on the top of the hidden dragon rankings. Maybe, but I feel that this choice isn't wise. The elder of the Jade Pure Dao sect's Hall of Justice, perfected Taiwu, looked at the hidden dragon rankings in disappointment. He exclaimed somewhat disconsolately, how could Yi Chou join? That's quite a large sect. I was thinking of a way to take him under my wing through our sect recruitment convention. In the Eastern Palace, Morong Xingqiu also saw the changes in the Heavenly Dao rankings. He couldn't help but smile and say, Yi Chou is an interesting one. At the same time, far away in the Tai Prefecture, Kai Dai was leaning against the window of her room. Her hand supported her cheek while her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. I wonder what kind of interesting things would happen between Yi Chou and Liu. Does Yi Chou really think that that's quite a large sect is really a large sect? The third prince, Morong Taishang, had a mocking look on his face, but this is good. I'll find a chance to eliminate these two brats in one go. The people from the various noble families were also shocked. They didn't understand Yi Chou's choice. Although Yi Chou's talent was outstanding, resources were also essential besides talent and hard work in the path of cultivation. That's quite a large sect was only a little Taoist temple. From the shabby appearance of the sect and Liu's greedy nature, one could tell how poor this Taoist temple was. If Liu could become the first on the hidden dragon rankings, he had probably emptied anything the small Taoist temple could offer. If Yi Chou went there, where would he find the resources to support his cultivation? Any sect in the Great Xiao dynasty would be better than that small Taoist temple. What is Yi Chou thinking? Xu Shaotian looked at the golden scroll list in the night sky and couldn't understand. Even if Liu topped the hidden dragon rankings, that didn't mean that his sect was the best. Liu was an anomaly that could not be replicated. Does Yi Chou seriously think that he can become Liu just by entering that small Taoist temple? What a joke! Xu Shaotian sneered. Forget it, why should I think about his own issues? Xu Shaotian shook his head. He turned around and returned to the immortal-seeking pavilion to enter seclusion. The night passed uneventfully. Early next morning, Xu Shaotian arrived at Nan'an City and went to the Eastern Palace to pay his respects to Crown Prince Morong Xingqiu. Is His Majesty's health getting better? Xu Shaotian asked. Each day is worse than the last. He did seem much better when he heard about the Wolf King's death and the Netherworld Demon Sect's doom. He could even get out of bed and walk around, but today he's bedridden again. Morong Xingqiu sighed and said. She actually hoped that her father could recover and live for a few more decades. After all, she was not fond of the throne. If not for her mother, she would not be willing to disguise herself as a man and become the crown prince everyone knew. I believe heaven helps those who are worthy like His Majesty. Right, Your Highness, this is the heavenly vein flower that my master found in the Netherworld Demon Sect. After destroying it, it's said to have a great suppressive effect on Your Majesty's cursed poison. I hope it can be of some help to Your Majesty's illness. Zhu Xiaotian took out a spirit plant from his storage magic treasure and handed it to Morong Xingqiao. That mysterious expert is your master? Morong Xingqiao looked at Zhu Xiaotian in shock. Chapter 39, Yi Qiu's Rise shocking everyone. That's right, my master is a hidden expert. It's also thanks to his guidance that I can achieve my current cultivation. However, he had always kept a low profile and didn't often stay in our great Xia dynasty. This time I didn't expect him to secretly attack too. That day I only casually told him about the current situation of the great Xia dynasty. I didn't expect that he would really help us. Zhu Xiaotian lied with a straight face. After learning of the events that day, he had decided to take the credit of this mysterious expert for himself and the Zhu family. No one knew who that mysterious expert was anyway. Moreover, he had secretly attacked and disappeared after that. He probably did not want anyone to know his true identity. Therefore, even if he lied, no one would know. This way he could use the credit to make the Morong family indebted to him. It would allow his father and the Zhu family to obtain more power and status in the dynasty and strengthen their influence while deterring hostile factions. Of course, he could also improve his relationship with the crown prince. After all, Morong Xingqiao definitely hoped to obtain the support of this mysterious expert. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the unknown expert would be young Master Zhu's master. I wonder if you can bring me to express my thanks to your master? Morong Xingqiao looked surprised, but she was skeptical inside. After all, she would not listen to only one side of the story to determine the truth of the matter. Of course, she wouldn't deny the possibility. Yet what if Zhu Xiaotian wasn't lying? My master prefers peace and quiet, and he doesn't want to be disturbed. Moreover, he's in seclusion since he had sustained injuries from the Netherworld Demon Sect. I hope that Your Highness can keep this a secret for me. It's best not to let anyone know. Zhu Xiaotian replied with a serious expression. That's normal. Then I must ask young Master Zhu to thank your master on behalf of my father and the citizens of the Great Xia dynasty. In the future, if he needs the Great Xia dynasty's help, we will definitely not refuse. Morong Xingqiao said. Soon the lie that Zhu Xiaotian had painstakingly woven was spread intentionally. News spread in the imperial court of the Great Xia dynasty, and even the various vassal families had heard of it. In the beginning there might be some who were skeptical, but as this matter spread, it sounded like the truth. Everyone would rather believe it than not. People became more afraid of the Zhu family, especially those who were on the side of the Grand Commandant and were enemies of the Prime Minister. The Zhu family was powerful. With such an expert backing them, no one could undermine their influence now. Those who understood the situation began to take sides. Many of them visited the Prime Minister's estate and the Zhu family's residence. For a while the Zhu family was crowded and lively. Of course, this news also reached the Yi family. I never expected that Zhu Xiaotian of the Zhu family would take Li Yu as his master. This is interesting. In that case, my son has become Zhu Xiaotian's martial uncle. Yi Guxiang laughed. Yes, even Zhu Xiaotian has joined the Qingyun sect. It seems that Qiu'er didn't choose wrongly. Yang Shengnan did not think much about it. After all, they were innocent people. How could they have known of Zhu Xiaotian's wishful thinking? In the meantime, there was another version of the unknown expert's identity circulating among the people. That mysterious expert was the patriarch of the Five Elements sect who had disappeared for many years. He had returned from a mystic realm. He was the one who killed the Wolf King and eliminated the Netherworld Demon Sect. It's actually the Five Elements sect's missing patriarch. Is that true? I heard that a peerless genius had once appeared in the history of the Five Elements sect. He helped the Five Elements sect shine for a time, and at its peak it even surpassed the Jade Pure Dao sect. However, not long after becoming the sect master, he vanished mysteriously. This happened 500 to 600 years ago, yet he's still alive. He probably increased his lifespan after breaking through during his time in the mystic realm. In fact, many people suspected the credibility of their claim at the beginning. Even the Jade Pure Dao sect and the Great Sky Dao sect thought something was fishy about this. Regardless, the Five Elements sect took out the head of Wolf King Tharman, which was the real deal. Even General Yi Guxiong, who had fought with Tharman many times, had confirmed it. Plus, they say that the Five Elements sect even brought out the manual of the ultimate technique of the Netherworld Demon Sect and a few magic treasures to prove it. In that case, it's really the doing of the Five Elements sect's patriarch. It should be otherwise. Who would have the ability to destroy the Netherworld Demon Sect? But I heard that this was done by Zhu Xiaotian's master too. Could his master be the Five Elements Sect's patriarch? Hey, when did Zhu Xiaotian take someone as his master? I don't know about that, probably became a disciple only recently. No wonder the Zhu family has been frequenting the Five Elements Sect these few days. The Five Elements Sect is going to rise up this time with this incident. The status and influence of the Five Elements Sect will improve by leaps and bounds. That's right, it's said that His Majesty has also rewarded the Five Elements Sect with 10,000 gold. In recent times, the disciples of the Five Elements Sect are well treated wherever they go. Officials from all over the world treat them as distinguished guests and give them all kinds of privileges. Looks like the Five Elements Sect will definitely shine in the 100 Sect recruitment assembly in a while too. Indeed. In the Nanan City restaurant, a group of martial artists discussed energetically. It was as these people had said, the Five Elements Sect had amassed countless praises and their reputation had skyrocketed. It was just that everything was built on lies. The Shu family, who had also fabricated lies, had reached a certain consensus with the Five Elements Sect and cooperated tacitly. Both had put on a show for their respective interests to make this falsehood more convincing. Hence this matter spread like wildfire in the Great Xia dynasty. The reputation of the Zhu family and the Five Elements Sect could be said to have reached an unprecedented height. This coincided with the quinquennial 100 Sects recruitment assembly around the corner. Many young people, especially teenagers filled with admiration for the mysterious hero, had changed their initial thoughts and decided to enter the Five Elements Sect. On the other hand, a wave of excited cheers resounded from within the Qingyun sect on the Nine-Tailed Mountain. I did it, I did it. Master Senior Brother, I did it. I've entered the Aureate Body Realm. Yi Qiu shouted as he rushed into the main hall. He was so excited that his voice was trembling. After that day, Li Qingyun gave him some guidance according to Yi Qiu's cultivation process. It benefited Yi Qiu greatly and even allowed him to discover some mistakes in his cultivation. Furthermore, Li Qingyun had also taught him a body-tempering cultivation technique that was said to be at the immortal level. It was called the Brahma Saint True Demon Art. Although he only had the first half, it still allowed Yi Qiu's cultivation to advance rapidly. Li Qingyun's cultivation had been crippled and his memories of the Divine Firmament Holy Land's cornerstone techniques had also been wiped. However, during his travels in the world, he charged through various mystic realms and immortal abodes and encountered many opportunities. He obtained many top-notch cultivation techniques in the process. This Brahma Saint True Demon Art was only one of them. Even though it was a demon art, the demonic path had superior body refinement techniques, and this Brahma Saint True Demon Art was the best of all. He knew that Yi Qiu possessed great potential for body tempering, and he had heard that the Yi family was upright and honest with their hearts set on the people. Yi Qiu was also a good child with excellent conduct and a righteous heart. Therefore he taught Yi Qiu the Brahma Saint True Demon Art, a cultivation technique that countless body cultivators would become crazy about. On top of that, Li Yu also gave some precious supplementary body refinement pills and spirit herbs he obtained from the Netherworld Demon Sect to Yi Qiu to assist in his cultivation. Yi Qiu's talent was indeed monstrous. In less than 5 days he had advanced from the late stage of the body tempering realm to the Aureate Body Realm. If this were to spread, it would seriously make jaws drop. However, Li Yu and Yi Qiu didn't know that at this moment many people in the Great Xia dynasty had their jaws dropped. Hidden Dragon ranking number 2, Yi Qiu. Origin, that's quite a large sect. When Yi Qiu's cultivation broke through, his ranking on the Hidden Dragon rankings surpassed Zhu Xiaotian and became second at the same time. In a short time, countless people in the Great Xia dynasty were shocked and in an uproar. Chapter 40, Zhu Xiaotian's meltdown again. Yi Qiu surpassed Zhu Xiaotian. My word! He only just entered that sect not long ago and he had surpassed Zhu Xiaotian. It seems that this small temple is not that simple. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. How can there be so many coincidences? I heard that the Zhu family's Zhu Xiaotian has broken through to the Golden Core Realm not too long ago. Golden Core Realm, then Yi Qiu is ranked second. He must have at least stepped into the Aureate Body Realm. Tisk, this is going to be interesting. The top 2 on the Hidden Dragon rankings have been monopolized by that sect. This is really intriguing. Countless cultivators discussed as they looked at the Hidden Dragon rankings. The people from the various large families were equally shocked. They all knew the difference in cultivation between Yi Qiu and Zhu Xiaotian. Moreover, they had also heard that Zhu Xiaotian had just broken through to the Golden Core Realm not too long ago. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu was only in the late stage of the body-tempering realm. No one expected him to surpass Zhu Shaotian after joining that's quite a large sect. This meant that his cultivation had at least reached the aureate body realm. If anyone thought it was a coincidence, they were simply lying to themselves. It has only been 5 days. Yi Qiu actually broke through to the aureate body realm directly from the late stage of the body-tempering realm? How is that possible? Unbelievable, this is simply too unbelievable. That sect really had something up their sleeves. I thought that Yi Qiu took the wrong medicine previously to actually enter such a small sect. Looking at it now, I'm afraid that we were wrong again. This little temple isn't simple. Besides feeling shocked, the members of the various clans were once again curious about this Taoist temple. This development is interesting. Looks like many people are going to be shocked. Liu's sect always brings surprises. Katie's crystalline eyes were paired with a faint smile. Being able to nurture a peerless genius like Liu and that Yi Qiu had now surpassed Zhu Shaotian, she knew very well it meant that there was more than meets the eye in that little temple. Impossible this. How is this possible? Zhu Shaotian looked at the hidden dragon rankings. His name had switched places with Yi Qiu. He was about to split apart. He was even beginning to doubt his life. Had he lived his life in vain? Not only did he fail to secure his position on top like in his previous life, but he also could not even retain his second place. Zhu Shaotian was well aware of the difference in their cultivation levels. Although he was talented, Yi Qiu's cultivation was only at the late stage of the body-tempering realm. No matter how hard Yi Qiu worked, he shouldn't reach the aureate body realm without 3 to 5 years. Unless he obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. Is it really because he entered that's quite a large sect? Zhu Shaotian was unwilling to believe this fact. After all, he had previously mocked Yi Qiu's foolish choice. In the end, Yi Qiu's cultivation level had instantly surpassed him. This was simply a slap in the face, making his face burn with pain. The truth was right on the Heavenly Dao rankings, so he had no choice but to believe it. At this time, the entire Zhu family residence was in a fuss. The Shu family could not believe this fact either. After all, Zhu Shaotian had stepped into the Golden Core realm. How could Yi Qiu surpass Zhu Shaotian so quickly? This was simply ridiculous. Sensing the crowd's gaze, Zhu Shaotian returned to the immortal-seeking pavilion quickly. He felt like he had lost all his face, especially in front of those people from the various families who came to visit the Zhu family. The thought of looking at a joke was practically written on their faces. After today, he believed that he would probably become the laughingstock of countless people over a cup of tea or after meals. I really got another chance to live just to become a laughingstock? I have failed miserably. No. I must reclaim second place. Zhu Shaotian gritted his teeth. If he could not return to second place, he would probably be too ashamed to face anyone outside. However, just as everyone was paying attention to Yi Qiu's name, no one noticed that another person from the same sect had appeared at the 45th position. He was Tang Qi. Junior brother, you're the best. To celebrate your advancement to the aureate body realm, I've decided to roast a few lambs for the feast. At the moment Liu said this, Wu Chang almost dropped headfirst into the ground. Thank you, senior brother. Although I know that senior brother and I are still worlds apart, I will follow your example and continue to work hard. Yi Qiu said excitedly. This tremendous advancement allowed him to see his dream shining into reality. He seemed to have the possibility of following in his senior brother's footsteps. Oh yes, father, can you write down all the cultivation techniques you know? In the future it'll be our Qingyun sect's ultimate technique. Liu suggested. He knew nothing of the cultivation techniques his father had taught him in the past, therefore he did not know if they were real. He even suspected that his father had fabricated those earth-shattering stories and exploits that he had boasted about. However, he had previously confirmed that his father was the holy son of the divine firmament Holy Land, and now his father had also helped Yi Qiu break through in his cultivation. Liu could finally confirm that his father did have something up his sleeves. This way his task of collecting cultivation techniques could be completed sooner. Wait until I have the time. Li Qingyun said noncommittally. During dinner, Yi Qiu brought up the Lantern Festival that was about to begin in 3 days. Oh yes, senior brother, isn't our sect planning to recruit disciples? On the second day of the Lantern Festival in Nanan City, the 100 sect recruitment assembly will be held in the Dao Seeking Square in the East City. This is a large-scale recruitment event that only occurs every 5 years. Almost every sect in our Great Xia dynasty will recruit new disciples regardless of their size. At that time, young elites from all over the country will gather there to seek opportunities to enter various sects. Every year there will be thousands of people present. It's extremely crowded and lively. This is also a great opportunity for our sect to recruit disciples, Ichio said unceasingly. This isn't a bad idea. Li Yu's brows raised. He naturally could not miss such a chance. The system mission required him to take in 1,000 disciples. There were only 3 in his sect and they were still far from his goal of 1,000. Since there was such an opportunity, he had to take it. Furthermore, he had promised to pay the Crown Prince a visit. He would go there to validate his presence while he attended the recruitment. As they conversed, someone flew over on a flying magic treasure. Everyone looked over curiously and saw a bossy, haughty-looking man. Is Li Yu here? That person arrived in the air above the Taoist temple. He looked down at Li Yu and the others, his voice filled with arrogance. Li Yu frowned, wondering where this show-off came from. Make me look up to you while you act tough in front of me? He immediately gave Wu Chang a look. With a wave of Wu Chang's hand, a terrifying invisible force slapped the imperious guy down from above. Bang! He fell flat on his face. What do you want? Li Yu questioned coldly. Chapter 41, The Emergence of the 3000 Physique Rankings. That person got up awkwardly and looked at Li Yu unhappily, but he did not dare to lose his temper. Then he casually threw over a letter and said coldly, His Highness Ji Qinglan, the number 1 on the Xiliang Dynasty's Hidden Dragon Rankings, wishes to challenge those ranked in the top 10 of the Great Xia Dynasty's Hidden Dragon Rankings. Since the challenge letter has been delivered, you better not refuse. With that said, that person sneered and flew off into the distance on his flying magic treasure again. Crazy man. Li Yu threw the challenge letter into the bonfire without a second look. After he became famous, all kinds of monsters and freaks came knocking on his door. Yichio did not say anything seeing Li Yu burn the challenge letter. Although he was instantly filled with fighting spirit when he heard about the Xiliang dynasty's top spot on the Hidden Dragon Rankings, he knew that his senior brother liked to keep a low profile. Moreover, in his opinion, not mentioning the first on the Xiliang dynasty's Hidden Dragon Rankings, even if the best of their country came, he was not Li Yu's match. Still, Yichio desired to spar with Ji Qinglan to see how good this number 1 young talent from the Xiliang dynasty was. The last ray of sunlight disappeared into the horizon. The night shrouded the land, making the Heavenly Dao rankings in the sky above Nan'an City even more dazzling. Suddenly, the golden scroll in the sky trembled. Following that, invisible ripples spread in the sky. It instantly alarmed everyone as they looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings in surprise. A new name slowly floated up into appearance beside the Hidden Dragon rankings. 3000 Physique Rankings. Look, the Heavenly Dao rankings is about to announce a new ranking. 3000 Physique Rankings? What does that mean? It means possessing a special physique that surpasses ordinary people. Such people often have astonishing cultivation talents. Some even have powerful abilities derived from their special physique. This ranking should be targeted at these special physiques. Indeed, for example, perfected Yu Hua of the Jade Pure Dao sect has a metal spirit body that's extremely powerful. There's also Zhu Xiaotian of the Zhu family. Rumor has it that he has a stellar Dao body that can absorb the power of the stars in the sky and even control such power in the future. Interesting, can't believe there's such a ranking. Let's see what kind of prodigy will ascend to the 3000 Physique Rankings this time. Sigh, this is another game for the geniuses. We ordinary people can only be spectators. The younger generation shouldn't be the only ones on the rankings this time. All age groups can definitely get on this ranking. That's right, after all, people with special physiques are rare. As everyone discussed, a few rows of clear words appeared below the words 3000 Physique Rankings. This ranking was the Great Xia Dynasty's 3000 Physique Rankings. Everyone in the Great Xia Dynasty had a chance to enter the rankings. There were a total of 20 people ranked who could obtain the Heavenly Dao's reward. The rankings refreshed in real time and the rewards were only given once. In the Zhu family residence, Zhu Xiaotian was in his study thinking of how he could obtain Ji Qinglan's reverse scale immortal sword. This way he could firmly take first place on the divine weapon rankings. The first place reward was extra tempting. He knew that Ji Qinglan and the young elites of the Xiliang dynasty had arrived together and were preparing to challenge the Great Xia dynasty top 10 on the Hidden Dragon rankings. He had also just received the challenge letter not too long ago. At this moment a servant ran in. Young master, please look outside, a new ranking has appeared. What? Xu Xiaotian jumped up with an ugly expression as if he wanted to eat someone. His reaction gave the servant a fright. Why does he seem as if he had heard bad news? Xu Xiaotian panicked as he rushed out of the study. He clearly remembered that the divine weapon rankings only appeared 3 months after the hidden dragon rankings. How could it appear so soon? His plan had not even begun. Xu Xiaotian rushed out of the study and looked at the sky with trembling eyes. 3,000 physique rankings. The surprise on his face intensified, though he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, it's not the divine weapon rankings, but why would there be a physique rankings on the Heavenly Dao rankings? Xu Xiaotian was surprised. In his previous life this ranking did not appear. It was not until the Heaven rankings was announced that there were rankings regarding physiques and bloodlines. Although he was surprised, Xu Xiaotian could not bother thinking about the reasons. Too many things had gone against the flow of events in his previous life and beyond his expectations. He was almost used to it. Furthermore, when he saw the physique rankings, a trace of anticipation arose in his heart. This time I might have a chance to compete for first place. Xu Xiaotian's eyes suddenly sparkled. Based on the rankings of the various physiques that he knew in his previous life, ignoring those extremely monstrous and freakish special physiques, he could roughly classify them into 3 levels, low, medium and superior. In that case his stellar Dao body could definitely be considered a superior physique. Not many people in the Great Xia dynasty possessed a special physique indicated by the mere 20 spots on the physique rankings. Therefore, according to his analysis and speculations, there was probably no one who could be ranked ahead of him. I wonder what the reward for first place will be. Xu Xiaotian began to look forward to it. This might be a chance given to me by the Heavenly Dao to make up for not obtaining first on the hidden dragon rankings, and so they added the special physique rankings. In an instant Xu Xiaotian regained the confidence he had not felt in a long time. Over this period he had suffered blow after blow. Now it must finally be over. I'm still the reborn son of heaven after all. Xu Xiaotian was suddenly in a good mood and a bright smile surfaced on his face. The corners of the servants' mouths twitched when comparing how Xu Xiaotian looked when he got the news. Is there something wrong with young master? In the eastern palace of the Great Xia dynasty, the Crown Prince Moron Xingqiu was also looking at the rankings in the sky with a face filled with surprise. There's actually such a ranking? Your Highness, perhaps you can be on the physique rankings. Grand Tutor Shin Xioming said. Me? No way, I don't have any special physique. Moron Xingqiu shook her head, although her gaze was filled with anticipation. I've always felt that your Highness's natural endowments are absolutely extraordinary, as if you possess some kind of special physique. It's a pity that my ability is inferior and my knowledge is limited to detect anything. I wonder what kind of physique you possess. Perhaps the Heavenly Dao rankings can give me the answer this time. Grand Tutor Shin Xioming looked at the hidden dragon rankings in the sky. He was also looking forward to it. He had a feeling that Moron Xingqiu must be extraordinary. Does old Shin really think so? Moron Xingqiu's heart was thumping. She naturally looked forward to knowing whether she possessed a special physique. Let's wait and see. Shin Xioming also anticipated the announcement. Nan'an City, a royal inn. Ji Qinglan and the 4 Xiliang dynasty elites ranked in the top 10 of the hidden dragon rankings gathered in the courtyard together and looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings with faces filled with surprise. A new ranking. A similar one should also appear in our Xiliang dynasty. According to Elder Nia, the connate sword body I possessed is a powerful physique. I reckon it can at least rank in the top 3. Ji Qinglan thought to himself. There are actually 20 spots. Are there really that many people with special physiques in the Great Xia dynasty? A cold-looking man remarked. Yeah, I think only about 20 people in our Xiliang dynasty possessed special physiques. Another person added. Well, still their rankings are probably the same as the hidden dragon rankings. There's nothing valuable about them. They're probably just weaklings. Ha ha ha, that's right. If His Highness's connate sword body were placed in the Great Xia dynasty, he would surely be the first. Of course, he'll definitely be the first in our Xiliang dynasty. Yeah, that must be the case. The connate sword physique is a supreme physique. It's definitely number 1. As the few young elites discussed, they did not forget to flatter Ji Qinglun. Chapter 42, Resentment from Ordinary People. Disciples in the Jade Pure Dao sect were crazed about the new rankings as they talked animatedly. There are only 20 places. The competition this time is intense. It might be the opposite. People with special physiques are 1 in a million, so they are definitely rare. These 20 spots are probably enough to include everyone in the Great Xia dynasty with a special physique. That's right, at the very most there are probably only 20 in the Great Xia dynasty who have a special physique. In that case, our sect master's metal spirit body, our eldest senior brother's vast spirit body, Elder Taiwu's heavenly constellation body, Elder Nian's ice soul body, and junior brother Lin's pure yang body can all be ranked. Our sect can occupy at least a quarter of the rankings this time. Sect master's metal spirit body can definitely rank in the top 3. He might even rank first. Hey, do you think that Li Yu also has a special physique? You don't say otherwise. How could he have such powerful capability at that age? But what rank will he be? It can't be first again, right? I don't think so. He got to give others a chance. I think Xu Xiaotian from the Xu family might come first this time. I heard from the sect master that he has a stellar Dao body. It's an extraordinary physique that's much stronger than the 5 elements spirit physiques. We're not fated to enter the physique rankings. The Heavenly Dao rankings is the stage for geniuses. Ordinary people like us can only look up to it. Yeah, that's why those geniuses are favored by heaven and earth. Ordinary people like us were born to be their supporting cast. I suddenly don't want to work hard anymore. I feel that no matter how much I cultivate, I will never catch up to those geniuses. Some disciples began to develop negative emotions. In front of the clear jade hall, perfected Yu Hua and the elders observed the newly appeared rankings with surprised expressions. I wonder what kind of surprise the rankings will bring this time. Perfected Yu Hua said with a smile. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of reward we'll get this time, an old man with a frosty expression commented. Some white mist kept coming out of his mouth as he spoke. Mr. Annihilating, can you keep your distance from us? I'm afraid of the cold. A short but muscular old man with white hair shouted. He was the martial arts body cultivating expert of the Jade Pure Dao sect, perfected Taiwu. Isn't it shameful for a martial arts body cultivator to be afraid of the cold? I say, old man Taiwu, you've always said that your heavenly constellation body is more powerful than my ice soul body. Today with the Heavenly Dao rankings, I'd like to see who's better. Needless to say, it'll be my heavenly constellation body. We'll see. The appearance of the 3000 physique rankings shook the Great Xia dynasty again. Various large families and countless commoners focused on the rankings, curious about who would enter the top 20 and what rewards they would get. Furthermore, the golden scroll of the Heavenly Dao rankings appeared in more areas. Even Luo Watertown's nine-tailed mountain and the borders of the Great Xia dynasty could view the rankings. We can see the Heavenly Dao rankings here too? Li Yu and the others' gazes were attracted by the golden scroll that surfaced in the sky. It's true. Hey senior brother, look, I'm actually in second place. I'm in second place. Yi Qiu immediately saw his own ranking. Li Yu also noticed it when he heard Yi Qiu. Wow, Yi Qiu's ranking rose after his cultivation broke through, but why hasn't our sect's name changed? Li Yu felt a headache as he looked at the sect's name on the hidden dragon rankings. I think a new ranking has appeared. It's the 3000 physique rankings. Li Qingyun remarked. As soon as he said that, Li Yu, Yiqiu, Tangqi and Wu Chang's eyes gathered on the new rankings. There's such a ranking? Interesting, but I'm afraid I won't have the chance this time. But senior brother will definitely be able to get on this ranking, commented Yiqiu. Me? I have the physique of a normal person. I have no chance on this ranking. Li Yu waved his hand. He knew his place. If he had the system as a cheat, he would definitely be invincible in this era. However, he did not have any special physique. He only had an ordinary physique. However, Li Yu had a good attitude. Although the new rankings had nothing to do with him, he was eager to see which special physiques would appear on the scroll this time. That can't be. Senior brother is so strong. How could you not have a special physique? Master, what do you think? Yi Qiu looked at Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun spread his hands. Your senior brother is right. He does not have any special physique. Really? Yi Qiu was a little disappointed. If Li Yu did not have a special physique and could still be so freakish, that would be too unbelievable. Hey, let's see if we can find some prospects this time. When the time comes, we'll think of a way to recruit them into our sect, Li Yu said with a smile. Then he lay on the chair with his legs crossed as if he was waiting for the show to begin. In that case, the physique rankings should be able to discover some hidden geniuses. Yi Qiu nodded. Look, it's starting. Li Yu looked at the first name appearing on the rankings while in high spirits. Physique rankings number 20, Spiritual Jade Body. Owner of Physique, Yao Meiyu. Origin, Star Do Sect. Reward, 1 Beauty Retaining Pill. Physique rankings number 19, Iron Bone Body. Owner of Physique, Wu Gang. Origin, 5 Elements Sect. Reward, 1 bottle of Metal Spirit Liquid. Physique rankings number 18, Body of Poison. Owner of Physique, Du Jiju. Origin, Million Sins Sect. Reward, 1 bottle of Antidote Pill. Ha 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 ha. When they saw the reward for 18th place, countless people immediately roared with laughter. Body of Poison rewarded with a bottle of antidote pills. Was the Heavenly Dao rankings afraid that this person would somehow poison himself to death? Oh my, I'm dying of laughter. I wonder if 1 bottle of antidote is enough. Is the scroll serious with this reward? Wow, the reward is not bad. I really want to know how this brother feels right now. He might even be glad. Physique rankings number 17, Ruling Spirit Body. Owner of Physique, Song Qingzhu. As the rankings were announced, strands of golden light carried the rewards of the Heavenly Dao as they flew into the distance. People from the various sects took turns to enter the rankings. Physique rankings number 12, Vast Spirit Body. Owner of Physique, Chu Chongqing. Origin, Jade Pure Dao Sect. Reward, Heaven-tier cultivation technique, Vast True Essence Art. My god, the 12th place is rewarded with a Heaven-tier cultivation technique. Does this mean that immortal tier rewards are coming up? And anyone can tell that it's a cultivation technique tailored for the Vast Spirit Body. The Heavenly Dao rankings are really considerate. A Heaven-tier cultivation technique? Even the Jade Pure Dao sect doesn't have many, right? Yeah, the Heavenly Dao rankings rewards are too tempting. The Heavenly Dao is really unfair. These geniuses were born with extraordinary physiques. Now that they're given all kinds of cultivation techniques and pills, how are we supposed to catch up? That's right, their cultivation speed is fast. Now that they have a perfect cultivation technique that complements their physiques, their strength will double up in no time. We ordinary cultivators are not fit to live in this world. I won't believe in nonsense about hard work making up for one's lack of talent anymore. No matter how hard we work, we will never reach the Heavenly Dao rankings. Countless cultivators looked at the rewards of the Heavenly Dao rankings and felt increasingly bitter. They were jealous. Comparisons are odious. Those born with an extraordinary physique were dragons among men. And now they could obtain the rewards of the Heavenly Dao rankings. This caused many ordinary cultivators to become slightly unhinged. Chapter 43, Surprise Indeed. Number 11, Heavenly Constellation Body. Owner of Physique, Perfected Taiwu. Origin, Jade Pure Dao Sect. Reward, Heaven-tier cultivation technique, Black Emperor Tyrant Art. Haha, old man Taiwu, it seems that your physique is inferior to mine. Seeing Perfected Taiwu's physique on the rankings, Perfected Nian immediately laughed loudly. He was well aware that his physique had not been announced yet, so he must be ahead of Perfected Taiwu. What are you so proud of? You might not even be on the ranking, Perfected Taiwu said indignantly. However, when he saw the rewards of the Heavenly Dao rankings, he was rather happy. It was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. With that, his cultivation and strength would definitely improve to another level. Of course, Perfected Yu Hua was also happy. His sect's 5 people with special physiques should be on the list. These 5 rewards could create 5 peerless experts in the future. This was really a massive opportunity bestowed by the Heavenly Dao. TCH, how is that possible? Look, isn't he here? As Perfected Nian spoke, the 10th place on the rankings had been announced. Number 10, Ice Soul Body. Owner of Physique, Perfected Nian. Origin, Jade Pure Dao Sect. Reward, Heaven Tier Divine Power Great Frost Art. Number 9, Pure Yang Body. Owner of Physique, Lin Chen. Origin, Jade Pure Dao Sect. Reward, Heaven Tier Divine Power 9 Sons Supreme Art. Junior brother Lin's physique is actually ranked 9th. Wow, that's awesome. Congratulations junior brother Lin. Congratulations senior brother Lin. All the disciples congratulated Lin Chen. Lin Chen was also unable to contain his joy at the moment. He was surprised that his physique was even better than the two elders. However, if only he could be ranked higher, his rewards might be better. Perhaps there was really an immortal tier reward. Right at that moment, a golden light flew over from the Heavenly Dao rankings and fused into the spot between Lin Chen's brows. It instantly transformed into information that fused into his sea of consciousness as if it was an original memory. Number 8, Mystic Thunder Body. Owner of Physique, Perfected Xiong Feng. Origin, Great Sky Dao Sect. Reward, Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique Thunder Immortal Transformation. Number 7, Metal Spirit Body. Owner of Physique, Perfected Yu Hua. Origin, Jade Pure Dao Sect. Reward, Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique Profound Golden Light Scripture. Wow! The disciples of the Jade Pure Dao Sect were buzzing in commotion. Sect Master's Metal Spirit Body is only ranked 7th? There are 6 people in front of him. Other than Zhu Xiaotian, there are still 5 people ranked ahead of our Sect Master. Who could these 5 be? Countless disciples discussed fervently. They knew that Perfected Yu Hua's Metal Spirit Body was likely not number 1, but they did not expect him to only rank 7th. Furthermore, some of the known big shots in the Great Xia Dynasty with special physiques were announced on the rankings. Could there be 5 more undiscovered people? Look, the 6th place is out. Number 6, Overlord Bloodbody, Not Awakened. Owner of Physique, Yi Qiu. Origin, Xingyun Sect. Reward, Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique Divine Dragon Overlord Art Top Grade Spirit Pill, Dragon Strength Pill Bottle. The 6th place is actually Yi family's Yi Qiu. And this physique hasn't awakened yet? It's indeed a physique that hasn't been discovered. No wonder Yi Qiu could rank 2nd on the Hidden Dragon rankings. He's really not an ordinary person. Am I the only one who realized that Yi Qiu has 2 rewards? Yeah, 2 rewards. On what basis? And they're top-grade spirit pills. The Heavenly Dao rankings are a little biased. The disciples of the Jade Pure Dao Sect continued to discuss. Perfected Taiwu, who was in front of the clear Jade Hall, was on the verge of tears. Yi Qiu, oh Yi Qiu, why didn't you want to take me as your master back then? He suspected that Yi Qiu was not an ordinary boy. Undoubtedly this boy had a special physique. It was a pity that Yi Qiu was arrogant and even rebellious back then. He was unwilling to be bound by the sect's rules, so he did not take him as his master. Otherwise Perfected Taiwu would have another genius disciple under him now. The Yi family of Nan'an City was also pleasantly surprised to see Yi Qiu on the Heavenly Dao rankings. My son is on the rankings again in Overlord Blood Body. My son is indeed extraordinary. Yi Guxiang said proudly. Haha, this good grandson of mine really gives our family face. Yi Tianming also laughed heartily. In Xingyun Sect, however, Yi Qiu was somewhat dumbfounded. I'm on the rankings? Yi Qiu really did not expect himself to have the Overlord Blood Body. He was a little dumbfounded for a moment. Holy shit, junior brother, you're really on the rankings. You're 6th. Not bad. Li Yu jumped up from his chair in surprise. He did not expect there to be a surprise on the rankings tonight. It's impossible to tell before this Tyrant Blood Body awakens. It's something in between the power of Bloodline and Special Physique. After you awaken the Tyrant Blood Body, your body will change accordingly. By then your strength will improve greatly, Li Qingyun explained. Master, then how can I awaken it? Yi Qiu asked with anticipation. Right then 2 golden lights flew over from the Heavenly Dao rankings. One of them fused into Yi Qiu's mind and the other turned into a jade bottle that fell into Yi Qiu's hand. The cultivation techniques and pills rewarded by the Heavenly Dao rankings will help you awaken that physique. Li Qingyun replied with a smile. New words continued to emerge on the rankings and a familiar name appeared. Number 5, Stellar Dao Body. Owner of Physique, Zhu Xiaotian. Origin, Zhu family. Reward, Heaven Tier Divine Power 7 Star Sword Art 1 Bottle of Star Spirit Liquid. 5th. Zhu Xiaotian's pupils trembled. It was simply unbelievable. His stellar Dao body was only ranked 5th. Based on the current rewards, it was a reward that complemented his physique. However, this placing was slightly beyond his expectations. Who were the other 4 people in front? Even if he supposed that Morong Xingqiao has a powerful special physique and rank above him, what about the other 3? For New OVL, even if Liu somehow got up there, there were still 2 left. Zhu Xiaotian was not the only one surprised. In fact, many people in the Great Xia dynasty were shocked. Even his stellar Dao body could only rank 5th. The 3000 physique rankings were really intriguing. I wonder who the top 4 will be. The rankings are getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect our Great Xia dynasty to be filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even the stellar Dao body can only rank 5th. More hidden geniuses are probably going to be exposed soon. At this moment, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Who could be in the top 4? In the royal inn, Ji Qinglan's expression slowly turned solemn. He did not know much about those special physiques. However, the remnant soul of the sword immortal Elder Nia remarked that there was indeed something exceptional on the Great Xia dynasty's 3000 physique rankings. Elder Nia was also shocked, especially when he saw that the stellar Dao body was only ranked 5th. According to Elder Nia, although the stellar Dao body was not as good as the Khanate sword body, it was not too far off. Such a physique was only ranked 5th in a small place like the Great Xia dynasty. This was truly unexpected. Chapter 44, We Must Find This Child. Looks like the top few on the Great Xia dynasty's hidden dragon rankings all relied on special physiques to get up there. That's right, without special physiques their hidden dragon rankings would probably be more exaggerated. So what if they have unique physiques? They're still inferior to us. The young elites of the Shi Liang dynasty scorned with disdain. However, they were still jealous. After all, everyone hoped to be that most unique person. Although they were in the top 10 of the Shi Liang dynasty's hidden dragon rankings, they were all ordinary physiques apart from Ji Qinglan. However, a special physique did not necessarily dictate the quality of one's cultivation talent. A person's potential was equally important, therefore, although they did not have a special physique, they were still dragons and phoenixes among men. Look, the 4th place is out. Morong Xingqiao? The crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty. Ji Qinglan frowned a little when he saw the rankings. Number 4, Profound Essence Spirit Body, Not Awakened. Constitution Owner, Morong Xingqiao. Origin, the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty. Reward, Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique Profound Mixed Essence Technique Holy Spirit Pill. I really got on the rankings. Morong Xingqiao looked at the rankings in disbelief, her eyes filled with excitement. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your Highness is indeed extraordinary. Shen Xiaoming bowed and cupped his fists excitedly. He was also surprised. Even though he knew Morong Xingqiao might enter the rankings, he did not expect the crown prince to be ranked 4th. And it was even better than Zhu Xiaotian's stellar Dao body. Profound Essence Spirit Body. Morong Xingqiao was surprised and delighted. Although she felt hopeful after what Grand Tutor Shen told her previously, she really did not expect to have a special physique, and it ranked 4th as well. This was enough to prove how extraordinary this physique was. Of course, what made her happier was the Heavenly Dao reward. With this Heaven Tier cultivation technique and that pill, her strength could improve even faster. In this world where the strong reign supreme, strength was everything. In the face of absolute power, schemes, plots and power struggles would become meaningless. In the Qi King's Wei family, all the elders looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings with faces filled with surprise. The Crown Prince is actually ranked 4th. Profound Essence Spirit Body? I didn't expect that the Crown Prince had such an extraordinary physique. It seems that His Highness is really the chosen son of the heavens, the chosen emperor. Exactly, His Majesty must have had a reason for insisting on making the son of a concubine without any background the Crown Prince. His Majesty has good judgment. If Morong Xingqiao really rises above the rest, he will lead the Great Xia dynasty to new heights. The country's fate will be prosperous. Sanger, go and take out the purple chestnut wood from my collections. I need you to personally send it to the Crown Prince to congratulate him tomorrow. Yes, father. Inside the Prosperity Palace, Morong Taisheng's expression became extremely gloomy. He never imagined that Morong Xingxia would actually get on the rankings again. And it was ranked that high. Once this profound essence spirit body awakened with the help of the heaven tier cultivation technique and the Holy Spirit pill, his cultivation realm would probably soar. The fact that he was ranked 6th on the Hidden Dragon rankings and 4th on the 3000 Physiques rankings would bring him incredible prestige and influence. The various vassal families and factions were opportunists who acted according to the situation. After Morong Xingxiu entered the Heavenly Dao rankings twice and obtained Heavenly Dao rewards in succession, more and more factions would turn to support him. Damn it, this situation is getting worse. Morong Taisheng felt coldness brewing inside. As countless people were shocked by Morong Xingxiu's appearance on the rankings, a new name appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Number 3, the Great Expanse Dao Body. Owner of Physique, Su Mu. Origin, Mo Prefecture's Feng City Su family. Reward, low-grade immortal cultivation technique 9 pure immortal light scripture 1 Dao Fate pill. Wow. As the third place on the Physique rankings was announced, the entire Jade Pure Dao sect was in an uproar. A low-grade immortal technique. My word, the reward for third place is low-grade immortal tier. On what basis? It was all heaven tier cultivation techniques previously. Why is his reward an immortal level technique? This reward is too much, it's immortal tier. Our Jade Pure Dao sect only has one incomplete immortal level technique. Who is this Su Mu? Why have I never heard of him before? Feng City's Su family? I've never heard of this family. It's probably a small family. It's normal that we have never heard of it. I'm afraid another hidden prodigy has appeared. Our great Xiao dynasty is really filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There's Liu on the Hidden Dragon rankings and now there's Su Mu on the Physique rankings. This reward is too appealing. The disciples of the Jade Pure Dao sect discussed animatedly. Perfected Yu Hua, perfected Taiwu and the other elders were also shocked. There's really an immortal tier reward. The Great Expanse Dao Body. We do have a surprise on the Heavenly Dao rankings. To think that our great Xiao dynasty has such a powerful physique hidden all along. His name isn't on the Hidden Dragon rankings. He must be over 30 years old or he's still young and hasn't started cultivating. The latter is more likely. If Su Mu was older with such a physique, it's impossible for us to not know. Elder who quickly bring people to the Mo Prefecture's Feng City to investigate this person. If he's really a young prodigy, do your best to recruit him into our Jade Pure Dao sect. Perfected Yu Hua said excitedly. He was well aware that a prodigy with such a special physique would surely have limitless potential in the future. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dao rankings reward was a low-grade immortal tier technique. It was too alluring. If they could take this child under his wing, they might be able to have this low-grade immortal technique as the sect's ultimate technique through him. The overall strength of the Jade Pure Dao sect would surely improve further with this immortal technique and advance into one of the top sects on the Huaxia continent. Furthermore, the name of the 9 pure immortal light scripture matched their sect pretty well. Of course, countless sects in the Great Xiao dynasty had the same idea as perfected Yu Hua at this moment, and the various sects had begun another race against time to recruit talent. Meanwhile, Su Mu was in a small village on the border of Jing Prefecture and Mo Prefecture. He lay on a pile of grass and wolfed down the fruits he had just stolen from someone's vegetable plantation. He was a 15-year-old youth with disheveled hair and a dirty face. He was emaciated and his clothes were tattered to the point he seemed like a beggar. Su Mu used to have a happy family and lived a fulfilling and happy life every day. His parents ran a restaurant in Feng City and his family was considered well-to-do. He also had 2 doting older sisters at home and a harmonious and warm family. However, all these were destroyed because of the Netherworld Demon Sect and the Wolf King clan. His parents and family had all died under the blades of the Wolf King clan. His friends and companions had all died miserably. The home he was so familiar with had also been reduced to ruins by the Wolf King's cavalry. His wonderful life, his beautiful family, everything he cherished had been destroyed. As for him who was lucky enough to survive, he could only hide inside the ruins and struggle for his life while being on tenterhooks. He could be discovered and killed by the Wolf King's clansmen who were plundering the city at any moment. Hatred and fear filled his heart. Pain and despair dictated his life. He had thought that he would either die under the blade of the Wolf King's clan or starve to death in the ruins sooner or later. However, he never imagined that a mysterious expert would appear and kill the Wolf King, drive off the Wolf King's army, and eliminate the Netherworld Demon Sect. That expert saved the Mo prefecture from misery and saved his life. He survived and finally walked out of those ruins. As for the mysterious expert, he had become an unrivaled hero in his heart and his savior. Later on, he heard that this expert was the 5 Elements Sect's patriarch, and he also learned about the 100 Sect's recruitment. Therefore, he headed south from the Mo prefecture. He begged along the way while traveling towards Nanan City. He hoped to enter the 5 Elements Sect during the 100 Sect's recruitment assembly. Even if he ended up as a servant disciple, it would still be a form of repayment to his savior. This was his reason to live, the only hope that kept him going. Chapter 45, This is Humiliation. Sumu never imagined he would become third on the 3000 Physique rankings. The moment he saw his name, Sumu could not believe it was the reality. It was not until the 2 golden lights flew over from the Heavenly Dao rankings, one fusing into the spot between his brows and the other landing in his hand, he finally believed that miracles do exist. After he completely comprehended the 9 pure immortal light scripture, his gaze became incomparably bright like the stars in the sky. Confidence surfaced on his face. He would definitely have no problem entering the 5 Elements Sect with such a powerful physique. However, before that he had to conceal his identity. He would find a deserted place to consume this Dao Fate pill to improve his strength. Sumu knew very well that a man's wealth is his ruin by itself. He had definitely become the meat in the eyes of countless people. Therefore, before he entered the 5 Elements Sect and obtained the protection of a large sect, he could not expose his identity and whereabouts. He looked around. Fortunately, the small village was quiet at night. Other than a dog's barking, no one could be seen, thus no one noticed that he had obtained the Heavenly Dao rankings reward. However, he could not stay here anymore. He quickly put away the pill and ran into the distance. He had to find a safe place to hide first. There are only 2 left. The rewards from the Heavenly Dao must be immortal techniques as well. If not for the appearance of the Heavenly Dao rankings, there probably wouldn't be so many immortal techniques in our great Xia dynasty at once. Yeah, I feel like more undiscovered prodigies are about to be unearthed. I wonder if Liu is amongst them. This kid is ranked first on the Hidden Dragon rankings. He's still so young, so he might really possess some sort of powerful physique. Hey, look, the second place. Amidst the anticipation and discussion of countless people, information about second place appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Number 2, Connate Sword Body. Owner of Physique, Ji Qinglan. Origin, Royal Family of the Xiliang Dynasty. Reward, low-grade immortal cultivation technique, Heart of the Sword Art, 1 sword heartfruit. What? The moment Ji Qinglan's name appeared, the Jade Pure Dao Sect, the Great Sky Dao Sect, the 5 Elements Sect, the various sects' royal families, as well as countless people who were paying attention to the rankings, erupted with disbelief. Their faces were filled with shock. Ji Qinglan, why did someone from the Xiliang dynasty get onto our great Xia dynasty's rankings? Yeah, what's going on? And he's in second place? What's on earth is happening? Is there a mistake with the Heavenly Dao rankings? For real, why would someone from the Xiliang dynasty be on our great Xia dynasty's rankings? Why is he in second place? Why is he on our rankings? Is it because he's currently in our great Xia dynasty now? Look, isn't it written on the Heavenly Dao rankings? Everyone in the Great Xia dynasty has a chance to enter the rankings. In other words, it doesn't differentiate between the countries they belong to. Then wouldn't that mean he could obtain 2 rewards? Probably not if he's in our Great Xia dynasty now. He should not be on the Xiliang dynasty's rankings. That should be the case. The second place is actually from Xiliang. How King ironic. Just as countless people were baffled, an annotation appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings. As Ji Qinglan is currently in the territory of the Great Xia dynasty, he is included in this ranking. Rewards are only given once, no repeat appearance on another region's ranking. Upon seeing the annotations on the Heavenly Dao rankings, everyone understood the situation. However, they were still greatly displeased. The second place they anticipated was actually someone from Xiliang. This was simply a form of humiliation. Moreover, if Ji Qinglan entered the ranking, it would be equivalent to snatching a spot in the Great Xia dynasty. This is another form of invasion. Damn, why isn't this fellow staying put in the Xiliang dynasty? What is he doing here? I heard that he's here to challenge the top 10 of the Great Xia dynasty's hidden dragon rankings. Apparently Lin Shenju Xiaotian and the others have received challenge letters. I've heard of it too. Ji Qinglan's strength is extraordinary. It's said that he has consecutively defeated the number 1 on the hidden dragon rankings of many countries and has never tasted defeat. Ji Qinglan is actually that strong. Yeah, the Khanate sword body is the strongest physique for a sword cultivator. It's a body designed to slaughter. When he executes the same sword technique, divine art, its power will be multiple times that of others. Is that not powerful enough? Looking at the Heavenly Dao rankings proves everything. Ugh, although I'm unwilling to admit it, it seems that Ji Qinglan's strength is indeed terrifying. In Nan'an City's royal and the elites of the Xiliang dynasty laughed hysterically. This is amusing. Our prince has actually made it onto their rankings. Congratulations, our prince is the best. Your Highness is undoubtedly powerful enough to be ranked second in the physique rankings. Those people from the Great Xia dynasty must be dumbfounded now. Haha, the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty must be losing face. He's only 4th place and his reward is only a heaven tier cultivation technique, while in 2nd place His Highness's reward is an immortal technique. The difference is self-evident. That Morong Xingqiao is not worthy of comparison with our Highness. His Highness is the first on the Xiliang dynasty's hidden dragon rankings. If that crown prince goes to our Xiliang dynasty, he probably won't even enter the top 10. Hee, that's what I'm talking about. The Heavenly Dao rankings will reveal this fact to the public and let the people of the Great Xia dynasty see the difference between them and us. I really want to see the expressions of those people from the Great Xia dynasty right now. Keep your voices down. Don't forget that we're still in their territory. Don't say those useless things. Ji Qinglan said. There was no joy on his face. Instead, he looked grim. He was surprised that he had entered the Great Xia dynasty's rankings. However, he was not satisfied with the 2nd place. There's actually someone in the Great Xia dynasty whose physique is superior to mine? Let me see who this person is. I really didn't expect that such a dramatic event would actually occur on this ranking. Ji Qinglan will appear on this ranking. Yeah, it was originally only a ranking for the special system, but since it involves the people of 2 countries, the nature of this ranking has changed. Perfected Yu Hua and the elders said with grave expressions. And our crown prince is on the rankings too. If the princes of the 2 countries appear on the same rankings, people will definitely compare them. Fortunately, he's only in 2nd place. If he really took 1st place, our Great Xia dynasty would be utterly humiliated. I'm still worried if the 1st place is also from the Xiliang dynasty. No way. The atmosphere dampened as they became nervous. After all, they knew that Ji Qinglan hadn't come alone. Other than the young elites of the Xiliang dynasty, there were a few other top experts. Who knew if there was a superior physique among these people? If that's the case, then it's bad. It's simply the humiliation of the country. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Dao rankings would have such rules? No, wait, there's still Liu. That kid is a monster. He might have some unknown special physique. Oh yes. Right now our best hope is Liu. Chapter 46, Expected. In the Eastern Palace. Elder Shen, there won't be any more special physiques among the experts from Xiliang this time, right? Morong Xingqiao asked with a worried expression. Probably, so Shen Xiuming could not be sure himself. Ji Qinglan's guardian was an extremely young woman, but her cultivation realm was higher than his and her aura was extraordinary. Who knew if she had some kind of heaven-defying physique? Therefore Shen Xiuming was also very nervous at the moment. If the top spot was taken by the Xiliang people, countless people in the Great Xia dynasty would probably become deeply disheartened. Liu isn't on the rankings yet. He might become number 1. Morong Xingqiao remembered Liu. With such powerful capabilities, his physique should not be ordinary. Perhaps he did have a unique physique. I hope so. Shen Xiuming prayed in his heart that no one from Xiliang would top the rankings. Ji Qinglan is on the rankings. And he's in 2nd place. Yi Qiu stood upright, his muscles tensed up and his expression turned grim. As the son of the Yi family, he valued the honor of his country greatly. He knew that Ji Qinglan's appearance in 2nd place and surpassing Morong Xingqiao was a form of humiliation in the eyes of many. Furthermore, as a prospect himself, he was also unconvinced of Ji Qinglan's abilities. Previously, when he heard Ji Qinglan issue a challenge to Li Yu, his battle intent soared as well. At the moment, seeing Ji Qinglan in second place, the desire to win and the battle intent in his heart simply spiked to an unprecedented level. Well, the nature of the rankings has changed. Li Qingyun remarked calmly. Yeah, it all depends on whether the first place is from the Grand Xia dynasty. Li Yu nodded. He naturally did not want the worst to happen. After all, he was also a member of the Great Xia dynasty. Although he was not as patriotic as Yi Qiu, he did not wish his country to become the laughingstock of foreign countries. I can't believe that Ji Qinglan's connate sword physique is in second place. Zhu Xiaotian's brows were also tightly furrowed. Although he knew that Ji Qinglan's physique was extraordinary, he did not expect Ji Qinglan to be ranked second in the Great Xia dynasty. How could this be? Yi Kai-dai frowned, feeling worried. Damn it, how did Ji Qinglan get on my Great Xia's rankings? And he's in second place. Morong Tai bellowed angrily. He was displeased to see Morong Xingqiu on the rankings. Witnessing a Xi Liang prince become the second on the rankings and suppress a group of elites of the Great Xia dynasty infuriated him further. He even began to worry that the first place could not be guaranteed to be someone from the Great Xia dynasty due to how the ranking system worked. If the top spot went to someone from Xi Liang, it would be too embarrassing for the country. Countless people from the Great Xia dynasty were also worried. Ji Qinglan's appearance changed the nature of this ranking completely. This would affect the honor of a country and the honor of a nation. Who would want to see their country's geniuses trampled under the feet of the prodigies of other countries? That would definitely be humiliating and a blow to national pride. Therefore, the hearts of the millions of people in the Great Xia dynasty were hanging in the air. They were nervous and waited for one last name to appear on the rankings in anticipation. They prayed that the last spot would be someone from the Great Xia dynasty. The glory of our Great Xia dynasty will depend on this first place. The number one better not be from Xi Liang. Li Yu. Li Yu might become number one, right? Yes, Li Yu. The first place on the Hidden Dragon rankings isn't on this ranking yet. Indeed, he's the most likely candidate. Please let it be Li Yu. Li Yu, you have to be up there. Morong Xingqiu prayed in her heart. It must be Li Yu. Yi Kai-dai prayed as well. It should be Li Yu. Otherwise, who else could suppress Ji Qinglan? Zhu Xiaotian thought. Although he did not want Li Yu to top the rankings again, he did not want anyone from Xi Liang to do that either. Perhaps it's only possible with Li Yu. Perfected Yu Hua felt anxious too. At this moment, countless people of the Grand Xia dynasty were calling the same name in their hearts, Li Yu. The first place should be announced soon. It's here, it must be Li Yu, it better be Li Yu. Don't disappoint us. Silence. Tension. A dazzling golden light surfaced on the Heavenly Dao rankings again. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the golden light slowly reveal the information about number one. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly heavy and oppressive. Number one on the 3000 Physique rankings, human body. Owner of Physique, Li Yu. Origin, Xingyun sect. Reward, middle grade immortal cultivation technique, Great Dao essence, heavenly connection, art, nirvana, holy pill. Additional reward, Chongming, Bird 1, fledgling. Li Yu. It's really Li Yu. Great, this is awesome, haha, it's really him. God bless our Great Xia, the top spot remains ours. This is great, the first place is really ours. Way to go, Li Yu, you didn't disappoint us after all. At this moment, countless people were seething with excitement. The repressed feelings were instantly released. It was as if they had just defeated a powerful enemy from the Xiliang dynasty, and the hero who led them to victory was Li Yu. After the joyous surprise, everyone looked at the name of Li Yu's physique. Their gazes became strange. What did Li Yu's physique mean? Human body? Everyone was perplexed. They knew the two words and what they meant. However, they could not understand its meaning when it appeared on the 3000 Physique rankings. Human body? Is that considered a special physique? The Great Dao is simple. The simpler the name, the more powerful it might be. This human body is not a normal human body. It must be an unprecedentedly powerful physique. Perhaps it's the body of the human sovereign, or short for the body of a saint. It's possible. It must have some meaning. Since it's ranked on top, it's definitely not as simple as it looks. That's right, to be able to reach the top and suppress the connate sword body, this human body must be an unknown powerful physique. Of course, look, Liyu's reward is a middle-grade immortal technique that's a grade higher than Ji Qinglan's reward. This obviously shows that this physique is way superior to the connate sword body. And look, Liyu has an additional reward. Yeah, this additional reward is another baby divine bird. Wow, the Heavenly Dao rankings must have a nest of baby Chongming birds waiting to be sent out. Everyone in the Jade Pure Dao sect got excited about the announcement for a while. However, when they returned to their senses, they were also confused by Liyu's physique. Sect Master, do you know what physique Liyu has? Elder Taiwu asked curiously. I'm not too sure either, but not many people know about the 3000 physiques. What I know is only a drop in the bucket. I've never heard of Liyu's physique either. Perfected Yu Hua shook his head slightly. Then he continued, but judging from the rewards of the Heavenly Dao rankings, Liyu's physique must be extraordinary. And it's better than the second place's connate sword body. This child is indeed a son of heaven's mandate. He topped the hidden dragon rankings and ranked top again in the physique rankings. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao rankings have bestowed an additional reward for him. It's truly unbelievable. Perfected Taiwu exclaimed. Come to think of it, the rewards for the Heavenly Dao rankings are pretty persistent. They actually gave him another baby Chongming bird. Perfected Nian stroked his icy beard. Aya, will Liyu eat the divine bird again? It can't be. Didn't he eat it by mistake last time because he didn't know that it was the reward from the Heavenly Dao rankings? Elder H. Elder Kong, bring someone to the nine-tailed mountain and instruct Liyu not to eat the baby bird again. If he doesn't want to raise it, our sect is willing to pay a heavy price to buy it. Okay, I'll go right now. Elder Kong hurriedly replied. He knew of the Chongming bird's importance. It was a divine beast, the guardian beast of the orthodox path. Chapter 47, we cultivators should see Liyu as our role model. I really want to see the look on those Shi Liang elites' faces right now. Yeah, aren't they here to challenge the prodigies of our great Xia dynasty? He never tasted defeat, right? I think his win streak will end here in our great Xia dynasty. That's right, Liyu is definitely more formidable than Ji Qinglan, and the Heavenly Dao ranking speaks for itself. Although I really hope that Liyu can defeat Ji Qinglan, we have to admit that the Shi Liang dynasty has been extremely powerful over the past few hundred years. Many geniuses have gathered there. The fact that Ji Qinglan can reach the top of the Shi Liang hidden dragon rankings meant that his strength cannot be underestimated. Don't diminish your own prestige by praising others. That's right, no matter how strong Ji Qinglan is, he's definitely not Liyu's match, right? Do you guys know where he plans to compete with the prodigies of our great Xia dynasty? We'll go take a look and see how Ji Qinglan loses when the time comes. I want to see it too. I heard that he plans to hold an arena to challenge others at the 100 Sect recruitment assembly on the second day of the Lantern Festival. Oh, he's good at picking the timing. Is he planning to embarrass himself in front of the young generation of the great Xia dynasty? That's right, I really look forward to seeing Liyu beat this kid into a pulp. Because of the 3000 physique rankings, the news of Ji Qinglan coming to the great Xia dynasty to challenge the top 10 geniuses of the hidden dragon rankings instantly spread. Now that Liyu was at the top of the rankings, it made the competition between the prodigies of the two countries more intriguing and anticipated. However, on the nine-tailed mountain, Liyu's lips twitched as he looked at the 3000 physique rankings. He never imagined that he would be number one on this ranking again, and that his physique was known as the human body. Didn't I fill this up in the system's personal information randomly? What the? I didn't know this could happen. If only I knew the Heavenly Dao rankings would expose me. I should have come up with a super cool and awesome name. I wonder if it is too late to change now. Liyu opened the system interface and discovered that he could not change it. F***CK. Senior brother, you're too awesome. You're really number one. I knew that senior brother would definitely be number one. Otherwise, who would be qualified to be number one? Yi Qiu and Tang Qi screamed excitedly. But what kind of physique is a human body? Yi Qiu asked in confusion. Liyu did not speak. He also wanted to know how his body could reach the top of the rankings. Moreover, there was an additional reward this time. Another Chongming bird fledging. The Heavenly Dao rankings are so persistent, surely there isn't a nest of baby birds waiting to be sent out on the Heavenly Dao rankings. It's actually Li Yu. Ji Qinglan looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings, his face becoming increasingly grim. Although he had speculated the first on the physique rankings might be Li Yu, he was still deeply irritated when it was confirmed to be true. This was especially so when he saw that the rewards for the Heavenly Dao rankings were actually a middle-grade immortal technique. Furthermore, an additional reward was given to Li Yu once again. He was about to lose his cool. Why? Ji Qinglan was unconvinced he could not accept this. They were both prodigies, so why did Li Yu obtain additional rewards twice? And what was his human body? Even Sword Immortal Nya had never heard of this special physique. Furthermore, there were spirit bodies, Dao bodies and sword bodies in front of him. That human body seemed so out of place. It was also incomprehensible. Li Yu, I will see what's so special about you this time. Ji Qinglan's eyes were burning with flames, his entire body surging with fighting intent. He must defeat Li Yu and prove himself to be the strongest. Looking at Ji Qinglan's robe fluttering despite the lack of wind and his powerful aura emanating around, the elites of the Xiliang dynasty fell silent. They knew that it was useless to say anything now. The Heavenly Dao rankings were there for everyone to see. Therefore Ji Qinglan must be suppressing his anger inside. Whoever spoke at this timing was courting death. But then again, what kind of special physique was this human body? Just as countless people speculated what kind of powerful special physique Li Yu's human body possessed, a row of words appeared below the human body, up on the rankings. Physique explained, mastering extraordinary power with an ordinary physique, matching the gods of the heavens with a mortal body. Everyone was stunned again when they saw this line of words. Did the Heavenly Dao rankings mean that his body is like the physique of all of us ordinary people, not a special physique? This means that Li Yu doesn't have a special physique at all, but through cultivation he obtained a powerful body that far surpasses all special physiques, and it's one comparable to a god. That should be the case. Li Yu only has an ordinary physique just like us, however he topped the rankings and surpassed the Khanate sword body. No way! Who would have thought that the first place on the 3000 physique rankings would be the most ordinary human body? But isn't this only possible with a special physique? The Heavenly Dao rankings did not specify it was a special physique. That's what we thought. The human body is also a type of physique. It's just that those special physiques are stronger than the human body. Meanwhile, Li Yu refined the most ordinary human body into the strongest physique. So he topped the rankings. Nice, this man Li Yu is really awesome. At that point, countless people suddenly felt a sense of reverence. They thought that only those with special physiques could enter the rankings, that only those born extraordinary were worthy. However, Li Yu used the most ordinary physique to enter the top 3000 physique rankings. He even surpassed everyone to reach the top of the rankings. This was simply a miracle that shocked and excited countless ordinary people. At this moment, countless ordinary people were filled with respect and admiration for Li Yu. Li Yu had the same ordinary physique as them, yet through his arduous cultivation and relentless hard work he had forcefully turned his mortal body into a physique comparable to a god. Hence, after they saw the interpretation of the Heavenly Dao rankings, many ordinary people who were once depressed by the Heavenly Dao rankings felt the same way. Hope, fighting spirit and passion were reignited. Li Yu allowed them to see the hope of an ordinary person surpassing a prodigy. They saw a miracle where a mortal's body was comparable to a god's. From now on, commoners could proudly say, on the 3000 physique rankings the human body is the strongest. From today onwards, Li Yu is my life's goal. Although I know that I will never catch up to him, he will always motivate me to move forward and never give up. Same here, we cultivators should follow Li Yu as an example. We must work hard. Miracles exist in this world. Perseverance. Today's miracle has convinced us that as long as we work hard we can become immortals too. We can compare to those blessed prodigies. That's right, that's right. I have to work hard too. I'll start right away after I wake up tomorrow morning. Chapter 48, Off to Nanan City. In the Jade Pure Dao sect, after perfected Yu Hua looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings explanation of the human body, the surprise in his eyes intensified. I never expect that this human body is really just a human body. They were just pondering what kind of powerful physique this human body possessed. No one expected it to be the most ordinary human physique. That outcome was truly a surprise, and it shocked them even more. If Liu really did have a powerful special physique, it was understandable that he could have such strength at his age. However, he had the most ordinary physique. It was unbelievable that he could have such strength. Liu is really not simple. Perfected Taiwu spoke with a solemn expression. As a martial arts body cultivator, he knew all too well how unreal it was to enter the transcendence realm at the age of 17 without a special physique. The fact that the Heavenly Dao gave him an additional reward twice must mean something. This child will definitely be the light of our orthodox path. His future is limitless. Perfected Yu Hua exclaimed. This kid is simply a miracle. Using an ordinary body to overcome those powerful physiques. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have thought that such a thing would happen. I wonder who his master is. Perfected Yu Hua was curious about how Liu could be nurtured into such a powerful existence. His master must be extraordinary as well. Yi Qiu's improvement was enough to prove this point. Looks like I have to find a time to pay this expert a visit. Perfected Yu Hua thought to himself. Inside the Qingyun sect, Yi Qiu looked at Liu with admiration. It turned out that Liu only had the most ordinary physique yet possessed such powerful strength. How much effort and sweat did he have to undergo? How much inhumane cultivation did he have to cultivate an ordinary physique to the strongest of all? Senior brother, you must have suffered a lot. Starting today I'll be like senior brother and work hard in cultivation. Master, senior brothers, I'm returning to my cultivation now. Yi Qiu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He immediately cupped his hands and walked to the side to begin cultivating. Liu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and he could only silently praise the Heavenly Dao rankings. At this moment 3 golden lights flew over from the Heavenly Dao rankings. One fused into Liu's mind and the other was grabbed in his hand. The last one transformed into the Chongming bird, fledging with gorgeous feathers that flapped its wings and landed to the side. The cultivation technique of the Great Dao Essence Heavenly Connection Art quickly fused into his memories, and the system's mission progress was updated. Cultivation Techniques Collection, 36/50. Pills and Pill Formulas Collection, 40/50. Dad, this Nirvana Holy Pill is for you. This pill should be useful for your injuries, right? Liu handed the pill in his hand to Li Qingyun. This pill was meaningless to him. At most it could be a dessert after meals. Then I'll gladly have it. Li Qingyun did not stand on ceremony as he received the Nirvana Holy Pill from Liu, his eyes filled with joy. He naturally knew how precious this pill was. With this pill, not only could his body undergo nirvana and be reborn, but it could also help him fully recover. His cultivation should recover to around 80% of its previous level. After handing the pill to his father, Liu looked at the divine bird fledging. He could not help but recall the heavenly taste of the chicken mushroom stew from last time, and his mouth began drooling. Noticing the look, Liu gave the baby bird quivered and immediately flapped its wings to fly to Li Qingyun's side. Tonight was destined to be different. The appearance of the 3000 physique rankings had shocked countless people and caused many to lose sleep. Liu being at the top had inspired countless ordinary people to begin cultivating like mad and work toward their dreams. Though Liu himself was sleeping soundly. Early in the morning, after the hunters at the foot of the mountain delivered fresh prey. Ever since he became rich, Liu began to purchase food ingredients from the farmers and hunters at the foot of the mountain. It was also a form of benefiting the people and driving the local economy. Furthermore, there were still many craftsmen in the temple who needed to eat. The craftsmen had specialized cooks catering to them, while Liu was accustomed to cooking his own meals. For Liu, a day's plans lay in the morning. Not eating meat in the morning was unbearable. Therefore he chose a big pheasant among the prey sent by the hunters. After processing it, he placed it above the charcoal fire and began the barbecue. At the moment, Yi Qiu and Tang Qi were cultivating. Li Qingyun entered seclusion again. After consuming the Nirvana Holy Pill, he might be in for a few days, so Wu Chang was guarding him. The pheasant oozed with fragrance under the burning charcoal. Liu could not help but swallow his saliva as his stomach growled. Just as the roasted chicken was halfway done, a figure flew over from afar and landed in the Taoist temple. It was an old man in Jade Pure Dao Sect's Taoist robe. He looked about the same age as Elder Hu. After he appeared, he first looked at Liu, then at the pheasant on the stick, and his expression changed drastically. He rushed to the fire and grabbed the chicken that was about to be done. His eyes were red and he was about to cry. It's over, we were a step too late, you've really wasted a heavenly treasure. The old man cried out in pain as if Liu had barbecued his treasure. Liu looked at the old man in confusion, wondering why the Jade Pure Dao sect was filled with a bunch of bizarre people. However, he immediately understood why the old man had such a reaction. Wait, senior, this isn't a Chongming bird, this is an ordinary wild chicken. The Chongming bird is over there, see that? On the tree. Liu pointed at the scholar tree not far away. At the moment, an extraordinary Chongming bird with gorgeous feathers was resting on the tree. Elder Kong's face froze when he looked in the direction Liu was pointing at. He was immediately embarrassed. Cough cough, well haha, it's all a misunderstanding. Ha ha ha, I thought you had cooked the Chongming bird. Ha ha, Elder Kong laughed awkwardly. That was rather embarrassing. Liu did consider roasting and eating it. After all, this pheasant could not be compared to the meat of the Chongming bird. However, he knew that this divine bird was extraordinary and could become the sect's guardian beast in the future. Therefore, he suppressed his craving and let it off. Senior, are you here for the Chongming bird? Liu asked. He knew that the Jade Pure Dao sect had always been concerned about his Chongming bird. Yes, our sect master would like to purchase this Chongming bird at any price you name. I wonder if Cultivator Li is willing to sell it. Sorry, this Chongming bird is not for sale. Liu immediately refused. Cough cough, then Cultivator Li must take good care of this Chongming bird. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to Jade Pure Dao sect at any time. We promise our best effort to help. Alright, thank you, senior. Liu cupped his hands and didn't say anything more. He naturally knew what the Jade Pure Dao sect was worried about. He understood that the Jade Pure Dao sect had no ill intentions. They only hoped that the Chongming bird could grow into a true divine bird that could subdue demons and devils. It was all for the sake of the commoners. As an orthodox sect, the Jade Pure Dao sect was entirely responsible. They were far better than the other sects in the Great Xia dynasty in this aspect. In the blink of an eye, the Lantern Festival began as scheduled. Liu and Yi Qiu rode a flying spirit beast to Nan'an City. Chapter 49, The Widely Anticipated Battle. When Liu and Yi Qiu arrived in Nan'an City, it was evening. The streets and alleys of Nan'an City were decorated with ornamental lanterns. The streets were bustling with lively voices of people. It was filled with a festive atmosphere. On the streets, other than the official lanterns, the various shops also hung uniquely stylish lanterns at their doors like 100 flowers in full bloom. According to Yi Qiu, there would be many exciting activities during the Lantern Festival, such as lantern riddles, river lanterns, and even exciting performances. Liu had experienced the bombardment of various festivals and cultural events in his previous life, so he was naturally not interested in this Lantern Festival. Hence, after arriving in Nan'an City, Liu temporarily parted ways with Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu returned to the Yi residence while Liu went straight to the Eastern Palace to pay a formal visit to the Crown Prince. Morong Xingxia was naturally pleasantly surprised to see Liu arrive. She immediately ordered a feast to welcome Liu. Liu naturally did not refuse. In his opinion, the chefs in this palace were definitely better than those outside, and that was the truth. At the banquet, Liu told the Crown Prince about the 100 sect recruitment tomorrow, hoping that the Crown Prince could help apply for a place for his sect. The 100 sect recruitment assembly was jointly organized by the Great Xia dynasty and a few large sects. All the sects who wanted to participate in the recruitment assembly had to apply in advance before getting a spot on the sect recruitment grounds. No problem, I will arrange a good position for your sect. Also, have you prepared your sect's flag? Morong Xingxiao asked. Yes, we're ready. Liu nodded. Before he arrived, he had specially requested the clothing shop in town to make flags and even banners. After all, this was equivalent to the sect's reputation and advertisement. He was well aware that the recruitment of disciples tomorrow was a competition to grab talent. If he wanted to develop the Qingyun sect into the #1 sect in the Great Xia dynasty, he had to have outstanding disciples. Oh yes, Cultivator Li, I'll leave the fight with Ji Qinglan to you tomorrow. I'm very confident that Ji Qinglan is definitely not your match. Morong Xingxiu said with a smile. She had seen how powerful Liu was. He had defeated 11 young elites with ease. Even Ji Qinglan was inferior to such strength. Therefore she looked forward to Ji Qinglan's challenge to Liu tomorrow. This was the best chance to ruthlessly strike back against the Shi Liang people and bring glory to the Great Xia. Of course she had also received the challenge letter from Lu Chunqing, ranked 6th in the Shi Liang dynasty. As the 6th-ranked prodigy of the Great Xia dynasty, she had to accept the challenge. She could not let anyone look down on her country. However, her battle was only a side dish, since Ji Qinglan's matchup with Liu was the one everyone was looking forward to. Previously, due to the appearance of the 3000 physique rankings, the news that Ji Qinglan was coming to challenge Liu had spread throughout the country. Countless people arrived today to watch the competition between the two countries tomorrow. My battle with Ji Qinglan? Liu was slightly surprised. He did not plan to accept Ji Qinglan's challenge. Why did the Crown Prince make this battle sound like an officially arranged program? Seeing Liu's reaction, Morong Xingqiao hurriedly added, "My apologies, I was too abrupt. Perhaps you don't know what's going on." She guessed that Liu had not received the challenge letter and did not know about this at all, so she explained it in detail. The location is at the 100 Sect Recruitment Assembly tomorrow. I think this is also a great opportunity for your sect to become renowned. Liu's eyes swirled. What Morong Xingqiao said made sense. This battle with Ji Qinglan is the center of attention. It's absolutely the best form of advertisement. Plus, isn't Ji Qinglan another genius as well? I could consider recruiting this kid into our Qingyun sect too. This will help in my quota mission. Liu suddenly felt enlightened. Previously it was immensely satisfying to trick the various large sects and families. This time he naturally could not let Ji Qinglan off. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, just as the sun rose, Liu met up with Yi Qiu outside the palace. Morong Xingqiao also arranged for an entourage to follow Liu and help. "Senior brother, let me tell you something very infuriating." As soon as he saw Liu, Yi Qiu cried out with an indignant expression. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Liu asked. "The Shu family and the Five Elements sect really have no morals. They actually took senior brother's credit." Yi Qiu told Liu about the Zhu family and the Five Elements sect's cock and bull story. He only heard about it from his father when he returned home last night. Initially Yi Guxiong did not suspect anything. He only realized that something was wrong later on. "Senior brother, I know that you like to keep a low profile, but I'm still pissed to hear this. What gave them the right to snatch your credit? Now everyone believes that the Five Elements sect's patriarch was the true hero, and they are deeply grateful to them. Now that the reputation of the Five Elements sect is also rising rapidly, I'm afraid that many people will enter their sect this time." Yi Qiu was fuming. "Senior brother, we have to go and confront the Five Elements sect later. How is such a wicked sect fit to enjoy the treatment of a hero on behalf of senior brother?" Liu frowned. He did not expect that the Tharman's head he had thrown in the Nether Hall would be dug out by the Five Elements sect for their use. Although he was not interested in being a hero and had never thought of making the world appreciate him and treat him as one, he was quite displeased when he heard Yi Qiu's words. It was despicable for the Five Elements sect and the Zhu family to take away credit like that. Lying to the world for their own benefits was indeed infuriating. "Don't worry, what is false cannot be true. Let's prepare for the recruitment assembly first. Leave this to me," Liu declared. It was not difficult for him to expose those people's lies. When Liu and the others arrived at the Dao Seeking Square in the east of the city, many recruitment stations of the various sects had been set up. Flags fluttered with the wind and the names of the various sects were embroidered on them. The entire square was surrounded by a fence and the city guards guarded the perimeter to maintain order. Outsiders had to wait outside and the guards would only let them through when the recruitment meeting officially began. In the middle of the square an arena had been built. Array flags were planted around it. It seemed like an array formation had been set up. "I didn't expect the Great Xia dynasty to take the competition between the two countries seriously," Liu muttered to himself. He and Yi Qiu arrived at the location of their sect and ordered the attendance given by Morong Xingqiao to begin setting up the recruitment station. Soon a large group of people began to gather around the square. They were shoulder to shoulder and were bustling with noise. Other than some young people who were here to participate in the recruitment assembly, the rest came over to witness the competition between the prodigies of Shi Liang and the Great Xia today. Although most of them did not really want to see the whole competition, the people only wanted to see how Ji Qinglan was defeated by Liu. Of course, this competition was only an interlude. In the end, today's main topic was the 100 sects recruitment. It was the best opportunity for countless youths of the Great Xia dynasty to enter the various large sects. Thus young people from all over the country gathered here with nervousness and anticipation, waiting for the recruitment assembly to begin. Hey my friend, which sect do you plan to enter? Of course it's the Five Elements sect. The patriarch of the Five Elements sect killed the Wolf King and eliminated the Netherworld Demon Sect. He's the great hero of our Great Xia dynasty. Also, with the Five Elements sect's patriarch so powerful, the sect will definitely become stronger in the future. Entering the Five Elements sect is the wisest choice. Yeah, that's right, I also plan to enter the Five Elements sect. Now that the Five Elements sect is so famous that entering the Five Elements sect will give me face. My family all want me to enter the Five Elements sect. I also plan to enter that sect. Now disciples of the Five Elements sect are respected and loved wherever they go, enjoying many privileges. There is limitless potential after joining the sect. I believe more than half the people present today are here for the Five Elements sect. Listening to everyone's conversation, a young man in ragged clothes in the crowd nodded secretly. He was Sumu, who had traveled a long way here. His only goal today was to enter the Five Elements sect. Chapter 50, Let Xi Liang see what you're made of. Hey, do you think the Qingyun sect will come to recruit disciples? Someone suddenly asked. You aren't thinking of joining the Qingyun sect, are you? Well, I'm afraid that the other sects won't take me in, so I left a guarantee. After all, the Qingyun sect nurtured Liu and Yiqiu entered that sect. I think although this sect is small, it still has solid foundations. Furthermore, that sect is small, perhaps it does not have such strict requirements for entry. It's not a bad choice for us ordinary people. I think so too. Since Liu could cultivate an ordinary physique to the top of the physique rankings, the Qingyun sect must have a unique cultivation technique. However, I feel that this matter still needs some consideration. After all, this matters to our future. It's safer to choose a large sect. However, if you want to take the unconventional path, you can give it a try. Countless young people gathered and conversed. At this moment, a commotion broke out in the crowd behind. Everyone looked over curiously and saw that the crown prince had arrived. Those elites from the Xi Liang dynasty followed behind. Under the protection of the royal guards, they passed through the crowd and entered the Dao-seeking square. After that, Zhu Xiaotian from the Zhu family, Yi Kai-dai from the Yi family, and the other elites ranked in the top 10 of the Great Xia dynasty's Hidden Dragon rankings entered the Dao-seeking square after one another, with their families escorting them. After everyone arrived at the Dao-seeking square, they went straight to the arena in the center and gathered there. Meanwhile, the young elites from the Xi Liang dynasty arrived at the arena ready to challenge the top 10 geniuses of the Great Xia dynasty's Hidden Dragon rankings. A total of 5 people in the top 10 of the Xi Liang dynasty's Hidden Dragon rankings have arrived. Number 1, Ji Qinglan. Number 2, Gu Tianlong. Number 5, Du Yun. Number 6, Lu Chunqing. Number 7, Ma Tianho. While almost all of the top 10 experts of the Great Xia dynasty were present. Of course, the top 10 were the updated rankings after the Netherworld Demon Sect was destroyed. Before long, the people outside the square were allowed, and the entire Dao-seeking square was instantly packed with people. Everyone gathered around the arena and waited for the show to begin. Senior brother, should we go take a look too? Yiqiu looked at the crowded arena and asked with anticipation. You go first if you want to join the competition. Go ahead, let those people from Xi Liang see what you're made of. At the same time, advertise for our sect. I'll go over after I finish these 10 roasted chickens. Liu babbled as he munched down a roasted chicken. Okay, then I'll go first. Yiqiu rushed to the stage excitedly. The martial arts competition between the two countries was about to begin. The array formation was activated and enveloped the stage. The first fighter of the Xi Liang dynasty was the 7th-ranked Ma Tianho facing the 10th-ranked Wang Qinghun from the Great Xia dynasty. After the two of them introduced themselves, the battle began. Wang Qinghun was the first to attack, while Ma Tianho remained on the spot with a cold smile. A punch was thrown and plentiful spiritual energy surged out like a raging storm. Bang! Wang Qinghun was thrown out of the ring. Next, Ma Tianho looked at the crowd below with a smug. Humph, what's there to be smug about defeating our number 10? That's right, Xi Liang people are too full of themselves. The crowd shouted unhappily. Sun Jian of the Five Elements sect would like to take on the challenge. A young man jumped onto the stage after the array formation was closed. Sun Jian was currently ranked 8th on the Great Xia dynasty's Hidden Dragon rankings. Ma Tianho's condescending sneer irritated Sun Jiang greatly. He cupped his hands slightly and attacked first. However, as expected, he did not manage to withstand a single move from Ma Tianho. After that, Yi Kai Dai went up the stage, but she was also defeated after only blocking 2 moves from Ma Tianho. At this moment, the complacency on Ma Tianho's face intensified. He looked down and said, "No one in this country can fight. The great Xia dynasty's hidden dragon rankings are indeed lousy." Once he said it, the people from the great Xia dynasty were angered and booed him. They knew that Yi Kai Dai and the others used to rank outside the top 10 of the hidden dragon rankings. It was only after the Netherworld Demon Sect was destroyed that they were able to enter the top 10. Therefore, it was expected that they could not beat Xi Liang's 7th place on the hidden dragon rankings in terms of cultivation and capability. However, everyone was still unhappy with the Xi Liang people's smug look. "Your Highness, your turn." Ma Tianho looked down at Morong Xingqiao with a teasing expression. The pride in his eyes made the elites of the great Xia dynasty rub their fists in anger, especially Yi Qiu. He really wanted to go on stage and defeat everyone from the Xi Liang dynasty. Morong Xingqiao jumped onto the stage and enthusiastic shouts and cheers immediately erupted from below. Although Ma Tianho still had a cold smile on his lips, his gaze turned serious. He knew that Morong Xingqiao was the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty. Morong Xingqiao was ranked 6th and possessed the 4th-ranked profound essence spirit body. If he could defeat him, he could definitely slap everyone in the great Xia dynasty in the face. He would also be rewarded by His Majesty when he returned to Xi Liang. However, this time his plan failed. The moment Morong Xingqiao attacked, his expression instantly changed. Bang! It was one move again, but the person who flew off the stage was Ma Tianho. In an instant, waves of cheers erupted like a tsunami from the square. Though he was still immersed in the delicacies, Liu could not help but look at the combat arena curiously. It seems like Morong Xingqiao won. Before long, another round of cheering erupted. Lu Chunqing, ranked 6th in the Xiliang dynasty, was beaten. Morong Xingqiao had awakened her profound essence spirit body through the reward of the Heavenly Dao rankings, the profound mixed essence technique, and the Holy Spirit pill. Her strength had improved remarkably. Thus, although Lu Chunqing was decent, he was no longer Morong Xingqiao's match. This time it was those from Xi Liang who seemed worried. He has awakened his profound essence spirit body. He has gotten stronger. Elder Nie's voice sounded in Ji Qinglan's mind. Ji Qinglan nodded. The sudden appearance of the 3000 physique rankings had made their challenge more difficult. Almost everyone in the top 6 of the great Xia dynasty's hidden dragon rankings was on the constitution rankings. With the Heavenly Dao reward, Morong Xingqiao's strength was worlds apart from a few days ago. Otherwise, he would definitely not be Lu Chunqing's match. Xi Liang dynasty's 5th on the hidden dragon rankings. Du Yun would like to spar with you. A short-haired man with a resolute expression jumped onto the stage. The atmosphere among the crowd remained enthusiastic as they kept cheering for Morong Xingqiao. The battle began. Morong Xingqiao was actually on par with Du Yun. They were equally matched and the match entered a state of suspense. However, Morong Xingqiao, who had the home ground advantage, became more and more ferocious the more the battle dragged on. The Crown Prince's aura gradually suppressed Du Yun. In the end, he seized the opportunity when Du Yun exposed an opening and won with a decisive strike. Yes! Everyone cheered jubilantly again. Even Morong Xingqiao did not expect that she would make a breakthrough in her cultivation at the crucial moment and defeat Du Yun, who was ranked 5th in the Xiliang dynasty. At the same time, the hidden dragon rankings in the sky suddenly changed. Morong Xingqiao's ranking switched with the original 5th place Great Sky Dao Sect's Zhao Ziming. The Crown Prince's ranking has increased. Has he broken through in his cultivation? Impressive, impressive. The Crown Prince is indeed impressive. After some time he would probably break into the top 3 of the hidden dragon rankings. That's right, after all the Crown Prince is ranked 4th on the 3000 physique rankings. At that point the great Xia dynasty's side was fired up as everyone cheered in excitement. Meanwhile, the people from the Xiliang dynasty seemed disgraced. Their arrogance from before was nowhere to be seen. After defeating Du Yun, Morong Xingqiao looked at Gu Tianlong, who was ranked 2nd in the Xiliang dynasty, with eyes burning with fighting spirit. Gu Tianlong went onto the stage and cupped his hands. Your Highness has proved formidable, but there's a huge difference in our level. If you spar with me getting called a bully shall be inevitable. Your Highness, you'd better return. Is Yi Qiu here? Do you dare to come up and compete with me? Gu Tianlong looked around the crowd below the stage and announced. Chapter 51, We Knew. Below the stage, Yi Qiu felt his blood surging when he heard it. He held the Azure Dragon Spear and jumped onto the stage. Qingyun Sect's Yi Qiu is right here. Your Highness, you fought 3 consecutive rounds, please take a rest first, leave this person to me. Yi Qiu cupped his hands and assured. Morong Xingxiao nodded. She was not a person who boasted of her capability, she had proven herself. Knowing when to stop was the best option. Therefore she handed the stage to Yi Qiu. Come on, Yi Qiu. Go beat him. The people yelled excitedly. Zhu Xiaotian took a look at Ji Qinglan beside the stage and the sword on his back. A barely noticeable glint flashed through his eyes. He secretly calculated how he would challenge Ji Qinglan later and win the reverse scale sword. On the stage, Yi Qiu and Gu Tianlong cupped their hands. Then without hesitation both released their aura and rushed toward each other. At the same time at the Qingyun Sect recruitment station, Li Yu finished the last chicken, burped and wiped his hands and mouth in satisfaction. Finally he carried his sword and leisurely walked toward the arena. Wave after wave of intense fighting and roaring cheers crashed the square. Li Yu remained calm, he was not worried that Yi Qiu would lose. Yi Qiu had awakened the Overlord blood body and even consumed the dragon strength pill. His improvement was freakish. More importantly, this fellow was filled with passion and would explode at the slightest spark. Yi Qiu was probably about to be set ablaze with such a lively atmosphere. He might turn into the turtle spiritual earthcore flame anytime and burn his opponent to death. Indeed, when Li Yu squeezed through the crowd and approached the arena, Gu Tianlong had been kicked off the stage by Yi Qiu. Yeah! The crowd's cheering peaked and their voices drowned the entire Dao-seeking square like a tsunami. Yi Qiu was so strong, no wonder he could reach second place on the Hidden Dragon rankings. We really have to see him in a new light after only a few days. Haha, now the Xiliang folks must be speechless. They said that our rankings were lousy, but it seems like their Hidden Dragon rankings are the actual lousy ones. Ha ha ha, that's right. The crowd discussed excitedly. The jeering crowd made the faces of those Xiliang young elites turn grim. That was a good match. Yi Qiu cupped his hands to Gu Tianlong. Then he looked at the surrounding crowd and articulated loudly, everyone, the Qingyun Sect's recruitment station is in the southeast corner. We welcome you to join our Qingyun Sect. Although our sect is small, it's filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There's no need to talk about my senior brother, he's ranked first on the Heavenly Dao rankings. My master is a peerless expert from the great Zenith domain. I credit my master's guidance and helped to quickly break through and move from 3rd place to 2nd place. Also, my senior brother is... Where is your senior brother? Ji Qinglan's words interrupted Yi Qiu. At the same time he flew onto the stage from below. If you wish to challenge my senior brother, you'll have to get past me first. Yi Qiu looked at Ji Qinglan, his eyes burning with battle intent again. He was looking forward to the battle with Ji Qinglan. The number 1 on the Xiliang dynasty's Hidden Dragon rankings, a prodigy with the Khanate sword body. He wanted to see how strong Ji Qinglan was. Ji Qinglan did not speak and adopted a posture that gestured bring it on. He did not even draw his sword. Although he only wanted to fight Li Yu, his side had been utterly defeated. He needed to save face for the Xiliang dynasty immediately. In the meantime he could warm himself up. Humph! Arrogant! Yi Qiu bellowed angrily. His spear was like a dragon and his aura was magnificent. The long spear swept toward Ji Qinglan with tremendous force. However, the spear was grabbed by Ji Qinglan barehanded. At the same time he chopped with his hand a sharp sword. Qi tore through the air and slashed at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu could not dodge in time and could only use his spear to block. Boom! The power from the sword Qi actually forced Yi Qiu far away and he almost fell off the stage. The surrounding crowd could not help breaking into a sweat. Meanwhile, Li Yu's gaze was focused on Ji Qinglan at the moment and a wisp of surprise surfaced on his face. This guy is another one I'm fated to meet. Li Yu had just arrived near the stage when he saw Ji Qinglan. The system interface popped up introducing Ji Qinglan's detailed information. This included the reverse scale sword he possessed and the remnant soul of the sword immortal hidden in it. Furthermore, the system indicated that this person could activate the Pan-Emperor Immortal Abode mission. So he's a prodigy with his own old master, no wonder he's so powerful. Li Yu sighed. Since we're fated, all the more I have to con this guy into, recruit him into the sect. Just as Li Yu was thinking, Yi Chou got knocked off the stage platform by Ji Qinglan. Li Yu's figure moved in a flash as he grabbed the falling Yi Chou and steadied his body before landing on the ground. At the same time, Ji Qinglan looked at Li Yu and immediately figured out his identity. "You're Li Yu?" Ji Qinglan's words made the crowd gather their gazes in the same direction. Many people here had only heard of Li Yu's name, but they had never seen him before, hence they sized him up curiously. Their eyes brightened when they saw Li Yu's appearance and aura. It was just like what anyone would expect from the peerless genius ranked first on the Hidden Dragon rankings and the Physique rankings. His appearance and bearing were extraordinary indeed. "This Li Yu is so handsome. He's so handsome and strong, I think I'm in love." Some young girls could not help but look at him with stars in their eyes. Meanwhile, at that moment, Zhu Xiaotian's expression became ugly as he looked at Ji Qinglan on the stage. Fortunately, he did not act on impulse just now and challenged Ji Qinglan to a bet before Yi Chou did. Instead, he planned to find out more about Ji Qinglan's capability through the fight with Yi Chou. However, his heart turned cold after watching it. Ji Qinglan was far stronger than he remembered in his previous life. Even Yi Chou had shocked him greatly. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Yi Chou's strength had indeed surpassed his. And Ji Qinglan was way above him. He had no chance of winning at all. If he did bet with Ji Qinglan, he would probably suffer a double loss. Damn it, what's wrong with this world? Zhu Xiaotian got depressed. It seemed that this world was no longer the world he knew anymore. He had believed that he would be the main character here, yet he did not expect that he would only be reduced to an audience. He hated to accept it, but there was nothing he could do. The main character today would definitely be Li Yu again. That's right. Li Yu replied to Ji Qinglan with an indifferent expression. "Yi Chou is beaten, now it's your turn." Ji Qinglan's gaze was sharp and every word was powerful and resonating. "You want to challenge me?" Li Yu inquired. "That's right." Ji Qinglan nodded. "You can challenge me, but simply sparring is boring. Why don't we play something exciting?" A sly smile surfaced on Li Yu's lips again. "What do you mean?" Ji Qinglan was somewhat puzzled. "Why don't we have a bet?" Upon hearing Li Yu's words, the surrounding disciples of the various sects and large family clans smiled. They knew Li Yu's tricks. Previously they were the ones who were deceived. This time they had become spectators, so they were eager to watch the show. All of them looked like they were waiting for a good show as they watched Ji Qinglan on the stage. Chapter 52, Suspicion of Life. "What do you want to bet?" Ji Qinglan frowned. "Let me think. Today is the recruitment day for our 100 sects and our Qingyun sect lacks disciples now. How about this? If you lose, you will join the Qingyun sect. If I lose, you can decide for me. You can even take my life." Li Yu said with a smile. "Your Highness must not agree." The cold-looking woman who followed behind Ji Qinglan earlier immediately stopped him as her face darkened. She was confident that Ji Qinglan's capability was sufficient to defeat Li Yu. Furthermore, with the help of that sword, Immortal's remnant soul, even a nascent soul realm cultivator might not be Ji Qinglan's match. However, when she observed the expressions of Li Yu and the surrounding people, she felt that their smiles were rather strange. Therefore she kept feeling uneasy. After Li Yu gave his conditions, a commotion broke out among the surrounding crowd. The excitement on their faces intensified. Li Yu's program had a terrific entertainment effect. To turn the competition into a bet while the stakes were really high. If Li Yu won and Ji Qinglan refused to enter the Qingyun sect, Ji Qinglan would be going back on his word. He would be ridiculed by the world. The Xiliang dynasty he represented would also be humiliated. If he entered the Qingyun sect, it would be another form of embarrassment to the Xiliang dynasty as well. The thought of a prince from Xiliang, the peerless genius ranked first on the Hidden Dragon rankings, who eventually entered the Great Xia dynasty's Qingyun sect, sounded humiliating enough. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely be a blow and disgraceful for the Xiliang dynasty. This was what everyone liked to see. Furthermore, becoming a Qingyun sect disciple was equivalent to Ji Qinglan bidding farewell to mortal life from now on. He might even become a member of the Great Xia dynasty, and the throne of the Xiliang dynasty would have nothing to do with him. Everyone could not help but look at the 3,000 physique rankings that bothered them. If Ji Qinglan's background became Qingyun's sect, it would be much more comfortable to look at. Li Yu's words made Ji Qinglan hesitate. If he lost, he might really have to enter their sect. This was simply a disgrace. No, he's just trying to use this strange bet to shake my will to win. It must be a psychological tactic to make me give up fighting him because I'm afraid of failure. I can't be tricked. Ji Qinglan thought this way. Yo, so you're scared now? You dare to challenge our great Xia dynasty with this little ability? Li Yu provoked. I think he just wouldn't dare. The Xiliang dynasty's #1 on the hidden dragon rankings isn't much after all. Yeah, why don't you just admit defeat? Hurry up and get down. Stop embarrassing yourself here. He has dared to bet on his life, so what are you hesitating for? Coward. The crowd began to boo as they watched the show. Although Ji Qinglan could cope mentally, he was naturally annoyed to be mocked by that many people. Furthermore, he did not think that he would lose. Instead, he felt that Li Yu was putting up a bluff to conceal his weakness. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? But I'm not interested in your life. Ji Qinglan said coldly. Then what do you want? Li Yu asked. Chongming bird. Ji Qinglan said he was most irritated about the additional reward that the Heavenly Dao rankings had bestowed on Li Yu. Therefore, he decided to snatch the Chongming bird from Li Yu's hands today. Okay. Deal. Li Yu agreed readily and immediately jumped on the platform. Come, let's begin. Your Highness, the cool lady still tried to persuade him. However, Ji Qinglan waved his hand and said sternly, You Feng, stop it, I won't lose. Haha, you hear that, everyone? If Ji Qinglan loses, he must enter our Qingyun sect. If I lose, the Chongming bird rewarded by the Heavenly Dao rankings will belong to Ji Qinglan. Li Yu repeated the bet and spoke with a clear voice. That's right, indeed, we all heard it. Everyone agreed. Ji Qinglan, you have no objections, right? Li Yu looked at Ji Qinglan again. No objections. Ji Qinglan snapped coldly. Your Highness, please be our witness again. Li Yu looked at Morong Xingqiao below the stage. Very well. Morong Xingqiao nodded with a smile. She was also in a good mood. She knew that Li Yu would win in a while. She would witness how Ji Qinglan would resolve the situation after he lost. Thinking about how the Xiliang dynasty's most powerful prince was also the most qualified candidate for the future crown prince, if Ji Qinglan really entered a sect from the great Xia dynasty, that would be interesting. Of course, she knew that this matter was not that simple. Nonetheless, today's competition would become an indelible stain on Ji Qinglan and even the Xiliang dynasty. Hee, this is going to be fun. Katie's eyes were smiling and her heart was filled with anticipation. Alright, let's begin. Li Yu curled his finger at Ji Qinglan. Aren't you going to draw your sword? Ji Qinglan held the reverse scale sword and asked in a low voice. I don't need a sword to deal with you. Li Yu smiled calmly, though the smile was full of mockery in Ji Qinglan's eyes. Anyone can brag, let's see if you have what it takes. Ji Qinglan roared and attacked first. As he swung his sword chi rampaged, transforming into countless sword shadows that filled the entire arena. It was as if it wanted to tear apart the sky, making it impossible to dodge. His gaze was sharper than a sword and his aura was more oppressive than the sword ray. He was locked onto Li Yu and he didn't give Li Yu the slightest chance to dodge. At that moment, Li Yu remained on the spot, yet his voice sounded like a ghost from behind Ji Qinglan. You've lost. Swoosh. Ji Qinglan's hair instantly stood on end, but before he could react, the reverse scale sword in his hand was snatched away by Li Yu. At the same time, his entire body was blasted away by an extremely terrifying force. With a bang, it smashed heavily onto the array formation light screen. In the end, he fell off the stage with a bang. The entire process was like a glimpse of a white colt flashing past a chink in a wall. It was so quick that the audience below the stage did not even see what had happened, and Ji Qinglan was lying below the platform. After a brief silence, the entire square was lit up. Ji Qinglan lay on the ground, startled with eyes empty. He was like a salted fish. Your Highness, are you all right? Yu Feng rushed over immediately and helped Ji Qinglan up. However, Ji Qinglan's soul seemed to have been punched out and had not returned. His eyes were glazed and his expression was wooden as he kept muttering, Impossible, impossible. Oh my, Li Yu is too powerful. This is too unbelievable. Ji Qinglan got defeated just like that. Li Yu's strength is absolutely ridiculous. Countless people who had witnessed Li Yu's capability for the first time exclaimed in admiration. However, after their shock, some complaints sounded. This is the fastest showdown in history, right? In the freaking blink of an eye, Ji Qinglan was defeated. Hey, did anyone see what just happened? And that's it? I didn't see anything. This is it? F*CK This Ji Qinglan is too useless. I came all the way here and you're finished in 1 second. That's right, he's even more useless than my toothpick. Waves of complaints echoed in the square like a tsunami. As for those from the various sects and large families who had long known Li Yu's strength, they could not contain their excitement after witnessing Li Yu defeat Ji Qinglan in one move. Particularly when they saw Ji Qinglan doubting his life with that expression, they could not help but find it funny. It proved how great a blow and shock Li Yu brought to Ji Qinglan, the high-spirited, confident and proud Xiliang prince. The prodigy who had never tasted defeat while challenging the geniuses of various countries. The same man could not even withstand a single strike from Li Yu before he was sent off the stage. The shadow of this trauma might be larger than the Huaxia continent. Chapter 53, How strong is he? No, I must have been careless just now. I was careless. Li Yu, let's fight again. Ji Qinglan's soul finally returned to its spot and he yelled with an unwilling face. You still want to compete with me? No problem, once you enter our Qingyun sect I'll train with you every day until you accept defeat. Ha ha! Everyone immediately roared with laughter when they heard that. The image of Ji Qinglan living in fear of Li Yu surfaced in their minds. Ji Qinglan still wanted to say something. However, he was interrupted by Li Yu again. Accept your defeat. You're the mighty 13th prince of the Xiliang dynasty. Don't tell me you don't even have this bit of integrity. I knew that Xiliang was shameless and dishonest. That's right, losing and denying it, is this Xiliang's character? All of us heard it. You promised yourself. Are you going to break your promise now that you've lost? Everyone's words were like bolts of lightning that struck Ji Qinglan's mind. Your Highness, don't worry about them, let's go. Yufeng grabbed Ji Qinglan and was about to fly away. She naturally could not allow Ji Qinglan to enter the Great Xia Dynasty sect. Li Yu's expression turned cold. He was just about to take action when he saw two elders instantly fly in front of Yufeng and block her and Ji Qinglan's path. The powerful aura transformed into a dominating pressure that locked onto Yufeng and Ji Qinglan. How could you leave just like that? You are the ones who issued the challenge and you are the ones who have put up the arena. Aren't you taking our Great Xia Dynasty too lightly by leaving after losing? Elder Song Shan of the Jade Pure Dao sect snapped coldly. That's right, I hate people who don't keep their word the most. Elder Qing Xin of the Great Sky Dao sect gave a cold stare. They would not tolerate these people from Xiliang. Ji Qinglan's appearance on the physique rankings infuriated them. This was simply a form of invasion as he took away a spot from the Great Xia Dynasty. How could they not take revenge for this? Furthermore, Ji Qinglan had a bet with Li Yu in public. Now that he had lost, he attempted to renege on his promise. If they were really allowed to leave, where would their faces go? Yufeng knew they were in the wrong and did not say a word. She unleashed her aura and was about to use force. However, Ji Qinglan stopped her. Yufeng, I've lost. I can't go back on my word. You bring the others and leave. Your Highness. Yufeng's expression blackened. If Ji Qinglan really entered the Qingyun sect, how could she have the face to return to see His Majesty? Ji Qinglan ignored Yufeng and looked at Li Yu instead. Li Yu, do you dare to promise me that if I defeat you in the future you'll allow me to withdraw from the Qingyun sect? Whatever. Li Yu smiled. Defeat me? You probably have no hope in your entire lifetime. Just be a good little junior brother of mine in the future and contribute more to our sect. Everyone below was overjoyed. No one expected Ji Qinglan to really become a Qingyun sect disciple. My goodness, this Heavenly Dao rankings really has foresight. Perhaps it knew in advance that Ji Qinglan would become a part of the Great Xia Dynasty? That's why he got on the Great Xia Dynasty's physique rankings. Yeah, it seems like the heavens have their own plans. Haha, throwing himself into such a bet. Ji Qinglan can be considered the first in history. The match between Li Yu and Ji Qinglan ended too quickly and everyone did not get enough thrill from watching it. Nevertheless, the competition between the elites of the two countries had satisfied their appetite. On the other hand, seeing how the situation had developed to this point, Zhu Xiaotian's expression became increasingly ugly. If Ji Qinglan became a member of the Great Xia dynasty, wouldn't he drop another place on the Hidden Dragon rankings? Furthermore, once the Divine Weapon rankings were announced, his Spirit Sword ranking would drop by another position. Whereas Qingyun's sect was suddenly about to sweep the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon rankings, they might even take first place on the Divine Weapon rankings. It's gone, it's over, how could this be? Zhu Xiaotian felt his head buzzing. Your Highness, His Majesty will never let you enter the Qingyun sect. Yu Feng warned with a serious face. Then she looked at the people of the Great Xia dynasty and shouted, you ignorant commoners, do you know what the consequences would be if His Highness really entered the Qingyun sect? And you Li Yu, your foolish bet today will bring disaster to the Great Xia dynasty. Prepare to suffer the wrath of the Xiliang dynasty's emperor. He. Li Yu was amused. To hear something that deluded coming from this woman was rather funny. Yu Feng, nothing needs to be said anymore. Don't you find me embarrassing enough? Go back and tell my father that this is my own decision and I'll bear all the consequences of it. Ji Qinglan asserted resolutely. Although he was competitive, he also valued honor. He did not want to become the laughingstock of the world and be despised by everyone. Yu Feng sighed helplessly, then cupped her hands at Ji Qinglan and did not speak further. Instead, she left with the remaining young elites of the Xiliang dynasty. Alright, today's competition is over. The 100 sect recruitment assembly shall begin shortly. The old man in charge of the competition arrived on the stage and declared loudly. The crowd dispersed reluctantly. The various large sects returned to their respective recruitment stations to prepare for the upcoming recruitment assembly. Junior brother Ji, let's go to our sect's recruitment station to settle the admission procedures. After you complete the procedures, you'll become a disciple of our Qingyun sect. As for whether you can become the sect master's personal disciple in the future, that'll depend on your performance. Li Yu patted Ji Qinglan's shoulder and informed. Ha, junior brother Ji, welcome to the Qingyun sect's big family. Yi Qiu patted Ji Qinglan's shoulder with a warm smile. Indeed, they were opponents not long ago, and Ji Qinglan was the enemy's prince. As long as he entered the Qingyun sect, they would be brothers. Their past grudges would be written off. Regardless, Ji Qinglan did not want to speak and only squeezed a smile uglier than crying. He was worried about his unknown life ahead. Elder Nye, what is Li Yu's cultivation level? Ji Qinglan contacted the Sword Immortal's remnant soul in his mind. I can't tell either. I feel like he doesn't have any cultivation level yet. He seems unfathomable. He gives me a particular strange feeling. Just like his physique, it's clearly an ordinary physique, but it makes me feel like it's the strongest physique in the world. In short, he's special and strange. Phenomenal, to say the least. Elder Nye's words surprised Ji Qinglan even more. If Sword Immortal Nye found Li Yu special, you must be really exceptional. But you didn't lose for nothing, Qinglan. This kid is indeed much stronger than you. After you enter the Qingyun sect, I'll observe Li Yu carefully in the future and see what's going on with him. At the moment, Elder Nye was also curious about Li Yu. He had seen all kinds of strange things in his life, but this was the first time he had seen a freak like Li Yu. Hearing what Elder Nye said, Ji Qinglan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No wonder Elder Nye did not react at all when he lost the match. Li Yu had piqued his curiosity and he was looking forward to entering the Qingyun sect. Regardless, no matter how strong Li Yu was, he had to work harder in his cultivation in the future. One day he would defeat Li Yu and leave the Qingyun sect fair and square. Right, junior brother Ji, what's the name of that old sword immortal of yours? Li Yu suddenly turned to look at Ji Qinglan and asked. Ji Qinglan's expression changed drastically and he was overwhelmed with shock again. As he looked at Li Yu, he was stunned. He even knows about the sword immortal, Elder Nye. How did you know? Ji Qinglan felt that Li Yu's currently harmless gaze seemed to see through the heavenly secrets and peer through the ages. As if all his thoughts and ideas were exposed in Li Yu's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Chapter 54, Conversation with the Crown Prince. Just as Li Yu and the others returned to the recruitment platform, Crown Prince Morong Xingqiu walked over. Cultivator Li, can we speak in private? No problem. Yi Qiu helped junior brother Ji settle the admission procedures. After that, bring junior brother Ji along to distribute flyers to attract more people over. Li Yu instructed. I'm the prince of the Xiliang dynasty and you have the audacity to order me to hand out flyers? Let's move on, your highness. After settling the matters at hand, Li Yu quickly followed Morong Xingqiao to the limit of the square and boarded her carriage. "Is there anything important, Your Highness?" Li Yu went straight to the point. "It's about Ji Qinglan." Morong Xingqiao pondered for a moment and replied. "You must be worried that the Xiliang Emperor will be angered and attack our great Xia dynasty." "Don't worry, Your Highness, I'll handle this matter myself and I won't implicate the great Xia dynasty," Li Yu firmly assured the crown prince. He knew that Ji Qinglan's identity was an issue. Everything that happened today was not as simple as winning or losing a bet between ordinary people. This concerned the contest between countries. It was a big deal and it involved the fate of both countries and the lives of countless citizens. Thus, as the crown prince, Morong Xingqiao must be worried that this matter would trigger a war between the two countries. "No, that's not what I meant. I just want to inform you that the great Xia dynasty will always stand behind you and support you. If the Xiliang people want to cause trouble, the country will have your back. It has been nearly 100 years our great Xia has been weak and bullied by other countries, especially the Xiliang dynasty. We have repeatedly given in to them, but they keep pushing their luck. The great Xia dynasty seemed to have forgotten its former glories, becoming increasingly humble and cowardly. Our people seem to have lost their pride, their confidence, and their morale. However, it will not happen again from now on. Today you have helped our country achieve glory. Once the news spreads, it will definitely cheer up the people and help regain the pride of our great Xia dynasty. Over the past few days I have also understood one thing: our great Xia dynasty will never bow to anyone or any country again. Even if we had to fight to the last soldier, we could not lose our national integrity. You need not worry if the Xiliang dynasty threatens you. You have the support of everyone in the great Xia dynasty, and if the Xiliang dynasty sends troops to attack, we have our million soldiers of the great Xia dynasty." Morong Xingqiao's speech was impassioned while her gaze was firm and unshakable. Her words stunned Li Yu. He really did not expect Morong Xingqiao to say such a thing. Still, that was proof of character. Without a doubt, Morong Xingqiao did not say fine words for the sake of it. She spoke from the bottom of her heart. Today proved that the prodigies of the great Xia dynasty had surpassed the Xiliang dynasty. She could see the long-awaited pride and confidence on her people's faces. Furthermore, she had awakened a powerful physique, and the great Xia dynasty had young geniuses like Li Yu and Yi Qiu. Their potential was limitless. The Wolf King clan was no longer a threat, and the Netherworld Demon Sect had been eliminated. The great Xia dynasty had resolved most of its internal threats. Furthermore, they had the backing of that mysterious expert. Why should they be afraid? Why should they continue to bow down to the Xiliang people? If the people were spineless, the great Xia dynasty would only exist in name. Will the country last if the people lose their pride and confidence? Even if the Xiliang dynasty was powerful, it was not invincible. Furthermore, Ji Qinglan's life was in their hands. Why should they be afraid that the Xiliang dynasty would turn their country upside down? Hence, Morong Xingqiao reassured Li Yu and offered support to boost his confidence. He could not let these young elites become timid again. Of course, Morong Xingqiao said those things for a reason. Li Yu remained silent when Yufeng attempted to frighten him just now. She supposed that Li Yu was concerned about the possible invasion from the Xiliang dynasty. "Haha, I'm glad to hear that, Your Highness, but don't worry, with me around, the Xiliang dynasty can't do anything." Li Yu smiled confidently. When it came out of his mouth, it did not seem like he was bragging at all. Instead, it was convincing. Morong Xingqiao gazed at Li Yu. She always felt that this guy was ever so calm and collected no matter the circumstances, if there was nothing in the world he was afraid of. When Li Yu and Morong Xingqiao entered the carriage, a commotion suddenly broke out in the nearby crowd near the Five Elements Sect's recruitment station. Someone recognized Su Mu. That person had a loud voice, and due to his excitement it got a little sonorous. It instantly attracted the attention of the people around him. Su Mu's name was known by everyone. He was ranked third on the Great Xia Dynasty's 3000 Physique rankings, a hidden prodigy who had obtained an immortal tier cultivation technique as a reward. Everyone was curious about him. "Brother Sun, you're here too." Su Mu did not expect to meet someone familiar here. Since he had arrived here, he was no longer afraid of being recognized. "Ah, what a relief! At the time I thought that everyone in Feng City was gone. If I hadn't seen the 3000 Physique rankings, I wouldn't have known that you were still alive." The man named Sun was also thrilled. Their conversation attracted the crowd's attention, and countless people surrounded them curiously. "That's Su Mu. So this is Su Mu, ranked third on the Physique rankings?" Everyone sized up Sumu with surprise and curiosity. Although Sumu was in rags like a beggar, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, he was an absolute talent, owner of the Grand Yin Dao body who could compete with Ji Qinglan. Furthermore, he possessed an immortal level technique. Who would dare to underestimate him? The commotion instantly attracted the attention of the various sects. The first to rush over was naturally the closest Five Elements sect's Grand Elder, Perfected Jinyang. Little child, you must be Sumu. Perfected Jinyang looked at Sumu excitedly. I'm the Five Elements sect's Elder, Perfected Jinyang. Would you like to enter the Five Elements sect? Perfected Jinyang did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Greetings, Senior Jinyang. I'm here today to join the Five Elements sect. Sumu cupped his hands and replied with an eager look. He had traveled a long way to join the Five Elements sect. Now his wish was finally going to be fulfilled. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Perfected Jinyang was surprised and delighted. His old face was about to bloom with joy. He did not expect that Sumu would actually express his intention to join their sect. It was simply a blessing from heaven. The commotion grew among the surrounding crowd. They did not expect Sumu to choose the Five Elements sect directly. The Five Elements sect was really unstoppable now. The Patriarch had returned to kill the Wolf King and eliminate the Netherworld Demon Sect. It brought them fame and fortune, boosting the sect's strength significantly. The addition of Sumu gave them a prodigy who could compete with the elites of the various sects in the future. They could also obtain his 9 pure immortal light scripture. After all, even the Jade Pure Dao sect did not have a complete immortal tier cultivation technique. With this immortal level technique, the overall strength of the Five Elements sect would probably surpass the Jade Pure Dao sect in a few years. Coupled with their current reputation, it was only a matter of time before they became the #1 sect in the Great Xia dynasty. The Five Elements sect will surely be the star of today's recruitment event. Yep, I want to join the Five Elements sect too. Of course, most people here should be vying to join the Five Elements sect, especially now that they see Sumu joining them. It will probably affect their decision. Everyone discussed animatedly. At this moment, Elder Song Shan of the Jade Pure Dao sect, Elder Qing Xian of the Great Sky Dao sect, and the elders and people in charge of the various sects rushed over after hearing the news. Yi Qiu and Ji Qinglan were curious as they came over as well. Chapter 55, My Senior Brother is the One. Elders, you're late. Perfected Jinyang looked at the elders of the various sects with a smug look. Sumu had expressed his wishes a little time ago. Clearly he was joining the Five Elements sect. Therefore he was not worried that the other sects would come and snatch him away. Instead, it would allow the Five Elements sect to shine in front of the other sects. The arrival of Sumu destined the Five Elements sect to be the most outstanding in this recruitment event. Furthermore, it meant that the Five Elements sect had obtained a peerless genius and a low-grade immortal cultivation technique. After today, the Five Elements sect's meteoric rise would continue. Elder Song Shan, Elder Qing Xian, and the others ignored Perfected Jinyang. They went in front of Sumu and expressed their wish to recruit him. They also offered attractive conditions in hopes of snatching this talent. However, Sumu cupped his hands and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. However, I only wish to enter the Five Elements sect." Sumu's firm attitude surprised Elder Tsongshan and Elder Qingxian. "Sumu, my young friend, won't you reconsider? Be it in terms of foundation or capability, our Jade Pure Dao sect is one of the best in the Great Xia dynasty. Entering our sect is the best choice for you." Elder Tsongshan was unwilling to concede. After all, this was a prodigy who came with an immortal tier technique. This was an opportunity that the various large sects had to vie for. Indeed, choosing a sect is not a small matter. You can't be impulsive. You should consider the situation of each sect. That's right, our sect isn't inferior to the Five Elements sect either. Other sects were persuaded. "Seniors, I've made up my mind. The Five Elements sect's patriarch killed the Wolf King, eradicated the Netherworld Demon Sect, and saved our MO prefecture. He's the hero in the hearts of everyone in our MO prefecture. The reason I traveled all the way here was to enter the Five Elements sect," Sumu announced with a firm gaze. Expressions of the elders of the various sects sank, and it caused a stir among the people, so that was the reason he chose the Five Elements sect. At that moment, more and more people were watching the commotion. After all, the people from the various large sects had gathered. Everyone was curious to find out what was going on. Sumu, our young friend, the authenticity of this matter remains to be verified. We still don't know if the Five Elements Sect's patriarch is really the great hero who saved your MO prefecture. Hey Elder Sanchan, what do you mean by that? Everyone has seen the Wolf King's head before, could it be fake? What can an alpha's head prove? Who knows if you picked it up from somewhere? Elder Sanchan snapped. Exactly, if it's really your patriarch, why don't you let him come out and let us witness the power of this expert? Moreover, why did he hide his identity at the beginning but announce it to the world later on? That's right, who knows if you're lying? The elders of the various sects threw out their suspicions. In fact, the various large sects had their doubts. After all, a patriarch had suddenly appeared in the Five Elements Sect. Furthermore, no one had seen this person. It was really suspicious. However, they had no evidence to prove that it was not the Five Elements Sect's patriarch. Moreover, this matter did not directly threaten their interests, so no one was willing to investigate further. But it was different now. Sumu was set to join a sect for the mysterious expert alone. It involved their interests, and they naturally had to voice their doubts. They could not just watch such a peerless genius and that immortal technique get taken by the Five Elements Sect so easily. This was truly unacceptable. Yes, the Five Elements Sect is lying. Right at this moment, a voice interrupted the elders of the various sects. Everyone looked over. Yi Qiu walked out of the crowd with a disgruntled expression and looked at the Five Elements Sect's perfected Jinyan with disdain. Then he looked at Sumu and continued, Sumu, if you really want to thank that great hero who saved your MO prefecture, you should join our Qingyan sect, because the person who killed the Wolf King, the one who drove off the Wolf King's army and eliminated the Netherworld Demon Sect, was my senior brother Liu. What? Yi Qiu's words were like a meteorite that fell into the sea, instantly stirring up torrential waves that caused an uproar in the crowd. That mysterious expert is Liu. Countless onlookers were stunned as they looked at each other. Are you kidding? Yi Qiu, don't speak nonsense here. Liu is only so old. Even if he has extraordinary strength, it's impossible for him to kill the Wolf King alone and defeat the Wolf King's army, much less annihilating the entire Netherworld Demon Sect by himself. If you can come up with a more convincing lie, then even if you say that it's your master, it's more believable than saying that he's Liu, right? Perfected Jin Yang sneered. Elder Tsangshan, Elder Qingshan and the rest had odd expressions. They did not expect Yi Qiu to suddenly come out and join in the fun. Of course they did not believe what Yi Qiu said at all. This sounded more ridiculous than what the Five Elements Sect had claimed. You should know better who was who's lying. How could you imagine how powerful my senior brother is? Moreover, Wu Chang of the Netherworld Demon Sect is in our sect. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. The truth will naturally come to light. Who is Wu Chang? We've never heard of such a person in the Netherworld Demon Sect. Do you think you could fabricate a person to fool everyone? Don't treat us like fools. Perfected Jin Yang sneered. A mocking expression surfaced on the faces of the surrounding people. Yi Qiu, did you see it with your own eyes? Elder Tsangshan asked. No, but I once saw my senior brother kill the demon child with a single strike. Yi Qiu said with a serious look. Demon child? Everyone gasped again before they laughed uncontrollably. You're getting more and more ridiculous, Yi Qiu. I respect your father as a hero. Your Yi family is filled with loyal people who keep their word. You're from the Yi family, so how could you say such baseless things? It's really damaging your Yi family's reputation. Perfected Jin Yang said eccentrically. Yi Qiu, I'm someone who never lies. I'm not like your Five Elements Sect is a supposedly righteous sect. You have no morals and actually fabricated lies to deceive the commoners and stole my senior brother's credit. You have no sense of shame. Yi Qiu's words stunned the people from the various large sects again. Even if they suspected that this might not have been done by the Five Elements Sect's patriarch, they even doubted the existence of this patriarch. However, it was difficult to believe that all of this was done by Liu. It was simply too ridiculous. They admitted that Liu was strong and no one in the younger generation was his match. However, the Netherworld Demon Sect was a colossus. No matter what, they would never have imagined that Liu could destroy the Netherworld Demon Sect. Also, that demon child was a terrifying existence. Yi Qiu actually stated that the demon child was killed by a single strike from Liu. This was simply a fantasy. Just as Yi Qiu was about to explain further, the sky suddenly rumbled and then a wave of heavenly might spread down from the sky. Everyone looked up in shock. The Heavenly Dao rankings brightened up again. A few dazzling golden words condensed on the empty spot beside the 3000 Physique rankings. Divine Weapon Rankings. Chapter 56, Divine Weapon Rankings. Jing Prefecture's 5-spirit peak. The 5 Elements sect was located here. Many platforms and pavilions were scattered on the 5 towering mountains that reached the clouds. Clouds and fog lingered in curls of smoke spread in the air, giving them the demeanor of an immortal sect. Right at that moment, a flood dragon flew over from the sky. An oppressive figure stood on the enormous dragon head. He stood as straight as a pine, wearing a purple-black robe. He looked cold and majestic, and a faint purple glow lingered around him. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the earth and alarmed everyone in the 5 Elements sect. Everyone looked up in surprise and saw a huge purple palm print smashing down from the sky like a firmament. It struck the 5 Elements sect's protective mountain array. Bang! The heavens and the earth shook. The protective mountain array flashed violently as cracks appeared on it, and it was on the verge of collapse. A terrifying pressure poured down, causing the expressions of the 5 Elements sect disciples to change drastically, and their faces were filled with horror and shock. 5 Elements sect's patriarch, come out and die! The purple-robed figure standing on the flood dragon shouted. He was one of the 9 kings of the Netherworld cult of the Great Luo Holy Region, Crimson Dragon King. Mo Lin was his junior brother and his closest friend in the sect. After he came out of seclusion 2 days ago, he was heartbroken to know that the Netherworld Demon Sect had been destroyed and Mo Lin had been killed. Later on, he heard that the patriarch of the 5 Elements sect was behind it, so he rushed to the 5-spirit peak to settle the scores with the patriarch. Who is this person? He's terrifying. He nearly destroyed our protective mountain array with a single strike. This person seems more powerful than our sect master. He's here to find our patriarch. Could he be the patriarch's nemesis? It's fine, don't panic everyone. With the patriarch here, we can surely defeat this person. Isn't the patriarch still in seclusion? Many 5 Elements sect disciples exclaimed. At the same time, the 5 Elements sect master Perfected MokbhaiMJ flew out with a group of 5 Elements sect elders and quickly arrived in the sky above 5 Spirit Peak. Sir, may I know why you're looking for our patriarch? Perfected MokbhaiMJ was full of smiles, but he was panicking inside. Looking at the person in front of him, he had a vague guess. Why? Your sect's patriarch killed my junior brother Mo Lin today. I will use the lives of everyone in your sect to mourn the death of my junior brother Mo Lin. Crimson Dragon King responded coldly. Before he had finished his sentence, he formed hand seals and struck out with his palm. The enormous palm print carried the tyrannic power of nature. With a bang, it lashed onto the protective mountain array again. Bang! The entire protective mountain array shook violently and collapsed. The terrifying shockwave sent Perfected MokbhaiMJ and the group of 5 Elements sect elders flying. The disciples below were like fallen leaves in a violent wind, scattering from the impact. Some with lower cultivation even bled in the corners of their mouths. The strike was truly terrifying. If not for the protective mountain array, this strike would probably have killed countless people. Perfected MokbhaiMJ's expression was ugly and he was terrified. He was well aware this person was someone they could not mess with. His cultivation had probably reached the profound void martial stage. An old monster at the profound void martial stage. Who could stop him? How could he have imagined that Mo Lin had such a terrifying backer? He did not expect that he would be so blinded using a lie that he would actually provoke such a terrifying god of death. Perfected MokbhaiMJ knew that Mo Lin was somewhat related to the Netherworld cult. Still, he could not have imagined that an expert of the Netherworld cult would come to seek revenge for the destruction of the Netherworld Demon Sect. If he had known earlier, he would never have panicked like this. If your patriarch wouldn't come out, I'll obliterate your 5 Elements sect. Crimson Dragon King said coldly. His powerful aura was like a mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts. It sent chills while they trembled. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Senior, it's all a big misunderstanding. Perfected MokbhaiMJ shouted in panic. Senior, Mo Lin was not killed by our patriarch. To be precise, our 5 Elements sect has no patriarch. All of this was a lie I fabricated in a moment of folly. I only hoped that this could improve the influence and prestige of our sect. To clarify, the person who destroyed the Netherworld Demon Sect was actually someone else. What? Purple Dragon Holy King frowned deeply. From the looks of it, he did not seem to be lying. Furthermore, he had only just demonstrated his strength slightly, and this sect master was this frightened. It was clear that this sect was not that powerful. If the Netherworld Demon Sect was destroyed by a member of such a sect, then it would be too shameful. Upon hearing perfected Yen Ji's confession, the expressions of every Five Elements sect disciple drastically changed as they looked at each other in shock. They had never doubted their sect master's words and firmly believed that the Five Elements sect's long-missing patriarch had killed Mo Lin. They were even proud of it and looked forward to the Five Elements sect's rise to glory under the guidance of the returned patriarch. However, the sect master said that this was a lie he fabricated. Was the sect master afraid of this expert, so he deliberately claimed he was lying, or was he really lying? The Five Elements sect disciples were at a loss. At this moment there was a sudden rumble in the sky as a heavenly might spread down from the sky. Everyone looked up in shock. Crimson Dragon King looked over in surprise as well. The Heaven Dao rankings brightened up again. A few dazzling golden words condensed on the empty spot beside the 3000 Physique rankings. The Divine Weapon rankings. This ranking was the Great Xiao Dynasty's Divine Weapon rankings. All divine weapons could be listed. A total of 20 weapons are ranked where owners obtain the Heavenly Dao's rewards. The rankings are refreshed in real time and a reward shall be given every month. An introduction of the Divine Weapon rankings appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Another ranking has actually appeared. I wonder which divine weapons will be on the Divine Weapon rankings. Only, it's going to be a carnival for the various large factions and families again. Divine weapons are not something an ordinary family should have. Yeah, you're right. Everyone in Nanan City's Dao-seeking square was in a commotion. The Physique rankings had only just appeared a few days ago. No one expected a new ranking to appear so soon. However, Zhu Xiaotian, who had just left the Dao-seeking square and not gone far, was shocked again. The last thing he wanted to see had happened. The Divine Weapon rankings had appeared in advance. Maybe it was because he had suffered too many blows in a row, or perhaps it was too big a blow, causing him to be stunned for a while. His mind went blank. Divine Weapon rankings? Haha, good timing, this is great. Yi Chou exclaimed in joy. Back then he had witnessed Liu obtain a spirit sword devoured by the demon child when he killed it. Although he did not know what sword it was, he could tell that it was extraordinary at a glance. It was highly likely that it would enter the Divine Weapon rankings. Moreover, he heard that Liu and the others had obtained a supreme-grade immortal artifact, the demonic carnage sword from the Netherworld Demon Sect. Immortal artifacts were supreme treasures in the Great Xiao Dynasty, especially supreme-grade ones. The first place was probably the demonic carnage sword. Therefore, the appearance of the Divine Weapon rankings might prove what he had just claimed. It would prove that Liu was the mysterious expert who had killed the Wolf King Mo Lin and the demon child. Seniors of the various large sects and everyone present. The Divine Weapon rankings has appeared at the right time. Am I lying, or is the Five Elements sect telling lies? The Divine Weapon rankings will surely provide us with an answer. Yi Qiu looked at the surrounding people and asserted loudly. His words caused another commotion, but it also whetted their appetite. If Yi Qiu said that the Divine Weapon rankings would provide answers, they would have to wait and see. Chapter 57, The Mysterious Expert is Liu? The appearance of the Divine Weapon rankings alarmed the entire Great Xiao Dynasty again. Countless people stopped to look and discussed fervently. The various large sects and large family clans were also filled with anticipation. They hoped that their sect's cornerstone divine weapons could enter the rankings. They roughly had the rankings of these famous divine weapons in mind. For example, the immortal sword of the Jade Pure Dao sect, the Three Purities sword, was the most famous divine weapon in the Grand Xiao Dynasty. This was widely recognized by the various large sects, so everyone knew that the Three Purities sword had a high chance of obtaining the top spot. Of course, besides the Three Purities sword, there was also the divine weapon of the Great Xiao Dynasty's imperial family, the Tianwen sword. The Skywater sword of the Heavenly Water Pavilion, the Lingshu sword of the Great Sky Dao sect, the Frozen Water sword of the Zhu family, the Titanic Crescent Heavy sword of the Five Elements sect, and so on. These divine weapons were well known. They should make the rankings. Naturally, everyone expected the Divine Weapon rankings to expose unknown divine weapons. This was what everyone was looking forward to. If some ownerless divine weapons were revealed, it would be an immense opportunity for the various large factions. I didn't expect a new ranking to appear so soon. Perfected Yu Hua was also quite surprised. It's finally our sect's turn to enter the top 3 on the divine weapon rankings. Yes, Sect Master's 3 Purities sword has high hopes of becoming the top on the rankings. Elder Tai Wu and Elder Gu Ming grinned. Don't be too happy yet, perhaps there might be an unnamed divine weapon. Perfected Yu Hua remarked, but he was naturally looking forward to it. After all, this was the closest he had come to the top of the rankings, it was also his best chance. But at least we'll be in the top 3 after all, our sect master has an immortal sword. I hope so. The first divine weapon has appeared. Just as Perfected Yu Hua, Elder Taiwu and the others were speaking, someone shouted. The first name appeared on the divine weapon rankings. Divine weapon rankings number 20, Golden Scale Sword. Current owner, Wei Tsangho. Origin, Wei family of Qi Prefecture. Reward, Natural Spirit Herb 1 Scarlet Young Fruit. The rewards for the divine weapon rankings are pretty good. Yeah, to think that the last place would be rewarded with a natural spirit herb, then the reward for the first place would probably be an immortal herb. That's possible. The top 3 on the physique rankings are all immortal spells. This divine weapon rankings must be pretty good too. The Scarlet Young Fruit was a natural spirit herb, a priceless treasure that could only be encountered by chance. Not only could it increase one's lifespan, but it could also improve one's physique and improve one's cultivation. It was highly beneficial. It was also a precious herb used to refine top-grade spirit pills. Any one of the natural spirit herbs was priceless. Even a large sect like the Jade Pure Dao sect could count the number of natural spiritual herbs they possessed with one hand. It was clear how precious this natural herb was. Divine weapon ranking number 19, Meteor Hammer. Current owner, Tai Gang. Origin, Star Do Sect. Reward, Natural Spirit Herb, Star Tears Fruit. Divine weapon ranking number 18, Gale Axe. Current owner, Demonic Ape of Mount Kuei. Origin, Kuei Mountain Demon Valley. Reward, Natural Spirit Herb, Wild Spirit Plant. Oh heavens, even a greater demon's weapon can be on the list. This divine weapon ranking isn't only limited to humans. Oh no, this isn't good news. Wouldn't these greater demons be able to use the Heavenly Dao rankings to improve their strength? That might not be the case. Those creatures are probably not far from their deaths. That's right, in the past the large factions could not be bothered to waste resources eliminating these greater demons. However, with the Heavenly Dao rankings it's a different story. Obtaining this divine weapon means that you can obtain the Heavenly Dao's reward every month. The various large factions will snatch this Gale Axe and kill this demon in turns. That's right, this greater demon is probably trembling now. He might be preparing to make a run for it. People discussed. However, what appeared next on the Heavenly Dao rankings stunned countless people. Divine weapon ranking number 17, Tiger Soul Saber. Original owner, Wolf King Farman. Current owner, Li Yu. Origin, Xingyun Sect. Reward, Natural Spirit Herb, Profound Life Fruit. The instant the 17th place appeared, the entire Dao-seeking square Nan'an City Jing Prefecture and even the entire Great Xia dynasty were astounded. Eyes of disbelief looked at each other. Tiger Soul Saber. The original owner was Wolf King Farman. The current owner was Li Yu. Wolf King Farman's saber was in Li Yu's possession. What did this mean? Countless people were in an uproar. Why is Wolf King Farman's saber in Li Yu's hand? Could it be a gift from the Five Elements Sect's patriarch to Li Yu? What's the relationship between the Five Elements Sect's patriarch and Li Yu? Could that patriarch of the Five Elements Sect be Li Yu? What are you guys thinking? Why must you link Li Yu to the Five Elements Sect's patriarch? Then could it be that Li Yu killed the Wolf King? That mysterious expert is Li Yu? How is that possible? It can't be right? How old is Li Yu? No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to kill the Wolf King and defeat the Wolf King's army of hundreds of thousands. Moreover, the Netherworld Demon Sect was eradicated by a mysterious expert, so how could Li Yu possibly have such strength? Yeah, that's impossible. Li Yu must be related to the Five Elements Sect's patriarch. Perhaps his master is also the Five Elements Sect's patriarch. Countless people were shocked, but they still could not believe that Li Yu had killed the Wolf King Farman. After all, the level of knowledge limited people's imagination, and the lies of the Five Elements Sect directed their thoughts. Many people began to speculate about various possibilities. Yet they refused to believe that the actual situation was as simple as they had witnessed. In the Jade Pure Dao sect, perfected Yu Hua, Elder Taiwu and the others were also shocked when they saw the details regarding the 17th place. Wolf King Tharman's saber is in Li Yu's hand. Does this mean Li Yu is that mysterious expert? This is ridiculous. They were never convinced that killing the Wolf King and eliminating the Netherworld Demon Sect was the doing of the Five Elements Sect's ancestor. However, compared to the lies of the Five Elements Sect, this idea seemed even more unbelievable. Or maybe Li Yu's master? We've never seen this person before, but he nurtured a monstrous genius like Li Yu. Perhaps he's that mysterious expert. Yeah, that's possible. If Li Yu's master gave the Wolf King's saber to Li Yu to use, that explains it. Looks like there's a need to visit Qin Yun's sect to meet their sect master. At the same time, Zhu Xiaotian had an expression as ugly as one could imagine. After the divine weapon rankings appeared in advance, his heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. The 17th place that appeared seconds ago threw his heart out of the 9 heavens and smashed it into the ground before it was galloped by 10,000 horses. Li Yu? How could it be Li Yu? Zhu Xiaotian would never have thought that the mysterious expert was Li Yu. He had thought that the mysterious expert was some other hidden expert. Even if the divine weapon rankings could reveal the real one behind the destruction of the Netherworld Demon Sect, no one should know who he was and Zhu Xiaotian's lie would be safe. However, he had never imagined that this mysterious expert was actually Li Yu. Nor did he expect Wolf King Tharman's saber to be on the divine weapon rankings. If that was the case, his lies would probably be exposed. Chapter 58, Li Yu again and again. Countless people in the Dao-seeking square were astonished and in a huge commotion, especially those who had just witnessed the confrontation between Yi Qiu and the Five Elements Sect's elders. They were simply shocked to the core. At this moment, perfected Jin Yang's face was as dark as it could get. Elder Song Shan, Elder Qing Xian and the others were also shocked as they looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings in disbelief. Sumu was equally shocked. He could not believe what he had just seen. Wolf King Tharman's saber was in Li Yu's hand. Was Yi Qiu telling the truth? Sumu turned to look at Yi Qiu. See that? Wolf King Tharman was killed by my senior brother. What else do you have to say, Senior Jinyang? One look at it and it's clear who's lying. You better not tell me and everyone else that your esteemed sect's ancestor is my senior brother. Yi Qiu's sharp gaze aimed at Elder Jinyang. He hated despicable acts like impersonating others to take the credit for themselves. Furthermore, he had just been doubted by everyone and could not vent his anger. Now that the Heavenly Dao rankings helped reveal the truth to the public, he felt satisfied immensely. This might have been picked up by Li Yu or someone from your Yi family when they were cleaning up the battlefield. Who knows if you gave this saber to Li Yu? I heard that you went to the battlefield back then. Perfected Golden Yang continued to quibble. In any case, since the matter had reached this point, he could not admit anything otherwise. The Five Elements Sect would probably be utterly humiliated. Fine to be shameless to this extent. I really admire that. Let's continue watching. Let's see how long you can quibble. Yi Qiu snapped coldly. He did not want to argue with Elder Jinyang anymore. After all, the truth would definitely be revealed with the help of the Heavenly Dao rankings. As Yi Qiu checked the Heavenly Dao rankings, he saw a familiar name. Divine Weapon ranking number 16, Azure Dragon Spear. Current owner, Yi Qiu. Origin, Qingyun Sect. Reward, Natural Spirit Herb Dragon Blood Grass. My spear is up there. Yi Qiu was overjoyed. He was surprised to see his Azure Dragon Spear on the rankings, and it was even ranked 16th. Right at that moment, a golden light shot over from the Heavenly Dao rankings and landed in Yi Qiu's hand. It was a dragon blood grass. Yi Qiu had heard of it. It was said to be transmuted from the blood of a true dragon. It contained a trace of dragon blood essence, and after consuming it he could obtain a trace of a divine dragon's power. It was absolutely a supreme treasure to body cultivators. With this dragon blood grass, his strength and cultivation could definitely advance to another level. Outside the Dao-seeking square in the carriage, Morong Xingqiu and Li Yu were chatting before getting interrupted by the commotion and exclamation outside. The two of them walked out of the carriage and looked up. Only then did they discover in surprise that a new ranking had been announced on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Morong Xingqiao also saw the information regarding the 17th place with a single glance and her eyes instantly widened. She looked at Li Yu in shock. Why is the Wolf King's saber in your hands? Did you kill the Wolf King? Indeed, Li Yu smiled calmly and nodded. Li Yu didn't expect that there would be the divine weapon rankings on the Heavenly Dao rankings. It seemed like he could no longer hide the things he had done. However, he did not mind, it would benefit him anyways. It could expose some lies while upping the prestige and reputation of the Qingyun sect, which would help recruit disciples soon. Thus when he saw the rankings he was more than delighted. Then the Netherworld Demon Sect. Yes, that's me too. Li Yu looked indifferent as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Shock. Morong Xingqiao looked at Li Yu dumbfounded. She almost forgot to breathe, and the only thing left in her mind were shocks. She would never have imagined that the person who helped the Great Xia dynasty eradicate the Netherworld Demon Sect and defeat the Wolf King's army. The mysterious expert who had saved countless citizens of the Mo prefecture and alleviated the danger of the Great Xia dynasty, the great hero of Great Xia. It was Li Yu. This was simply hard to believe. She knew that Li Yu was powerful. However, she would never imagine Li Yu as the mysterious expert that killed the Wolf King and annihilated the Netherworld Demon Sect. After all, who would have thought that a 17-year-old young man could have such terrifying capability? This was something that went beyond their imagination and surpassed their understanding. Suddenly Li Yu's name appeared on the Divine Weapon rankings again. Divine Weapon ranking number 15, Cicada Sword. Original owner, Viper. Current owner, Li Yu. Origin, Qingyun sect. Reward, Natural Spirit Herb Golden Spirit Leaf. It's Li Yu again. Li Yu is on the rankings again. Countless gasped again. Viper's sword is in Li Yu's hand? Who is Viper? He's the top assassin of our Great Xia dynasty, and no one has seen him because everyone who saw him is dead. Still, Viper's name is infamous and he's a terrifying existence. Viper's sword is now Li Yu's? Did Li Yu kill Viper? I guess it's possible. Is the top assassin of the Great Xia dynasty that weak? Weak my ass. He's someone even nascent soul realm cultivators fear. Li Yu can kill a nascent soul realm expert. That's too freakish. Did the Five Elements Sect's patriarch give this cicada sword to Li Yu too? Is Li Yu the illegitimate son of the Five Elements Sect's patriarch? Discover Divine Weapon ranking number 13, Titanic Crescent Heavy Sword. Current owner, Perfected Yen Ji. Origin, Five Elements Sect. The Titanic Crescent sword is only ranked 13th. Perfected Yu Hua was quite shocked. Looks like many hidden divine weapons are going to surface this time. Elder Taiwu was also surprised. In fact, they thought this Titanic Crescent heavy sword should be in the top 10. They did not expect it to only rank 13th. After all, they had a rough idea of the top 10 divine weapons of the Great Xia dynasty based on their current knowledge. However, it was apparent the divine weapon rankings this time was not as simple as they previously thought. It seems whether my 3 Purities sword can be ranked top is still unknown. Perfected Yu Hua thought to himself. Divine Weapon ranking number 12, Scarlet Copper Hammer. Origin owner, Great Demon Shurpadian. Current owner, Li Yu. Origin, Qingyun sect. Reward, Natural Spirit Herb Earth Saint Fruit. When the 12th ranking was announced, countless people gasped again. It was Li Yu again. Heavens, this is the 3rd time Li Yu has appeared on the rankings. The Greater Demon Shurpadian? That's the Greater Demon who has wreaked havoc in Qing Prefecture for many years. He's so powerful that even the various large sects have a headache over him. Later on it was said that he was killed by a mysterious person. This incident caused a stir at the time, but no one knew who killed him until now. And it's Li Yu? This is just inconceivable. In that case, maybe the Wolf King was killed by Li Yu as well? Unbelievable. I feel like my head isn't enough. This is simply the most unbelievable thing I've heard. So the mysterious expert that the rumors have been spreading about is really Li Yu? Does this mean that the Five Elements sect is lying? Opinions of countless people began to change. Even though they could not believe it for a moment, Wolf King Tharman's Saber Viper's Cicada Sword and the Great Demon Sherpotion's Scarlet Copper Hammer were all in Liu's hands. It was enough to see the problem. They had no choice but to believe it. Chapter 59, Lies Exposed. On the Dao-seeking square, the expressions of everyone became more and more splendid. They saw that Liu had once again entered the divine weapon rankings. Seeing that the Great Demon Sherpotion's Scarlet Copper Hammer was in Liu's possession, they could not be more stunned, especially when they remembered what Ji Qiu had just said. They felt that an unimaginable possibility was about to be proven true. Sherpodian was killed by Liu? Elder Tsangshan, Elder Qingxian and the others looked at each other with shocked expressions. They looked at the confident Yi Qiu. Was Yi Qiu telling the truth? They had all seen the terrifying rift at Stone Devil Mountain. It was a terrifying rift that had been slashed open by a sword. The crack in the Wolf King's camp resulted from the same person. If the Tiger Soul Saber was in Liu's hand was a coincidence, Liu's having the Scarlet Copper Hammer seemed to explain everything. Everyone's gaze gathered on Elder Jin Yang. Sumu frowned as well. He looked at Elder Jin Yang, hoping for an explanation. However, how could the current Elder Jin Yang still have the cheek to speak? It was as if he had eaten a fly, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. His face flushed red and he felt even more guilty. He really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He wanted to explode on the spot and turn into ashes. He did not want to face everyone's overbearing gazes. He really hated the ridiculous idea his sect master had thought of fabricating, that the patriarch was a mysterious expert. Now this lie was probably going to be exposed. The Five Elements sect had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. They would be utterly humiliated and despised by the world. How could it be Liu? Elder Jin Yang was simply complaining endlessly in his heart. They never imagined that the mysterious expert was Liu? If it was really a mysterious expert in seclusion, no one would recognize him. Even if he was exposed, it would be easy for them to cover up the lie. However, it was all over now. Perfected Jin Yang, give us an explanation. Elder Tsangshan looked at Perfected Jin Yang with disdain and questioned. He naturally looked down on such shameless acts of impersonating others for the sake of the sect's benefits. Such behavior would be despised by the world. He did not expect the Five Elements sect to be that pathetic. That's right, we should know that the person who killed the greater demon Sherpodian is the same person who killed the Wolf King. The Wolf King and Sherpotion's magic treasures are in the hands of Liu. What's going on? Did your patriarch give it to Liu? Elder Qingxian questioned with a cold smile. Previously it was rumored that the Five Elements sect's patriarch was a mysterious expert who had allowed the Five Elements sect to gain both fame and fortune. Today they were about to become the main character of this recruitment event. However, Elder Qingxian did not expect that the Five Elements sect was lying. He wanted to see how the Five Elements sect would clean up this mess. That's right, is your patriarch Liu's master? Could it be that the Qingyun sect is the new sect your patriarch founded? So your patriarch not only took Xu Shaotian as his disciple, but he also took in Liu? He's a little biased though. Why did he give Liu his magic treasures? That's right, did you give all the wealth of the Netherworld Demon Sect to Liu? The members of the other sects attacked with questions as well. They said all the lines that they could think of that Perfected Jin Yang might want to use, leaving him speechless for a moment. After all, the immoral conduct of the Five Elements sect was infuriating and despicable. Seniors, my Qingyun sect master is a peerless expert from the Divine Firmament Holy Land. He's not the Five Elements sect's patriarch. Yi Qiu cupped his hands and announced. Divine Firmament Holy Land? Everyone raised their eyebrows as they revealed looks of surprise. The Divine Firmament Holy Land was one of the 7 Holy Lands and was an absolute behemoth. It was also where the top geniuses and experts of the world gathered. Even if all the sects of the Great Xia dynasty were combined, they were not even a tenth of that Holy Land. Since the Qingyun sect master came from the Divine Firmament Holy Land, it was no wonder that he could teach a monstrous genius like Liu. He also helped Yi Qiu to break through in a short period of time. Even so, isn't Liu a little too powerful? Senior Jin Yang, was the Wolf King really not killed by your sect's patriarch? Sumu frowned as he looked at Perfected Jin Yang. He felt as if his feelings had been cheated and he was furious. Little child, isn't it obvious? The Five Elements sect is lying. You should stay away from such an immoral sect. That's right, such behavior is despised by the world. Yeah, why don't you reconsider? Our great Sky Dao sect isn't a bad choice. Everyone, don't make it sound so awful. We were also deceived. That fellow who claimed to be our 5 Elements sect's patriarch might be a cheat. Elder Jin Yang stammered. He really could not recover anymore. The truth was clear as day. All he could do now was to quickly shift the blame, otherwise his sect's reputation would probably be utterly destroyed. Ha ha ha, you people can't even tell if your patriarch is real or fake. Your 5 Elements sect is really silly. You must have been blinded by benefits. Or is it that you never thought of checking his identity? I think you guys did it on purpose. You can't even differentiate between a cheat and an ancestor. Your sect is really making me laugh my head off. When our patriarch disappeared back then, the sect master was only a youth. How could he remember so clearly? It was normal for him to mistake the person at the time. The sect master was probably too happy and did not think much about it. Before we knew it, we were also deceived by that fellow who impersonated the patriarch. Perfected Jin Yang was still trying his best to explain. Since when did you guys become the victims? Yes. He claimed that he was severely injured after destroying the Netherworld Demon Sect. Our sect used a lot of spirit herbs to treat our patriarch's injuries too. Perfected Golden Yon continued to make up lies. At this point he could only try his best to restore the sect's reputation, otherwise the 5 Elements sect would probably be rejected by the world. Alright, stop finding excuses. If your 5 Elements sect's strength had half of your ability to lie, you would have become the #1 sect in the Great Xia dynasty. Agreed. If the truth hadn't been revealed through the Heavenly Dao rankings today, everyone in the world would probably get deceived by you people the entire time and treat that imaginary ancestor of yours as a hero. That's right, in that case Liu is the true hero. He silently killed Sherpati and the Wolf King Tharman and eliminated trouble for our Great Xia dynasty. After that he left without a word. He has never talked or bragged about it to anyone. He has never thought of letting the world be grateful to him. On the other hand, your 5 Elements sect doesn't even check if that so-called patriarch is real or not. Instead you publicize it as if you're afraid that the world will never know. It's easy to judge who's better. Compared to Liu, your sect is really unworthy of the title of hero. That's right, to think that we believed that your 5 Elements sect was a righteous sect. I didn't expect that your 5 Elements sect was really so shameless. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and they criticized to vent the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Many of them were here for the 5 Elements sect today and they treated the 5 Elements sect as the heroes of the Great Xia dynasty. The 5 Elements sect have disappointed them immensely and cheated their feelings. How could they not be angry? Chapter 60. Are you even worthy of a sect master? So the mysterious expert is actually Liu. Sumu was shocked and his expression became complicated. The great hero he had always admired and been grateful for was actually the first on the Hidden Dragon rankings and the Physique rankings. Liu, the one who had just defeated Ji Qinglan of the Xiliang dynasty not long ago. The Mo prefecture's savior was just in front of him and he did not know it. He felt regretful. However, speaking of which, Liu was the true hero. He had done so much for the Mo prefecture, yet he remained anonymous. At that moment Sumu was truly touched. Liu's image instantly became incomparably majestic in his heart. Senior Jin Yang, since the Wolf King was not killed by your 5 Elements sect's patriarch, I won't consider your sect anymore. Sumu said solemnly. Afterward he walked toward Yichio. Brother Yi, may I ask if your sect is willing to accept me? Of course, junior brother Su, welcome to our Qingyun sect. Yichio laughed heartily and patted Sumu's shoulder. Upon seeing Sumu choose Qingyun sect, the elders of the various sects were filled with envy and jealousy. Qingyun sect was probably going to become the real protagonist of the recruitment assembly today. Firstly, you won Ji Qinglan in the bet and made Ji Qinglan enter the Qingyun sect. Now that Sumu joined Qingyun sect, it suddenly obtained 2 top geniuses today, including Yichio and Liu. The Qingyun sect now had 4 top geniuses and they were the cream of the crop among prodigies. Not to mention the unimaginably monstrous Liu. Just Yichio, Ji Qinglan and Sumu alone should be ranked among the top geniuses even in the various Holy Lands. Their sects would be overjoyed even if they could have one of them. Furthermore, Liu had obtained the various immortal cultivation techniques and spirit herbs rewards of the Heavenly Dao rankings. After Sumu and Ji Qinglan brought their own immortal technique to join the sect, the Qingyun sect instantly possessed 3 immortal tier techniques that monopolized the top 3 rewards of the physique rankings. This simply made the various large sects jealous. In addition, after the divine weapon rankings exposed that Li Yu was that mysterious expert, his name would surely rock the world again. The Qingyun sect's prestige would also instantly surpass the various large sects. The younger generation present today were probably rushing to the Qingyun sect. Like the various large sects had guessed, countless youths who had previously planned to enter the 5 Elements sect changed their minds and prepared to join the Qingyun sect. Some youths who had planned to head to other sects to give it a try were tempted as well. Although Qingyun sect is small, it has limitless potential. If I can enter it, I might be able to ride on an immortal tier technique to cultivate. That's right, the Qingyun sect has only just begun to develop. If we enter the sect now, we'll be in the first tier of the sect. In the future we should become the core of the sect and be nurtured with emphasis. I'm planning to join the Qingyun sect too. In the future it will definitely rise up strongly. Li Yu is the true hero who saved our Mo prefecture. Men of the Mo prefecture naturally have to join the Qingyun sect to repay our savior. That's right, I'll even sweep the floor there if I can enter. Me too, I must join them. Countless youths said excitedly. Many amongst them almost worshipped the mysterious expert. Now that they knew that this mysterious expert was Li Yu, they naturally chose to follow Li Yu. Above 5 Spirit Peak, perfected Yan Ji was shocked but elated when he saw the contents of the divine weapon rankings. He did not know how to prove his innocence just now and prove that he had lied. He did not expect the Heavenly Dao rankings to expose the true mysterious expert. Although he was unsure if Li Yu was the real mysterious expert, he knew that he was definitely related to the Qingyun sect. He hurriedly said, Senior, you have seen that Wolf King Tharman's Tiger Soul Saber is in the hands of Qingyun sect's Li Yu, and the Scarlet Copper Hammer too. Everyone in our great Xia dynasty knows that the person who killed Sherpati, the Wolf King Tharman, and the Netherworld Demon Sect were all done by the same person. This matter really has nothing to do with our sect. I made up a lie in a moment of confusion. If you want revenge, go and find Qingyun sect. This must be done by the Qingyun sect. Hearing perfected Yan Ji's words, Crimson Dragon King frowned. He also looked at the other 2 rankings, the first on the Hidden Dragon rankings Li Yu and the first on the Physique rankings. Li Yu was only a 17-year-old brat and he was clearly not the actual killer. However, as the 5 Elements sect master had said, even if it was not Li Yu, it was definitely related to Qingyun sect. Where is this Qingyun sect? Crimson Dragon King asked coldly. In the Qing prefecture near Luo Watertown on the Nine-Tailed Mountain. Perfected Yan Ji hurriedly replied. He really wished for nothing more than to send this god of death away immediately. If you think a person like you is worthy of being the master of a sect? What a joke! Crimson Dragon King glanced at perfected Yan Ji with disdain. As a member of the demonic path, he despised everything that perfected Yan Ji said and did. The disciples of the 5 Elements sect heard their sect master's words, not to mention Crimson Dragon King. They looked down on perfected Yan Ji and felt ashamed. They had never thought that their sect master was so unbearable. It was one thing to fabricate a lie and impersonate Li Yu for credit and deceive the world. Now that an enemy had come knocking on his door, he was in a hurry to push the blame to the true hero Li Yu. He even wished he could lead the way for that demonic cultivator. This sort of behavior was simply no different from a traitor selling his country. He was shameless and had no morals, integrity, or bottom line. Many disciples could not help but spit. They felt that as an orthodox sect they should not lack morals even if they died for it. If they were cowardly and lived ignobly, how could they face the orthodox in the future? If you actually call yourself an orthodox sect while doing shameless and bottomless things, a person like you deserves death. Before Crimson Dragon King finished his sentence, he suddenly launched his poem. Terrifying magic power gathered to form a gigantic poem print. It was like a firmament that contained the power of heaven and earth. It instantly enveloped perfected Yan Ji and the elders beside him. Their expressions changed dramatically. They attempted to evade, but they were locked onto by the Crimson Dragon King's aura. The surrounding space seemed to have frozen, immobilizing them. They could only bring out defensive magic treasures and their powers to block Crimson Dragon King's attack. However, Crimson Dragon King was too powerful and this strike was in full force. Therefore the power of this poem slammed perfected Yan Ji and the few elders to death on the spot. After killing perfected Yanji and the others, Crimson Dragon King rode the Flood Dragon into the sky and flew towards Qing Prefecture. At this moment a few more rankings had been announced on the Divine Weapon rankings. Divine Weapon ranking number 10, Frozen Water Sword. Current owner, Zhu Xiaotian. Origin, Zhu family. Reward, Natural Spirit Herb Dao Fortune Fruit. Number 9, Black Flood Dragon War Halberd. Current owner, Black Sea Mystic Flood Dragon. Origin, Black Sea Demon Manor. Reward, Heaven Tier Divine Power Heavenly Scale Halberd Art Natural Spirit Herb Qilin Flower. Divine Weapon ranking number 8, Lingshu Sword. Current owner, Perfected Xiong Feng. Origin, Great Sky Dao Sect. Reward, Heaven Tier Divine Power Dual Sword Art Natural Spirit Herb Dao Fortune Fruit. Chapter 61, Liu the True Hero. Sect Master's Lingshu Sword is only ranked 8th. It's not in the top 5. Countless disciples of the Great Sky Dao Sect gasped. Their sect master's sword was the famous sword of the Great Xia dynasty. Yet it was only ranked 8th. Perfected Xiong Feng also frowned. He never imagined that his Lingshu sword was only ranked 8th. The Divine Weapon rankings value was getting higher. Another greater demon's divine weapon is on the rankings. It's in the top 10. Hey look at that 13th place. The 5 Elements Sect Master is dead. On the Divine Weapon rankings after number 9 was announced, the Titanic Crescent Heavy Sword owner Perfected Yanji, his name at the 13th place had turned gray. The word deceased appeared after his name. Upon seeing this change, those watching the rankings were stunned. This was especially so for the members of the 5 Elements Sect on the Dao Seeking Square. Why is the Sect Master dead? What happened? Perfected Jin Yang's expression changed drastically. He looked at the 2 words on the Heavenly Dao rankings in horror, deceased. What happened? Elder Tsong Shan, Elder Qing Xian and the others from the various large sects looked at each other with their eyes wide opened. Why did Perfected Yanji of the 5 Elements Sect die all of a sudden? What happened to the 5 Elements Sect? Did the heavens punish him for lying? Everyone was shocked while curious. Chen Luo lead everyone to continue recruiting disciples. Here I'm returning to the sect. Perfected Jin Yang felt that something grave must have happened. Otherwise, why would the sect master suddenly pass away? My frozen water sword is only ranked 10th? Zhu Xiaotian's pupils trembled and his heart almost froze. In his memories, his frozen water sword was supposed to rank 7th. Not only did his ranking not improve in this life, but he also ranked 10th, 3 whole places behind. Although he was about to become numb to the blows he had suffered today, Zhu Xiaotian was still unwilling to accept this outcome. If only his placing was higher, he could have obtained an additional heaven-tier divine power. Unfortunately, the situation in this life was getting worse. All his plans and expectations had come to nothing. What was worse was that the mysterious expert was actually Li Yu. Now that the Heavenly Dao rankings had been exposed, his and his family's reputation would suffer a huge blow. He had really shot himself in the foot this time. Looking at the disdainful gazes of the surrounding people, he knew that he had really become the laughingstock of countless people. Zhu Xiaotian pulled the curtains of the carriage. He did not want to look at the Divine Weapon rankings anymore, nor did he want to meet those people's gazes. Back to the Prime Minister's estate, Zhu Xiaotian said in a deep voice. He lowered his head as if he had lost his soul. Giddy up. The carriage driver quickly drove the carriage forward. The Divine Weapon rankings continued to update its ranking. Divine Weapon ranking number 7, Sky Water Sword. Original owner, Shan Ruoshui. Current owner, Li Yu. Origin, Qingyun Sect. Reward, Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique Virtuous Water Art Natural Spirit Herb Sea Soul Grass. It's Li Yu again. Heaven's Li Yu is on the rankings again. Isn't this Sky Water Sword the cornerstone divine weapon of the Heavenly Water Pavilion? Why is it in Li Yu's hands? Yeah, wasn't the Heavenly Water Pavilion destroyed by the demon child? It's rumored that Shan Ruoshui sacrificed her blood essence and essence soul to stimulate the tremendous power of the Sky Water Sword. In an attempt to kill the demon child, she failed and the Sky Water Sword was devoured by the demon child. This should mean that the demon child was killed by Li Yu, so the Sky Water Sword fell into his hands. That might be it. The demon child suddenly disappeared after destroying the heavenly water pavilion. It seems like it has been killed by Liu. My heavens, Liu is the guardian angel of my Grand Xia dynasty. Shurpatian wreaked havoc in his territory, so he killed Shurpatian. The demon child appeared and destroyed the heavenly water pavilion, so he killed the demon child. The Netherworld Demon Sect colluded with the Wolf King clan to bring chaos to the Mo prefecture, and he killed the Wolf King and eliminated the Netherworld Demon Sect. If it wasn't for him, I really don't dare to imagine what the current Grand Xia dynasty would have become. This is what a true hero is made of. He has done so much for our great Xia dynasty, but no one knew about it until now. That's right, if not for the Heavenly Dao rankings, we probably would not have known that Liu had always been silently protecting our great Xia dynasty and the commoners of the world. That's right, I feel that Liu put the entire world on his shoulders all alone. A young man and only 17 years old, his young shoulders have carried a burden that shouldn't be borne at his age. As for those so-called orthodox sects who enjoy the heavy offerings of the great Xia dynasty and the respect and support of the commoners, what are they doing? They all spoke of benevolence and morality, but in reality they only cared about secular benefits. They plot and fight for resources and schemes for the benefits of their sects and how to steal Liu's credit. I find myself tearing up suddenly. Liu is so powerful, but he never brags. He did so much for the millions of citizens of our great Xia dynasty, but he never left his name behind to be known. He silently gave his all without asking for anything in return. Instead, some hypocritical sects and despicable people seized the chance to take his credit. It really makes me furious for his sake. At that moment, countless people were touched, some even had tears in their eyes. To them, the divine weapon rankings no longer seem like the ranking for divine weapons. It was the list of a hero's legacy. Every weapon he owned seemed to speak of the sweat and tears Liu had rendered for the great Xia dynasty and the commoners of the world. A hero serves the country and its people, and Liu perfectly exemplified that saying. He was a hero, a worthy hero, a great hero who should be respected by all people. At that moment, everyone looked at Liu's name with reverence. How could the Five Elements sect have the cheek to say that their patriarch killed the Wolf King and destroyed the Netherworld Demon Sect? How shameless! A dignified orthodox sect actually stooped to do such despicable things. It's really disgusting. I think that perfected Yanji will suffer the wrath of heaven sooner or later. Look, the Five Elements sect master is dead. Oh really? Good. Such a shameless person isn't fit to be the master of a sect. Well deserved. Looks like karma has arrived. No way, did the Heavenly Dao rankings couldn't take it anymore and directly kill him, right? Ha ha ha. Perhaps. Outside the Dao-seeking square in the carriage, Morong Xingqiao studied the latest ranking and was shocked again. You were the one who got rid of the demon child. Morong Xingqiao felt she had goosebumps all over her body. One after the other she had witnessed the appearance of these rankings and heard about the events that had caused a stir not long ago. It turned out that the person who had been guarding the great Xia dynasty was Liu. The person who had pulled the great Xia dynasty back from the brink of disaster time and time again. It was this man in front of her. Ah yes, Liu smiled, and he remained carefree as if this matter was not worth mentioning. How much have you done for the great Xia dynasty? Morong Xingqiao was truly moved. If not for Liu, the current great Xia dynasty would probably be in chaos. It might not even exist anymore. The greater demon, the demon child, the Wolf King clan, the Netherworld Demon Sect, these threats had threatened the safety of the great Xia dynasty. They were all eliminated by Liu, who had brought peace and stability to the great Xia dynasty. He was the worthy hero of the great Xia dynasty. However, no one knew he had done all of this before the new rankings. Even Morong Xingqiao had once regarded the Five Elements sect and the Zhu family as heroes. Although she was skeptical of Zhu Xiaotian's words initially, news of the Five Elements sect spread afterward, and they took out the head of Wolf King Tharman as evidence. It made her believe it too. If not for the Heavenly Dao rankings, she probably would not have known that the actual hero was Liu. It was the peerless prodigy who kept giving her surprises and shocks. Liu had done so much for the great Xia dynasty and the commoners, yet he had never bragged about it. In fact, he had never even mentioned it to her. What sort of heroic spirit and broad-mindedness was that? This was a man with an indomitable spirit. He fully deserved to be hailed as a hero. After thinking till that point, Morong Xingqiao's eyes glowed even more. There seemed to be a trace of admiration and tenderness in her gaze as well. It made Liu embarrassed. Fortunately, he knew that Morong Xingqiao was a girl, otherwise he probably could not sit still anymore. Chapter 62, Cultivator Li, please accept our bow. In the Jade Pure Dao sect, after Perfected Yu Hua knew of Perfected Yen Ji's death from the Heavenly Dao rankings, he quickly sent someone to the Five Elements sect to check on the situation. Maybe Perfected Yen Ji realized that his lie had been exposed and felt that his reputation had been swept to the ground? He probably committed suicide out of shame. Elder Tai Wu scoffed. It's true that there's such a possibility. If I fabricated such a lie and got exposed, I couldn't bear to live in this world anymore due to shame. Another elder commented. Humph, if you ask me, he deserves it. He's blinded by the benefits and committed such immoral things. This sort of person isn't fit to be the master of a sect, nor is he fit to declare himself a part of the orthodox path. He has embarrassed us orthodox sects. The few elders discussed animatedly. As they spoke, they saw who was in 7th place. The Sky Water Sword. The Sky Water Sword is in Li Yu's hand too. Perfected Yu Hua was shocked again. Although Li Yu had been on the list several times, Perfected Yu Hua did not expect the Sky Water Sword to be in Li Yu's hands. In that case, the demon child was also killed by the Qingyun sect. No wonder he suddenly disappeared. The Qingyun sect has really done a lot for our great Xia dynasty. After today, the reputation of Qingyun sect will definitely soar. With the robust foundation accumulated by the Netherworld Demon Sect, it won't be long before their sect enters the first tier of our great Xia. This is also a blessing for our great Xia dynasty. With the rise of such a powerful sect, our great Xia orthodox sects will prosper and the sinister devil shall retreat. Our great Xia dynasty will have a bright future again. That's right, if the Qingyun sect did not help our great Xia dynasty eliminate the Netherworld Demon Sect and the Demon Child, I'm afraid that all of us orthodox sects would have suffered. Taiwo, after the Divine Weapon rankings finished its announcement, follow me to visit the Qingyun sect. Perfected Yu Hua requested. He was well aware the Qingyun sect was an orthodox sect that genuinely cared about the world, and it shared the same ideals as the Jade Pure Dao sect. They naturally had to build a good relationship with them and assist each other in the future. Together they would safeguard the peace of the great Xia dynasty. On the Dao-seeking square, the shock in the hearts of Elder Songshan, Elder Qingshan and the others could not be any greater. The demon child was really killed by Li Yu. What Yiqiu said is true. Li Yu is truly the hero of our great Xia dynasty. We all owe our lives to Li Yu. The various large sects knew inside that if Li Yu had not acted in time to kill the demon child, it was a matter of time they would be slaughtered by the demon child. The miserable state of the Heavenly Water Pavilion was still fresh in their minds. The fear that the demon child gave them still sent chills down their spines. Now that they confirmed that the demon child was really killed, they could finally feel at ease. Yiqiu, where is Cultivator Li? Elder Songshan asked. Yeah, why can't we see Cultivator Li around? We must thank him in person. Elder Qingshan added. Indeed, we all owe Cultivator Li a thank you. The elders of the other sects echoed. They were grateful to Li Yu from the bottom of their hearts, and some even felt guilty. It could be said that without Li Yu their various sects would still be oppressed by the fiend sects and the various demons. Yet they had previously suspected that Yiqiu was lying and was unwilling to believe that Li Yu was that mysterious expert. In hindsight, they were too narrow-minded and inexperienced after all. On the other hand, Li Yu had silently done so much for the great Xia dynasty, but he had never asked for credit from anyone. They were truly ashamed of their inferiority compared to Li Yu. My senior brother just went to chat with the Crown Prince. He should be at the side of the Dao-seeking square. Yiqiu replied. All right, we'll express our gratitude to Cultivator Li at once. Elder Songshan suggested. Everyone agreed, and then they marched out of the square to where the Crown Prince was. At the same time, a new name appeared on the Divine Weapon rankings. Divine Weapon ranking number 6, Tianwen Sword. Current owner, Morong Tsang. Origin, Emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty. Reward, Heaven Tier Divine Power Azure Lotus Sword Art Natural Spirit Herb 3 Soul Grass. The 3 Soul Grass. This is great. This is wonderful. Father can be saved. Morong Xingqiu was absolutely thrilled when she saw the rewards for the Heavenly Dao rankings. 10 years ago, Morong Tsang caught a strange illness. His body became weaker by the day and he was dispirited. No one in the country could diagnose the condition. Morong Tsang was a nascent soul realm cultivator. With his cultivation and strength, it was nearly impossible to fall ill. It was not until last year when he was fortunate enough to invite an elder from the Clear Void Holy Land who specialized in medicine that Morong Tsong was confirmed to be inflicted with an extremely peculiar poison of a curse. This poison was hard to discover. It would slowly corrode the soul until the poisoned person's soul dissipated. If Morong Tsong was not a nascent soul realm expert and without a powerful soul and a strong will, he would probably be long dead. Unfortunately, although he had confirmed that Morong Tsong was poisoned by the curse, that expert could not remove the poison for Morong Tsong. However, he mentioned that the 3 soul grass had an excellent suppressive effect on this cursed poison. Although he was unsure if it could be cured, it would definitely provide good treatment and relief. Still, the 3 soul grass was extremely rare and it was a priceless treasure that could only be encountered by chance. In the past year, the Great Xia dynasty had searched everywhere but did not find any 3 soul grass. She did not expect the Heavenly Dao rankings would reward her father with a 3 soul grass. If her father could obtain a 3 soul grass every month from the Heavenly Dao rankings in the future, even if his poison could not be removed entirely, he should be able to live on for many more years. Li Yu stared at Morong Xingqiao in astonishment. Don't the princes in those drama series all hope that their father would die soon so they could ascend the throne as early as possible? I guess Morong Xingqiao isn't interested in power at all. Since she doesn't want to be the emperor, I might as well trick her into becoming a disciple of our Qingyun sect. Now that I have Yi Qiu and Ji Qinglan, if I can recruit Morong Xingqiao into the Qingyun sect, I would have completed 3 out of 10 talented disciples. As Li Yu's imagination ran wild, a commotion broke out in the square. Following that, the nearby guards yelled, "Stop! What are you doing?" "We wish to pay our respects to Cultivator Li Yu. Is he here?" someone asked. Li Yu and Morong Xingqiao heard the noise outside and walked out of the carriage with curiosity. A vast group of people poured over from the square. At a glance, there were probably 10,000 people. It was really like a human tide. The visual impact was stunning. At the front of the crowd were the elders of the various large sects as well as Yi Qiu and Su Mu. Everyone's burning gazes converged on Li Yu when they saw him walk out of the carriage. Elder Tsong Shan stepped forward, cupped his hands, and shouted, "Cultivator Li, please accept our bow." After saying that, he bowed and cupped his hands. The 10,000 people behind him responded in unison and bowed as well, shouting in unison, "Cultivator Li, please accept our bow." The 10,000 people shouted in unison. It seemed to converge into an incomparably solemn impetus that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Anyone who heard it would be moved. Morong Xingqiao, who was used to being kowtowed by everyone, was struck by the scene in front of her. As for Li Yu, he got goosebumps all over his body. Be it in his previous life or this one, he had never witnessed such a scene. Chapter 63, Blood Spirit Monarch. Morong Xingqiao looked at Li Yu and felt proud of him. Li Yu was worthy of everyone's bow and worship. Hence she bowed and cupped her hands to Li Yu as well. At the sight of this, the surrounding guards knelt on one knee and kowtowed to Li Yu in unison. "Elder Nye, do I still have a chance to defeat Li Yu?" In the square, Ji Qinglan listened to the voice that reverberated through the area. Looking at the scene of 10,000 people kowtowing, he was rather shocked. He was born into a family of emperors and it was common for him to be kowtowed by tens of thousands of people. However, those people only bowed due to their status, like greetings out of normalcy. Meanwhile, these people were like devout believers kowtowing to the God in their hearts. Those sincere words and sincere voices seemed to be able to stir up the power of heaven and earth to compact a sense of reverence. When he thought of Yi Qiu's conversation with everyone not long ago, it struck him more. He assumed that Li Yu was merely strong, but he did not expect Li Yu's involvement in that many earth-shattering events. Compared to Li Yu, he was simply not worthy of being the first on the Xiliang dynasty's hidden dragon rankings. Well, there's still a chance your talent isn't inferior to his, but you have to work harder in your cultivation. Old Nia said earnestly. Despite saying that, Elder Nia thought otherwise. Not only Ji Qinglan but even his old self also could not compare to Li Yu. He had heard of the demon child in the past. He guessed that the demon child's strength had been greatly reduced after being sealed for countless years. However, this 17-year-old kid Li Yu could kill the demon child and destroy a sect. Such strength was definitely a freak amongst monsters. He had never seen anything like this in his thousands of years of life. It could be said that the difference between Ji Qinglan and Li Yu is not just 100 million bits. However, in order to not break Ji Qinglan's confidence, he could only lie. I guess it's a white lie. Really? Elder Nye's words made Ji Qinglan feel a little better. Hot-blooded feelings slowly surged into his heart and his fighting spirit was reignited as he looked at Li Yu, who was kowtowed by everyone in the distance. I must work hard from now on. Defeating him shall be my only goal in life, Ji Qinglan thought. At the same time, the news of 5th place on the Heavenly Dao rankings was announced. Divine Weapon ranking number 5, Blood Spirit Sword. Current owner, Blood Spirit Monarch. Origin, Blood Demon Cave. Reward, low-grade Immortal Art Blood Shadow Demon Art Natural Spirit Herb Blood Bodhi. Blood Spirit Monarch? Another greater demon is now in 5th. Heavens, this 5th place is actually rewarded with an Immortal Tier Art. This greater demon's name sounds powerful. But I've never heard of the Blood Spirit Monarch before. Yeah, I've never heard of the Blood Demon Cave either. It might be a once sealed ancient greater demon. It must have just come out. In an era where demons are rampant, it's not surprising for a new greater demon to appear. Everyone talked animatedly. Although they were surprised to see the Blood Spirit Monarch, no one really panicked. They knew they had someone to rely on. And that was Li Yu. At that moment, Li Yu's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the Blood Spirit Monarch's name. Another EXP ATM. Li Yu thought. In the Jade Pure Dao sect, perfected Yu Hua was also puzzled when the Blood Spirit Monarch's name appeared. They knew about the Black Sea Mystic Flood Dragon on the rankings. It should be the strongest demon in the Great Xia dynasty currently. It lived in the largest lake in the Yun Prefecture, the Black Sea, and was extremely difficult to deal with. Hidden in the Black Sea, it was even stronger than Sherpati, and it was not easy to eliminate it. Previously, perfected Yu Hua traveled there personally but had not been able to get rid of it. He had even provoked it to create a monstrous wave that almost implicated the commoners again. The Clear Void Holy Land of the Huaxia state had promised to send experts to subdue that greater demon in the near future. Unexpectedly, before the Black Sea Flood Dragon was eliminated, another Blood Spirit Monarch of the Blood Demon Cave had surfaced. Furthermore, no one had heard of it before. They felt that it was another enormous hidden threat. It's probably a newly emerged greater demon, commented Elder Taiwu. From the looks of it, the Heavenly Dao reward seems to be flying toward the Qing Prefecture. Qing Prefecture is quite the producer of monsters. We'll pay a visit to Qingyun Sect later and investigate the Blood Spirit Monarch in Qing Prefecture. At the same time, in a hidden underground cave in the area adjoining the Qing Prefecture and the Yun Prefecture, the blood in a giant blood pool rolled as ferocious ghostly figures struggled in the blood, letting out ghosts like wails. Scarlet bloody glimmer and the smell of blood filled the entire cave, making it seem like purgatory. A demonic-looking man floated in the air above the blood pool. His figure was illusory at times and corporeal at other times, a strange sight to behold. He was the Blood Spirit Monarch, someone who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. If he hadn't received the help of that young master, he would still be floating in that formless mass until now, and he would be unaware of the passage of time. At that moment, 2 golden lights flew through the stone wall. One fused into his glabella while the other landed in his palm. After a moment, his eyes opened abruptly and a smile surfaced on his face. However, the smile seemed rather sinister on his face. Divine Weapon rankings? Wahahaha, not bad. An Immortal Art Blood Shadow Demon Art and a Natural Spirit Herb Blood Bodhi. Even the heavens are helping me. The Blood Spirit Monarch was euphoric. Although he did not know about the current appearance of the Divine Weapon rankings, he knew about the Heavenly Dao rankings from before. Furthermore, when he had just comprehended the Blood Shadow Demon Art, he had instantly learned that this was the reward from the Heavenly Dao rankings. He had just stepped into the profound void martial stage and his cultivation was still unstable. With this Blood Bodhi, he could stabilize his cultivation completely. He could also establish an excellent foundation that would improve his cultivation in the future. Furthermore, his powers could undergo a metamorphosis with this Blood Bodhi, reaching a new level. Not only that, but the Blood Shadow Demon Art seemed to be tailor-made for him. It simply multiplied his strength like a tiger with wings. Now that everything is ready, all that's left is a powerful furnace. The Blood Spirit Demon Emperor thought to himself. A name surfaced in his mind: human body. At this moment, a stooped figure walked in and bowed. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for obtaining the Heavenly Dao's reward. Have you found out the Qingyun Sect's location? The Blood Spirit Monarch asked plainly. I found it. It's in the Qing prefecture on the nine-tailed mountain beside Luo Water Town. The stooped figure replied. Very good. A sinister smile returned to the blood spirit monarch's lips. His current body was condensed from blood plasma and not his actual body. Although this state did not affect his power, he knew very well that he could not enter the tribulation realm in the blood spirit state. Therefore he needed to possess a furnace in order to fully resurrect himself. Of course, finding a suitable furnace was not easy. Those Dao bodies, spirit bodies, sword bodies and other special physiques had suppressive and backlash effects on his blood spirit. They were not suitable for his possession. Instead, the most ordinary human body was the most suitable choice. He did not fancy any ordinary human body, however. Fortunately, the 3000 physique rankings that appeared not long ago allowed him to discover the perfect furnace, Liu. The body surpassed the Khanate sword body and the Grand Yin Dao body to rank at the top. The body even helped Liu obtain an additional reward from the Heavenly Dao, one evaluated by the Heavenly Dao to be comparable to a god. To him it was simply a furnace bestowed by the heavens. If his blood spirit fused with Liu's body, he could definitely transform into the most powerful life form in the world. To the Qing sect. The blood spirit monarch stood up as his blood aura surged. Chapter 64, Now That's Better. As Perfected Yu Hua and the elders discussed the blood spirit monarch, the fourth place on the divine weapon rankings was announced. Divine weapon ranking number 4, 3 Purity Sword. Before it was just a name and he did not need to work. He could also enter the Jade Pure Dao sect at will and enjoy the various privileges of an elder. It was like the idler from his previous life who simply held a title and received a salary for it. Of course, the Jade Pure Dao sect could also utilize Liu's reputation to improve its influence. It was a form of mutual benefit. At the same time, it was a way to tie the two sects together and establish close ties. Young cultivator, you can rest assured you are only an honorary elder. You don't have to do anything and it won't restrict your freedom. You are still you only have an additional title and status, plus you can enjoy the privileges of an elder in my sect. In the future you can enter and leave our sect freely. Perfected Yu Hua added. Senior, it would be impolite for me to decline your invitation. Liu cupped his hands with a smile. He would accept such an offer reluctantly, of course. Yep, it's not a big deal, this is great. It's my Jade Pure Dao sect's honor. Perfected Yu Hua was overjoyed. He immediately promised that he would choose an auspicious day to hold the appointment ceremony for Liu once he returned. The Jade Pure Dao sect wanted to solemnly announce to the world that Liu would be their sect's honorary elder. After that, Li Qingyun invited Perfected Yu Hua and Perfected Taiwu into the Taoist temple for a chat. Liu changed into a new Taoist robe. After bidding farewell to the three of them, he rode the Flood Dragon to Nan'an City. After all, the recruitment of disciples was not over yet and he had to oversee it. The flying speed of the Flood Dragon was extremely fast and its top speed was almost comparable to the fighter planes in his previous life. They arrived at Nan'an City in less than half an hour from Nine-Tailed Mountain. If he was not strong enough, he would not be able to withstand such a terrifying speed. The sonic boom alone could kill. Soon Nan'an City was in sight and the Flood Dragon slowed down. As the capital of the Great Xia dynasty, no one was supposed to fly on magic treasures and spirit beasts above Nan'an City. However, the rules were only limited to the ordinary people at the bottom. In the face of absolute power, all the rules were useless. Thus, when they saw the enormous Flood Dragon flying over from the sky, the city guards could not think of anything else other than shock and panic. Although Flood Dragons were not true dragons, their physiques and appearance were very similar to dragons. Ordinary people had never even seen a true dragon before, let alone distinguish whether it was a true dragon or a Flood Dragon. That mountain-like majestic figure was similarly shocking and gave others an invisible pressure. Therefore, when the Flood Dragon flew into Nan'an City, the entire city was in an uproar. Dragon, it's a dragon! Oh my, I just saw the legendary dragon! Countless citizens looked up at the purple lightning Flood Dragon in shock. At the Dao-seeking square, the recruitment for the 100 sects was still ongoing. There was still a sea of people at the Qingyun sect's recruitment station. Ji Qinglan and Sumu seemed to have taken up their roles. Ji Qinglan was in charge of directing those few retainers to maintain order, while Sumu helped Yiqiu with registration. The three of them cooperated surprisingly well over a short time. Although the scene was lively, everyone's mood seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom and they were slightly anxious. They had heard from the Five Elements Sect disciple not long ago about the power of the Crimson Dragon King from the Great Zenith Domain. That old monster rode the flood dragon like a god from the nine heavens, destroying the protective mountain array at the Five-Spirit Peak with a wave of his hand. The power of the palm seemed to collapse the sky, the color of heaven and earth changed and all things went silent. The Five Elements Sect master and all the elders died under that terrifying power. And his cultivation was at least at the legendary Profound Void martial stage. Indeed, to the people of the Great Xia dynasty, the Profound Void martial stage only existed in legends like immortals. They had never seen anyone at the Profound Void martial stage. Therefore, when they heard that the Crimson Dragon King was at the Profound Void martial stage, it cast a shadow over the situation. They began to worry for the Qingyun sect and Li Yu. Senior brother Yi, is senior brother Li really fine? Sumu voiced the concern in his heart. The surrounding boys and girls also stared at Yi Qiu with grave expressions. They did not wish the heroic Li Yu to die young. Heh, don't worry, senior brother's strength is unfathomable. Furthermore, our sect master is around too. He's an expert from the divine firmament Holy Land. Yi Qiu smiled. However, to be honest, he was not as confident as he presented himself. After all, to him the Profound Void martial stage was an existence as powerful as a god. Although he knew that Li Yu was strong, he was not sure if he could defeat someone at the Profound Void martial stage. Chapter 70, The Imperial Decree Arrives. The Qingyun sect isn't looking too good this time. Although Li Yu did kill Mo Lin, there's a world of difference between a Profound Void martial stage and a soul formation stage expert. Yes, the Profound Void martial stage, the previous strongest in our Great Xia dynasty, perfected Yu Hua, is only at the soul formation intermediate stage. The Profound Void martial stage would be invincible in our Great Xia dynasty. I heard from my master that the higher the cultivation realm, the greater the difference in strength between each major realm. A Foundation Establishment realm cultivator can defeat a Golden Core realm cultivator, but it's entirely impossible for a soul formation stage cultivator to defeat a Profound Void martial stage cultivator. Of course, which one of those who could enter the Profound Void martial stage isn't a monstrous genius? Which one isn't supported by various top-notch magic treasures and cultivation techniques? Defeating your opponent of a higher cultivation level is impossible. Side, who would have thought that Mo Lin had such a backing? I hope that the Qingyun sect can resolve the danger. People from the various large sects conversed. Everyone was slightly worried for Li Yu. The Great Xia dynasty would lose its backing if Li Yu was really killed by the Crimson Dragon King. Looking at the greater demons on the divine weapon rankings, they could not help but shudder. There was the demonic ape of the Kuei Mountain, the Black Sea Mystic Flood Dragon, and the Blood Spirit Monarch that no one had heard of, who obtained the Immortal Tier Blood Shadow Demon art as a reward. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky, scaring everyone to the point their hearts trembled. Everyone looked over in horror and saw a gigantic flood dragon flying over from the sky. Its undulating body was like a continuous chain of mountains surrounded by purple lightning, as if it was riding thunder. Upon seeing this, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom as a chill arose uncontrollably. Crimson Dragon King is here. The Five Elements Sect disciple who had delivered the news earlier screamed in horror. He was the only person here who had seen the Crimson Dragon King with his own eyes, so he naturally recognized that purple lightning flood dragon. His words instantly reduced the atmosphere in the square to a freezing point, and everyone felt as if they had entered an icy cave. Since the Crimson Dragon King had arrived, it meant that Li Yu had been killed. Moreover, did he come here to eradicate the people of the Qingyun sect? As everyone was panicking, the purple lightning flood dragon had arrived in the sky above the Dao-seeking square. The gigantic figure enveloped the entire square. Its enormous body was like a great mountain range that pressed down on everyone's hearts. At the same time, a figure jumped down from the dragon's head and landed steadily on the ground. Everyone looked over in unison like a drowning person who had been pulled onto the shore. They finally caught their breaths as joy from surviving the calamity rushed into their hearts. It's Li Yu. Oh. It's him. Everyone in the square was abuzz. Li Yu had returned by riding on the purple lightning dragon. This meant that the Crimson Dragon King had been killed by Li Yu. Li Yu killing an old monster at the Profound Void martial stage had simply refreshed their understanding of Li Yu again. Is this Li Yu even human? That's way too strong. However, everyone thought about it and understood one thing: perhaps the Qingyun sect master was stronger than Li Yu. It was the Qingyun sect master who did it. Regardless of who it was, the death of the Crimson Dragon King had boosted their morale. It also allowed them to relax again. With the Qingyun sect around, the Great Xia dynasty would be as stable as a rock. Furthermore, one of the mighty kings from the Netherworld cult of the Great Zenith Domain had actually been killed by the sect of the Great Xia dynasty. It was enough for them to brag for their entire lifetimes. They could brag how the cow could fly higher and further in the sky out of the country and out of the Huaxia continent. Seeing Li Yu walk over, Yichio laughed happily. "Senior brother, you're back. This is great. I was so worried for you." The group of young men and women around opened a path for Li Yu and they looked at him with worshipful gazes. Li Yu smiled and asked, "How many disciples have registered by now?" 1716. Yichio replied with a big smile. "So many." Li Yu was pleasantly surprised. He took the registration booklet and the system interface immediately popped up. It automatically recorded the disciples' information into the system. At the same time, the system automatically generated the talent score and potential assessment of each disciple. The information was crystal clear. This saved him a lot of trouble. He could recruit the best according to his needs. After all, the system only needed to recruit 1,000 disciples for now, and the Qingyun sect could not accommodate too many disciples at the moment. There was no need for him to recruit over 1,000 people. Furthermore, there were still more people queuing up for registration. Li Yu looked. Currently there were more than 1,700 people and fewer than 600 people had reached the passing line. Among them, only around 100 people had better talent. To Li Yu's surprise, 2 of these 100 people satisfied the system's requirements for genius disciples. After including Yichio Ji, Qinglan Sumu and Tang Qi, who had finished consuming the heavenly spirit pill, he would now have 6 genius disciples. It was only a matter of time before he completed this mission. Moreover, there were so many more people waiting to register at the scene, and there were probably more geniuses who had not been discovered. At this moment, Elder Sangshan, Elder Qingxian, and the others from the various large sects gathered over like spectators. "Cultivator Li, it's great to see you back. Has the Crimson Dragon King been dealt with?" Elder Sangshan asked with a grin. "That's right." Li Yu replied casually while his thoughts were focused on the system interface. He was in no mood to chat. Could Cultivator Li explain in detail to us? Everyone looked at Li Yu with burning anticipation, hoping that he could describe the grand occasion for them. The battle between profound void martial stage experts would surely be spectacular. They could imagine all kinds of shocking fight scenes from it, and their blood began to boil. However, Li Yu's reply was like a basin of cold water that doused their blood. The process was boring. There's really nothing much to describe. Li Yu added with a bitter smile. It's just what else do you want me to say? Plus, can't you see that I'm super busy right now? There are so many disciples waiting for me. How can I have the time to tell stories? Li Yu complained inside. Oh yes, I'm not good with words, but Perfected Yu Hua was present. If you want to learn about the situation at that time, you can ask Perfected Yu Hua. Li Yu just wanted to send these fellows away as soon as possible. It's true that once you become famous, your personal life is gone. You people even have to pry into private matters like someone else's revenge. Everyone looked disappointed, but they understood that Li Yu liked to keep a low profile and not show off. Therefore, they did not probe further. At least they could ask Perfected Yu Hua on the matter in the future. Only at that moment, a group of royal guards escorted the crown prince and a eunuch to the Qingyun sect's recruitment station. The imperial decree has arrived. All unrelated people shall make way immediately, someone announced. A commotion broke out as everyone opened up a path. The crown prince and the eunuch arrived in front of Li Yu. The eunuch declared with a solemn expression, "The imperial decree has arrived. Cultivator Li Yu, please accept the imperial decree." Chapter 71, Hot Potato. Li Yu glanced at Morong Xingqiu in surprise. She smiled and nodded, indicating for him to accept the decree. Thus he bowed and prepared to receive the decree. The Great Xia dynasty had a rule that cultivators did not have to kneel. Furthermore, no one dared to say anything even if an expert like Li Yu did not bow. The eunuch began to read the imperial decree. The opening was loaded with praises, meaning to appreciate Li Yu for his hard work for the Great Xia dynasty. In the end it finally got to the main topic. Therefore I hereby confer Li Yu the title of the Grand Xia Dynasty's Guardian Master. The Qingyun sect is named the Imperial Training Hall of the Grand Xia Dynasty. You will be rewarded with 100,000 taels of gold, 50,000 spirit stones, 500 magic artifacts and 500 sheets of silk. End of the decree. Thank you for your kindness, His Majesty. Li Yu bowed and received the imperial decree. Cultivator Li, His Majesty has also stated that he will send the best craftsmen to help your sect in its construction. Your sect will be completed within 3 months with the highest standards of the royal family, the eunuch said with a smile. Please send my utmost gratitude to His Majesty for me. Li Yu did not stand on ceremony. After all, he was indeed in a hurry to build the sect, otherwise these disciples would not even have a place to stay if he recruited them. The eunuch nodded with a smile and retreated to the side respectfully. At the same time the crown prince led a dozen men who dressed like scholar officials forward. I'm relieved to see that you're safe and sound. I believe the danger from the Crimson Dragon King has been resolved. Morong Xingqiao smiled. She was also worried when she heard that the old monster was here to take revenge on the Qingyun sect. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she heard from the Taoist guardian that Li Yu had returned riding the purple lightning flood dragon. Yes, I apologize for worrying you, Your Highness. Everything has been resolved smoothly. Li Yu cupped his hands. I've invited more than 10 scholars from the directorate to help you. There are too many people here. I'm afraid the few of you won't be able to finish all of your work by tonight, Morong Xingqiao added. Ah, thank you, Your Highness. Li Yu was delighted. Morong Xingqiao was a meticulous woman. After all, she had really given him a pillow when he was tired and warmed his bed when he was cold. With the help of these scholars to register and complete the admission procedures, their efficiency would definitely increase. After the minor episode on the imperial decree was over, the recruitment process continued. Li Yu used the system's disciple management module function to conduct screening. Yi Qiu led a few scholars to continue with the registration. On Li Yu's side, he directly announced the acceptance list of the people who had signed up before and handed it to the rest of the scholars to begin the proper admission procedures. The ordinary ones were directly accepted as outer sect disciples, while the better ones were accepted as inner sect disciples. With the help of the scholars, the efficiency of the recruitment increased by several times. Noon had just passed and all the registration work was completed. The Qingyun sect had successfully recruited more than 1,300 qualified disciples. Over 200 people had better qualifications and 4 of them met the system's genius talent requirements. Now there were only 2 more people left to complete that recruitment mission. After the recruitment ended smoothly, Li Yu bid farewell to Morong Xingqiao and the others. He first rode the flood dragon back to the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu, Ji Qinglan and the others brought the new disciples to ride the magic artifact flying boat bestowed by Morong Tsang and returned to the Qingyun sect together. When Li Yu returned to the Qingyun sect, perfected Yu Hua and perfected Tai Wu had left. Wu Chang entered seclusion to refine the vermilion bird grass, while Li Qingyun was measuring the spiritual power and the geomancy of the nine-tailed mountain. He was preparing to set up the spirit gathering array and the protective mountain array around the nine-tailed mountain. Dad, so you do know how to set up array formations? Li Yu asked with a smile. Of course your father knows. Oh yes, what's the additional reward for your divine weapon rankings this time? I'm curious. Li Qingyun put down the compass in his hand and looked at Li Yu curiously. At this moment many in the world were curious about the mysterious additional reward. Li Yu smiled mysteriously, then he moved closer to Li Qingyun's ear and whispered, "The ancient Dao fortune tree." Li Qingyun's eyes widened. It was the ancient Dao fortune tree. No wonder he had to keep it a secret. This was a reward that could shale the entire immortal martial world and bring about a fatal disaster to oneself. The ancient Dao fortune tree was an immortal tree that condensed the spiritual power of the region and accumulated luck and blessings. It could be said that a single ancient Dao fortune tree could turn a piece of land into a cultivation wonderland. In the entire immortal martial world, only the strongest holy land of the great zenith domain, the primordial Dao holy land, possessed the ancient Dao fortune tree. It was said that in the ancient times the patriarch of the primordial Dao holy land brought it back from the immortal domain and planted it in the holy land. It was primarily because of the tree that the primordial Dao Holy Land had existed for hundreds of thousands of years without declining, and its Dao fate was still prosperous today. It nurtured countless geniuses and eminences who sought immortality. It was said that cultivating under the ancient Dao fortune tree for a year was better than in the outside world for 10 years. It was also helpful in comprehending the great Dao. Therefore, a single ancient Dao fortune tree was enough to make everyone in the world and all the factions jealous. Over the many years, countless people and factions had their sights set on that ancient tree in the primordial Dao Holy Land. Almost every few hundred years the Holy Land would experience a war. If not for the fact that the primordial Dao Holy Land had a robust foundation and the protection of an immortal domain faction, it would have probably been destroyed long ago. This was why the Heavenly Dao kept this additional reward a secret. Still, the secret of the ancient Dao fortune tree would be exposed sooner or later. It could not be kept secret forever. Therefore, in Li Qingyun's opinion, this was a reward that came with both fortune and disaster. He was happy and worried. It'll be difficult for our sect to develop wretchedly now. Li Qingyun commented with a bitter smile. True, we want to keep a low profile, but the heavens won't allow it. With the ancient Dao fortune tree, our sect will surely become the most powerful sect in the world in the future. It'll probably become a new Holy Land. Li Yu grinned. With the system and the huge cheat, the Heavenly Dao rankings, it was impossible for his sect to fail in taking off. Once I become truly invincible, I'll definitely roam the world and admire every view. I'll eat a meal of red braised dragon meat, stewed koan in an iron pot, and roasted rocks, and taste the juice from those absolute beauties in the 9 heavens immortal realm. I mean fruit juice. He facing the sea with spring blossoms. Just as Li Yu was letting himself loose and daydreaming, Li Qingyun suddenly patted Li Yu's shoulder and interrupted earnestly. Sigh, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, son. The sect will depend on you in the future. Oh. Li Yu looked at Li Qingyun, feeling that his words seemed to have another meaning. However, he did not care. Dad, where do you think we should plant it? Can't I plant it in my heart? Li Qingyun complained silently. Although it was priceless, this thing was also a hot potato. Plant it in your courtyard, replied Li Qingyun. Chapter 72, A Blessing in Disguise. Li Yu's courtyard sat in the southeast corner of the sect, an independent residence in the new plan. It was not completed yet, but the walls were built. The courtyard was far from the sect's core area. It was hidden in the beautiful mountain forest, peaceful and elegant. It was a residence specially designed for Li Yu. After arriving in his courtyard, Li Yu temporarily dispersed the craftsmen and checked that no one was around. He chose a suitable spot based on feng shui and prepared to plant the ancient Dao fortune tree. He wanted to wait until there were fewer unrelated people in the Taoist temple before he planted it. However, the ancient Dao fortune tree seed rewarded by the Heavenly Dao had to be planted within 24 hours, otherwise it would disappear. Even if Li Yu wanted to delay the planting for a few more days, he could not hold it in anymore. The Heavenly Dao was really mischievous. In order to not let anyone know what the additional reward was, it actually sent the seed of the ancient Dao fortune tree into his rectum. What **TCH? After Li Yu squatted in the courtyard for a long time, the seed, emitting a golden halo, finally returned to the embrace of the earth. Once it came into contact with the soil, the seed rapidly took root and germinated. In the blink of an eye, it had grown into a large tree more than 10 meters tall. Its branches were luxuriant and every leaf seemed to emit a faint halo. Rich spiritual energy instantly emanated and millions of rays of light shone down and enveloped the entire ancient tree. Strange ripples flowed on the tree trunk. The world seemed to be filled with clear music that sounded like the echo of nature, and it was extremely comfortable to the ears. It only took a few breaths of time from a seed to an ancient tree. It could be said to be a miracle. To the orange cat who was sunbathing in the corner, Li Yu pulling out a towering tree with a shitload was also a miracle. The orange cat jumped up from the ground with widened eyes. It looked skeptically at the ancient tree and then at Li Yu. There had always been a lot of wild cats living in the temple. Li Yu, a senior cat slave in his previous life, seemed to have a cat-attracting body. In this life he attracted many stray cats and often fed them. Over time, these wild cats basically treated the Taoist temple as their home. As the ancient Dao fortune tree appeared, rich spiritual energy permeated everything in the surroundings. The luck of the Dao in the heavens and the earth enveloped the entire nine-tailed mountain like a river converging. Under the infiltration of this spiritual energy, the orange cat's gaze became brighter and brighter, and it even slowly suffused with a complicated color that it never had. Its expression became more human-like. Not only that, the orange cat was shocked to discover that its hearing, sense of smell and vision had changed drastically. Moreover, it seemed to understand and interpret many things that it could not in the past. Of course, this was excluding the miracle of Liu pulling out a towering ancient tree with a load of feces. How could Liu know that the orange cat had actually seen the process of him planting the ancient Dao fortune tree? He would never expect that the appearance of the ancient Dao fortune tree would give the orange cat human-like intelligence. He stood under the tree and felt the baptism of spiritual energy and Dao fate even though he did not need it. Still under the nourishment of this strange energy, he felt comfortable as if every cell was undergoing healthcare. He felt refreshed, his body and mind were carefree, his spiritual will was sharp and his mind was clear. In short, he could only think of 3 words to describe it: awesome, awesome, awesome. Not only that, but the craftsmen who were busy with the construction work in the distance also felt strange energy circulating in their bodies as if it was a warm current. Their exhaustion was instantly swept away, they were filled with vitality, minds were clear and their movements became agile, their working speed also increased. Although they were surprised, they did not know why. Naturally, this kind of immortal Holy Land had its own magic that benefited them greatly. At the same time, the plants within a radius of a few kilometers around Nine-Tailed Mountain became luxuriant. Many plants were even growing at a visible rate. The hillside was also instantly filled with fresh flowers and some rare fruits were silently produced. Countless animals were jubilant and their bodies were undergoing wonderful changes. The purple lightning flood dragon that was laying on the Nine-Tailed Mountain had similarly sensed the dense spiritual energy and Dao fate, and its eyes gave a pleasantly surprised expression. Immediately it twisted its body with a look of enjoyment and even let out a strange snore. The Chongming bird resting on the scholar tree sensed the source of the spiritual energy and Dao fate. Immediately it flew directly to Liu's courtyard and landed on the ancient Dao fortune tree. Its feathers glowed visibly, becoming more gorgeous and beautiful. This ancient Dao fate tree is indeed miraculous. With this ancient tree around, this Nine-Tailed Mountain will instantly become a precious holy land. Liu thought. After a long time, the Nine-Tailed Mountain was suddenly enveloped by a light screen. It was Li Qingyun who had set up the protective mountain array. This grand array formation enveloped Nine-Tailed Mountain and another mountain set aside for future development, covering an area of 5 kilometers. Golden light flowed on the light screen and profound runes appeared and faded. In the end, the luster disappeared and became completely transparent. This grand array formation was like an invisible barrier that protected the entire Qingyun sect's territory. No one could pass through other than the mountain gate. The only way was to control the array formation to open the passage at the gate. Not only that, but the array formation also had concealment function to a certain extent. Thus the Nine-Tailed Mountain and the other one at the side seemed enveloped by a layer of immortal mist. It was as if the 2 peaks were blurred. People could vaguely see the outline of the 2 peaks, but they could not see the details. As the sun set in the west, the 2 flying boats carrying more than 1,000 disciples finally arrived near Nine-Tailed Mountain. On the flying boats, the disciples looked at their destination with anticipation. Some of the teenagers who were familiar with each other chatted excitedly. On the other hand, Ji Qinglan stood alone at the side of the boat and he was still thinking about what had happened today. He used to believe that even though he had lost to Liu, as long as he worked hard he would have the chance to surpass Liu. However, the news of the divine weapon rankings and the death of Crimson Dragon King at the Profound Void martial stage dealt him a much greater blow than his own failure in the bet. Even though Elder Nye said that the Crimson Dragon King might have been killed by the Qingyun sect master, he was not stupid. How powerful was the purple lightning flood dragon? How wild and untamed was it? Although it could not compare with a true dragon, it was definitely the overlord of demon beasts. The number of beings who could own a purple lightning flood dragon mount could be counted on one hand across the entire world. However, it was now as obedient as a dog in front of Liu. This was enough to prove that Liu had once given it an incomparably terrifying shock. Therefore he knew that Elder Nye said that out of concern for his mentality and Dao heart. Although he would not go crazy after such a blow, he could not help but feel disappointed and frustrated. After all, even if there was only a major realm difference between them, there was still hope of catching up. However, now it would seem that there was an insurmountable gap between him and Liu that was practically despair-inducing. This made him despair and he didn't know what to strive for. "Senior brother Yi, is that our sect?" Sumu pointed at the nearby Nine-Tailed Mountain and asked curiously, his eyes expectant. "Yes, strange, why is the fog so thick today?" Yi Qiu looked at the nine-tailed mountain shrouded in fog in surprise. In the past he could see the Daoist temple clearly from afar. Soon as the flying boat approached, Yi Qiu sensed the transparent light screen. Before he could stop the flying boat, golden light surfaced on the light screen, opening a path. Damn, our sect actually has a mountain protecting array formation. Yi Qiu was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 73, Shiliang's Invasion. The flying boat passed through the light screen and the mist in front of them instantly vanished, revealing the true face of the nine-tailed mountain in front of everyone. The disciples were excited in the bubbling boats. Although the mountain peak of the nine-tailed mountain was not tall, the scenery was extraordinary. All things were overflowing with vitality, and strangely wonderful flowers and herbs filled the surroundings. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, it seemed even more elegant and refined. In contrast, the construction site on the mountaintop gave off a rundown vibe. However, Yi Qiu had told everyone that the sect was undergoing construction, so everyone knew what to expect. Today's nine-tailed mountain seems especially beautiful. Yi Qiu was also surprised, but he didn't think much about it. It must be due to the grand array formation. He rowed the flying boat slowly towards the Daoist temple on the top of the nine-tailed mountain. Ji Qinglan, you've really benefited from this disaster. Elder Nia suddenly remarked, his voice slightly enlivened. Ji Qinglan was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that there's really something special about this sect? In fact, Ji Qinglan also sensed earlier that the spiritual energy here seemed especially rich. That's right, the Dao fate here is extremely rich. Just now I almost thought that I had arrived in the immortal domain. This must be a holy land. No wonder they could nurture a freakish genius like Li Yu. You're really lucky this time. Cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating for at least 10 years. Old Nia's voice became increasingly excited. Hearing Elder Nia's words, Ji Qinglan's depressed gaze instantly brightened up and he became excited. A year equivalent to 10 years? That's unbelievable. Is this the secret to Li Yu's power? In that case, if I cultivate here, will I be able to defeat Li Yu one day? Though that day might be far, Ji Qinglan's heart was ignited with the fighting spirit and hope again. After the disciples arrived at the nine-tailed mountain, they noticed how extraordinary the place was. The air was filled with energy that made one feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze and glowed with vitality, nourishing their bodies and bones. It was like bathing in a relaxing hot spring. Moreover, many of these disciples had a foundation in cultivation. There were even some disciples from cultivation families. Therefore, they could clearly sense that the spirit energy on Nine-Tailed Mountain was extremely dense, as if they were among the countless spirit stones. Even without practicing breathing exercises, the spiritual energy would still drill into the disciples' bodies and transform their meridians. It was miraculous. I didn't expect that there would be such a holy land in our great Xia dynasty. That's right, my father once took me to the Jade Pure Dao sect. Even there it's far inferior to our Qingyun sect. We've really made the right choice. This is simply a blessed land. All the disciples were thrilled. At this moment, Li Yu, Li Qingyun and Wu Chan walked over. Yi Qiu immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, eldest senior brother. The disciples followed his example and cupped their hands in unison. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Li Qingyun looked at the 1,000+ disciples and nodded slightly with a serious expression. There was an awe-inspiring aura and he had the bearing of an expert. Merely his demeanor was worthy of respect. Furthermore, there was an unusual-looking Wu Chang beside him. He was like a ghost whose figure was shrouded in a robe, and his two pupils that were like ghost flames flickered with a faint glow. Soon Li Qingyun welcomed the new disciples and gave a passionate speech. The disciples were fired up and overwhelmed by emotions. All of them seemed as if they were ready to sacrifice their lives for the sect's development. Even Li Yu could not help but want to cheer for his father. As expected of a holy son from the divine firmament Holy Land, his speech was at the top of the game. This assembly was even better than Captain America's. Under Li Qingyun's influence, brainwashing, these young disciples even felt that using the ground as a bed and the sky as a blanket was a form of supreme cultivation. It was their first step in pursuing Li Yu's footsteps. A few days later, the imperial flying boat arrived majestically. Morong Xingqiu personally led the way and sent the wealth as well as thousands of craftsmen and many construction materials rewarded by the emperor to the Qingyun sect. Other than cultivation, the disciples spent most of their time on the construction of the sect. Coupled with the effect of the ancient Dao fortune tree, it greatly increased the efficiency of the craftsman. This sped up the progress of the project by several times. At the same time, at the border of the Great Xia dynasty and the Xiliang dynasty, there was the sound of drums and thunder, the neighing of war horses, the flapping of flags, and the clanging of armor. The Xiliang army was like a black cloud that kept closing in on the Great Xia dynasty's army. However, the roars from the Great Xia dynasty's side were equally earth-shattering. The soldiers were on high alert and their gazes were firm, their auras were magnificent, and they had no intention of retreating. After hearing about Ji Qinglan's incident, the Xiliang emperor was furious. He directly sent an army to the borders and pressured the Great Xia dynasty to return Ji Qinglan to Xiliang. Unexpectedly, after a few days, the Great Xia dynasty did not give a satisfactory answer. Instead, they gathered their troops and confronted the Xiliang army, not backing down at all. What surprised the Xiliang army more was that the disorganized brisket army was now high in morale, with gusto in their voices. Everyone was united and a terrifying aura had gathered. The unified roars made the soldiers of the Xiliang dynasty shudder. Is the Great Xia dynasty seriously going to fight us to the death this time? *CK, where did they get the courage from? Every time they were pressured by our army, they had always taken the initiative to express goodwill and seek peace. They even ceded land and compensated us. Why have these cowards taken the wrong medicine today? Aren't they afraid of death? Humph, then we'll beat them until they submit. The generals of the Xiliang dynasty discussed. Not long after Morong Xingxia left the Qingyun sect, two figures flew over from afar, but they were blocked by the protective mountain array. Of the two, one had a cold appearance and a spicy figure, and the other had white hair and a youthful appearance, giving off a sage-like aura. They were Ji Qinglan's guardian Yufeng and her master, Perfected Qingfeng. Perfected Qingfeng was the guardian of the Xiliang dynasty. He was at the soul formation intermediate stage and was one of the top 5 experts of the Xiliang dynasty. At the moment, Ji Qinglan had just finished a large cultivation cycle in the Taoist temple. He opened his eyes filled with joy. Elder Nya is right, this Qingyun sect is really a holy land for cultivation. The cultivation speed here is really advancing by leaps and bounds. Ji Qinglan was thrilled. His cultivation level had increased significantly over the past few days. It was more than 10 times faster than before. Hence, the current Ji Qinglan was no longer uncomfortable in his heart. He no longer felt that entering the Qingyun sect was a form of humiliation. Instead, it was like what Elder Nya had said, it was a blessing in disguise for him to cultivate here. Even if Liu chased him away now, he was unwilling to leave. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the air. Your Highness, Yufeng requests an audience. Ji Qinglan was startled. He looked up and indeed saw Yufeng and Perfected Qingfeng standing outside the Grand Array's light screen in the distance. Ji Qinglan's figure flashed and flew over directly, asking Senior Qingfeng, Yufeng, why are you two here? The arrival of Yufeng and Perfected Qingfeng attracted the attention of everyone from the Qingyun sect, including Liu. Your Highness, His Majesty has sent out his troops. If the Great Xia dynasty still refuses to free you, our Xiliang army will invade Great Xia and attack Nan'an City. Our Xiliang experts will also flatten this 9-tailed mountain. Yufeng said word by word with murderous eyes. Chapter 74, They thought they were hunting. Nonsense. I've said that I'll accept my loss. I entered the Qingyun sect voluntarily. Why must there be more trouble? Hurry back and tell my father to retreat immediately. Don't do anything foolish for me. Ji Qinglan was somewhat anxious. He could not even care about his tone anymore and practically said whatever he thought of. If it were a few days ago, he would not have such a reaction when he heard the news. He would even thank his father for it. However, his mentality had changed completely. He really did not want to leave the Qingyun sect. On the other hand, he felt that his father was playing with fire by sending troops to Great Xia. They were completely unaware of Liu and the power of the Qingyun sect. Even the Crimson Dragon King at the Profound Void martial stage was defeated by Liu. If the Xiliang dynasty really dared to invade the Great Xia dynasty, it would be equivalent to seeking death. Your Highness, it's just a verbal bet. Why should you care? You're the Prince of Xiliang. How can you actually enter a small sect in the Great Xia dynasty? Yufeng said indignantly. She suddenly felt that Ji Qinglan seemed to have turned into a different person after a few days of not seeing him. It was as if he was brainwashed. How could he actually speak up for the enemy country? You all don't understand the Qingyun sect and the Great Xia dynasty at all. You Feng, if you still respect me as your highness, listen to this order and hurry back to dissuade my father. Immediately withdraw the troops and don't start a war with the Great Xia dynasty. It must never happen. Ji Qinglan said resolutely. Yu Feng's brows furrowed tightly. She seriously could not understand what was wrong with Ji Qinglan. Where did his former pride and confidence go? Was he going to be so depressed and undervalue himself just because he lost a match? How could he say things like praising others while undermining himself? What was there to be afraid of in a mere Great Xia dynasty? A weak country that only sought peace with the Shi Liang dynasty through ceding territory. Seeing she could not persuade Ji Qinglan, Yu Feng looked at the top of the nine-tailed mountain and yelled, Li Yu, if you remain stubborn and refuse to let the prince leave, await for the millions of citizens of the Grand Xia dynasty to pay the price for your foolish actions. Before Yu Feng finished her sentence, Li Yu got up in the air on the purple lightning flood dragon. Bring me to your emperor, Li Yu said calmly. Perfected Qingfeng was shocked to see Li Yu riding the flood dragon. This purple lightning flood dragon was no ordinary demon beast. It was top-notch among demon beasts with incredible strength. After adulthood it would possess the strength of the profound void martial stage. Although it could not compare with a true dragon, it would still have the chance to transform into a dragon if it were to obtain the opportunity. Furthermore, these flood dragons were savage and difficult to tame. In the entire immortal martial world, no more than 5 people possessed a purple lightning flood dragon as their mount. Furthermore, they were all experts at the top of the pyramid. He did not expect such a powerful demon beast mount to exist in such a small sect in the Great Xia dynasty. Although this purple lightning flood dragon should not be an adult yet, he had to look at Li Yu in a different light since he had such a powerful demon beast. It seems that this small sect isn't that simple. In that case, I can't act rashly now. Perfected Qingfeng thought. However, Yu Feng did not know what the purple lightning flood dragon's appearance meant. She snorted when she heard Li Yu's words, thinking that Li Yu was afraid, and took the initiative to negotiate with their emperor to extort benefits. Tell me what you want to say, I'll relay it to my majesty. Yu Feng snapped coldly. You're not worthy. As soon as Li Yu spoke, the flood dragon seemed to have sensed Li Yu's emotions, and it instantly let out a roar that shook the sky. The terrifying aura sent chills into Yu Feng's heart, and she didn't dare to say anything for a moment. Senior brother, my father is only concerned about his son. He wouldn't really send troops to attack the Great Xia dynasty. And don't worry, senior brother, I will definitely keep my promise. Since I've entered the Qingyun sect, I won't betray the sect. Ji Qinglan was getting anxious. If Li Yu wished to see his father, he might lose his father. An old monster at the profound void martial stage was in existence that could destroy a country with a wave of his hand. On the other hand, Li Yu was the monstrous genius who had killed such an old monster. Don't worry, you're my junior brother, so I won't harm your family. I'm only helping you. Inform your father that you're safe with us. He'll definitely be relieved to know that you're eating and sleeping well here. Li Yu revealed a harmless smile. However, this smile made Ji Qinglan panic even more. Ji Qinglan still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Li Yu's words. If you guys don't lead the way, then I'll go myself. I'll lead the way for you, the ruddy sage-like old man said with a smile. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission through his divine sense to you. Feng TF, he follows us. He'll be walking into a trap. Once we capture him, we won't have to waste a single soldier to save his highness. After hearing her master's divine sense voice transmission, a sharp glint flashed in Yu Feng's eyes and a sly smile surfaced on her lips. She wished to see if Li Yu dared to be that arrogant after his capture. The purple lightning flood dragon carried Li Yu and followed Perfected Qingfeng and Yu Feng west, and they quickly entered the Shi Liang dynasty. Li Yu slept the entire journey. When he woke up again, they had arrived at the Shi Liang dynasty's capital. Cultivator Li, your mount will wait outside the city, said Perfected Jingfeng. Li Yu did not mind and left the flood dragon outside the city. He followed Perfected Qingfeng and Yu Feng through the streets and into the Shi Liang Imperial Palace. Cultivator Li, please wait here first. I'll report to His Majesty. Perfected Qingfeng led Li Yu to a remotely located hall close to the cold palace and said, with a smile, sure. Li Yu nodded, then he casually sat down on the chair as if he'd returned home. Yu Feng stood at the side and she looked coldly at the unsuspecting Li Yu, while she smiled with disdain. She thought to herself that this boy was a simple-minded fool. He was not scheming at all, he would probably count the money for someone else after being sold. Such a person was not worthy of being His Highness's senior brother, nor was he even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as His Highness. Oh yes, who's the best in your Xiliang Imperial Palace? Li Yu suddenly asked. Yufeng was stunned by his question and she looked at Li Yu in surprise. However, Yufeng did not think much about it. She sneered and replied, "Of course it's my master, he's one of the top 5 experts of our Xiliang dynasty. If you hadn't taken the initiative to come and see His Majesty today, your Qingyun sect would probably have ceased to exist." Then that makes it easy. Li Yu did not listen to the second half of Yufeng's sentence as he continued to speak. If he wanted to negotiate with the Xiliang Emperor, he had to offer some form of leverage. Yufeng did not know what Li Yu was talking about. She rolled her eyes at him, and the disdain on her face intensified. Before long, Yufeng received perfected Gingfeng's voice transmission and left the hall. At the same time, 5 figures instantly landed around the hall. They formed hand seals and each struck out 5 different runes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. 5 array flags grew in the wind as 5 spirit beasts manifested and roared. At the same time, a spherical light screen instantly enveloped the hall. Perfected Qingfeng believed that Li Yu must have some trump cards to possess the purple lightning flood dragon mount and ascend to the Heavenly Dao rankings consecutively in the Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, to be safe, he did not act rashly on his own. Instead, he chose the safest method to summon the other 4 soul formation stage cultivators in the palace to set up the 5 elements spirit array together to trap Li Yu. This 5 elements spirit array was enough to trap and kill an expert at the profound void martial stage. Therefore, even if Li Yu had any powerful trump cards, he would definitely not be able to escape from this 5 elements spiritual array. As the 5 elements spirit array appeared, Li Yu immediately felt as if he was in the deep sea, as if the surrounding space was constantly squeezing his body. However, to Li Yu such power was around 0 in damage. He leisurely walked out of the hall and looked at the 5 elements spiritual array in front of him. His face was unsurprised. He knew that perfected Jingfeng was bluffing and would attempt to attack him. However, it just so happened that he and perfected Qingfeng had the same idea, so he let nature take its course. Perfected Qingfeng thought that he was hunting, but he had become the prey from the start. Li Yu, surrender now and you shall avoid physical pain, perfected Gingfeng said coldly. Yufeng sneered as well. Since Li Yu was trapped in the 5 elements spirit array, he would be at their mercy. He could not escape from this array formation no matter how capable he was. Chapter 75, I'm hiding in another country. Why is he here too? A handsome young man in an ordinary robe with loose hair sat cross-legged on a mat in the cold palace. He was the 9th prince of the Xiliang dynasty, Ji Wanjie. He was banished to the cold palace, a loser who had been schemed against in the struggle for the throne. However, Ji Wanjie's situation worsened after the Xiliang dynasty's 3000 physique rankings appeared. He had been exposed to possess the demonic blood body. This was a demonic physique, a body that threatened all life in the world. At this stage, the ministers had always jointly submitted the petition to request the Xiliang Emperor Ji Tianchang to execute him. It was just that Ji Tianchang still had a trace of compassion, so he had been hesitating. However, one may get off today but not tomorrow. 2 days ago he was possessed by an expert at the profound void martial stage. The one who had possessed him was none other than the blood spirit monarch who had fled from the Great Xia dynasty to the Xiliang dynasty. After the blood spirit monarch arrived in the Xiliang dynasty, he was delighted to find Ji Wanjie's demonic blood body. Although this physique was not as tempting as Li Yu's powerful human body, it was the second best choice. The demonic blood body did not have much of an inhibition effect on his blood spirit, and it could barely qualify as a relatively powerful physique. In addition, the owner of this physique, Ji Wanjie, was an abandoned child with no backing and not considered powerful. Therefore, this unlucky fellow became the blood spirit monarch's cauldron, and he died after his body was seized. At the moment the blood spirit monarch was still fusing with this body after the possession. He needed 7 days to completely fuse the blood spirit with his body. This was something that could not be rushed, otherwise if the fusion was not satisfactory it might backfire. His strength would be greatly reduced during the fusion. In addition, Ji Wanjia's cultivation realm was low. Therefore the current blood spirit monarch's strength could barely match the nascent soul realm. However, as long as 7 days passed and the blood spirit and body fused perfectly, his cultivation could recover to the peak of the soul formation stage. Once that happened, he would look to use the blood shadow demon art to devour dozens of cultivators' cultivation to step into the profound void martial stage again. Everything was going according to his new perfect plan. Right at this moment a voice sounded from outside the cold palace. Li Yu, surrender now and you shall avoid physical pain. Li Yu. The blood spirit monarch opened his eyes almost reflexively. He looked in the direction of the voice in horror. Li Yu? Why is he here? Is there someone called Li Yu in the Xiliang dynasty? The blood spirit monarch panicked. Consequently, he quietly moved to the top of the wall and looked toward the source of the voice. In the 5 elements spirit array, Li Yu looked at perfected Qingfeng expressionlessly and could not be bothered to talk to him. He simply drew his sword, swung it and sheathed it. He did all 3 movements in one go at such a speed that it was as if he had never drawn his sword and was only standing on the spot. The 5 elements spirit array light screen suddenly stopped moving, then with a blast it dissipated. The vast energy transformed from the spirit formation exploded like a heavy bomb. It sent perfected Qingfeng and the other 4 soul formation stage experts flying. Almost at the same time Li Yu's figure flashed and grabbed perfected Qingfeng, who had yet to react. With a bang he was smashed into the ground. The entire ground cracked open inch by inch and sank down, sending ripples in the air. That remotely located palace hall collapsed with a bang from the shockwave of the spirit array formation's explosion and Li Yu's attack. As for perfected Qingfeng, who was smashed into the ground by Li Yu, his bones shattered inch by inch and his meridians were broken. He was like a lump of slime that Li Yu grabbed again. This was only because Li Yu had shown mercy, otherwise he would have probably merged with the earth. The other 4 soul formation stage cultivators were petrified to watch perfected Qingfeng lifted by Li Yu like a lifeless slime. Yu Feng stood on the spot as if she was a statue. There was someone equally shocked leaning against the cold palace's wall while grabbing the grass on the wall tightly. Blood spirit monarch, it was really Li Yu. At the moment the blood spirit monarch's feelings could only be described with the word F***ck. I've gone to another country to hide. How could I still meet him? He's a lingering ghost. Bring me to your emperor. Li Yu appeared in front of Yu Feng as if he had teleported. Yu Feng seemed like she had woken up from a nightmare. Her face was pale as she instinctively took a step back. She looked at the rag doll-like perfected Qingfeng and Li Yu's hand with trembling eyes. Fear filled her heart. That feeling was even more terrifying than facing death. Her master was a soul formation intermediate stage expert ranked 3rd in the Xiliang dynasty. And he was crippled just like that. Is Li Yu a monster? Yu Feng suddenly understood why Ji Qinglan reacted the way he did and said those things. Li Yu was really someone the Xiliang dynasty could not afford to offend. Even if you kill me, I won't bring you to see His Majesty either. Yu Feng replied defiantly. As Ji Qinglan's guardian, she had some professionalism. She was unwilling to bring Li Yu to see the emperor, knowing that Li Yu was dangerous. Yo, you have a lot of character, but you should understand that if I'm here to kill your emperor, I can flatten the entire palace. Long ago I promised Ji Qinglan that I wouldn't harm his family, so I'll keep my word. I only wish to have a chat with your emperor to prevent damaging our relationship in the future. If you don't lead the way, I'm sure there'll be someone in the palace who's willing to lead the way. If there's really no other way, I can look for him myself. However, you can't blame me if I accidentally injured the innocent. Li Yu explained with a smile. Before he finished his own sentence, he slashed again. At the same time, a palace nearby was severed by the waist and collapsed. Stop. I'll bring you there. Don't do anything rash. Yu Feng cried out. She was well aware that an expert like Li Yu could easily destroy a country, much less kill their emperor. If he really had the intention to kill everyone in the palace, would probably have perished under his sword by now. Hence he might really be here to negotiate. If I cause him to mess around and hurt my majesty, I deserve to die. Come with me. Before long Li Yu carried the dead dog like perfected Qingfeng and followed Yufeng to a large palace. That place was surrounded by the top experts of the palace. The huge commotion earlier had naturally alarmed the entire royal palace. Furthermore, the Emperor Ji Tianchang had previously heard of Li Yu's arrival from perfected Qingfeng. Let him in. Ji Tianchang's voice sounded from the hall. Those so-called experts, feeling panicky beside the doorway, heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts, and they quickly opened up a path for Li Yu and Yufeng to enter the hall. In the hall a dignified and solemn figure stood there. However, when he saw Li Yu walk in with perfected Qingfeng, shock instantly surfaced in his hawk-like eyes. Perfected Qingfeng was actually beaten to death by this kid. Ji Tianchang was horrified. Chapter 76, Brother, why did you go bald this early in life? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I didn't control my strength properly just now. I thought that the top experts of your Xiliang dynasty were strong, but I didn't. No, he couldn't even withstand a third of my strength. He's not dead though. He should be able to live for a few more years with some rare pills. Li Yu casually threw perfected Qingfeng to the ground and said with a smile. His slightly mocking words were like thunder striking Ji Tianchang's heart. Ji Tianchang's gaze flickered as his expression darkened. Although he seemed calm, tempestuous waves were raging in his heart. He really did not expect that the great Xia dynasty would have a terrifying expert like Li Yu. To be precise, that was a monster. The 5 soul formation stage experts in their palace had used array formations to trap him, but it was pointless against him. Moreover, perfected Qingfeng was the top expert of the Xiliang dynasty, yet he was beaten into a cripple by him with only a third of his strength. Is this kid even human? What are you here for? Ji Tianchang asked with a stern expression. Nothing much, I'm just here to tell you that Ji Qinglan is safe and his friendly countries. I think we should talk about the peace and sustainable development of the two countries. Li Yu smiled. After about an hour, the atmosphere in the hall seemed particularly harmonious and laughter continued. Haha, Your Majesty is indeed the ruler of a country. I admire your breadth of mind and boldness. I shall thank Your Majesty on behalf of countless citizens of the Great Xia. I had a pleasant chat with Your Majesty today. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely come and enjoy a drink with Your Majesty. Oh yes, Your Majesty, if your country still has princes and princesses interested, you can introduce them to our Qingyun sect to prevent Ji Qinglan from getting too lonely. With that said, our Qingyun sect has high requirements for accepting disciples. In this case, they must be on the Heavenly Dao rankings of the Xiliang dynasty. Ha, no problem, right? Ho, of course, allow me to speak with the princes and see if anyone is willing to enter your sect. Also, don't worry, Cultivator Li, I will definitely take this matter to heart. Ji Tianchang forced a smile and replied. Right, in that case I'll await your good news. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any longer. If I have the time in the future, I'll revisit and pay my respects to Your Majesty. Li Yu stood up and said. Alright, please have a safe journey, Cultivator Li. Ji Tianchang was all smiling. He could not wait to send this pestilence away. Farewell. Li Yu cupped his hands and then he walked out of the hall before his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Seeing Li Yu leave, Ji Tianchang's expression instantly darkened. His expression so ugly it was as if he wanted to kill. He only had a word to summarize Li Yu now. Demon. Robber. Bandit. Although Ji Tianchang was furious and reluctant, he was helpless to do anything. In this world where the strong reign supreme, strength sometimes had the biggest say. This was especially true for someone as ridiculously powerful as Li Yu. Ji Tianchang could only accept his defeat after provoking such a person. This damned brat, as if abducting one of my sons isn't enough, how dare he have designs on other princes and princesses? He's too greedy. Ji Tianchang berated in his heart. On second thought, he felt that Li Yu's words made sense. Ji Qinglan was the only person from Xiliang in the entire Qingyun sect. He was likely lonely and did not even have anyone to talk to. Although Ji Qinglan would not be bullied with his strength, he still seemed a little lonely. But who should Ji Tianchang send? He was afraid that no one among the princes was willing. Furthermore, the Qingyun sect needed someone on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Therefore, after some thought, Ji Tianchang suddenly thought of a person. That's right, I can get Wanjie to accompany Qinglan at the Qingyun sect. Although Ji Wanjie and Ji Qinglan had different mothers, they had a close relationship since they were young. Ji Qinglan had also secretly taken care of Ji Wanjie all these years, otherwise he would have long been assassinated in the Cold Palace. It was a pity that the Heavenly Dao rankings had let the entire world know that Ji Wanjie possessed the demonic blood body. He had become a thorn in the hearts of many orthodox sects and the imperial court of the Xiliang dynasty. Now he had no choice but to consider bestowing this child to death under pressure. In truth, he could not bear to kill Ji Wanjie. Yet he had to give the various sects, large family clans, and even the world an explanation, as he was the emperor. If Ji Wanjie was sent to the Qingyun sect, it would save his life while settling the royal court and the citizens. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. At the thought of this, Ji Tianchang immediately called Yufeng over. Yufeng, send the 9th prince to the Qingyun sect, but don't tell him about this, just say that I want you to send him to a safe place. You may tell him after he reaches the Qingyun sect. Oh yes, go with perfected Gulan. You must protect Wanjie and keep your whereabouts hidden lest someone attacks him on the way. Ji Tianchang was well aware that some people in the Xiliang dynasty hoped for Ji Wanjie's death, so to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to attack, he had to send someone to protect him. If Ji Wanjie died, he would not be able to find a more suitable candidate to send to accompany Ji Qinglan. Perfected Gulan was also a soul formation stage cultivator, so he should be well protected. After leaving the Xiliang imperial palace, Liu rode the purple lightning flood dragon back in a good mood. With the sponsorship from the Xiliang dynasty, his sect's wealth would double again. He did not let the flood dragon fly too fast as he lay on the dragon's head admiring the stars and the Heavenly Dao rankings of the Xiliang dynasty. When he first arrived in the country, he had a rough look at the 3 rankings. Ji Qinglan's name was no longer on it. There were 3 other people with the surname Ji on the rankings. Ji Tianchang ranked 2nd on the divine weapon rankings. Ji Qingxue ranked 18th on the hidden dragon rankings. Ji Wanjie ranked 3rd on the 3000 physiques rankings. Demonic blood body. Liu noticed Ji Wanjie's special physique. If Ji Tianchang really wished to choose someone from his children to send to my Qingyun sect, it's surely Ji Wanjie. Liu thought to himself. He was well aware that the name of Ji Wanjie's physique was clearly not tolerated by the orthodox path. Having such a physique as a descendant of the royal family was absolutely unacceptable to most, therefore Ji Tianchang would definitely choose to send this hot potato away. If that was the case, it was to Liu's liking. Compared to Ji Qingxue, Ji Wanjie clearly had more potential. This body was definitely not simple to rank 3rd on the Xiliang physique ranking. He did not care about the nature of the demonic blood body. The line between righteous and demonic was drawn by humans. There were also wicked people in orthodox sects, and demons were not necessarily heinous. Furthermore, it was only the name of a physique. After flying for a while, his stomach suddenly growled. He was a little hungry. Little Purple, help me hunt a spirit beast. Liu patted the purple lightning flood dragon's head. If there was one good thing about this world, it would be that he could find a mountain anywhere and hunt delicious prey once he got hungry. The purple lightning flood dragon gave a roar before diving down. Before long, in a mountain range in the Xiliang dynasty, Liu finished processing the dragon-horned spirit sheep he had hunted. Then he placed it on the fire and began barbecuing his dinner. As the saying goes, anything could be solved with a barbecue. Liu firmly believed that barbecue was the most delicious cooking method in this world. The mutton was sizzling in the charcoal fire and the fragrance assaulted the nose. Liu sprinkled some spices, immediately making the fragrance even more tempting. Suddenly, the purple lightning flood dragon resting in the distant valley looked up and roared. Soon after, a gigantic sword beam slashed down from the night sky. At the same time, a figure plunged down the night sky. As if a disaster had occurred, it went straight toward the fire in front of Liu. Liu was quick to react. He grabbed the mutton and hid to the side while the figure crashed into the fire pit with a bang. The fire pit was a mess. With the help of the glow of the flames, Liu could see that it was a shiny flying object. Oh, it's a person. It was a young man with no hair on his head. His scalp was so bright that it could become a mirror under the light of the fire. He instantly became the brightest boy in the night. The moment he saw this man, Liu only had one question in mind. Brother, why are you bald when you're this young? At this moment, the system interface popped up in front of Liu again. Chapter 77, This Unlucky Fellow. Liu looked at the system interface. Indeed, it was information regarding the bald young man. Name, Gu Yuqi. Gender, male. Age, 28. Cultivation, soul formation initial stage. Bloodline, ancient god bloodline. Physique, ancient god body. Height, 179 centimeters. Hobbies. This person can activate the Ancient God Realm mission. Yu Chi? Saitama 1? A 28-year-old soul formation stage cultivator. Ancient God body. Damn. No wonder early baldness makes you impressive. As Liu looked at the system interface and surprised, three formidable figures suddenly appeared and surrounded them. The three of them were wearing black robes and masks that hid their faces. Yet it could not contain the powerful auras they emitted, and they were probably experts above the soul formation stage. From the positioning of the three, they were clearly not here to protect the bald Gu Yuchi. Little brother, run! Gu Yuchi shouted to Liu as soon as he got up from the fire. Liu was a little dumbfounded when he heard that. Why did he sound like the three of them were here for me? Noticing that the three were about to attack, Liu could not be bothered to interfere. He took the mutton and prepared to leave this troublesome place to enjoy his supper somewhere else. However, right at this moment, one of the old men waved his hand and a jade sword transformed into a sword light that was around 10 feet long that stabbed right at Liu. Gu Yugi's eyes flashed as he instantly blocked in front of Liu. With a punch, golden ripples spread out, sending the flying sword flying back. Run! Now! Gu Yuchi shouted again, and he stared fixedly at the three black-robed men. Liu did not move. He frowned slightly and looked at the three black-robed men angrily. You mother asterisk 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 asterisk. Is there something wrong with your brains? In just a fucking passerby, I have nothing to do with this bald dude. Why the FCK would you try to kill me? Liu was displeased that his supper time had been interrupted. Seeing the three of them actually wanted to kill him too, he could not tolerate tea anymore. The sword was unsheathed as sword light swept across. Swoosh! As if an invisible sword cue flashed through the void, the heads of the three black-robed men left their necks. At the same time, many trees in the surroundings were sliced apart. The entire mountaintop was instantly shaved flat, almost having the same hairstyle as Gu Yuchi. Liu put away his sword and picked up the scattered charcoal around him. He piled them together and added some wood and continued to roast the mutton. Gu Yuchi looked at the three black-robed men on the ground in surprise and only returned to his senses after a long while. His gaze at Liu was filled with admiration. He did not expect that the person he had bumped into was actually an expert. The one who killed those three soul formation stage cultivators with a single strike. This strength was truly extraordinary. Oh, a master. Senior, thank you for your help. Gu Yuchi immediately bowed and cupped his fists in thanks. The person in front of him looked immature and was probably only 17 or 18 years old. However, Gu Yugi knew that cultivation was never measured by one's appearance in this world. Some with childlike features were old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years and became young. Furthermore, some demons had cultivated and could transform into human forms. In that case, it was impossible to distinguish one's cultivation level and capability from appearance. Therefore, judging from the capability Liu had just displayed, Gu Yugi felt that there was nothing wrong with calling him senior. You can call me an expert, but not a senior. I'm not even older than you, Liu said as he roasted the lamb. His words surprised Gu Yuchi, but after some thought he thought that perhaps this senior did not like to be addressed as a senior. Accordingly, he immediately corrected his words. Thank you for your help. Expert. Are these people your enemies? Liu asked casually. Not in the past, but from now on, yes, replied Gu Yuchi. Then he walked to the three heads and took off their masks to take a look. Immediately he frowned and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Oh, so they're here for your special physique? Liu asked. The system had a detailed introduction of Gu Yugi, including the fact that he was from the Heavenly Fate dynasty and was from a small sect. 3 years ago he awakened his ancient god bloodline, and his cultivation swiftly advanced from the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm to The soul formation realm. He was like a dark horse that surpassed a group of renowned geniuses. He became the first on the Heavenly Fate Dynasty's hidden dragon rankings, and the first on the 3000 Physique rankings. However, a man's wealth is his ruin by itself. Gu Yuqi's sect had been destroyed. Hence, based on this information, it was not difficult for Liu to guess that the 3 people earlier were most likely here for Gu Yuqi's ancient god body. Otherwise, he couldn't escape from the Heavenly Fate Dynasty here unscathed. These people must be planning to capture him alive. Furthermore, if those people were here to seek revenge, there was no need for them to wear a mask, much less attack a passerby like him. It made sense if they did it for the sake of obtaining the special physique. Those 3 definitely did not want anyone other than them to know of Gu Yuqi's whereabouts to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, they wanted to silence Liu. Little did they expect that they would end up getting killed. Hearing Liu's words, Gu Yuqi was startled and looked at Liu warily. Fret not, I'm not interested in your physique, mine is much more powerful than yours, assured Liu. Then he took the mutton away from the fire and asked merrily, haha, it's finally cooked, do you want to have a try? Liu looked at Gu Yuqi. No need, thank you, expert, please enjoy your meal, I have something on, so I'll take my leave first. Gu Yuqi replied nervously. He was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Anyone who mentioned his special physique would make him panic. Furthermore, it was someone of unknown origins and ridiculously powerful. After all, numerous factions were eyeing his physique as a piece of juicy meat. His sect had been destroyed because of his ancient god body. He was too frightened now. Thus his first thought was to leave this place as soon as possible. Before he finished his sentence, Gu Yuqi's figure flashed and flew into the air. Liu was a little stunned. He did not expect that his casual remarks would scare this fellow away. Your courage is letting down that bald head of yours. He did not mind though. Indeed, he was fated to meet this talented person, and it would be nice if he could become a disciple of his sect. Still, they were strangers who had only met by chance. He should not invite Gu Yuqi to join his sect right away. Furthermore, it was not like his sect could not recruit other disciples. There was no need to take the initiative. Hence it was best to leave everything to fate. Boom! Liu was about to continue eating his mutton when he heard a thunderclap in the air. A spherical lightning bolt had struck Gu Yuqi, who had just flown into the sky. His bald head reflected the lightning glow in the night sky, shining so bright as if it was the light source. At the same time, the spherical lightning triggered the storm clouds. Immediately, hundreds of lightning bolts came down upon Gu Yuqi from all directions. Gu Yuqi's body twitched continuously amid the myriad of lightning bolts. Liu could not help but grin as he gasped. This unlucky dude, just looking at him hurts. After a moment of the dazzling light show, the lightning bolts suddenly disappeared in the chart. Gu Yuqi fell from the sky while emitting smoke. He smashed into the ground not far from Liu with a loud thud, and his body surface was still emitting lightning sparks while he twitched slightly. Liu walked over while munching on his mutton leg. Right at this moment, a ball of lightning the size of a fist emerged from Gu Yuqi's body. Ding! Successful collection of natural oddities, true essence, divine thunder. Chapter 78, I don't know if I should say it. Whoa! A natural oddity? Liu looked at the small ball condensed from lightning in surprise. He did not expect that the thing that struck this unlucky guy was a natural oddity. The purple lightning dragon rushed over as well. Its eyes were shining as it looked at the true essence, divine thunder. You want it? Liu asked. He knew that the purple lightning flood dragon used lightning elemental magic power. This true essence, divine thunder, was definitely beneficial to it. Yes, master, are you willing to bestow it to me? The flood dragon said in the human language. This true essence, divine thunder, could allow its magic power to undergo a qualitative change, giving it even more lightning power. It could even help it break the shackles of its bloodline and take another step towards the true dragon realm. Okay, we'll see how you perform from now on. Li Yu kept the true essence. Divine thunder into the system space. The purple lightning flood dragon had only just submitted to him not long ago. So he could not give such a rare object to it for free. Delayed satisfaction produces obedient mounts. Thank you, Master. Little Purple will do anything for you in the future, the Flood Dragon said, but it got somewhat disappointed. Regardless, it knew that Li Yu did not trust it yet. Thus it had to work hard in the future to obtain its master's trust. After putting away the true essence Divine Thunder, Li Yu bent down to check on Gu Yuqi. This unlucky fellow was severely injured, but he was still alive. The charred wound was healing at a visible speed. It seemed like the ancient god body was truly freakish. He did not die even after being hit by such a natural oddity. Speaking of which, I wonder if this fellow is lucky or unlucky. He was shot down from the sky and thrown into my fire pit. Then he used my help to escape. He was just about to leave when he got struck by lightning. And he encountered the natural oddity true essence Divine Thunder. He's one intriguing son of destiny. Alright, since the heavens sent you back to me, it means that we're fated to meet. I'll bring you back. Li Yu put out the fire. He threw Gu Yuqi onto the back of the purple lightning dragon and tied him up with a rope to prevent him from falling. As for himself, he sat cross-legged on the head of the purple lightning flood dragon and ate the mutton while driving it towards the great Xia dynasty. When Li Yu returned to the Qingyun sect, it was into the morning. At the moment the disciples were practicing in the morning when they saw Li Yu return. They bowed with cupped hands. Li Yu handed the unconscious Gu Yuqi to two disciples and said, bring him to a room to recuperate. Many simple bamboo houses have been temporarily built in the Taoist temple for the disciples to live in. After all, they could not always sleep outside. Furthermore, it was not convenient since there were many female disciples around. The two disciples looked at the charred Gu Yuqi and exclaimed in surprise, oh heavens, senior brother, was this guy on fire? How tragic, even his hair was burnt. Nope, he got struck by lightning. Li Yu added casually. The two disciples looked at each other and got more surprised. Right then Ji Qinglan walked over quickly and cupped his hand. Senior brother, you're back. Have you seen my father? How did it go? After Li Yu left, Ji Qinglan's mind was filled with the meeting. He was afraid that his father would anger Li Yu again and Li Yu would raise the palace to the ground. Now Li Yu had finally returned. It was a pleasant chat with your father. Oh yes, if nothing goes wrong, your brother should enter our Qingyun sect in a few days. Your father is afraid that you'll be lonely, so he'll give you a companion. Li Yu informed Ji Qinglan with a smile. 2 days later, good news arrived from the border of the great Xia dynasty. The Xiliang dynasty's army had retreated. Soon the Xiliang dynasty's envoy traveled to the great Xia dynasty to pay a visit to Morongtsang and return the lands that originally belonged to the great Xia dynasty. Another group of people rushed to the Qingyun sect from Xiliang with lavish gifts and Ji Wanjie. The sudden return of their former territory delighted Morongtsang. As expected of the Grand Xia dynasty's guardian master, Li Yu is truly a godly man. Morongtsang was enlivened. Over the years, Great Xia had been restrained by Xiliang and it was forced to repeatedly seek peace through ceding land. Today it could finally hold its head up high and recover its lost territory. All of this was Li Yu's credit. Morongtsang was at a loss on how to show his gratitude to Li Yu. Passed down my decree to announce Li Yu's achievements in public along with such a joyous occasion. In the next 3 years, taxes in corvée will be reduced by half, and I proclaim a general amnesty. Yes, your majesty. At the same time, at the Qingyun sect mountain gate, Li Yu inventoried the wealth sent from the Xiliang dynasty happily, and he could not stop smiling. Ji Qinglan was also smiling. Ninth brother, I can't believe father sent you here. This is brilliant. You're finally free. Ji Qinglan was delighted to see Ji Wanjie. Among the princes, Ji Wanjie had the closest relationship with him. Back then, after Ji Wanjie got entrapped into the cold palace, Ji Qinglan had always been secretly protecting him. He had always hoped that his ninth brother could regain his freedom one day. He did not expect to reunite with his brother in this way. For Ji Wanjie, this was another form of rebirth. "Welcome to our Qingyun sect." Li Yu smirked as he looked at Ji Wanjie. This boy looked talented and was on par with Ji Qinglan. It was just that his expression did not seem too happy. However, Ji Wanjie, the blood spirit monarch, looked at Li Yu with a smile. Uglier than crying. He cursed in his heart, not knowing if he should say it. After running around in circles, how did I end up back in the Great Xia dynasty? And even get sent to the Qingyun sect? What kind of magical fate is this? The blood spirit monarch was on the verge of tears. Yesterday, a man named Gulan and a woman named Yufeng suddenly came to the cold palace and informed him that His Majesty ordered them to escort him to a place. They did not tell him the exact location and only told him after they reached the destination. Gulan was a soul formation stage cultivator, so the blood spirit monarch did not dare act rashly. After all, he had not fully fused with the new body yet and he was still weak. If he did anything abnormal, it would arouse their suspicion. Therefore he played along and obediently left the Xiliang dynasty with you Phone and perfected Gulan. Little did he expect to be sent to the Qingyun sect of the Great Xia dynasty in the end. He was delivered right to Li Yu. Anything he was afraid of had come true. If Li Yu knew his true identity, he would surely be killed with one strike. Therefore the blood spirit monarch was panicking inside. Indeed, he had possessed Ji Wanjie and fused a portion of his memories. He could disguise himself as Ji Wanjie and hide his identity. Yet who knew if the Heavenly Dao rankings would expose his true identity? My blood spirit sword, I have to hurry up and send it out of the Great Xia. Otherwise the divine weapon rankings might expose me. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, he felt that his blood spirit sword had become a hot potato. Chapter 79, the first stage is about to be completed. Ji Wanjie's arrival did improve Ji Qinglan's mood. However, compared to Ji Qinglan, Ji Wanjie's mood was terrible. He followed behind I Jinglan without a word and headed for the mountaintop. However, as he ceaselessly approached the top of the nine-tailed mountain, the surprise in his eyes gradually became thicker. This is Dao fate. The blood spirit monarch was startled. He did not expect such a rich flow of Dao fate circulating in the Qingyun sect. It was as if this was the center of the universe, countless heaven and earth. Spiritual energies and the aura of the great Dao gathered here on their own. It formed a unique domain on the entire mountaintop. This Qingyun sect is actually so phenomenal. The blood spirit monarch was surprised. This was definitely a blessed land for cultivation. In an instant, the blood spirit monarch suddenly felt as if there was a silver lining. If he could cultivate in such a holy land, he would probably reach the tribulation realm before long. Under the nourishment of this Dao fate, transcending the heavenly tribulation should become much easier with the Dao fate's protection. Once he stepped into the Mahayana realm, he would no longer have to be afraid of Li Yu. Once I enter the Mahayana realm, I can rule the north region without trouble and turn everyone there into Nei blood demon army. The mission that the young master from the immortal domain gave him was to rule the entire north region of the Huaxia continent. Initially he thought he only needed to step into the profound void martial stage to complete this mission. He did not expect a monstrous expert like Li Yu hidden in the Great Xia dynasty. Thus, in his opinion, even the tribulation realm was not safe. Only by stepping into the Mahayana realm and half-step into becoming an immortal would he have a chance of defeating Li Yu. As he was about to walk toward the top of the mountain, Li Yu suddenly noticed a change in the hidden dragon rankings in the sky. A new name broke into the top 10. Hidden dragon rankings number 7, Tang Qi. Origin, Qingyun sect. Wow, Tang Qi has entered the top 10. Well, money is indeed the Fastest way to become stronger in any world. Li Yu remarked with a smile. He had turned this ordinary junior brother into a prodigy by spending various pills and medicines for Tang Qi. Now he had even soared to 7th place on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Tang Qi's hard work paid off. Of course Li Yu knew that the Dao Fortune Ancient Tree deserved credit. Once Ji Wanjie finished the admission procedures, there's only one more genius disciple to go. If I can pull Gu Yugi into joining the sect too, then FLL. Complete the mission requiring 10 genius disciples. All the collection missions for the first stage have been completed. Divine weapons, cultivation techniques, pill formulas, spirit herbs and so on had surpassed the requirements. Even the collection of natural oddities that were not required in the first stage was at March 10th. The rewards of the Heavenly Dao rankings during this period of time, the lavish gifts from the Great Xia dynasty and the Shi Liang dynasty and the belongings of Holy King Purple Dragon, etc. It made the Qing Yun sect wealthy. As for the progress in prestige points after becoming the great hero in the hearts of everyone because of the appearance of the divine weapon rankings. In addition, he had killed the Crimson Dragon King and he got conferred the title of Guardian Master, etc. It had soared to 98/100. Li Yu also realized that apart from completing system missions, prestige points could be automatically obtained by improving his social status and doing good things. Therefore he planned to get rid of the Black Sea Mystic Flood Dragon in a few days, and the prestige points should meet the target. This way he would be one step closer to becoming truly invincible. After returning to the mountaintop, Li Yu ordered someone to bring Ji Wanjie to settle the admission procedures. After Ji Wanjie became a Qing Yun sect disciple, the system mission surface was instantly updated. Genius disciples number 9 out of 10. As long ACI can get Gu Yuqi ITLL be complete. Afterward he did not disturb Ji Qinglan and Ji Wanjie's reunion and walked towards his courtyard alone. In the courtyard, the Chongming bird rested on a tree while a group of wild cats gathered at the roots, rubbing their bodies against the tree trunk. Meow, let me tell you, Master Li is a god. He was the one who pulled this tree out from his butt. Did Cultivator Li really shit out such a big tree, Meow? Of course, Meow, I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? Awesome, awesome. Stop meowing, hurry up and inhale more of it. This is a rare treasure, perhaps. We can cultivate too by rubbing ourselves under this tree every day. Oh, Meow. This is so comfortable. Li Yu had just entered the courtyard when he saw the large group of wild cats rubbing against the tree trunk. They looked as if they were on catnip and kept meowing. Alas, this scene is just unsightly. Li Yu smiled and paid no further attention to them. Anyway, it was normal for cats to do confusing things. It would be abnormal if they suddenly became normal one day. Eldest senior brother, that guy struck by lightning has woken up. A disciple's voice suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard. Li Yu almost burst out laughing when he heard it. This junior brother was sharp with his words. The guy who got struck by lightning. This label would probably accompany Gu Yuqi for a long time. Li Yu turned around and walked to the courtyard entrance. Come, bring me to him. A bamboo house. Gu Yuqi looked at the unfamiliar surroundings in a daze and touched the head that was as blank as his mind. Two questions arose in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? He felt he had lost his memory and could not remember anything. His mind was in a mess. You're finally awake. A voice sounded from the door. Gu Yuqi looked over curiously, still looking confused. Who are you? And who am I? Where am I? Gu Yuqi's three questions made Li Yu stunned for a moment. Cool, this fellow has lost his memory from the lightning strike. It was a miracle that he did not die after being struck by such divine lightning in midair. It's a blessing to only suffer from memory loss. At least he wasn't electrocuted into a complete fool. Of course I can't rule out the possibility that this kid is faking his memory loss to give himself an out. Hence Liu paused and replied, actually I'm your father. Ha? Father's second uncle. Ha? Uncle's neighbor's uncle's master's disciple's older brother's swum brother. Liu finally confined that this man had really lost his memory after scrutinizing Gu Yugi's expression. The fact that he did not get electrocuted into a fool was a blessing in disguise. The confusion on Gu Yuchi's face intensified. He felt that he had gotten a lot of information, yet he also understood nothing. I still don't know who you are? Gu Yuchi looked at Liu in confusion. That's not important, just remember that I'm Liu and you're Gu Yuchi and you're in the Qingyun sect. I rescued you while you were severely injured. I used our sect's best divine medicine tones and pulled you back from the gates of death. Therefore you have to be grateful. It's a priceless pill, and I know you don't have much money, so you will stay in our sect and contribute more to our sect as a way to repay our sect for saving your life starting today. After listening to Liu's explanation, Gu Yuchi nodded with a bitter smile. He suddenly felt that it might be better to be unconscious. The reality was too cruel to him. Liu did not say anything else. He took the opportunity while Gu Yuchi could handle administrative matters to cut the Gordian knot. Gu Yuchi was made to complete the admission procedures and become a disciple of the Qingyun sect. With that, the recruitment mission was completed successfully. Chapter 80, Enraged Mystic Flood Dragon OS. The next day a new change occurred on the Great Xia Dynasty's Heavenly Dao rankings. A new name had appeared, Gu Yugi. Furthermore, he directly passed Ji Qinglan into second place and Yi Qiu returned to fourth place. This somewhat provoked Yi Qiu. He swore to enter seclusion and not leave until he returned to second place. Liu was slightly worried about Yi Qiu. This fellow should stop cultivating in seclusion too long, since Gu Yugi had a bald buff after all. If he wants to catch up to him, I'm afraid he would have to wait for that Qing Tsung Ancient Emperor quest. Two new names also appeared on the 3000 Physique rankings. Gu Yuchi replaced Ji Qinglan and became second on the ranking. Ji Wanjie was ranked 7th after Murong Xingxiao. The Divine Weapon rankings did not change for the time being. Just like before, the Blood Spirit Monarch's name had disappeared from the rankings and the second place on the Divine Weapon rankings had become Li Qingyun's Dragon-Slaying Sword. The Blood Spirit Monarch broke out in cold sweat as he looked at Ji Wanjie's name on the Physique ranking. He thought that his possession of Ji Wanjie was about to be exposed. It was a close call. It seemed like he could hide for some time again. Last night he secretly sent his Blood Spirit Sword out of Nine-Tailed Mountain. Before the Divine Weapon rankings were updated, Elder Kuei brought the Blood Spirit Sword out of the Great Xia Dynasty, otherwise the Divine Weapon rankings might expose him. Thad no idea that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this Qingyun sect. Now even an ancient god body has appeared. Incredible. This is one of the top 10 physiques among the 3000 physiques. Even those in the immortal realms will probably be jealous. However, not even the ancient god body surpasses Liu's body. Tsk tisk, this kid's physique is ridiculous. Sigh, if only I could possess it, it would be perfect. The Blood Spirit Monarch still felt a sense of pity. He was craving Liu's body, a physique. The appearance of the ancient god body and the demonic blood body alarmed many people again. It was especially so for the various large sects of the Great Xia Dynasty. Ancient god body? My god, now the Qingyun sect has such a physique. Who is this Gu Yui? I've never heard of her before. He might be a new disciple of the Qingyun sect. I can't believe it, an ancient god body actually appeared on the Great Xia Dynasty's 3000 physique rankings. So what if he has such a physique? He's still ranked behind Liu's body. Liu's physique is really amazing. Even the ancient god body can only be ranked second. Yeah, Liu is a miracle himself. That Ji Wanjie is also a prince of the Xiliang dynasty, right? Probably. I heard the Xiliang emperor sent another prince to cultivate in the Qingyun sect and accompany Ji Qinglan. It must be this person. Demonic blood body? No wonder he got sent to the Qingyun sect here. Those Xiliang people are calculative. How sinister of them to send such a person with a demon body to our Great Xia. How sinister. And the Qingyun sect actually accepted such a person with a demonic physique. Isn't this nurturing a tiger to invite trouble? What are you afraid of? Our great Xia needs to show such benevolence. Why would Liu be afraid of a demonic blood body overturning the heavens with his strength? That's right, it's safer to keep such a demonic body by Liu's side. The various large sects discussed the two new names on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Gu Yugi and Ji Wanjie. Days passed and Gu Yuqi had basically recovered his memories. His cultivation life in the Qingyun sect and his interaction with Liu made him relax and drop his guard. He also found a sense of belonging that he had not felt in a long time. Everyone here treated him well. Despite the fact that almost everyone knew that he had been struck by lightning, he knew that they did not have the intention to mock him. They were only concerned about how he had lost his hair after getting struck by lightning. Senior brother, you know that my ancient god body is powerful and will be coveted by many. I'm the source of calamity and it might implicate the sect. Gu Yuqi was still worried. Although he desired to stay in the Qingyun sect, he did not wish to put the Qingyun sect in danger because of him. So what? Isn't it ranked behind my physique? Liu replied calmly. He knew what Gu Yuqi meant. The one who wanted to snatch my ancient god body is especially influential. That faction is in existence we can't mess with. I don't want to implicate the Qingyun sect. My previous sect has been destroyed miserably because of me. Gu Yuqi paused and added. Don't worry, my junior brother, you can rest assured and cultivate in our Qingyun sect with me around. I don't care who he is. If anyone dares to offend our Qingyun sect, I will personally teach him a lesson. Liu patted Gu Yuqi's shoulder and assured him. His gaze was sincere and firm, touching Gu Yuqi. However, while he was touched, he still felt that Liu had underestimated how powerful that faction was. Of course, he recognized that Liu's potential was ridiculous. Liu possessed a physique that was more formidable than his own. The ability to kill 3 soul formation stage cultivators with ease at his age was indeed extraordinary. However, the expert behind that faction should be standing at the peak of this world. Oh yes, what kind of faction are you talking about? Why are you so afraid? Liu asked. Gu Yuqi went silent for a moment, then he said with a grave expression, the Heavenly Fate Emperor. Tvi, never heard of him. Is he that powerful? Liu shrugged. He's that impressive. The Heavenly Fate Emperor is at the peak of the Mahayana realm and can ascend into an immortal at any time. He's about to become an immortal, yet he's still doing such wicked deeds. I don't think he's worthy of immortality and seeking the Tao. Relax, if he dares to come looking for trouble, I'll help you deal with him. At most I can just hand you over if I really can't beat him. The comers of Gu Yuqi's mouth twitched. Do you have to be so blunt? Regardless, he knew that Liu was joking. Liu knew that the person who wanted to seize his physique was the Heavenly Fate Emperor, but he still dared to keep him in the sect. This was a bold move. Gu Yuqi knew he should be grateful and return the favor. Thank you, senior brother. Gu Yuqi did not say anything else. He understood that the most important thing now was to cultivate diligently. He had to use the ancient god bloodline he had awakened as soon as possible to enter the Mahayana realm. Once I enter the Mahayana realm, I should be able to match the Heavenly Fortune Emperor with my physique and bloodline divine arts. This way I would no longer have to be afraid of being possessed and have the ability to protect the Qingyun sect. In the afternoon, Elder Hu of the Jade Pure Dao sect brought his men to the Qingyun sect to discuss the appointment ceremony with Liu. The time was set to a month later. Every orthodox sect of the Great Xia dynasty would participate in this grand event. They even invited various noble families and cultivation families. The Jade Pure Dao sect would use this opportunity to announce to the entire Great Xia dynasty that Liu had become an honorary elder of the Jade Pure Dao sect. This was the core objective of the Jade Pure Dao sect. After all, in the opinion of the Jade Pure Dao sect, they planned to rely on Liu's current reputation to improve the Jade Pure Dao sect's prestige. Of course, this was also a manifestation of a strong alliance. To Liu, becoming an honorary elder of the Jade Pure Dao sect was similar to becoming a celebrity spokesperson in his previous life. The ceremony was like inviting celebrity endorsement to attend an event promoting the brand. Quality products and brands could also increase a celebrity's social status and prestige. It was the same for becoming an honorary elder of the Jade Pure Dao sect. The status and influence of the Jade Pure Dao sect in the Great Xia dynasty and even the entire Huaxia continent was far superior to the current Qingyun sect. After all, it had existed for 10,000 years and it had a deep foundation that had great influence. It was also a core member of the Huaxia Continent Sect Alliance, and its influence and status were extremely high up in the hierarchy. Therefore, Li Yu's appointment as the honorary elder of the Jade Pure Dao sect was a way to up the prestige of Li Yu and the Qingyun sect behind him. 2 days later, a piece of news shook the great Xia dynasty. It also reached Li Yu's ears. The Black Sea mystic flood dragon flooded the entire Yun prefecture, causing more than 10,000 deaths and many more citizens to be displaced. The reason was that perfected Yu Hua brought elders and attempted to subdue this demon a few days ago. In the end, they failed and perfected Yu Hua was severely injured. It infuriated the Black Sea mystic flood dragon, leading to the flooding of the Yun prefecture. After learning this, Li Yu immediately rode the purple lightning flood dragon to the Yun prefecture. Chapter 81, The Incredible Great Xia Dynasty OS. The Black Sea of the Yun prefecture covered a large expanse. It seemed like an inland sea. However, although it was called the Black Sea, it was actually a lake. The scenery of this lake was picturesque. If not for the terrifying greater demon hidden within, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a paradise on earth. A group of over 10 people flew over on flying swords from the south of the Yun prefecture. Their clothes fluttered in the wind and exuded extraordinary auras. They had the demeanor of immortals. They were the cream of the crop among the current generation disciples of the clear void holy land of the Huaxia continent. The weakest was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, while 5 of them were at the soul formation realm. These 5 people were also ranked among the 9 orders of the clear void holy land. They were known as the 9 sons of clear void. The person in the lead was the 5th order, Duan Tianming. With a late-stage soul formation stage cultivation, he possessed the water spirit Dao body, ranked 7th on the Heavenly Fate Dynasty's 3000 Physiques rankings. The few of them flew at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, they were 50 kilometers away. Soon they arrived above the Black Sea. However, just as the group arrived, their gazes were attracted by the Heavenly Dao rankings in the distance. Their eyes widened in surprise. Dragon-slaying sword in Li Qingyun. He's in the Great Xia Dynasty. Duan Tianming frowned. The others looked at the 3 rankings with complicated expressions, and the shock in their eyes intensified. They had heard rumors that Li Qingyun might be in a country in the north region. The Great Elder even secretly sent people to investigate Li Qingyun. They did not expect to find Li Qingyun's name on the Great Xia Dynasty's Heavenly Dao rankings. Duan Tianming was the only person among them who had seen Li Qingyun fight his way into the clear void holy land. Hence he instinctively feared Li Qingyun. Fortunately, almost 100 years had passed. Duan Tianming had also gone from that brat in the initial stage of the Golden Core realm back then to the true expert in the late stage of the Soul Formation realm now. Furthermore, while Li Qingyun was in the Great Xia Dynasty, the Jade Pure Dao sect still requested help from the Clear Void Holy Land. It should mean that Li Qingyun's cultivation had not recovered and was no longer a threat. However, Li Qingyun's name was not the only thing that surprised them. There was also Li Yu, who topped all 3 rankings. Is this Li Yu Li Qingyun's son? He's only 17 years old and he's actually stronger than Gu Yugi? One had to know that Gu Yugi topped the Heavenly Fate Dynasty's Hidden Dragon rankings. A 28-year-old soul formation stage cultivator was one of the top prodigies in the world. Yet Li Yu was only 17 years old and he had actually ranked ahead of Gu Yugi. Is this because he had the home advantage? That's ridiculous. Gu Yuqi had actually entered the Qingyun sect in the Great Xia Dynasty? And his ancient god body was ranked behind Li Yu? And what kind of sword is that ordinary-looking sword that's even more powerful than the dragon-slaying sword? The dragon-slaying sword used to rank first in their Heavenly Fate Dynasty. Even their Holy Lord's divine weapon could only sit in second place. Yet the dragon-slaying sword was also ranked behind Li Yu's weapon. And at the moment, everyone from the Clear Void Holy Land could not calm their hearts. The information from the Great Xia Dynasty's Heavenly Dao rankings was too much for them to digest for a moment. There were too many things that they could not understand, including why Gu Yugi decided to enter Qingyun sect. The Clear Void Holy Land had issued an invitation in the past, but he had rejected them. Later on, they heard that Gu Yuqi's sect had been destroyed by an unknown force and Gu Yuqi's whereabouts became unknown. They did not expect him to be in the Great Xia Dynasty. Of course, what they could not understand was, what the hell is that human body in front of the ancient god body? It simply baffled them. The Heavenly Dao rankings no longer had any annotations regarding the human body. Therefore, everyone from the clear void Holy Land was perplexed. Was this human body the most ordinary human body? Or could it be something else, some unknown powerful physique? Most importantly, all these unusual events were related to Li Qingyun, which gave them mixed feelings. Senior brother, do you know what sort of physique that person possesses? Have you never heard of it in the past? Luo Xiang asked. I don't know, perhaps we're poorly informed, but the Great Xia dynasty is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I can't believe there are so many extraordinary physiques. Duan Tianming replied. The Khanate sword body, the Great Expanse Dao body, and the Stellar Dao body were physiques that could rank in the top 10 in their Heavenly Fate dynasty. And there were so many powerful physiques in a small country in the north region, this was beyond his expectations. Senior brother Li Qingyun recovered the dragon-slaying sword but has been hiding in this small country in the northern region. He must have let go of what happened back then. After all, young people like tough talks. Now that so many years have passed, he should have disregarded all enmity. Why don't we pay a visit to the Qingyun sect after we kill the mystic flood dragon? I'm very curious about Li Yu. The person who spoke was a handsome young man with an extraordinary bearing. Qin Yuehang was the son of the Clear Void Holy Land's Justice Hallmaster. He was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm at the age of 25. He was only inferior to Gu Yuqi on the Heavenly Fate dynasty's hidden dragon rankings at second place. Moreover, he had the true young sacred body second only to the ancient god body. In the future he would definitely be a candidate for the Clear Void Holy Land's order, and he might even become the next Holy Son. He was not here to subdue the mystic flood dragon. He only followed the group out to travel and see the northern region that he had never been to before. He did not expect to visit such an incredible country in the north, the Great Xia dynasty. Naturally, it was mainly because of Li Yu. Therefore, Qin Yuehang wanted to meet Li Yu and witness his superior capability. Maybe let's move on. We'll subdue the mystic flood dragon first. We must obtain the unitary heavy water. Duan Tianming urged. He possessed the water spirit Dao body, and the unitary heavy water was of great use to him, thus he had personally led everyone here. It was for the sake of killing the mystic flood dragon and obtaining the natural oddity, the unitary heavy water. According to the information provided by the Jade Pure Dao sect, the Black Sea mystic flood dragon's cultivation was at most comparable to an early-stage soul formation realm cultivator. However, it possessed the unitary heavy water, a powerful natural oddity coupled with the fact that it was hidden in the lake. It was difficult to subdue. Perfected Yu Hua had lost due to the attack of the unitary heavy water. Regardless, the group had their own ways to settle such a demon beast. After flying for some time, Duan Tianming suddenly stopped. Sensing the abnormal movements of the spirit beast in his sleeve, Duan Tianming asked Ling Su, "Can you tell the exact location of the mystic flood dragon?" "It's in the water right below." A girl-like voice sounded. Hearing that, Duan Tianming looked at the people beside him. "Junior brothers, get ready to set up the array formation." "Yes, senior brother." Everyone scattered instantly. The 12 figures were distributed in specific positions. At the same time, they formed hand seals and took out spirit banners. The spirit banners grew in the wind as golden light flourished. Runes flew up from it. A huge Tai Chi 8 trigrams totem manifested in the sky above everyone and pressed down. Immediately, gigantic sword shadows that seemed to reach the heavens and the earth manifested, forming the shape of a barrel. They pierced into the water below with a bang and formed a cage. Right at this moment, a roar sounded from the sky, startling Duan Tianming and the others. They looked over in surprise. A gigantic flood dragon was flying over. Why is the mystic flood dragon in the sky? Qin Yuehang, watching from the side, looked into the distance in surprise before focusing his gaze. Wait, that's a purple lightning flood dragon. Chapter 82, How Tiring for You. Mind if I help? OS. After Li Yu arrived at the Black Sea, he quickly locked onto the mystic flood dragon's location with the lead of the purple lightning flood dragon. The lightning flood dragon was a land dragon that was bad at underwater activities and combat. However, with the natural talent of the demon race, it could sense the location of the mystic flood dragon. There are people hunting the mystic flood dragon. Liu expressed some surprise as he looked at the people casting the array formation on the lake. Those people did not seem to be from the Great Xia dynasty. Nevertheless, he did not mind and rode the purple lightning flood dragon over. Why is there a purple lightning flood dragon here? Qin Yuehong frowned. Duan Tianming and the others were also surprised. They did not expect that there were two greater demons hidden in the Great Xia dynasty. However, they were not worried. They could tell that the purple lightning flood dragon was not an adult. It should not be a threat. However, just as Duan Tianming was about to get someone to control the grand array formation for him and meet the purple lightning flood dragon himself, he saw someone standing on the head of the flood dragon. It's a mount. Duan Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. This would save him the trouble. Then he withdrew his gaze and activated the array in full throttle, intending to force the mystic flood dragon out of the water. On the other hand, Qin Yuehan looked carefully at the man on the purple lightning flood dragon and could not help being slightly surprised. This child had an exceptional bearing and he was extremely young. Although his clothes were somewhat ordinary, his background could not be underestimated as he possessed a purple lightning flood dragon mount. Furthermore, he was likely a paragon of a top ancient family to mount a purple lightning flood dragon at such a young age. It seemed like they were not the only ones who knew that the mystic flood dragon held the unitary heavy water. Fellow cultivator, are you here to subdue the mystic flood dragon too? Qin Yuehan cupped his hands with a smile and was the first to ask. Indeed. Liu nodded while he looked at the grand array formation. At this moment, a giant thunder word surfaced on the 8 trigrams totem above the array. Immediately, the lightning bolts on the gigantic sword shadows intensified as countless lightning bolts instantly surged into the water enveloped by the array formation. Bang, 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 bang. Countless lightning bolts struck the water madly, emitting loud thunderclaps. They stirred the water to violently surge as if it was boiling. However, the water body enveloped by the giant sword shadows suddenly disappeared at extreme speed in the next second. In the blink of an eye, all the lake water disappeared. At the same time, a human-like figure flew up from below. He was tall and burly, wearing black scale armor. He had 2 horns on his head and a sharp jawline, distinct edges with firm and cold eyes. He held the black flood dragon war halberd in his right hand and a ball of water in his left. An almost transparent water screen that resembled a spatial barrier surrounded his body. The water screen was a highly compressed water wall. The lightning strikes that shot from the surroundings were all absorbed by the water wall, and it did no harm to him at all. This person was the human form of the mystic flood dragon. The mystic flood dragon did not say a word as he looked at Duan Tianming and the others with corners of his mouth curling up into a cold grin. Suddenly he waved his left hand and the water ball in his hand rushed into the air and instantly transformed into a lake. The consequent giant wave was like a massive ferocious beast carrying a tremendous force as it madly attacked the surrounding big sword shadows. Rumble! The grand array formation shook violently. Fortunately, under the protection of Duan Tianming and the others, it blocked the terrifying impact. It managed to forcibly compress the volume of the lake water beyond the capacity of the formation area into the narrow space of the formation. The space enveloped by the array formation was immediately filled with lake water. It resembled an enormous transparent fish tank floating above the lake from afar. Soon the lake water in the formation began to swirl violently like water dragons colliding madly within. The expressions of Duan Tianming and the others got more serious as they formed hand seals. A giant earth word surfaced on the 8 trigrams totem above. Those gigantic sword shadows immediately tuned into stone swords, forming a firm barrier. After a moment of stalemate, the rumbling quietened. Just as Liu thought that they had succeeded, he heard a loud bang as the grand array formation suddenly expanded in all directions. Duan Tianming and the others were forced to retreat. They looked rather awful as they did not expect the mystic flood dragon to be that remarkable. The array formation could not suppress it completely even with the combined efforts of so many of them. This unitary heavy water is indeed a natural oddity. It does have tremendous power. Duan Tianming was quite aware that this mystic flood dragon had such terrifying strength because it possessed the unitary heavy water. He had heard that a single drop of unitary heavy water weighed 5,000 kilograms. A single drop could transform into a lake that could generate monstrous waves. Seeing it today, it was indeed extraordinary. This made him look forward to the day he could obtain this unitary heavy water and control its power. Bring out the demon-subduing tablet. Duan Tianming shouted. The few quickly took out spirit artifacts that looked like stone tablets. They pressed down on the sky above the grand array formation. A majestic pressure poured down and significantly suppressed the demonic power of the mystic flood dragon. At the same time, they formed hand seals while their bodies slowly moved forward and compressed the array formation again. Under the suppression of those stone tablet spirit artifacts, they compressed the array formation space to a smaller size than before. Yet this did not last long. Another loud explosion was heard and the shrinking grand formation was forced to enlarge again. Just like that, those experts fought back and forth with the mystic flood dragon. For a time they were in a deadlock. This mystic flood dragon is much stronger than I imagined. Qin Yuehang, watching the battle from afar, frowned and muttered softly. Not only did the mystic flood dragon withstand the attack from the 8 trigrams myriad formation, but it also continuously launched counterattacks. He's actually been in a stalemate with senior brother Duan and the others for so long without any signs of decline. It showed that this mystic flood dragon was not as weak as the Jade Pure Dao sect had described. He felt that it was probably close to matching the profound void martial stage. Sigh, how tiring. Liu, who sat cross-legged on the head of the violet lightning dragon, sighed. He looked at the fishing formation in utter boredom. Qin Yuehang misinterpreted Liu's remark. He could not help but nod and say, yes, this mystic flood dragon is truly impressive. I didn't expect the great Xia dynasty to have such a powerful greater demon. He probably has the strength of the profound void martial stage. It will really take some effort to subdue him. Liu was stunned, and then he rubbed his glabella as he felt a headache. Judging from the mystic flood dragon's ability to play with water, they would probably be able to pad out tens of thousands of words if they were to continue fighting. Hey! I'm giving you 2 more minutes. If you still can't subdue this mystic flood dragon, I'll settle this myself. Liu suddenly yelled. He was not in the mood to watch them being intimate with the mystic flood dragon. It was simply a waste of time and life. Qin Yuehang looked at Liu in surprise, thinking he had misheard. On the other hand, the expressions of Duan Tianming and the others turned cold and they were slightly displeased. They were naturally unhappy to be mocked by a brat. Where did this arrogant kid come from? He's probably a child from an aristocratic family who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He's so used to being arrogant in his family that he really thinks he's invincible. What a braggart. Do you seriously think you can subdue this mystic flood dragon alone? Duan Tianming snapped coldly. This mystic flood dragon isn't so easy to deal with. If we let you help, you would probably become its lunch. Luo Xiang grunted coldly as well. 1 more minute, said Liu calmly. There's no need to pay attention to this arrogant kid. Let's hold on. This mystic flood dragon can't struggle for much longer. Duan Tianming began to ignore Liu. Even if he helped, what could he do? The mystic flood dragon was a turtle in their jar. How could they give him the chance to help? Chapter 83, An Ordinary Sword OS. The mystic flood dragon had transformed into its original form in the 8 trigrams myriad formation. Its enormous body was like a continuous mountain range that stirred up gigantic waves that blocked the sky. At the same time, he controlled the unitary heavy water to generate a continuous impact force that resisted the power of the array formation. If you think you can trap and kill me with an array formation, you're too naive. If not for the fact that I haven't fully refined the source seed that the young master gave me, you would all be corpses by now. Although it was difficult for him to destroy the grand array formation with his current capacity, he never panicked. In this Black Sea he was the king. Furthermore, these cultivators could not do anything to him as long as he had the unitary heavy water. In terms of endurance, with his back against the Black Sea and the unitary heavy water in his body, he could exhaust these guys to death. When I fully fuse with the source seed, it will be the time of your death. Bang! 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 The mystic flood dragon's massive body continuously rammed into the 8 trigrams myriad formation. The tremendous power shook the surrounding water surface to the point that it became turbulent. Enough, your 2 minutes are up. Liu stood up and drew his sword. The purple lightning flood dragon quickly approached the fishing array formation. Fellow cultivator, don't go there. Seeing Liu approach, Duan Tianming and the others, Qin Yuehang cried out. He immediately rushed over to stop Liu, but he was sent flying by the purple flood dragon's tail whip. Up ahead, the battle between the clear void Holy Land and the mystic flood dragon had entered its climax, and it was evident that it would carry on for a long time. Sensing Liu approaching, Duan Tianming shot him a glance but did not pay attention. The mystic flood dragon was trapped in their array formation, and Liu should have no idea where to start. Suddenly the sword in Liu's hand swept out. Swoosh! Time seemed to stop for a moment. The 8 trigrams myriad formation, which had activated its vibration mode under the impact of the mystic flood dragon, stopped for an instant. The next second. Boom! The array formation formed by the giant swords was like a bubble that popped with a single touch. The faces of those clear void Holy Land experts guarding the grand array turned pale instantly. They were sent flying far away by the massive energy shockwave generated by the crumbling array formation. A visible chasm appeared in the lake water filled with the array formation, as if space had split open. The mystic flood dragon entrenched in the lake was broken into several pieces. In fact, because everything had happened too quickly, its body was still twisting. Dark red blood instantly stained the surrounding lake water. Roar! The mystic flood dragon roared and looked at Liu in horror. The remaining body part connecting its head was instantly enveloped by a ball of water circulating with green light as it fled towards the water surface below. He's still alive. Liu was slightly surprised, and he immediately swung his sword again. Crash! The water blob that enveloped the remnant body of the mystic flood dragon instantly exploded into a mist that filled the sky. The mystic flood dragon within roared again, but this time it was a wail before death. The damaged body disintegrated inch by inch under the might of Liu's sword, and it turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. At the same time, a ball of golden light that was like a snake egg in the black flood dragon war halberd appeared. "It's demon essence, master, would you please bestow it to me?" the purple lightning flood dragon asked excitedly. "All right." Liu replied casually. The flood dragon was delighted, and it instantly rushed over and swallowed the demon essence of the mystic flood dragon. At the same time, drops of green liquid gathered from the surrounding mist. In the blink of an eye, it amassed into a ball of water suffused with a faint green light. Ding! Successful collection of the divine weapon Black Flood Dragon War Halberd. Successful collection of the natural oddity Unitary Heavy Water. The system's voice sounded. Liu's brows raised. This mystic flood dragon had actually dropped a natural oddity. No wonder this group of cultivators would hunt the mystic flood dragon. They were clearly here for this natural oddity. So powerful. In the distance, Qin Yuehong stared at Liu with his mouth agape. He could not be more shocked. The power of that sword had not only destroyed the 8 trigrams myriad formation that was maintained by the 12 experts of the clear void Holy Land, it even sliced the mighty mystic flood dragon into several pieces. That was a grand array formation enough to trap and execute profound void martial stage experts. Just how strong is this sword? Qin Yuehong had grown up in the Holy Land and seen various top elites and monstrous geniuses. For example, the clear void Holy Sun was one of the few monstrous geniuses in the world. He had reached the initial stage of the profound void martial stage at the age of 100. He was definitely one of the few top prodigies in the world. Cultivators had long lifespans ranging from a few hundred years to several thousand years. 100 years was a relatively short time for a cultivator. A few seclusions might take 100 years. Therefore, among cultivators, a 100-year-old was still considered a young man. In the demon race, anyone under 500 years old was considered young. Hence, anyone in the human race who could enter the profound void martial stage within 100 years could definitely be considered a top prodigy. However, even a monstrous genius like the Holy Sun might not be able to destroy the 8 trigrams myriad formation and kill the mystic flood dragon at the same time. Yet the young man in front, who looked younger than him, did all of that in such a casual manner. What was more terrifying was that he could not sense any magic power aura from this man, as if he was an ordinary person. In fact, there was no magic power fluctuation from those 2 strikes. Could it be the power of law? An unbelievable thought surfaced in Qin Yuehong's mind. Grasping the ability to manipulate the laws of the universe was a power only the top immortals and saints could manage. At this moment, Duan Tianming, Luo Xiang and the others looked at Liu with astounded and unsightly expressions. They had thought that Liu was an arrogant brat who did not understand the immensity of heaven and earth. In the end they were slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. This was not arrogance or conceit but true power. Furthermore, they could clearly sense the terror of that sword strike since they maintained the grand array formation. There were no magic power fluctuations. That seemingly ordinary sword had given them an incomparably overbearing fear. That feeling could only be described after experiencing it personally. Therefore, when Duan Tianming saw Liu keep the unitary heavy water, he did not dare say anything. After all, even if all of them joined forces, they were absolutely not that kid's match. Who is this kid? Which immortal family's prodigy is this? To actually have such strength. Don't tell me he's a prodigy from the immortal domain. This is unbelievable. Everyone's hearts were the same as the magic power in their bodies, and they could not calm down for a moment. However, Liu did not know what everyone was thinking at the moment. He casually grabbed the Black Flood Dragon War Halberd and the unitary heavy water, keeping them in his system storage. Unexpectedly, the unitary heavy water flew out at the same time a spirit sword flew out. It was the Sky Water Sword. The Sky Water Sword seemed to have been summoned from its deep sleep. It shook and hummed. At the same time, a wisp of golden light flew out. An illusory and graceful figure could be vaguely seen within the golden light. It instantly fused into the unitary heavy water. Chapter 84, He's Liu OS. As the golden light fused with the unitary heavy water, the water suddenly began to expand and transform. It slowly turned into a petite loli. Her eyes were clear and lively, and her facial features were charming and adorable. Her crystalline skin was soft and fragile. She was not tall, but her figure had begun to take shape. It was said that women were made of water, and this girl in front of him was indeed a bodily form of water. Liu looked at the loli that came out of nowhere in surprise. He was puzzled for a moment. Where am I? The loli frowned slightly. She looked at Liu and then at her surroundings, and the confusion in her eyes intensified. Who are you? She looked at Liu and asked. I should be the one asking you this. Liu smiled. This can't be a girl with amnesia, right? Me? My name is Shan Ruoxue, the girl replied crisply, her eyes clear and bright. Shan Ruoxue? Liu looked at the divine weapon rankings in surprise, then at the loli in front of him. The fallen female sect master of the Heavenly Water Pavilion, Shan Ruoxue. And he had heard that Shan Ruoxue was a peerless beauty. Why is this one a loli? This loli was a standard darling, and her figure was even a little well developed. She would definitely be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty if she grew up. But something isn't right. Saw an adult curvy figure in the golden light just now. How old are you? Liu suddenly thought of a possibility. TM14, the girl replied. No wonder. Liu came to a sudden understanding. It seemed like Shan Ruoxue's remnant soul had retained the portion of her memories until she was 14 years old. The appearance came from the heart. After fusing with the unitary heavy water, the newly manifested Shan Ruoxue looked like a 14-year-old loli. However, he did not expect Shan Ruoxue to be this big at the age of 14. Cough cough. TM Liu, I guess I'm your master. Liu straightened his back and spoke with an earnest expression. Liu felt that since he obtained the unitary heavy water, he was now its owner. Although Shan Ruoxue's remnant soul had fused with the unitary heavy water, her essence and body still constituted the natural oddity. So there is nothing wrong to say that I'm her master, right? Master? Shan Ruoxue widened her big lustrous eyes in surprise. That's right. Liu nodded. You're actually the remnant soul of this spirit sword. Shan Ruoxue looked at the Skywater sword floating beside her, and the confusion in her eyes got deeper. Well, you have now fused into the unitary heavy water which belongs to me, so you are now my unitary heavy water and I have become your master. Do you understand? Liu explained earnestly. Oh? Shan Ruoxue frowned in confusion. She carefully sensed her body. Indeed, this body was different from what she remembered. She seemed to have undergone an unbelievable change. Moreover, she seemed to have slept for a long time and had many muddled dreams. She could not tell if it was the past, the future, or just fragments of imagination. After carefully sensing and recalling, Shan Ruoxue discovered that some information that did not belong to her had inked into her memories. It was the intelligence and memories of the unitary heavy water. After fusing with this intelligence, Shan Ruoxue instantly confirmed that Liu was telling the truth. She had become the unitary heavy water. Furthermore, because she had fused with the intelligence of the unitary heavy water, she had a clear understanding of it. She knew how powerful it was and its abilities. She could also master the ability of the unitary heavy water and its innate divine power. It would only take her one thought for her body to turn into a liquid state again, or even an ocean. Shan Ruoshue's appearance was unforeseen to everyone from the clear void Holy Land, but they were not too surprised as they had witnessed many kinds of miraculous things. Yet the conversation between Li Yu and Shan Ruoshue shocked them. "He's Li Yu." Duan Tianming, Luo Ziang, Qin Yueheng and the others glanced at Li Yu, then the Heavenly Dao rankings. They looked at each other in disbelief. They had assumed that this young man came from a top-notch immortal family and was a peerless genius from the great Zenith domain. They even felt that he might not be as young as he looked. However, the reality was far more unbelievable and shocking than they imagined. He was Li Yu, the 17-year-old fellow who occupied the top on all three of the Heavenly Dao rankings and got the better of Gu Yugi. Previously they did not understand how Li Yu could outclass Gu Yugi. At this moment they could finally understand it. Li Yu was simply a monster. Qin Yuehan was stunned on the spot and he looked at Li Yu with a complicated expression. He had previously thought of going to the Qingyun sect to test Li Yu's skill, and he had some doubts about Li Yu's ranking. However, he did not need to go to the Qingyun sect anymore, nor did he need to doubt Li Yu's abilities. Li Qingyun's son is such a freak. Duan Tianming could not calm down inside. In the past, Li Qingyun was the best in the world, an unfathomable prodigy. He did not expect Li Qingyun's son to be more terrifying. To have such strength at the age of 17, even if Li Qingyun recovered his strength, Li Yu would be more terrifying than Li Qingyun when he grew up. Hope that Li Qingyun has let go of the grudges from the past, otherwise Li Yu will really be a threat when he grows up in the future. Duan Tianming could not help but think of the calamity back then. He felt a chill shooting down his spine. Furthermore, Li Qingyun was alone back then, now he had his own sect. Other than that terrifying Li Yu, there was Gu Yugi, Ji Qinglan and Sumu. Even in their holy land they could be considered the pillars of the younger generation of elites. Therefore he only hoped that Li Qingyun had begun to become indifferent to the past events. He did not want to experience the same calamity a second time. After Shan Ruoshue fused with the intelligence of the unitary heavy water and grasped its ability, she got playful. She controlled her body to change into a transparent liquid at one moment and a material body that was no different from an actual person at the next. In one instance she became a giant loli several meters tall, and in the next she became a Thumbelina. It was amazing to become bigger whenever and wherever you wanted. So fun. The childish Shan Ruoshue was so interested in this miraculous body that she played happily for a while. Why is only a wisp of my remnant soul left? Why is it in this sword? Shan Ruoshue suddenly asked, looking at Li Yu like a curious baby. How would I know? Li Yu did not want to explain further, otherwise this curious child would probably have 100 whys waiting for him. Li Yu decided not to explain under the principle of no padding out and long-winded conversation. If she could remember the past later, she would naturally understand. It was better if she could not remember. After all, that was not a good memory. Rather than living in the sorrow and regret of the past, it was better to live happily in the present and embrace the tomorrow filled with endless possibilities. As her question was unanswered, Shan Ruoshue did not ask any further. Instead, she focused her attention on the Skywater sword. For some reason she felt a sense of familiarity with the sword despite not having any memories of it. That feeling was just so familiar. She held the sword hilt and the spirit sword gave her a warm feeling. The sense of familiarity became stronger as if the spirit sword was a part of her body. Chapter 85, It Was My Fault After All. OS. At this moment Duan Tianming and the others approached. Li Yu looked at them calmly. He did not know what they were up to, but they did not seem to be here to cause trouble. Fellow cultivator, nice to meet you. I'm Duan Tianming from the Clear Void Holy Land. Your strength is truly extraordinary. Duan Tianming cupped his hands and said amiably. Li Yu still had a calm expression, but he had no intention to speak with them. Thus he only smiled casually and cupped his hands in return. Duan Tianming was not angry at Li Yu's reaction, instead his worried heart finally relaxed. He did not observe any hatred or hostility towards the clear void Holy Land in Li Yu's eyes. This was a sign that Li Qingyun hadn't instilled hatred for the clear void Holy Land into Li Yu, and it meant that he might have let go of the matters of the past. As Duan Tianming thought about it, Li Qingyun was definitely not a narrow-minded person. As the divine firmament's holy son, he could become the most dazzling prodigy back then, not just because of his monstrous talent and absurd strength. He was also virtuous and heroic, earning him the admiration of everyone and becoming the respected holy son of the sect. On the other hand, Li Qingyun was young and reckless back then, and he committed a grave mistake for a woman. He must have said those harsh words when he lost control of his emotions. It could not be taken seriously. Now everything had calmed down. Li Qingyun shouldn't have to go to the point of fighting to the death with the clear void Holy Land and insisting on destroying it with his breadth of mind. Therefore, when he saw Li Yu, Duan Tianming could roughly confirm that Li Qingyun might have gotten over the matter. This was beneficial for both sides. It was better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Furthermore, the righteous path was on the decline and demons were rampant in the chaotic world. The human orthodox sects should be more united than killing each other. If the Qingyun sect was not their enemy, he was willing to see Li Yu and this group of monstrous geniuses rise up, exterminate the demons, and uphold the Dao to revitalize the human race. Since Li Yu seemed unwilling to chat with them, Duan Tianming knew better and did not speak further. He looked at Shan Ruoshui and felt some pity. He was not strong enough and could only give up the unitary heavy water to someone else. Junior brothers, since the mystic flood dragon has been eliminated, we shall make our return. Duan Tianming then looked at Li Yu. Fellow cultivator, we'll meet again in the future. Take care. Li Yu cupped his hands. He still had some reservations about people from the clear void Holy Land. After all, he knew a little about his father and the clear void Holy Land. Although he did not hate the clear void Holy Land, he was in no mood to welcome them with open arms. Let's go. Duan Tianming rode his flying sword and flew south. The others followed closely behind and soon disappeared into the horizon. Alright, let's go back too. Li Yu patted Shan Ruoshui's tiny head, who was still tossing the sky water sword around. The purple lightning flood dragon roared and immediately soared into the sky. Along the way, Li Yu realized that his prestige mission had been completed. Next, he would wait for the sect's construction to be completed before officially establishing the Technique Pavilion, Divine Weapon Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, Refining Pavilion, Spirit Herb Garden, etc. This way he could officially complete the first phase of the mission. As the prestige value mission was completed, the system issued more tasks. For example, reaching 50 nascent soul or transcendent disciples in the sect, 10 disciples in the soul formation stage or soul conduit realm, 3 disciples in the profound void martial stage or rebirth realm. Collect natural oddities, spirit beasts, divine beasts, etc. Li Yu put away the system mission interface and looked at his experience bar. At this stage, he would obtain the experience points from killing Shakyamuni Zilong, the 3 experts who pursued Gu Yuqi and the mystic flood dragon. It had finally turned the data into a single digit. He was still 996 away from becoming invincible. This number is a little too good. Li Yu grumbled before putting away the system interface again. Once the Alchemy Pavilion and Refining Pavilion are built, I can hand them over to Wu Chang. After all, he's good at refining pills and artifacts, but who should I hand the Spirit Herb Garden to? Li Yu pondered. After all, planting spirit herbs required skill. Currently, there was no suitable candidate in the sect. My dad might be a good choice, but the sect master can't possibly watch over the herb garden every day, right? Aha. I'll let Shan Ruoshui take care of the spirit plant garden. Li Yu had an idea. Water generates what Shan Ruoshui controls the power of the unitary heavy water. Moreover, girls tend to be meticulous and patient. She should be the most suitable to manage it. At the thought of this, Li Yu made up his mind. On the way back to the sect, Li Yu introduced the Qingyun sect and the spirit herb garden in detail to Shan Ruoshui. At the same time, he taught Shan Ruoshui the Heavenly Dao reward for the Skywater Sword, the virtuous water art. The next day, the information regarding the Black Flood Dragon war halberd on the Divine Weapon rankings changed. The owner of the Black Flood Dragon war halberd had become Li Yu. This update made the news of Li Yu killing the Black Sea Mystic Flood Dragon public. Once again, Li Yu's name became the center of public opinion in the Great Xia dynasty. The death of the mystic flood dragon also eliminated the last threat in the Great Xiao dynasty. The Heavenly Fate dynasty, the Clear Void Holy Land. After Duan Tianming and the others returned, they reported everything they had seen and heard in detail to the Holy Lord Perfected Tai Ching. After hearing Duan Tianming's report, Perfected Tai Ching was shocked and had mixed feelings. On the one hand, he was happy that the human orthodox sects had a monstrous genius like Li Yu. In this era of turmoil, it was a blessing for humanity to have such a talent with limitless potential. On the other hand, he had not really moved on from what had happened all those years ago, or rather he could never completely move on from it. Otherwise, many things in that year would not have happened. Everything that went down back then was not what many people see on the surface, only he knew the real reason. He had once blamed himself and regretted it for many years. Even though he had worked hard to put everything down and cultivate his character for 100 years, he still held some grudges. Especially when he heard that Li Qingyun's son was so outstanding that even Gu Yugi had joined Li Qingyun's sect. The jealousy inside him showed signs of resurfacing. It was just like how he was jealous of Li Qingyun's luck back then and how she chose him. Perfected Tai Ching admitted that he could not disregard his selfishness and interests completely. Not many people in the world could do that, not even immortals. It was human nature. At the end of the day, one could not escape the 7 emotions and 6 desires. One could not achieve 0 desires. If one really did not care about fame, status, success, or failure, not caring about grudges, then one could no longer be considered a human. Furthermore, in his opinion, the path of cultivation was nothing more than a journey driven by desire. He had also thought about why he cultivated and pondered about his own Tao. Is it to pursue immortality? Pursue more power? Pursue the truth of the great Tao? Is it to ascend to the 9 heavens immortal realm? For the rise of the Holy Land? For the sake of the world? To uphold justice? Those seemed to stand as his reasons, but they were not. Perhaps it was in the past, but not now. Ever since she appeared, many things had changed, including himself and his heart. He once believed that he had recognized himself and grasped his conscience. That was not the case. The complexity of human nature might be the Tao that he could never comprehend in his life. You may leave, said Perfected Tai Ching. Duan Tianming and the others cupped their hands and left. As for Perfected Tai Ching, he turned around. He looked at the stone tablet behind him, falling into deep thought. It was all my fault all those years ago. Chapter 86, Persistent Ghost OS. Shan Ruoshui's arrival created more laughter in Li Yu's residence. Li Yu did not expect that the composed female sect master of the Heavenly Water Pavilion, inferior to no man, was such a lively and active girl when she was young. On second thought, it was understandable. After all, every goddess might have been a playful girl in their youth. Over the past few days, Shan Ruoshui temporarily stayed in Li Yu's room. A matchbox was enough room for her to sleep in with her ability. However, the guest room was empty. Moreover, the planned spirit herb garden was at the back of Li Yu's courtyard, where the Taoist temple's vegetable garden used to be located. The lighting condition was favorable and the soil was fertile, with the ancient Tao fortune tree planted. That location was best suited as a spirit herb garden. Hence, Shan Ruoshui would stay in Li Yu's residence for a while and begin attempting to plant spirit herbs. Li Yu knew nothing about spirit herbs plantation. Fortunately, Li Qingyun was well-rounded. Shan Ruoshui was also extremely intelligent. She immediately understood whatever she was taught, and she had an even more amazing memorizing ability. Therefore, Li Qingyun only taught her once, and she knew the planting techniques of most spirit herbs like the back of her hand. On this day, Ji Qinglan found Li Yu and said that Ji Wanjie had disappeared. He's gone? Li Yu was slightly surprised. Why would a living person disappear for no reason? Tvi looked everywhere. All of the junior brothers also said that they didn't see him, plus somebody said that he didn't see my 9th brother before sleeping last night. Ji Qinglan was somewhat worried. However, Li Yu was unhurried as he checked the disciple management interface in the system. When he found Ji Wanjie's information, he could not help but look shocked. Soul formation stage? Ji Wanjie was in the soul formation stage, and he was only in the golden core realm a few days ago. What happened in the past few days? Maybe that special physique did something just like Gu Yugi. Still, such speed of improvement is really shocking. Li Yu was surprised, but he was still happy. This way, he now had 4 soul formation stage cultivators in the sect: Wu Chang, Gu Yugi, Ji Wanjie, and his father. However, Liu knew that Ji Wanjie's sudden departure was definitely related to his sudden improvement in cultivation. Liu quickly locked onto Ji Wanjie's exact location through the disciple management interface. It was similar to the GPS system in his previous life. It could also locate and give directions accurately, a powerful function. Why did he go to the Yun prefecture? Liu was puzzled. Had Ji Wanjie really fled? Why did he flee from the sect? And even if he didn't want to stay, why run to Yun prefecture? Liu was filled with questions, but he did not think about it too much. He would get answers once he found Ji Wanjie. Come with me. Liu brought Ji Qinglan and rode the purple lightning flood dragon toward the Cloud Prefecture. In a mountain range of the Cloud Prefecture shrouded in miasma, the Blood Spirit Monarch had just killed a Demon King level demon beast. After absorbing its blood essence, his cultivation finally became stable in the soul formation stage. I should be safe hiding here for the time being. Even if Ji Qinglan, Liu and the others find out I'm missing, they'll never expect me to be here. Also, this place is filled with miasma and the view is blocked. Eyes practically impossible to find me. The Blood Spirit Monarch thought to himself. After I kill a few more demon beasts, I'll head to the Grand Desolate Forest. I'll return when I reach the Tribulation Realm. With this in mind, the Blood Spirit Monarch moved on and continued to hunt demon beasts for their blood essence to improve his cultivation. After a long time, the Blood Spirit Monarch hunted another demon beast. Then he used his magic power to refine the demon beast's blood essence and soul. He refined it into a ball of pure blood and swallowed it, preparing to refine and absorb it. Ji Wanjie. Right at this moment, Liu's voice suddenly sounded. Puff. The Blood Spirit Monarch spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up in surprise. Two figures jumped down from the sky. They were Ji Qinglan and Liu. Ninth brother, what's wrong? Are you injured? Ji Qinglan worriedly asked as he saw blood flowing down the corner of Ji Wanjie's mouth and his clothes were stained red. I am fine, I'm fine. How did you find me? The Blood Spirit Monarch was on the brink of tears. What the hell? I've escaped so far and hidden so well. How did you even find me? This brat. Liu is solely a persistent ghost haunting me. The Blood Spirit Monarch did not wish to escape either. Cultivating under the nourishment of the Dao Fortune Ancient Tree was awesome. However, his fusion last night was finally complete and his cultivation level had returned to the soul formation stage. He was unsure if the demonic blood body owner on the physique ranking would still be Ji Wanjie's name or his true identity after he completely fused with the body. He was more worried that some other Heavenly Dao rankings would appear in the future and expose his true identity. Therefore, he still chose to leave the Qingyun sect for safety reasons. After all, nothing else was more important than his life. He would never imagine that Liu could still find him after clearly fleeing far away. He might really be a ghost haunting me. Liu glanced at the demon beast corpse not far away, then looked at Ji Wanjie's appearance, his brows furrowing slightly. He seemed to understand that there was something fishy about this demonic blood body. It seemed to require him to devour demon beast blood essence to improve his cultivation. This might be the reason why Ji Wanjie's cultivation suddenly broke through to the soul formation stage. However, the demon beast had become a dried corpse and its death looked tragic. It was evident that this demonic blood body was indeed wickedly extraordinary. Ninth brother, why did you suddenly leave without a word? Faced with Ji Qinglan's question and Liu's "you better give me a reasonable explanation" look. The Blood Spirit Monarch's desire to live was exploding. He felt if he did not give a satisfactory explanation, he would be gone. He had an idea and came up with a story. The gist of it was that there was an anomaly in his special physique and some memories that did not belong to him appeared in his mind. Those memories had guided him to the Yun prefecture to seek opportunities, so he left without a word and found his fated opportunities here. It allowed his cultivation to soar all the way to the soul formation stage. Furthermore, he needed plenty of demon beast blood essence to feed his special physique, otherwise he might become bloodthirsty. Although I can fully control this physique now, I don't know if there will be any terrible changes in the future. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself one day, and I don't want to implicate the sect. I shouldn't have stayed in Qingyun sect either, but I just couldn't say it to you out loud. All I can do is leave without a word, finished the Blood Spirit Monarch. As an old demon who had lived for more than 10,000 years, the Blood Spirit Monarch's ability to fabricate stories was still impressive. The entire matter was described flawlessly and realistically, causing Liu and Ji Qinglan to believe the story. Even Elder Nya the Sword Immortal did not doubt it. He was only a remnant soul coupled with his limited understanding of Ji-Wanjie. He could not sense anything amiss with him. Furthermore, he did not know much about the demonic blood body. He only knew that this physique did possess some blood refinement abilities, and it might even be slightly bloodthirsty. After all, this was the characteristic of a demon body. Hence the blood spirit monarch had successfully hoodwinked everyone with his story. He even felt proud of how outstanding he performed. Chapter 87, Severing Karma OS. Ji Qinglan looked at Li Yu. He knew that Ji-Wanjie's special physique was not tolerated by the orthodox path. He could understand if Li Yu decided not to keep Ji-Wanjie around anymore. However, Li Yu went silent for a short moment before he spoke. Since you've entered our Qingyun sect, the sect naturally won't abandon you easily. As long as you don't violate the sect rules or do anything bad, the sect won't chase you away. You may go back and cultivate in peace. I'll help you ask the sect master to see if there's any way to suppress the demonic nature of your physique. Are you kidding me? The first phase of the mission is almost completed. Even if I had to break his legs, Ji-Wanjie must stay in the sect for the time being. I'll leave this matter until the first phase of the mission is over and get my experience points reward. I'm afraid that this physique will make me develop demonic thoughts in the future and harm the sect, the blood spirit monarch responded. He naturally hoped that Li Yu would back off and expel him from the sect, allowing him to return to the Shiliang dynasty. Don't worry, my sword will help you wash away your demonic ideas. A wisp of a benevolent smile curved up the corners of Li Yu's mouth. The blood spirit monarch shivered. He knew that this boy would not be so kind-hearted. After he was brought back to the Qingyun sect, the blood spirit monarch was arranged to cultivate by himself on the mountain beside the nine-tailed mountain. Li Qingyun planted a few restrictions in Ji-Wanjie's body. It was to suppress the bloodthirst and demonic nature in his physique, even though it was completely unnecessary with Li Yu's sword around. On top of that, Li Qingyun also set up a separate array formation for the blood spirit monarch's residence. It was to lock him up completely while observing his situation. If there was really something wrong, the Qingyun sect would not let him stay. Thus the blood spirit monarch lived in fear every day. In the following days he felt as if Li Yu's sword was hanging above his head. If any abnormality arises, he would have been cleansed by Li Yu's sword. Aina bless land on a mountain in the Heavenly Fate dynasty. A manor that looked like an immortal's residence sat on a mountain shrouded in clouds. The manor was scenic and filled with strange flowers and herbs. A few cranes rested beside the pond and the symphony of nature echoed in the forest. An old man in a green and white robe was sitting by the pond fishing. The water rippled while clouds swirled. Before long, a man in luxurious clothes stepped into the manor on a flying sword and walked to the old man's back with a serious expression. Master, I found Gu Yugi. He's in a sect in the northern region's Great Xia dynasty. This sect was founded by Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun? The old man's voice rose and fell slightly. Li Qingyun's strength seems to have more or less recovered, but the strongest person in the Qingyun sect right now isn't Li Qingyun, it's his son Li Yu. This child's natural talent is extremely monstrous and our men have likely died under this child's sword. Rumor has it that the Netherworld cult's Crimson Dragon King was also killed by this child. He could actually kill a profound void martial stage cultivator? Li Qingyun really has a talented son. It's a pity though, why become inflicted by karma? The old man's voice remained plain. Master, do you want us to attack? Asked the man. Please have Mo Wohue of the Azura Hall take action to prevent any more uncertainties, said the old man. Then the Qingyun sect. Tvi told you before that all karma must be severed. The old man's voice was still indifferent. Yes, sir. The man cupped his hands and bowed before leaving. A few days later, in the great Zenith domain in a remote mountain range, an ancient and dilapidated hall sat in a lifeless valley filled with corpses. There was no vitality here as sinister winds blew. The air was filled with decay and one would think it was in hell. It was a place that ordinary folks could not reach. It was also a place rarely known to others. Two black-robed figures arrived silently and appeared in front of the dilapidated hall. Then they pushed open the heavy wooden door that let out a muffled whimper. Dust scattered from the roof of the shed as they strolled in, the dead leaves rustling from their footsteps. The hall was empty, ruinous and rotten. One of the black-robed men took off his mask and called, "A guest has arrived, come on out." As his voice fell, a stone coffin hidden in the shadows in the depths of the hall rumbled open suddenly. Immediately an old man seemingly on the verge of death crawled out of the coffin. "Weren't you here yesterday?" asked the old man in a hoarse voice as he slowly walked over from the shadows. "Elder Mo, that was 10 years ago," said the man. "Oh? It's been 10 years. I've slept for a long while." The old man walked out of the shadows and a ray of light landed on his face. His aged face was filled with wrinkles, but his countenance was amiable and out of place amidst the environment. If one only looked at his appearance, no one would have thought that such a benevolent-looking old man was actually the top assassin in the world, Azura Hall's Imo. He was a tribulation realm old monster who possessed the ability to seize one's life, eat one's soul, and kill invisibly. He had even cultivated an unpredictable killing technique. The corpses of those who died in his hands were enough to pile into a myriad of mountains. "Elder Mo, the guest from last time has invited you to come out of seclusion." The man cupped his hands. "Oh? Who am I hired to kill this time?" Elder Mo asked. "Annihilate a sect and bring back someone at the same time." The man replied. "Who is it?" "A kid with an ancient god body." "Oh? No wonder it's been tens of thousands of years since I've heard of the ancient divine body. This is indeed tempting. I'm quite tempted to have it myself." Elder Mo chuckled. "Elder Mo, the one who hired your services, someone that our Azura Hall cannot afford to offend. I advise you shouldn't have any thoughts about the ancient god body. Moreover, the other party offered a price that's enough to satisfy you," said the man solemnly. "It's fine if this client can't satisfy me. I don't care who he is, I'll take the ancient god body for sure." Elder Mo still had a benevolent smile on his face. "This is only the deposit. The list of items the other party promised is inside. Please have a look." The man handed a storage magic treasure to the old man. After the old man checked, his lips curled into a friendly smile. "Give me some time to recover. My bones are about to rust." As he spoke, the old man shook his slightly stiff neck. "No hurry, you have 3 months to hand the kid over." The man cupped his hands. Days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the appointment of the Jade Pure Dao Sect's honorary elder arrived as scheduled. People from the various large sects and families of the Great Xia dynasty came to the Jade Pure Dao Sect on invitations to witness this historic moment. Of course, it was not rare to confer the title of honorary elder. It was just that the main character this time was Li Yu, the peerless genius that was renowned in the Grand Xia dynasty. As the star of the day, Li Yu naturally arrived at the Jade Pure Dao Sect. In addition, Li Qingyungu, Yugi Ji Qinglan Sumu and a portion of the disciples of the Qingyun sect had arrived at the venue to participate in the grand ceremony. As for Yiqiu, he was still withdrawn from the outside world. In seclusion, he was unwilling to leave for the event no matter what. Chapter 88, Mantra of the Great Dao OS. The Jade Pure Dao Sect was bustling with noise and excitement. More than 10,000 people gathered in the square in front of the clear Jade Hall. Colorful lights shone in the sky in the auspicious setting. It was a grand occasion. The auspicious hour had arrived and the bells solemnly sounded. Everyone fell silent as they stared at the platform, waiting for the appointment ceremony to begin. The appointment ceremony for the honorary elder of the Jade Pure Dao Sect has officially begun. A melody sounded along with the resounding announcement. A rainbow bridge formed by magic artifacts flew out of the main hall and crossed to the high platform. Perfected Yu Hua Li Yu and the elders of the Jade Pure Dao Sect stepped through the rainbow bridge and onto the platform. The appointment ceremony began. Perfected Yu Hua Li Yu and the others offered incense and worshipped the heavens and the earth. After a series of passionate statements, Li Yu was officially announced as an honorary elder of the Jade Pure Dao Sect and was rewarded with an honorary elder's token. Then the thousands of Jade Pure Dao Sect disciples bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Elder Li." Li Yu had a solemn expression as he cupped his hands. The simple action was courteous enough. After the bow, Perfected Yu Hua continued, "Next I'll invite Elder Li to speak and enlighten our cultivators." "What?" Li Yu looked at Perfected Yu Hua in surprise. He was not informed of such a thing at the beginning. "Are you sure this appointment ceremony isn't digging a hole for me?" Perfected Yu Hua could see the hesitation in Li Yu's eyes and could not help but look at Elder Hu. Judging from his expression, it was clear that Elder Hu had forgotten to inform Li Yu in advance. However, in his opinion, Li Yu definitely had his own unique understanding of cultivation and extraordinary knowledge. After all, Li Yu had such cultivation and strength at such a young age, and he had even cultivated the human body to the ultimate physique. Thus perfected Yu Hua believed that even if Li Yu did not prepare in advance, he should be able to share some insights with everyone. Elderly, to have your current cultivation level at such a young age, it's breathtaking in this world and unmatched. You must have exceptional insights into cultivation. Why don't you share it with us? Perfected Yu Hua attempted to guide Li Yu. After all, he could not screw up the appointment ceremony. When they invited the various large sects and factions, they emphasized that they would invite Li Yu to share his cultivation insights on the spot. Therefore, it was the main event everyone was waiting for. Li Yu confirmed through perfected Yu Hua's eyes if he did not continue, he would probably embarrass himself today. Cough cough, I lack knowledge and talent, and I'm indebted to perfected Yu Hua for his praise. Since it's a Dao discussion, why don't we discuss it together today? An idea flashed through Li Yu's mind as he thought of a way out. He turned his personal speech into a discussion among everyone. This way he did not have to say much and could allow everyone to speak and discuss. It might even produce quality interactions. He only needed to wait for the right juncture to put the finishing touches and sublimate the theme. I'm simply a clever brat. Would like to ask fellow cultivators present, why do you cultivate? Everyone below instantly fell into deep thought after hearing Li Yu's question. Yeah, why do I cultivate? This seemed like a simple question with a simple answer. However, it also seemed difficult to answer. If they answered it too simply, it would sound uncultured. If their answer was too pontificating, it would sound fake. This was a sobering question. It was like someone asking for the purpose of living. It could always make one reflect on the meaning of life. Perfected Yu Hua and the elders could not help but ponder. If someone asked them why they were cultivating, they might be able to declare straight away that it was for the commoners of the world and to uphold justice. It was like a slogan that every orthodox sect preached. However, if one asked themselves how many people really took the world's commoners as their responsibility, they might not even believe in such statements themselves. Everyone can speak your mind freely, there's no need to be reserved. As long as it's your true thoughts, they should be respected, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Li Yu added when he saw everyone in deep thought. We cultivate for immortality. Someone was the first to speak. Many nodded in agreement. Indeed, many people cultivated for the sake of immortality. Aging, illness and death were the norm for humans. The path of cultivation was to defy the heavens and change one's fate. It's different. We should be cultivating for the sake of the world, for the sake of eradicating demons and devils, for the sake of upholding justice. There's no need to repeat such things. This is only the duty of us cultivators, not the core objective of our cultivation. That's right, I'm not sure about others, but I think I'm doing it for the sake of my freedom and not being restrained by the world. I'm doing it to repay every gratitude and retaliate any enmity with the sword in my hand at will. A man's drive to cultivate is naturally the aim to become famous and leave his name in history. I'm doing this for the sake of achieving greater powers so that I can ascend into the 9 heavens immortal realm one day and have a look myself. Lonely wish to become a sect elder one day and become someone like my master. Lose to do it for my parents and family. Now that my parents are gone, I cultivate to obtain my master's approval. I think that everyone has their own aspirations, but no matter what, we should cultivate according to the heart. All we have to do is stick to our hearts. Indeed, everyone has their own path. Some do it for immortality, some for freedom, and some for fame and status. There's no accurate answer to the path of cultivation. Everyone has their own path. Li Yu's question sparked a journey of self-reflection for everyone. Everyone expressed their views at once and the venue became lively. Even perfected Yu Hua and the elders discussed animatedly. Still, they were clearly more interested in hearing why Li Yu asked this question and whether he had any transcendent views. After a long while, someone suddenly asked, "May I know why elderly cultivates?" Yeah, why do you think we cultivators cultivate elderly? Everyone looked at Li Yu and anticipated his answer. Seeing that the atmosphere was in place, Li Yu felt the need to sublimate the topic. As all of you have said, there is indeed no single accurate answer on the path of cultivation. It's like how everything in the world has its own path. Why do every 1,000 people have 1,000 answers? Some do it for immortality, some for justice, some for status, some for wealth, and some for freedom. And in my opinion, I believe that we cultivators should cultivate for heaven and earth, for the people, for the saints of the past, to continue learning for all ages, to safeguard world peace. With that said, the heavens and earth seemed to shake. These 4 sentences were simple. It carried a distinctive will and grand ambition. It instantly touched everyone's hearts. It even resonated with the Heavenly Dao. In an instant, the golden light of the Heavenly Dao rankings flourished as golden characters condensed. For heaven and earth, for the people, for the saints of the past, to continue learning, for all ages, to safeguard world peace. Countless multicolored lights shot out to envelop Liu. A river of Dao fate surrounded him, and an immortal radiance outlined his mighty figure. At the moment, Liu was like a saint conducting a forum to discuss the Dao and educate everyone. For heaven and earth, for the people, for the saints of the past, to continue learning, for all ages, to safeguard world peace. The mantra of the Great Dao. This is the mantra of the Great Dao. Perfected Yu Hua recovered from his shock and his old face trembled with excitement. As the saying goes, if one gains knowledge of the correct path in life in the morning, he can die at sunset without regrets. Perfected Yu Hua felt he could pass on without regrets after hearing such an unprecedented and great maxim in his lifetime. Li Yu's voice was still reverberating through the world, but it was not an echo. It was the Heavenly Dao rankings repeating Li Yu's words over and over again. At the same time, all the Heavenly Dao rankings in the various countries of the Huaxia